Chapter 3. Selling a wife? From the southern part of the city to the north, Sumu spent half a day wandering the streets. Yet he could not conceive a way to earn money. Even though his mind was crowded with countless schemes for wealth, each required an initial capital. Along with the sum owed to see who, he currently possessed no more than 2 taels of silver, rendering any ventures in the tumultuous world of commerce futile. Brother Mu, where shall we sleep tonight? If we don't stay in the cattle shed. There's a new inn in the west of the city where one can spend the night for just 5 won. Home, Sumu replied wearily, rubbing his forehead. There were matters he needed to clarify with his young servant wife, particularly that he intended to live a better life henceforth, preferably away from this border town of Wangzhou. Of course, as her nominal husband, he would do his utmost to provide her with some travel expenses. In the bond of marriage, even if love was absent, duty remained. As he approached his dilapidated courtyard, Sumu raised his head to see wisps of smoke curling in the air. After adjusting his tunic and brushing off the yellow mud from his cloth shoes, he slowly pushed open the creaky old gate and made his way toward the rundown house. See who, trailing behind, wore a peculiar expression. He had never witnessed Sumu behave in such a manner before. He remembered that not long ago, during a visit to the Qing pavilion, Sumu had eagerly stripped in the main hall. The figure inside the house seemed to hear the commotion and hurriedly shut the slightly ajar door. After a long pause, a narrow crack opened, revealing a small portion of a head. Lang. The voice was melodious yet tinged with fatigue. Your beleaguered husband, Sumu replied. The door swung open instantly, and the young woman, her eyes reddened, dropped the firewood she had been holding and stepped towards Sumu. Before he could utter a word, she hastily produced a handful of copper coins from her bosom and offered them to him. Lang, I sold 7 loads of firewood today and earned 14 won. Seeing this, Sihu moved to take the coins, but Sumu shot him a glare, prompting him to sulkily step aside. Why do you give me your earnings? Everything I earn will go to you, Lang. Tomorrow morning, I shall rise early and may earn 21. If they were a loving couple, Sumu would have said that she should focus on being beautiful while he took on the responsibility of providing. But they were not. Fate had bound them together with an invisible rope. One had crossed time, while the other had been forced to flee. Sumu lowered his gaze, silently observing the girl before him in the gentle moonlight. She possessed charming dimples and eyes reminiscent of peaches and apricots, with a face as delicate as an egg, still captivating despite being smeared with soot. Lang, I will go chop firewood at the break of dawn. Perhaps I can sell it for 25 won. The girl, noticing Sumu's refusal to accept the coins, grew anxious. A sense of discomfort stirred within Sumu. Dawn was merely the hours of 3 or 4 in the morning. Lang, I eat very little each day, just a bowl of taro paste. The girl trembled slightly. In Wangzhou, it was common for laborers to sell their wives. Those servant girls fleeing hardship often found themselves sold to pleasure houses, a fate all too ordinary. She believed that by earning a bit more, perhaps the man before her would reconsider selling her. After all, she had fought hard for the opportunity to enter the city. She did not wish to lose it so easily. Before entering Wangzhou, she was still burdened with debts incurred in her father's pursuit of medical treatment. A considerable sum, enough to ensnare her in darkness for an extended period. Even as a mere laborer, as long as she was not sold away, she yearned to live with dignity. The moonlight cascaded over the courtyard, illuminating 2 individuals, each lost in their own thoughts. Sumu found himself at a loss. He had never contemplated selling his wife. Yet he was uncertain of how to navigate the situation with the young maid. The maid bit her lip until it bled, yet defiantly raised her slender arm, presenting 14 copper coins to Sumu. After a brief moment, Sumu thought the maid would eventually relent, but she did not. Even with trembling hands, she stubbornly held the coins aloft. Lang, I offer you this silver. Please do not sell me. I shall not become a courtesan. I will gather firewood, make charcoal, and wash clothes, finding ways to earn silver. Though I labor daily, I wish to live with integrity. Accepting this silver signifies that there is still hope. Releasing her lip, blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, her frail form appearing even more gaunt in the moonlight. Sumu stood in silence. A gentle breeze stirred, disheveling the maid's hair and unsettling his emotions. Hesitating, he finally extended his hand, grasping the 14 copper coins, indirectly holding the maid's hand. Her eyes instantly glistened with tears, recalling a time when she nearly fell from a cliff, and her father had reached out to her, gripping her hand tightly to save her from peril. Thank you, Lang. Thank you. Let us return indoors, Sumu sighed, feeling the weight of the 14 coins in his hand as if they were leaden. Su Lang. I have prepared taro porridge. As they entered the house, the maid hurriedly approached with a steaming bowl, nearly overflowing with thick taro porridge. To modern eyes, it might seem unpalatable, but this was not due to the maid's culinary skills. Rather, it was simply how ancient meals were prepared. Those of better means would mix in wild vegetable porridge, topped with shreds of meat. As for fine rice and wheat, those were reserved for the affluent. The common folk primarily subsisted on root vegetables and tubers. Sumu took the bowl of porridge and, after just 2 mouthfuls, found it as difficult to swallow as wax. Fearing the maid might misinterpret his reaction, he gulped it down in one go, pretending to wipe his mouth in delight. The maid promptly brought another bowl of hot water, placing it on the table before stepping back with a bright demeanor. There is no need for such formality. By the way, I still do not know your name. I am Jiang Caiwei. Caiwei, the fern also stops. The maid looked up, her eyes slightly astonished. Su Lang understands poetry? A little, Su Mu replied, standing up, the words he intended to say suddenly eluding him. His original intention had been to provide Jiang Caiwei with some travel funds, after which they would part ways, severing any ties. Yet, seeing Jiang Caiwei's current state, he feared that uttering such words would break her heart. Moreover, the meager amount of silver he possessed was hardly sufficient for Jiang Caiwei to establish a new life. There is no need to rise early tomorrow to gather firewood. I have placed some silver beneath the bedding to purchase a quilt and acquire some household items. Su Lang, the silver I can earn is substantial. Upon hearing this, Jiang Caiwei became anxious, her voice trembling with emotion, tinged with a hint of tears. She feared that once the silver was taken, it might soon be sold off. Su Mu, feeling somewhat helpless, rubbed his forehead and clarified that he merely intended for her to assist him in the purchase, as returning home without a quilt would render his sleep uncomfortable. I understand, Jiang Caiwei replied, her voice gradually relaxing. Then you should rest early. She stood to the side, reluctant to plead with him, fearing it might upset Su Mu again. After stepping out of the dilapidated courtyard, Su Mu walked nearly 100 paces before suddenly recalling something, and hurriedly turned back to look. Indeed, through the wooden window, he saw Jiang Caiwei pitifully lifting a clay pot, pouring the last remnants of yam porridge into a coarse bowl, and eating heartily. Brother Mu, your little maidservant earns 20 coins a day, which amounts to 600 coins a month. Su Mu shot a glare at Si Hu, who quickly covered his mouth in astonishment. His brother Mu had previously been one who was easily tempted by money. Goodness, it seemed his mind had truly been muddled. Si Hu, go gather some hay. Tonight we shall sleep over there, Su Mu sighed, pointing towards an old cow shed not far from home. In the span of 3 days since his arrival, he had spent 3 nights in that cow shed. Chapter 4. Brewing private wine in the early morning, the streets of Wangzhou city were sparsely populated. Brother Mu, what shall we do? Sango and the others have gone outside the city to capture girls. What nonsense. Su Mu glanced around and led Si Hu forward. Even with the prospect of quick silver, he had no desire to engage in morally questionable activities. Brother Mu, you seem to have changed. Su Mu remained silent, lifting his head in surprise as a horse-drawn cart, hurrying along the street, passed by, leaving a trail of fragrant wine in its wake. Brother Mu, why are you lost in thought again? Si Hu, follow me. What are we doing? We are making wine. Su Mu exclaimed excitedly, recalling that in ancient times, wine was primarily made through fermentation, yielding a low alcohol content akin to modern beer with a slightly sour taste. However, if distilled, the outcome was entirely different. High in alcohol content, the spirit would pass smoothly down the throat, bringing relief even to the pores. Moreover, the materials for distillation were not difficult to procure. Common grains would suffice, and a clay pot could easily serve as a substitute for the distillation apparatus. With Si Hu in tow, Su Mu eagerly made his way to the marketplace, spending half a tael of silver to purchase 20 pounds of old corn. He then haggled at the pottery shop, eventually securing 3 large clay pots for 2 coins. Once everything was prepared, Su Mu hurried back to the dilapidated courtyard, ready to embark on his venture into private winemaking. Your little maidservant has gone out again, Si Hu remarked as they returned. Clutching the clay pots, Su Mu paused, looking up to see that, unbeknownst to him, several stacks of neatly chopped firewood had accumulated in the yard. The old cow shed nearby had also been tidied up, with straw laid on the roof and an old wooden bed placed inside, neatly made with a new quilt. Su Mu felt a subtle warmth in his heart. Despite its dilapidation, this broken courtyard had, at last, begun to feel like home. Si Hu, Please bring over the wooden barrels and clean them thoroughly. And those old corn cobs. After rubbing off the corn, make sure to wash them as well. Mugur, I do not partake in corn. Would you care for some fine wine instead? The February spring from Fuguelu? Pa, that hardly qualifies as good wine. Listen to me, in a few days. I shall treat you to the finest wine in the world. Su Mu, brimming with confidence, believed that once distilled, the liquor would undoubtedly be a remarkable marvel in this era. Rubbing his forehead, Su Mu suddenly had an idea. He cleared out half of the space in the cattle shed and moved all the pottery jars and wooden barrels inside. In this time, there was no concept of intellectual property. It was all about who had the stronger fist. Su Mu did not wish for his grand ambitions to be thwarted by some ruffians engaging in piracy. After washing the rubbed corn, he placed it into the wooden barrel and, drawing upon memories from his past life, mixed it with well water in the correct proportions. He then found an old winter coat and tightly covered it, waiting for the fermentation to occur. In truth, if he wished, he could simply distill from the yellow wine in the tavern, but that would inevitably lower the purity and fail to achieve the intense flavor of distillation. Thus, he decided to follow the entire method meticulously. Should any issues arise, it would serve as a valuable lesson. Sihu, find something to weigh it down. Sihu dashed around the courtyard and returned with a few stones, even bringing a rusty old machete. Where did you get that knife? Su Mu's expression changed in alarm. By law, ordinary citizens found in possession of iron weapons face serious penalties. The illicit brewing was just beginning, and he did not wish for any mishaps. Hey, Mugur, you forget, the constables have seen it. This old machete is so rusty and dull, they wouldn't even bother to register it. Su Mu sighed in relief, suddenly realizing something. In the memories of the original owner, aside from the courtesans in the establishment, all that remained were trivial and nonsensical recollections. Mugur, when can we drink the wine? Sihu, wiping his hands, squatted on the ground, staring blankly at the wooden barrel covered by the winter coat. No rush. It will be ready in a few days. Su Mu had already made up his mind when the first batch of distilled liquor was ready. Aside from letting Sihu have a taste, the rest would be used to establish his reputation. In modern terms, this could be called experiential marketing. Sihu, stop staring and take a break. After a long day of labor, Su Mu felt quite fatigued. Upon seeing the new quilt that Jiang Caiwei had just bought, he unwittingly grew sleepier. As he lay down on the wooden bed, he drifted into a deep slumber. When he awoke, the sky was already dark. Rubbing his eyes, Su Mu noticed, from a distance, the small dilapidated house in the courtyard, where by the dim light of a tung oil lamp, the figure of his little maid was busy, her movements swaying with the light. As Su Mu rose, he discovered that a wooden door had been erected by the side of the cattle shed at some point during his slumber. Without a doubt, it was Jiang Caiwei's handiwork. Hesitating, he got out of bed. He intended to disturb her, but his movements were somewhat clumsy. Jiang Caiwei joyfully dashed out, and before she could speak, she extended her hand, clutching a copper coin, towards Su Mu. Su Lang, today I earned 21 by helping with the laundry. Her hand was clearly swollen from soaking, and heaven knows how many buckets of clothes she had washed in a single day. Su Mu hesitated for a moment before accepting the copper coin for the second time. His demeanor resembled that of a petty enforcer collecting debts. However, Jiang Caiwei appeared immensely delighted as she hurried into the house, emerging shortly after with a coarse bowl, filled once again with taro porridge, albeit this time enriched with wild vegetables. Have you eaten? She inquired. I've had 2 large bowls, she boasted. Su Mu, skeptical of her claims, waved his hand dismissively. I've dined at the tavern. You should keep it for yourself. To further convince her, he intentionally let out a loud belch. You should eat. I'm already full. Holding the rough bowl, Jiang Caiwei lingered for a moment, ultimately believing Su Mu's words and cheerfully turning back into the house. Before long, within the glow of the tung oil lamp, a slender figure bowed over the meal. Though her movements appeared somewhat stiff, her enjoyment was palpable. Su Mu turned his head, revealing a smile. Chapter 5. The debt collecting made 4 days passed. The wooden barrel in the cow shed began to emit a faint aroma of wine. Brother Mu, I just want a sip. Let us wait a little longer. If time permitted, Su Mu would have preferred to wait several more days for complete fermentation. Only then, after distillation, would the corn wine reach its most refreshing state. However, given the current circumstances, it was evidently unwise to squander too much time. Sihu, set up the earthen stove. The next step after fermentation was distillation, which was the true centerpiece of the endeavor. Although Si Hu appeared bewildered, he did not hesitate and promptly followed Su Mu's instructions, quickly assembling an earthen stove and hauling a considerable amount of firewood. Taking a deep breath, Su Mu contemplated the distillation method in his mind, swiftly arranging the barrel and ceramic jars, embedding the pre-cut reeds into the small holes. Si Hu, ignite the fire. The flames in the earthen stove soon blazed to life. Before long, the entire courtyard was enveloped in the rich aroma of brewing wine, enticing Si Hu to lick his lips repeatedly. Brother Mu, where is this delightful fragrance coming from? It's so fragrant. Not only fragrant, but also refreshing. Unfortunately, in this era, due to the scarcity of grain, few resources were allocated for winemaking, and most wines were produced from mixed grains, resulting in a low yield. 20 pounds of corn, after fermentation and distillation, yielded merely 2 or 3 pounds of good wine. Brother Mu, let me have a taste. Su Mu smiled, scooping a spoonful of wine and offering it to Si Hu, who eagerly gulped it down in one breath, his face turning a vibrant red as he felt an overwhelming sense of comfort and joy. Brother Mu, this wine is incredibly potent. Su Mu lowered his head and took a slight taste himself. Compared to the distilled spirits of later times, it was somewhat inferior, yet for this era, it marked a significant breakthrough. Si Hu, go fetch a few jars to store the wine. Su Mu exhaled deeply, regardless of the outcome. The first step toward private brewing had finally succeeded. Su Lang, dinner's ready. At that moment, Jiang Caiwei suddenly appeared, calling out cheerfully. Su Mu was taken aback, realizing that, unbeknownst to him, the sky had gradually darkened. He had initially intended to take the private wine to the market, but it seemed he would have to wait until tomorrow. The night breeze suddenly turned chilly, prompting Su Mu to drape his robe around himself as he prepared to enter the house. Unexpectedly, he halted in his tracks. Turning back, he gazed towards the dilapidated gate of the courtyard. Unbeknownst to him, 5 or 6 figures had gathered there. At the forefront stood a stately old woman adorned in luxurious attire, casually cracking sunflower seeds while displaying a faint smile. Behind her loomed 5 muscular men, unmistakably serving as her guards. It had come to my attention that recently, young Master Mu's demeanor had shifted. He had grown disinclined even to abduct young women. According to the memories of the original owner, this woman was none other than the most infamous procurer in Wangzhou City, known as the Killing Old Woman. Previously, she had collaborated with a ruffian to have thugs capture fleeing maidens outside the city, only to sell them into brothels or to wealthy households as concubines. Jiang Caiwei, who had ventured out, turned pale upon seeing the arrival of the Killing Old Woman, trembling and retreating behind the door. The old woman's presence was formidable. Su Mu forced a smile, for it was common knowledge in Wangzhou that he was a cowardly man, merely content with a daily meal to sustain his existence. Yet, young Master Mu still failed to comprehend my intent. The Killing Old Woman clapped her hands and adjusted her vibrant silk skirt before settling onto a nearby wooden chair. I found it curious that after several days, young Master Mu had yet to sell his wife. Su Mu furrowed his brow in confusion. Why would he sell his spouse? Are you truly naive or merely pretending? Look around you. In all of Wangzhou City, which ruffian does not sell his wife? You can dismiss her and then sell the maidservant. Once your debts are cleared, in a few days, business will naturally flourish again. Moreover, your maidservant currently owes 15 taels of silver. If you do not sell her, will you bear the burden of that debt? Su Mu stood in stunned silence, turning away to find Jiang Caiwei with her head bowed, her frail body trembling increasingly in the cold wind. Do not look, I would not deceive you. Before her father passed away, he was afflicted with consumption, and the expenses for procuring medicine alone amounted to 3 or 4 taels. The Killing Old Woman withdrew her hands into her sleeves and spoke with a sardonic smile. Su Mu remained silent, discerning that Jiang Caiwei's debts were likely only a few taels, and in this year of famine, accumulating interest was a common plight. Behind the door, Jiang Caiwei's eyes were already red with tears, overwhelmed and at a loss. Su Lang, do not speak, return inside. The plight of hundreds of thousands of refugees could indeed pave a new path for the disreputable businesses in Wangzhou City. Young Master Mu, we are somewhat acquainted. Write up a divorce document and step aside. I shall take this wretched maid away. It is none of your concern. Su Mu remained unwilling to yield, and seeing the situation escalate, Si Hu quickly approached Su Mu's side. I understand now, I truly do. Is it possible that our young Master Mu has developed a sense of compassion? Is he reluctant to part with her? The 5 burly men behind the killing old woman laughed uproariously, their boisterous laughter echoing into the house like a searing needle, piercing the ears of those within. Seated by the bed, Jiang Caiwei trembled, her face a portrait of despair. She lifted her gaze through the wooden window, peering at the figures standing defiantly before the house. Her heart heavy with guilt, she reached into her bosom and counted the 19 copper coins she had yet to part with, placing them carefully upon the table. After gathering her 2 tattered skirts, she rose, pinching her arm to steady her trembling steps. Having received an education, she understood the indifferent nature of the universe. Akin to a merciless predator, fate was a venomous serpent, ever lurking close. With a sorrowful smile, she clutched her bundle and stepped out into the cool evening breeze, which penetrated her skin to the marrow. I have repaid the debts for my family. My brother Mu will take care of it. In 3 days, the old hag can come to collect. Jiang Caiwei paused, then squatted by the doorpost, cradling her face like a child, and began to weep softly. Chapter 6. Su Lang. Sleep in the house tonight. Mu had changed. The old hag seemed to sigh, perhaps out of frustration. Had the servants knocked some sense out of their heads during the last round? Alas, they could not even afford wine anymore. They must brew it themselves. 15 taels of silver. I will come for it in 3 days. If you cannot provide it, you shall follow that wretched maid to your demise. The old hag rose and slowly made her way out of the dilapidated courtyard. The 5 burly men, seemingly unsatisfied, struck the courtyard gate with their clubs on their way out, leaving it battered. Sihu cursed under his breath and attempted to charge forward with his club. But Su Mu restrained him. With their current strength, they could not possibly contend against the dark web of interests in Wangzhou City. Su Lang, I am so sorry. Jiang Caiwei emerged from the house, her eyes red and her voice thick with sobs. You should thank Brother Mu. Had it been any other brute, they would have sold the stakes long ago. Sihu exclaimed, fuming, before moving to tidy up. Su Lang, sleep in the house tonight. Her voice grew softer until it was barely a whisper. Su Mu was well aware of Jiang Caiwei's intentions to offer herself to him, assuming that if he entered the house, it would lead to a night of passion. However, he did not desire that. Their relationship was not one of love, but rather a binding obligation. Previously, they were shackled by hardship, and now by the weight of 15 taels. Su Mu felt as if their ties were tightening. I can sleep in the cattle shed. Do not venture out to gather firewood these next few days. Su Lang, I will earn silver. Listen to me. Su Mu sighed, remaining inside the house. Please build a few more earthen stoves for me, and it would be best to erect some wooden barriers to shield the courtyard walls. The business of illicit brewing is just beginning. I do not wish for too many to know. I understand, Jiang Caiwei replied, still somewhat anxious, for 15 taels was a sum that seemed insurmountable for them. Go to sleep. I accepted your copper coins earlier, which signifies my promise not to sell you. Jiang Caiwei turned away, allowing her tears to flow freely down her cheeks. Early the next morning, Su Mu instructed Sihu to stack several wine jars and, after locating an old wooden cart, began to push it toward the market, chattering excitedly. In Wangzhou City, there were numerous old wineries that monopolized the trade, with common folk brewing private wines solely for their consumption. Few, like Su Mu, had the audacity to venture into the market with just a few jars to sell. 1 jar contains 3 taels. The price of 3 taels is merely the starting point for Su Mu's venture. Once his reputation spreads, the price will inevitably rise. It is indeed a rarity for a mere stickman to brew wine and offer it in a jar of 3 taels, especially when even the century-old establishment, February Spring, dares to sell its wares for only 2 coins. Is it a forced sale? By the time the sun reaches its zenith, a considerable crowd has gathered around the wooden cart, many of whom have recognized Su Mu's identity as a stickman, igniting their curiosity. Su Mu chuckled softly, arranging a row of small wine cups on the cart's board, pouring a measure into each. Instantly, the rich aroma of the wine enveloped the spectators. This fragrance is quite delightful. Ladies and gentlemen, this cup is on the house, Su Mu said, bowing slightly and raising his gaze towards the opulent tavern across the way. If one wishes to make a name for private wine, the prime target is undoubtedly the grandest tavern in Wangzhou City. I shall drink. Come, let us share a cup. As Su Mu had anticipated, the distilled private wine, in both flavor and the warming sensation it imparts, far surpasses that of ordinary fermented beverages. Before long, the crowd in front of the wooden cart had flushed with excitement, buzzing with liveliness. Hey, pour me 2 taels. I'll take half a jean. Consuming this wine felt akin to ascending to celestial heights. Such exquisite wine is beyond valuation. In a mere moment, 3 of the 4 jars of private wine had been sold, holding 6 or 7 taels of silver, the ecstatic C who nearly embraced Su Mu in his exuberance. There's still 1 jar left. Hey, stickman, there's still 1 jar. Latecomers, unwilling to relent, pointed eagerly at the final jar of private wine atop the cart. That jar has already been claimed. If you wish to partake, feel free to return in a few days, Su Mu replied calmly. See who, eyes wide with anticipation, brandished his staff threateningly, managing to push back the disgruntled individuals. Once the crowd had dispersed, Su Mu remained steadfast, showing no intention of closing up shop. Across from him, a stout middle-aged man, the proprietor of the tavern, had been silently observing for quite some time. He finally beckoned to a young servant. My master requests that you bring the wine over. The servant spoke with an air of superiority. Su Mu exhaled softly, not taking offense, and after giving Si Hu some instructions, followed the servant into the opulent tavern, clutching the last jar of private wine. As the ancients say, the fragrance of wine is not deterred by deep alleys. After watching for so long, the tavern could no longer resist its curiosity. Is this wine brewed by you? The tavern owner, Zhou Fu, squinted as he took a sip, his expression shifting to one of delight, quickly masked. It's a bit astringent, yet still pales in comparison to February spring. Indeed, Master Zhou is quite the connoisseur, Su Mu replied with a faint smile, turning to leave with the wine jar. This prompted Zhou Fu to hurry after him, having not anticipated that this humble stickman was a formidable opponent. In Wangzhou City, which tavern wouldn't be eager to curry favor, considering the daily demand for at least 100 jars of wine from the Grand Tavern? Wait, please wait a moment. Zhou Fu chuckled nervously. How about this? I'll pay 1 tael of silver per jar. I'll take as many as you have. 3 taels, not a penny less. Su Mu replied with a smile and a shake of his head. The prices are rather exorbitant. It is evident that few can afford them in the city of Wangzhou. The impoverished cannot partake, yet the wealthy merchants and officials would relish the opportunity to indulge daily in the finest wines. If you, Master Zhou, decline, I shall seek another tavern to avoid wasting time. Wait a moment. Zhou Fu clenched his teeth, perplexed by the audacity of this mere wine seller. However, the quality of the wine is undeniably exceptional. Should another establishment seize the opportunity and capture the business, the repercussions would be dire. I shall require 50 jars. Not a problem. You may collect them in 10 days. Zhou Fu was taken aback. 10 days? That seems excessively slow. The old wine shop of Yuchun delivers a batch within 3 days. The meticulous process required for fine wine cannot be compared to that of the ordinary wine shops. Indeed, you have a point. Master Zhou, might I trouble you for a deposit? Zhou Fu frowned, displeased. How much do you require? 30 taels of silver. 30 taels. You are but a wine seller. Should you abscond with the silver, where would I seek you out? If Master Zhou is unwilling, there shall certainly be another tavern eager to oblige. Su Mu, indifferent to further discourse, clutched the wine jars and prepared to exit. Give me the 30 taels. If you dare deceive me, I possess plenty of men to deal with you. Zhou Fu's tone turned icy as he tossed a pouch of silver onto the table. Chapter 7. Paying the landlord. Stepping out of the prosperous tavern, Su Mu exhaled a long sigh of relief. Zhou Fu's 30 taels as a deposit, combined with the 6 or 7 taels earned from selling the wine, amounted to a substantial sum. The cost of producing distilled spirits was scarcely 2 taels. An astonishing fortune indeed, even after setting aside 15 taels to settle debts with Jiang Caiwei. The remainder would be more than sufficient to brew a second batch of illicit spirits. Brother Mu, just now, Ma Guizi sent someone to summon us to the alley. Si Hu's face was dark, his voice laced with anger. Su Mu had anticipated this outcome. Driven by self-interest, once word spread about his illicit brewing endeavors, Ma Guizi would undoubtedly seek to profit from it. Brother Mu, if they dare to seize the silver, I shall confront them. The Guizi Hall is, after all, a loose organization, and the initial intent for the stickmen to join was merely to have a backing. However, it seems the roles have reversed. Ma Guizi views them solely as tools for wealth extraction. To be frank, Su Mu had long wished to extricate himself from this entanglement. Let us not concern ourselves with him for now. Su Mu furrowed his brow. A visit to the alley would likely result in losing at least half of his silver. Si Hu, go to the street and hire a few sturdy coachmen. Tell them it is for a trip with the cart, and offer them a qian of silver. A qian of silver is equivalent to 101, at least 3 to 4 times the usual fare for coachmen. Soon, 5 robust coachmen arrived in a hurry. pulling their carts. Upon realizing their employer was merely a stickman, their expressions reflected mild discontent. Let us first exchange greetings. With a smile, Sumu grasped a handful of copper coins, distributing at least several dozen one to each. In an instant, the previously disgruntled coachman appeared much more enthusiastic. Such is the way of the world. The greatest asset of the impoverished is ensuring they can earn enough silver to stave off hunger for their families, while the enjoyment of luxuries is a concern reserved for the affluent. I have a suggestion. Sumu clapped his hands, expressing his hope that everyone would become his hired hands. How much per month? After a moment of silence, the leading coachman spoke up. The other 4 coachmen also displayed anxious expressions. If they were to receive just 1 or 2 coins, it would be better to take work privately. Sumu calmly extended 2 fingers. 2 coins. The master is indeed generous. The 5 coachmen sighed, realizing that 2 coins were merely the usual fare. What I mean is, 2 taels of silver, Sumu responded coolly. What? Not only the coachman, but even C, who was astonished, wishing he could immediately cover Sumu's mouth. Brother Mu, how can this be? Sumu maintained his composure, explaining that beyond the 2 taels of silver, for each trip with the cart, an additional coin would be added, making it 1 tael more for 10 trips. Master, are you truly speaking the truth? The 5 coachmen, all young and spirited, could hardly contain their excitement upon hearing Sumu's offer. It is indeed true. Sumu's tone shifted slightly. You should be aware that I am engaged in the private liquor business, which may attract some unwelcome attention. What I propose is that we all earn silver together. And should we encounter any obstruction, I ask for your assistance, if you would. The 5 coachmen fell into silence once more. While this was not a perilous endeavor, it certainly carried its risks. To kill and burn for gold, to repair roads without leaving corpses. We live in such a world, and our existence is but for the longevity of our elders and the sustenance of our families. I, Sumu, ask you again, do you dare to join me? The 5 coachmen, gritting their teeth, ultimately resolved, spoke in unison. Very well, we shall take you as our master. If you are concerned, I will draft a notarized document tomorrow and send it to the authorities. But remember, once you have acknowledged me as your master, you must prioritize my commands in all matters. We will heed your words. The 5 coachmen dismounted, clasping their fists in salute. Now disperse, and come back early tomorrow. On the way home, even C, who was usually simple-minded, could not help but grumble. Brother Mu, hiring a coachman should cost at most 1.5 taels a month. Anything more is excessive. You do not understand. I am not hiring merely a person. I am hiring the hearts of men. What do you mean, Brother Mo? I feel as if you have truly become a different person. Throughout their journey, Sihu continued to chatter, nearly succumbing to the urge to pull down Su Mu's trousers to inspect the scars on his backside. Su Mu, infuriated, kicked his legs for 3 or 4 streets. Upon returning to the dilapidated courtyard, both Su Mu and Sihu, who was rubbing his behind, were taken aback, halting their actions. Before them, the entire courtyard seemed to have undergone a transformation. First, the walls were repaired with mud plaster, and in accordance with Su Mu's request, a row of wooden fences had been erected. The wooden door, previously damaged by the old hag, had been replaced with a sturdier one. Within the courtyard, not far from the cattle shed, several earthen stoves had been constructed, and firewood had been neatly stacked anew. At that moment, Jiang Caiwei, covered in mud, paused her work upon seeing Su Mu's return, standing upright with a bright voice. If Su Lang is dissatisfied, I shall repair it once more. Why bother fixing it? It is already quite good. Su Mu suddenly felt as though he resembled a heartless husband. It's good enough. No further repairs are necessary. This remark from Su Mu brought an immense joy to Jiang Caiwei's face. She hurriedly washed her hands and dashed into the house, returning with 2 coarse bowls. The dish was still the same taro porridge, but this time it was garnished with a sprinkling of shredded meat. Sihu's eyes lit up with delight as he eagerly accepted the bowl and began to slurp it down. Today, while gathering firewood, I happened upon a river fish. Su Lang, you must join me in eating. Have you had your fill? There is still some left in the jar. After a moment of hesitation, Su Mu nodded and took the coarse bowl. Jiang Caiwei smiled shyly, quickly turning her face away in embarrassment as she rushed to the jar, pouring the remaining taro porridge into his bowl before squatting down to eat. Su Mu observed her with an inexplicable pang in his heart. Rising from his seat, he approached Jiang Caiwei and gently pulled her back to the table. Su Lang, I cannot sit at the table. The neighbors would mock me, she said, clutching the bowl and speaking in a bright tone. In our family, we do not eat at separate tables. That is the rule here. Besides, I just had some wine outside and do not wish to eat meat now. Without further discussion, Su Mu switched their bowls. Holding her bowl, Jiang Caiwei hesitated before lowering her head, taking deep breaths to suppress her tears. Do not go out to gather firewood tomorrow. Just stay here and keep an eye on the fire. With that, Su Mu finished his meal in one gulp. If there is anything else the house needs, do let me know. Su Lang, I lack for nothing. I am already very happy, she replied, bowing her head, ultimately letting her tears flow. Chapter 8. An old horse passes through the world. Following Su Mu's request, 5 carriage drivers arrived punctually early the next morning. Su Mu stepped out of the house, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. He had worried that someone might find the venture too perilous and choose not to come, but fortunately, they were indeed brave men. Sihu, distribute the jackets. Sihu pouted, handing out the 5 new jackets to the drivers. I can read a little, master. This says Su family workshop. Su Mu smiled. When I have the time, I will go to the magistrate for notarization. From today onward, you all are part of my Su family workshop. Master, that sounds splendid. These jackets are made of fine material. Of course, the fabric for these jackets cost at least 1 or 2 taels of silver. Having traversed through time, Su Mu understood the significance of teamwork. When the team is united, tasks can be accomplished with greater efficiency. Master, what shall we do next? Asked the leading bald man, who Su Mu recalled was named Chun Sheng and appeared to be the leader among the drivers. Chun Sheng, ensure the brothers pack enough food for 2 days and carry their staffs. We will leave the city in half an hour. Leave the city? Chun Sheng's expression turned grave, for outside Wangzhou city, there were hundreds of thousands of refugees, and the land was littered with the starving. Master, why must we leave the city? To collect grain and brew wine. Su Mu had inquired about other prominent liquor shops, discovering that they were all required to venture beyond the city to gather grain. After all, the entire Wangzhou city was surrounded by refugees, leaving scarce surplus grain to be collected. To procure supplies, one had no choice but to leave the city. Beyond the outskirts of Wangzhou, in the more distant locales, several towns possessed some reserves of grain. The 50 jars of private wine from the Fugua Tavern would necessitate approximately 300 jin of grain, and Su Mu's ambitions extended far beyond just this single establishment. This was precisely why he had invested a considerable sum to hire a cart driver. We have heard from the master. Su Mu nodded, preparing to exit the courtyard, when a sudden thought struck him. He turned back to glance behind. The small maid, Jiang Caiwei, stood in the center of the yard, her expression etched with concern. When night falls and you are alone at home, remember to secure the house. If any thieves enter, flee to the back alley and head towards the magistrate's office. After a moment's hesitation, Su Mu spoke. I will remember. Su Lang, wait. Jiang Caiwei's demeanor shifted to urgency as she hurried back into the house, returning with a small porcelain vial, rushing to Su Mu's side. This is the hemostatic ointment we purchased earlier. Be cautious, my lord. Do not worry. I shall remember what you said. Su Mu turned in silence, taking a seat in Chun Sheng's cart. As they distanced themselves from the courtyard, he finally dared to raise his gaze, observing the small maid. To his surprise, Jiang Caiwei had kept her head raised, her eyes following the cart's departure. Their gazes met briefly, prompting Su Mu to quickly avert his face, sitting up straight. My lord, if you are concerned about your sister-in-law, I can have my husband accompany her at night. Chun Sheng, the driver, suddenly interjected. Let us discuss it later. Su Mu sighed heavily, realizing that the bond tying him to Jiang Caiwei seemed to tighten with each passing moment. My lord, please steady yourself. The 5 carts surged forward with remarkable speed, swiftly exiting the southern gate of Wangzhou. My lord, there are corpses. After traversing 4 or 5 li beyond the city gate, the sight before them grew increasingly alarming. Su Mu had initially believed that the refugees from the north would not be numerous enough to reach the southern gate, considering the arduous distance of half the city. However, he was mistaken. At some point, a growing throng of refugees had densely gathered outside the southern gate. Along the way, the trees bordering the official road had been stripped of their bark and foliage. Occasionally, the bodies of those who succumbed to starvation were hastily buried in muddy pits, some of which, when exposed by rain, revealed swollen, decaying flesh. On the corpses, a few cleaner limbs bore faint tooth marks. The 5 carts gradually came to a halt as dusk approached. My lord, do not bury them. It is a futile endeavor. One cannot bury them all by nightfall. Su Mu paused, standing before a freshly turned mound, his expression steeped in silence. Before crossing over, he had believed the tales of drought in Jiangnan and cannibalism among the people of Suzhou to be mere literary exaggerations. Now, witnessing this horror firsthand, he understood the grim reality. Had he traversed into the era of a formidable emperor, perhaps he could have revitalized the court. Yet he was merely a common laborer, a wretched peasant lost in the mire of his existence, utterly powerless to effect change. Light the lanterns, let us depart. Su Mu's voice was chillingly cold. Relay the master's message. Hang the lantern, tighten the reins. Chen Sheng turned his head and called out to the rear. The lantern dangled from the horse's neck, casting pools of light amidst the dimness of the night. The Lord of Heaven sits before the hall. Summon me at the third watch to carry the immortals. The entire city is shrouded in a smoky hue. An old horse traverses the mortal realm. Roars echoed as 5 coachmen, heedlessly shouting, shattered the encroaching silence of the night. Hastening towards their destination, Su Mu shifted his gaze, a profound discomfort gnawing at his heart, increasingly heavy, suffocating him. Master, we have arrived. Pulling on the reins, Chen Sheng spoke softly, noting Su Mu's pallor. Dismount. Dispelling the tumultuous emotions in his mind, Su Mu regained his composure and leaped down from the carriage first. Before them lay Zhougong town, nearly 50 miles from Wangzhou city. By night, the scattered lights resembled stars, irregularly strewn across the landscape. After presenting their identification and offering a few pieces of silver, the guards at the city gate, with jovial laughter, allowed Su Mu and his companions to enter the town. Master, I have been here before. Not far from the city gate, there is a small inn, Chen Sheng remarked, taking a few steps closer. Leave the carriage at the post, and remember to take the sentry sticks. Su Mu felt an unease swell within him, especially after witnessing the plight of the countless refugees outside the city. Yet, he had no choice. Brewing illicit liquor to earn silver was an essential step in procuring grain. Chen Sheng, instruct the others to take turns keeping watch while we sleep, every 2 hours. In these predatory times, there were but 2 choices, to be the hunting beast or the timid rabbit hiding in a tree hollow. Su Mu refused to be a rabbit. Thus, he resolved to exert every effort to become a creature that others would think twice before confronting. Chapter 9. Wealth and Risk. The night passed uneventfully. Su Mu felt a twinge of fear, grateful for having arranged for night watchmen. He had heard of 2 traveling merchants who, while soundly asleep, were stealthily slain. Their money and goods stripped away. Even when the local constables visited the inn, they merely glanced around, unable to uncover the truth. In an age where life was as cheap as dirt, merely surviving a few more years was considered a stroke of fortune. Master, I have gathered all the information. The largest grain shop in Zhougong town is Li's grain shop, located less than half a mile from the inn. Chen Sheng returned from outside, his voice tinged with somberness. However, the February spring wine shop in Wangzhou has long been a significant customer of Li's grain shop. The competition among traders is fierce. If we are to brew illicit liquor, the February spring wine shop is an unavoidable rival. Let us first take a look. Chen Sheng nodded and, along with Su Mu and a few others, pushed through the throng of people towards Li's grain shop at the town's entrance. Even from a distance, Su Mu could see at least 20 to 30 laborers, each brandishing clubs, moving back and forth around the grain shop, shrouded in grass cloth. Merchants hoarding grain often herald the ominous signs of a chaotic era. Master, I will inquire within. Upon Chen Sheng's return, he emerged with a portly grain merchant in tow. Unexpectedly, the rice merchant merely cast a fleeting glance at Su Mu before losing all interest. The price for rice and wheat was set at 10 taels per cart, while miscellaneous grain soared to 3 taels per cart, nearly doubling the usual rate. As for rice and wheat, the prices were exorbitantly inflated, of course, in these times. Few would consider using rice and wheat for brewing. Su Mu furrowed his brow, noting the steep prices. The merchant chuckled coldly, remarking that if Su found the prices too steep, he was welcome to venture to the countryside for his supplies, but warned that should Su return, the price would have doubled. Purchase at your own discretion. I do not intend to buy merely once. I seek a long-term partnership. A long-term partnership? Within 100 miles of Wangzhou city, my Li grain shop has plenty of patrons. I do not lack for your business. Su Mu deduced that the local grain supplies had been nearly exhausted by these merchants, compounded by the refugee siege, rendering food even scarcer. Even if he sought another grain shop, he suspected the prices would not be any lower. Hey, if you want tea buy, then be gone. A destitute fellow pretending to be a grand manager, the merchant sneered, turning away. Sihu, incensed, reached for his baton, but Sumu firmly restrained him. It was no wonder Sihu was furious. Not only were the prices exorbitant, but the merchant's demeanor was utterly insufferable. Brother Mu, what shall we do? Sumu's expression darkened. 3 taels per cart meant negotiations were futile. Even if he purchased just 5 carts, that would amount to 15 taels, plus an additional 15 taels to help his maidservant settle her debts. Chensheng, are there any nearby villages? Chensheng pondered carefully. Master, they are not far. But there are fears of bandits. Bandits, indeed, referred to highway robbers. In the wilds, the risks were far greater than in towns with patrolling officials. Moreover, there was no guarantee he would even secure the grains. Wait. At this moment, the rice merchant, who had initially entered the grain shop, turned back with a chilling smile. There is a grain shed 10 miles outside the town, which happens to have 5 carts of rice. And then, Sumu narrowed his eyes. 20 taels for 5 carts of rice and wheat. You won't find such a price anywhere else. Sumu had always believed that there were no free lunches in this world. A grain shed 10 miles out of town? He suspected it was a desperate sale due to circumstances. 10 taels. 15 taels. 10 taels, but you must establish a notarization if you do not proceed with the sale. I shall simply return tomorrow to procure the grains. The merchant grinned maliciously. Very well. I shall not quibble with a destitute man like you. Remember, once you have the notarization, regardless of what transpires, our fates will be unlinked. Sumu nodded coldly, agreed. With the notarization in hand, he was certain the merchant would not dare to deceive him, for even if he managed to evade punishment at the magistrate's office, the monetary loss would be considerable. The most likely scenario was that those 5 carts of rice and wheat would be exceedingly difficult to transport back to Wangzhou. Yet Sumu felt he had no alternative. Even purchasing miscellaneous grains for brewing at such prices was staggering. Moreover, leaving the grain shop did not guarantee better deals. Bring a worker to assist him in collecting the grains. After receiving the silver and establishing the notarization, the merchant turned and made his way back to the grain shop. As the prosperous grain merchant passed through the bloated granary, a satisfied smile graced his face. He continued forward for 100 steps before turning to enter a room of exquisite opulence. Inside, 7 or 8 alluring courtesans flitted about like swallows, incessantly serving wine. Did you purchase? Inquired a frail man seated nearby with a faint smile. Indeed, tonight shall witness death. The merchant retorted with a sinister grin as he settled into his seat, extending his portly arm to embrace a courtesan approaching him. I have already notified the refugees. We shall seize the grain tonight. A fallen noble, he seeks to grasp at wealth, yet can only have his hand severed. He ought not to dabble in illicit liquor. The slender man exhaled with relief, a mere ruffian seeking to earn a few coins. Yet, he foolishly attempts to tread the path of commerce. Zhou, the proprietor of the Fortune Wine House, is also a fool, reputed to have made a deposit in advance. Pay no heed to that wretched fallen noble. Brother Lu's February spring appears poised for another grand sale. Haha, well said. As darkness descended, 10 miles outside of Zhougong town, the attendant finally located the concealed grain shed. Sumu harbored doubts about the guide, suspecting he was deliberately stalling, having pointed the wrong way several times. Sihu, give him a beating, Sumu commanded coldly. Sihu seized the grain merchant's attendant and delivered several hard blows, forcing the lad to flee, mounting his horse and weeping as he hastened back to Zhougong town. Master, something feels amiss. Chen Sheng approached with a furrowed brow. Is there an issue with the grain? Not at all. I have inspected it, and it is indeed good grain. However, with the darkness, hastening back poses a significant risk. As night fell, even the patrolling soldiers would return to their camp. Master, perhaps we should find a place to rest and return to Wangzhou tomorrow. No, Sumu shook his head. Remaining outdoors at night is far more perilous. Then, Chen Sheng suggested, have the others light the horse lanterns and bind the clubs with stone skins as we make our way back to Wangzhou. Sumu was aware that danger lay ahead, yet there was no alternative. Should they fail to retrieve the grain in time, it would breach their agreement with the Fortune Wine House, leading to certain doom. Listen, brothers, Sumu gritted his teeth, grasping his club. You are all brave men. I shall speak plainly. For this trip back to Wangzhou, each of you shall receive an additional tael of silver. Wealth often lies in peril. With courage, we too may become prosperous gentlemen in a few years. The 5 drivers, upon hearing this, displayed expressions of hope and determination. Sihu, you lead the way. After rolling up his sleeves, Sihu mounted his horse and took the lead. Chapter 10. A narrow escape under the moonlight. A slender dirt path stretched ahead. 5 horse-drawn carts formed a long line, their wheels spinning rapidly, kicking up clouds of dust. Mugu, ahead is the official road. We are safe now. See who shouted from the lead cart. Unexpectedly, Sumu coldly replied. See who? Turn onto the small path. The small path towards Wangzhou, although difficult to traverse, indeed offered the safest route at that moment. The official road? The patrols had long ceased to guard it. Master, we've been cut off. As the 5 carriages were about to veer onto a narrow path, they were met with an unexpected sight. The fork in the road was obstructed by a heap of fallen trees, stacked precariously to a height of at least half a person. To make matters worse, flickering flames danced erratically ahead, accompanied by distant, frenzied shouts. Master, it's the refugees. Chun Sheng exclaimed, his voice trembling. They must have known we would return to the state. They blocked the road. Extinguish the lanterns, Su Mu commanded, gritting his teeth as he swiftly surveyed the surroundings, directing the group towards the right into the woods. Upon hearing Su Mu's words, the 5 carriages promptly snuffed out their lanterns, relying solely on the feeble moonlight as they cautiously navigated the path through the forest. Under ordinary circumstances, the refugees would not behave so maniacally. After all, hunger would render them weak and lethargic, unlikely to pursue any carriages. They would only chase for a short while, and upon realizing they could not catch up, they would relent. Yet now, the refugees behind them surged forward like a swarm of ants, driven mad by desperation. Illuminated by the moon's glow, closing in from all directions. God has forsaken us, and the officials do not care. What shall we poor souls do if we starve to death? We shall eat tree bark, horses, or even each other. Death lies on all sides. But we cannot perish as famished ghosts. A voice, filled with fervor, echoed from the rear, inciting a chorus of agreement. Master, these people have gone mad, Chun Sheng urged, fear evident in his tone as he urged the horses onward. Hurry. Those in the back, tear open the grain sacks and toss down 2 bags of rice and wheat. The driver of the rear carriage, upon hearing this, acted swiftly, ripping open 2 sacks of grain and tossing them overboard. In an instant, clouds of grain dust billowed into the air, momentarily halting the relentless tide of refugees, who then pounced upon the ground like ravenous beasts, shoving handfuls of dirt and grain into their mouths, swallowing greedily despite the filth. Some distance was finally gained, but Su Mu, though he took a moment to breathe, sensed that the danger was far from over. The scent of grain drew even more refugees, who trailed closely behind. A few of the more deranged ones, barefoot and swift as the wind, were nearly upon the carriages. Raise your sticks, the last driver shouted as he hastily seized his goad, thrusting it fiercely to the side. After several attempts, he managed to fend off the crazed refugees, who fell to their knees, howling in rage and tearing at their disheveled hair. Master, we've strayed from the route. Chun Sheng gritted his teeth in frustration. Never mind, let us first shake off the refugees. Su Mu wearily rubbed his forehead. If they were to be encircled by the refugees, the likelihood of death was alarmingly high. Su Mu was convinced that someone was orchestrating this chaos, aiming to ambush them along the way. Master, there are more voices approaching from behind. The lead driver cried out in terror. Su Mu, with a stern countenance, quickly formulated a plan. Chun Sheng, go fetch the lanterns. See who, dismount and gather some larger branches. As Chun Sheng and See who hurriedly complied, Su Mu leapt from the carriage, measuring the length of the carriage to tie the branches together with hemp rope, suspending them from the lanterns. He then raised his goad and thrust it fiercely into the belly of the old horse. The old horse neighed in astonishment, dragging along several branches adorned with lanterns as it galloped forward in a frenzy. Hurry, get in the carriage, Su Mu urged, not daring to delay. He and Chun Sheng swiftly leapt onto a horse-drawn cart, continuing their rapid journey in another direction. However, the cart laden with lanterns was not as fortunate. Su Mu observed from a distance that within the span of a mere incense stick's burn, all the lanterns extinguished, and faintly, the pitiful old horse emitted a sorrowful whinny. How tragic that this poor creature was to be devoured alive. Su Mu fell silent for a moment. Yet he acknowledged that trading a single horse for a safe return to Wangzhou was indeed a favorable outcome. The group took a detour through the back roads. Although they occasionally encountered a few desperate refugees, the remaining 4 carts sped along, and soon the silhouette of Wangzhou City was visible in the distance. The city gates are shut. The voice of the proprietor broke the stillness. Even in daylight, to prevent refugees from entering, Only half of the gate was opened, let alone at this late hour. No matter, Su Mu replied, his expression calm. If he had not been adequately prepared, in this ruthless world where people were devoured without a trace, he would have long been reduced to mere pulp. Sihu had already leapt down from the cart, tossing a small pouch of silver through the narrow gap in the gate, and soon, the half-door slowly creaked open. Next time, if you come late, you must pay more, grumbled a sleepy guard, clutching the coin purse. Su Mu offered a slight bow and, with the remaining 4 carts, swiftly entered Wangzhou city. Brother Mu, your little maid has come to fetch you, Sihu called out. Just after entering the city gate, Su Mu raised his head at the sound, and there stood the weary Jiang Caiwei, her frail form trembling beneath a wall. Upon seeing the returning convoy, she joyfully quickened her pace and ran towards him. Su Mu felt a pang in his chest. Hesitating for a moment, he too jumped down from the cart. Su Lang, I told you to stay at home. It's late, why are you out? Jiang Caiwei murmured, her voice barely audible, eyes cast down. There are many thugs on the streets, and the old drunkard is rampaging again. Clang. An old, rusty cleaver fell from Jiang Caiwei's grasp, producing a sharp sound. Su Mu and the others behind him were momentarily stunned. Blushing, Jiang Caiwei hurriedly picked up the dull, corroded blade and held it close to her chest. A deep sensation of poignancy washed over Su Mu. It was evident that despite her fears and frail physique, she still clutched that old cleaver, waiting for his return. Chapter 11. Brother Mu has grown wings. The 4 carts of provisions amounted to at least 400 pounds, consisting of high-quality rice and wheat, far superior to the corn previously used for brewing. Naturally, to win the favor of the 5 horsemen, Su Mu generously distributed 10 pounds to each, prompting cheers from Chunsheng and the others. Boss, after bringing the rice and wheat back last night, my wife nearly deified me. Chunsheng beamed the following day. My wife said that the boss is a good man, and that I should follow you closely from now on. What a coincidence, my wife said the same. Su Mu replied. Laughter filled the courtyard, a rare sound in these tumultuous times. Last night's audacious escapade was sufficient to demonstrate the valor of Chunsheng and his 4 companions, each deserving of the title of a true hero. Dinner is served, announced Jiang Caiwei, standing in the courtyard with a beaming smile, having dutifully prepared 2 large pots of rice at Su Mu's request. In these times, it is a rare privilege to partake in rice. The formidable men initially hesitated, but once seated at the table, they devoured their meal with fervor, nearly rivaling Sihu's appetite. Su Mu, however, bore no grievances. These 5 men constituted his first gathered allies, and he could not afford to be stingy. After their meal, he would require their assistance with certain tasks. It has been 2 days already. We must not delay the brewing any longer, Su Mu remarked with a smile. The master has spoken, he nodded, intending to elaborate on the brewing process when, at that moment, a cacophony of barking from the old dog outside heralded the arrival of several figures, slowly emerging in front of the courtyard. Muir, I heard you returned to the city last night. I was worried sick, called out the voice of the old woman. Su Mu furrowed his brow, and the 5 robust men, along with Sihu, set their coarse bowls down with a clatter. Jiang Caiwei, feeling somewhat flustered, bent down to retrieve an old chopping knife. Back to the house, Su Mu commanded. Hesitating briefly, Jiang Caiwei obeyed and hurried inside. Sihu, open the door, Su Mu calmly instructed as he resumed his seat. Reluctantly, Sihu took a few steps forward and forcefully pulled open the courtyard door. A throng of figures rushed into the yard. Su Mu looked up with a smile and was surprised to see not only the old woman but also Ma Guai, accompanied by a dozen stick-wielding men. Muir has already indulged in rice, the old woman said with a sour tone, disregarding Su Mu's hospitality as she dragged a chair over and sat down leisurely. She had intended to seek out the old woman, but now found the journey unnecessary. Su Mu produced a pouch of silver from his pocket and coldly tossed it in front of the old woman. Startled, she quickly bent down to pick it up, counting several times before continuing with a menacing smile. I was remiss earlier. The 15 taels are incorrect. Upon recalculation, it should indeed be 50 taels. Furthermore, according to the rules of the Guizi Hall, Muir is also obliged to pay silver taxes. How about this? Since you possess the skill to brew illicit liquor, I shall collect 1 tael of silver for each vat. Leaning against the wall, Ma Guai scratched his nails and chimed in coldly. Su Mu narrowed his eyes, generously unfastening the pouch of money at his waist and tossing it onto the ground. Come, pick it up if you wish. A nearby stick wielder, overjoyed at the sight, hurriedly attempted to dart forward, but suddenly stumbled as if encountering a small hill, stumbling back a dozen steps before regaining his balance. Upon raising his head, he found Sihu's towering figure coldly blocking his path, accompanied by 5 stern-faced men, each brandishing their clubs, unwavering in their stance. The wings of Muir have grown too strong. The old woman's voice turned icy. In the vast Wangzhou city, stray dogs and cats offer no compliance. They can only be eliminated. Old woman, do not threaten me. If you possess the capability, go fetch a notary and summon the officials to take me away. 50 taels. How many maidens must you sell to amass such silver? Shumu's disobedience has become rather pronounced, as he no longer wishes to serve as a mere stickman. His expression remained unchanged. From the moment he began producing illicit spirits, bidding farewell to those engaged in shady businesses became an inevitable path. The great stickman of Daji commands 3 million. Whether I am present or absent makes little difference. There is nothing left to discuss? Indeed, nothing to discuss. Shumu shook his head. Even if those like the old hag wished to meddle in the private liquor trade, he would never acquiesce. It was unexpected to witness such capabilities in Shumu, truly remarkable. The old hag rose and kicked aside the chair she had been occupying, startling Jiang Caiwei, who paused in shock. Shumu, are you intending to sever ties with the hall? A stickman departing without cause would surely incur severe consequences. Ma Guai's expression darkened. This trip had been in vain, leaving him empty-handed. He likely thought Shumu a fool, spouting nonsensical threats of dire retribution. Shumu slowly stood, his voice suddenly gaining weight. Do you believe that I, Shumu, can craft illicit liquor and seize the business of established distilleries without allies? This statement finally startled both the old hag and Ma Guai, who exchanged hurried glances. Just then, an imposing figure, the servant Sihu, appeared to escort them out. Before the old hag could inquire further, Shumu had already issued his dismissal. With a stout frame and a baton in hand, Sihu gently but firmly urged the bewildered intruders out of the courtyard. Shumu, which official do we have backing us? Sihu asked eagerly upon returning, his excitement palpable. Do not inquire, Shumu sighed inwardly. In truth, he had no influential connections. His sole intention was to present a faade of authority. Otherwise, allowing the old hag and her ilk to continue meddling would jeopardize his burgeoning liquor enterprise. Once this batch of illicit spirits turned a profit, Shumu envisioned relocating from Wangzhou city to a more distant locale to establish a distillery, which would facilitate grain procurement and allow him to avoid numerous trivial complications. Come, brothers, let us carry the grain and commence our work. Listen to the landlord. Hey, tiger. Do not carry so much. You might drop your coins. Laughter erupted as Jiang Caiwei leaned against the doorframe, watching Shumu shuttle back and forth with sacks of grain. A wave of joy swelling in her heart. Before arriving in Wangzhou city, she had often heard tales of stickmen being fearsome brutes, notorious for their violence, with the first day resulting in injuries and the third day seeing victims sold off in brothels. Yet, her husband was different. He not only repaid her debts, but also consistently considered her well-being, a husband seemingly bestowed upon her by fate. Shumu, do take care, do not trip. Finally, she could no longer suppress her urge to caution him, her nose tinged with the onset of tears. Shumu turned in surprise. The former owner, now a shell of his former self due to indulgence, left him breathless and preoccupied with thoughts far removed from the young lady's sentiments. Sihu and Chun Sheng also turned in astonishment, then erupted into laughter. Ah, understood, Shumu replied oddly. Jiang Caiwei's face flushed crimson as she hurriedly covered her face with her hands and dashed inside. Chapter 12. The Most Outstanding Stickman. The fermentation cycle of brewing liquor generally benefits from extended time, resulting in a richer and more refined spirit, though still in its nascent stage. Sumu persevered through 5 to 6 days of fermentation to secure his initial clientele before embarking on the subsequent distillation process. The first distillation yields a product known as the head, characterized by a robust and slightly astringent flavor. Should you desire, feel free to sample some. The second distillation produces the heart, the most fragrant and exquisite portion of the spirit. The final distillation results in the tail, which possesses a rather bland taste and may induce discomfort if consumed excessively. The distillation technique is not overly complex, yet the principles involved are likely beyond the comprehension of the contemporary inhabitants of the Ji dynasty. Chun Sheng, accompany me to deliver the wine, Su Mu instructed. From over 400 caddies of rice and wheat, Through fermentation and distillation, at least 40 caddies of spirits are produced, amounting to nearly 60 jars when bottled. What shall we name this wine, proprietor? I have already decided. It shall be called Drunken Celestial, Su Mu replied. Ah, the proprietor is indeed a clever individual. With 50 jars of Drunken Celestial loaded onto the cart, Su Mu, accompanied by Chen Sheng, hurried towards the opulent tavern in the marketplace. Though still some distance away, Su Mu could already see 2 or 3 carts parked in front of the tavern, each laden with jars of aged liquor. Those are the folks from the February spring wine shop, Chen Sheng remarked. Su Mu frowned. There were numerous wine shops of varying sizes in the bustling Zhao city, and among them, February spring was the largest. A confrontation between their establishments seemed inevitable. Standing in front of the tavern, Zhou Fu, after briefly inspecting a jar of February spring's vintage, lost interest and set it aside. Several employees from the wine shop exhibited displeasure, engaging in a cacophony of complaints. Chen Sheng, push through, Su Mu commanded coldly. Understood, proprietor. Chen Sheng, hearing the order, maintained a stern demeanor as he expertly maneuvered the cart, perfectly positioning it in front of the competing wine carts. Hey, what are you doing? We are from the February spring wine shop. With a smile, Su Mu alighted from the cart, brushing past the boisterous employees. Is Master Zhou not awaiting my arrival? Upon seeing Su Mu, Zhou Fu rarely broke into a smile. As a businessman, he was driven solely by profit, and Su Mu's private liquor had kept his tavern bustling with patrons day after day. Is it well regarded now? It is indeed. It is called Drunken Celestial, Su Mu replied calmly. Master Zhou, our esteemed Lord Lu will personally seek you out for discussions. And do be mindful of that fellow with the staff. Zhou Fu, maintaining a frosty demeanor, scolded a few of his employees, who turned pale and hastily turned their carts around to depart. Pay no heed to these ruffians. In my eyes, the best wine is simply the one that sells. As he spoke, Zhou Fu took a few steps forward, then opened a jar, instantly releasing a rich, aromatic scent that wafted through the tavern, enticing many patrons to turn and take notice. After a mere sip, Zhou Fu's previously tense expression transformed into one of exhilaration. This batch of wine was even more potent than the last, offering an exhilarating sensation that rolled delightfully down the throat. Master Zhou, what do you think? Su Mu inquired, relieved to see Zhou Fu's current expression, which provided the answer he sought. This round of wine is quite exceptional. Certainly, the previous batch was composed of old corn, while this new one boasts the finest grains of rice and wheat. For our inaugural collaboration, I have chosen to utilize only the most exquisite grains to demonstrate my sincerity. In the next round, should you desire such exceptional wine, dear Master Zhou, an increase in price will be necessary. Another increase? Zhou Fu's expression shifted slightly. Yet it seemed he came to a realization. If such fine wines are to be the norm, what harm is there in offering 5 taels per jar? Agreed. Haha, splendid. It appears I have indeed not misjudged your character. Having received the fine wine, Zhou Fu, displaying no pretentiousness, handed a bulging purse to Su Mu. Shall we not count it, Master Su? Their collaboration was so agreeable that Zhou Fu even altered his manner of address. There is no need to count when one trusts Master Zhou. Excellent. Master Su, you are certainly a remarkable individual. I hope to see you often in the future. Upon leaving the prosperous wine house, Su Mu let out a sigh of relief. His first venture into the illicit wine trade had finally yielded success. Chen Sheng, we are heading to the official district. Boss, what business do we have in the official district? To purchase land. Su Mu had already contemplated that remaining in Wangzhou city was not a prudent choice. Establishing a distillery in a safer location outside the city would be far more advantageous. In time, centered around this distillery, he could expand the market for Zhuai Tianxian not only within Wangzhou city, but also to distant towns. Besides the silver needed for the next grain collection, the remaining 100 taels would be more than sufficient to acquire a prime piece of land. Name, place of origin, Su Mu, a wanderer from Wangzhou. In the official district, the veteran clerk glanced up, squinting as he scrutinized Su Mu. If memory serves, you were previously a stickman. Your Excellency has a keen eye. Among the 300,000 stickmen of Deji, you are undoubtedly the most remarkable today. The reputation of the stickmen was tarnished, with many meeting untimely ends in the streets, making Su Mu's success in acquiring land a rarity indeed. The old clerk, seemingly pleased, staggered to his feet, rummaging through a stack of land deeds on a nearby wooden rack, selecting one with care. If you intend to establish a distillery, It is vital to be near a river for convenient access to water. This land was previously a horse ranch owned by an old northerner who, fearing future conflicts, relocated to the inner city. To the north is a forested mountain, and to the south flows a river, located 40 miles from Wangzhou and 80 from Huzhou, with several sizable towns in the vicinity. It is truly a fine piece of land. Su Mu felt a surge of excitement. He had to admit the clerk's recommendation was nearly perfect. However, I must first impart a word of caution. The clerk paused, his expression turning slightly grave. Should the northern D breach Wangzhou, your distillery on the thoroughfare would be among the first targets for plunder. Furthermore, while refugees may not reach your vicinity, many bandits will undoubtedly set their sights on your enterprise. Su Mu furrowed his brow. Nevertheless, that is of little concern. I have another location in mind. Situated 10 miles from Wangzhou. Though it is farther for water and firewood, it is much closer to the military camp, ensuring greater safety. Old sir, I require the deed for the land on the thoroughfare. Su Mu bowed earnestly. The very purpose of establishing the distillery was to distance himself from Wangzhou city and to develop gradually. Very well. The clerk's previously murky eyes suddenly sparkled with vitality. I shall assist you in the registration. 80 taels of silver, accompanied by 3 plain sabers and 2 fine bows, shall be provided for your safeguarding of the estate. This pronouncement from the official messenger filled Su Mu with an even greater sense of joy. In the Great G, the regulation of iron weaponry is exceedingly stringent. Thus, acquiring land along with a few weapons is indeed fortuitous. Chapter 13. The robe skirt. As Su Mu departed from the official quarters, gazing at the deed in his hands, a surge of ambition welled within him. Master, are these items truly without issue? At that moment, Chun Sheng held 3 plain sabers in his arms, with 2 iron bows slung over his back. In the Great G, the management of iron weaponry is so strict that ordinary folk like Chun Sheng seldom had the chance to encounter such standard arms. There is no problem. All are duly registered, Su Mu replied with a smile. Though the weapons were few, it marked a promising beginning. Everything seemed to be progressing as intended, save for one matter. Upon returning to the courtyard, as Chun Sheng set down the weapons, Si Hu and the others rushed over, cheering and forming a circle. Su Mu lifted his gaze to the courtyard, where Jiang Caiwei was energetically smashing firewood, biting her lip while raising a stone hammer high, bringing it down upon the twigs on the ground. The twigs shattered in abundance. In the absence of an iron axe, this was how common folk in the Great G processed firewood. Though laborious, after a good while, they would manage to produce kindling. Pondering the silver pouch nestled against his chest, Su Mu felt a sense of bewilderment. Initially, his intention was to earn a sum of silver to provide Jiang Caiwei with sufficient funds for her journey away from the borders, to seek refuge with relatives in the inner city. Yet now, the direction seemed to have shifted, binding the two of them ever tighter. After a brief silence, Su Mu was about to utter a few words when suddenly, with a loud bang, the courtyard door was forcefully pushed open. Before he could rise, 2 officials, each with a saber at their waist, strode in. Who is Su Mu? Within the courtyard, not only Si Hu and his companions, but even the maid, Jiang Caiwei, appeared visibly anxious. The arrival of officials seldom bodes well. I am. Su Mu hesitated as he stood, contemplating whether trouble had arisen from the old tavern once more. This is for you, the leading official, sporting a thick beard, declared, not waiting to approach before producing a thin document from his bosom. Su Mu received it and found it to be a notarized deed. Such a formality seemed unnecessary, as everything was already duly registered with the old official. Yet upon reflection, Su Mu quickly understood, calmly reaching into his pocket for a few taels of silver, which he handed to the bearded official. I was wondering why there was no notarization. Thank you, sir. Haha. Indeed, Su Master is a person of great enterprise. As the officials accepted the silver, their faces lit up with delight. The notarization was but a facade. The true aim was to collect silver. Si Hu, fetch a jar of good wine. Su Master, I have heard your wine is 5 taels a jar. How can this be? The 2 officials, upon hearing Su Mu's words, were filled with exuberance, feigning reluctance before promptly cradling the wine jar in their arms. I have always held heroes in the highest esteem. You 2 gentlemen are indeed gallant. I hope to see you frequently in the future. Certainly, Su Master. Should you encounter any injustices in Wangzhou City, simply invoke the name of Tian Song. This is indeed a transaction, driven by interests, with each party taking their share. Su Mu deeply comprehends this principle. However, once the officials depart, The words he intended to convey to Jiang Caiwei suddenly elude him. Ladies and gentlemen, you may take your leave for today. Please prepare accordingly, and remember to inform your families. Once the winery village is established, you can relocate and settle down. The attendees, including Chen Sheng, wore expressions of excitement. In Wangzhou City, being a half-hearted muleteer pales in comparison to establishing a residence in the countryside. Although there may be some dangers, in due course, their wives would assist in the labor, affording them additional earnings that many would envy. Thank you, master. Sumu reciprocated with a respectful gesture, watching as Chun Sheng and the others departed. Sihu, accompany me outside. Sihu hastily set down his wine spoon and rose to his feet. Bring a knife. Everything is duly registered. Even if questioned by officials, there would be no repercussions. Moreover, this serves as a form of deterrence. After a prolonged deliberation, Sihu, his face flushed, finally selected a broader sheathed knife, adjusted his belt, and secured it once more. It is not surprising that Sihu exhibited such behavior. Although these are standard weapons, they are, in fact, retired, often collected from fallen soldiers on the battlefield, the subpar ones redistributed to various city armories. Aren't you selecting one, Brother Mu? Sumu shook his head, stating that carrying too many ostentatious items is unwise. One is sufficient. Brother Mu, where are we headed? With the knife acquired. Sihu's demeanor brightened. To cut down the corner gang. Sumu's expression turned exasperated. Stop babbling nonsense. Come with me to buy some supplies. Establishing the winery village poses no concern regarding timber, as there are abundant forests along the Sifang Road. However, the remaining pottery and tools must be procured. As darkness fell, Sumu finally selected the pottery and tools, hiring a cart and beckoning Sihu to load them aboard. Hurry up, Brother Mu, otherwise, your little maid will come looking for you with a knife. Sitting in the cart, Sihu grinned foolishly but quickly averted his gaze when Sumu shot him a glare. Standing on the street, Sumu remained silent for a moment before taking a step towards a fabric shop across the way. Are you purchasing materials or ready-made garments? Sumu's expression turned somber. Even in his previous life, he was consumed by work, let alone marriage, and he had not a single girlfriend. Occasionally, when set up on blind dates, they would merely watch a film and head to a hotel, as if fulfilling a routine. Are you buying for your wife at home? Sumu hesitated briefly before nodding slowly. That's fortunate. We have a floral fabric skirt that has sold several sets today. The daughters of officials adore them. Sumu felt an inexplicable pang, recalling Jiang Caiwei's frail figure standing against the old wall. I'll take it. Excellent. You are indeed a considerate gentleman. Your wife will surely be delighted. After receiving the delicate wooden box containing the skirt, Sumu adjusted his attire and boarded the cart, just as he had anticipated. The young maid, Jiang Caiwei, persistently held the oil lantern, waiting at the alley's entrance. Sihu, please return the carriage first. Before Sihu could inquire, Sumu leapt down, clutching a slender wooden box, his expression tinged with hesitation as he approached Jiang Caiwei. Su Lang, come a bit closer. Since they had met, Jiang Caiwei seemed concerned about upsetting Sumu, often standing a distance away. Sumu opened the slender box and presented the floral skirt to Jiang Caiwei. She paused, her initial look of joy fleeting, swiftly replaced by anxiety. Su Lang, I cannot accept this. It is far too precious. You misunderstand, Sumu struggled to articulate. I mean to lend it to you. You may repay the cost of the garment at 2 a day until it is settled. Turning away, Sumu slapped himself on the face, bewildered by his own muddled words. Unbeknownst to him, as he turned, Jiang Caiwei embraced the skirt, her eyes glistening with tears, breaking into a radiant smile. Chapter 14. The Mad Scholar. In the span of 2 days, Sumu meticulously prepared for all conceivable matters, even procuring 2 larger carriages for transporting heavy goods. Moreover, he dispatched individuals to inspect the Sitong Road, confirming it was indeed a suitable location. Sihu, tidy up. Once Chen Sheng and the others arrive, we shall set off immediately. The Sitong Road, where the winery was to be established, lay over 40 miles from Wangzhou City. Even under favorable conditions, it would take the better part of a day to traverse. Young master, you ought to step outside the courtyard for a moment, Sihu suggested, while hefting a wooden barrel. What is it? There is an old man who, night after night, scavenges for leftover mash outside the courtyard. The mash, a byproduct of fermentation, was typically used as pig feed and scarcely palatable. However, during these times, some destitute alcoholics resorted to consuming it to quell their cravings. Rumor had it that a few months prior, An old drunkard had met his end while foraging for mash near the Yuchun distillery. Sumu silently exited the courtyard and, as expected, discovered an elderly man lying drunkenly by the ditch, half a piece of mash lodged in his mouth. The gourd tied around his waist bore visible cracks. To Sumu's astonishment, the old man was clad in a filthy scholar's robe, and a book of sage teachings was tucked into the belt of his trousers. In a time when military endeavors were waning, the pursuit of scholarship was fervently embraced by the populace. A nonsensical poem from a powerful figure would garner boundless acclaim. Logically, in such a society, one would not expect this type of erudite elder to endure such hardship. Master, master, I have arrived. Just as Sumu pondered, Chun Sheng and his companions arrived, their carriages laden with various supplies. Ah, the mad scholar, Chun Sheng exclaimed, drawing near. Do you know him? Sumu inquired. Everyone in Wangzhou knows him. He was once a scholar at the academy, but after his son perished at the border, he lost his sanity. His son died at the border? Master, that is a topic best left untouched. Chun Sheng hastily made a gesture for silence. To the north, 700 miles away, Yongguan had fallen to the Di people. It was said that the major camps of Dingbian, gripped by fear, failed to provide reinforcements. Thus, Yongguan was breached, leaving the northern Di forces with a clear path, resulting in countless refugees strewn across the land, starved to death. East family, enough, enough. Chun Sheng's face turned pale as he anxiously glanced around, urging once more. Sumu lowered his head in silence, observing the old scholar on the ground. Suddenly, the old scholar spat out the dregs of liquor, seemingly cursing drunkenly once more. The Di have breached our borders, our mountains and rivers lie in ruin, our national boundaries are unstable, and you still indulge in ink and theatrics, writing nonsensical essays about a flourishing age. Must we wait until the Di are at our gates, ready to stab us with our own pens? After a tirade, the old scholar fell back into a deep slumber. Unbeknownst to the East family, he had run out of liquor and often resorted to begging at taverns. When he had begged too much, others refused to give him anything, so he resorted to eating dregs and rummaging through slop buckets. Bring me a jar of wine, Chun Sheng commanded. Upon hearing this, though his face wore a puzzled expression, he hurried back to the courtyard and fetched a jar of wine. He set it aside and slipped some silver into the old scholar's embrace, prompting Sumu to rise and step back. Listen, I shall tell you about my son Li Pasheng, who has defended Yongguan for over a decade with 6,000 men against the northern Di, fighting until the bloodshed ceased. Let me recount the 700 miles without reinforcements, where the skies above Yongnan are stained red with blood. The true destroyers of our great Ji are not the northern Di, but rather the hearts of our own Ji dynasty, which have long abandoned the Great Wall. Even if it were mere drunken ramblings, it resonated within Su Mu's chest like the sound of a drum. East family, let us depart. If we delay further, we shall not reach Sitong Road today. Su Mu paused momentarily before resolutely moving forward. 6 horse-drawn carriages were prepared, and his anxious maid, Jiang Caiwei, stood by the door, glancing about. Upon seeing Su Mu return, she hurriedly stepped forward, burdened with 3 or 4 large bundles. Get on the carriage, Su Mu said, his expression shifting as he helped lift the bundles onto the vehicle. See who? As usual, you take the lead carriage. Brother Mu, I shall pave the way for you. See who declared boldly, brandishing his broadsword. Chun Sheng, share the remaining weapons with the others, and do your utmost to learn how to wield a sword and bend a bow in these coming days. East family, we shall heed your words, Chun Sheng replied, seizing the reins and giving a sharp tug. The old horse at the front neighed several times before starting to trot slowly onto the street. Before long, they were nearing the city gate. Brother Mu, we are leaving now. A cold voice suddenly pierced the air. Su Mu furrowed his brow and looked up to see a group of figures standing nearby, arms crossed, their gazes predatory. It is rare for you to come to bid farewell. I, Su Mu, am deeply grateful, Su Mu retorted with a cold smile. Send you off to the gates of hell, and you would not be so grateful. Beside the figure, Ma Gizi revealed a sinister expression. Su Mu could not be bothered to respond further. These people were only fit to prey upon the common folk of Wangzhou city. Brother Mu, the road is treacherous. Drive slowly, or you may not know how you perished. 3 blades and 6 holes. Su Mu, you cannot escape. Su Lang, will these people follow us in the future? Even as they exited the city, Jiang Caiwei's voice trembled slightly. Fear not. We shall find a way when the time comes. Su Mu's concerns did not lie with the group of ruffians, but rather with the inevitable trends of this turbulent world. Su Lang was unaware that just a few days prior, while gathering firewood, she had stumbled upon numerous young women's corpses discarded in the woods. The remains of these young women, it was evident, without a doubt, that those miscreants were responsible for the abduction and subsequent tragedy. Jiang Caiwei often pondered how, had she encountered another brute instead of Su Lang, she might have long succumbed to despair. Such, perhaps, is the nature of fate. Su Mu felt a peculiar sentiment within. Had it not been for his inexplicable journey through time, he would never have crossed paths with Jiang Caiwei. Master, it is raining. We must urge the horses onward, lest the muddy roads hinder our progress and darkness envelop us before we reach the four-way road. See who, hasten the horses. Besides Su Mu, Jiang Caiwei swiftly bent down, producing a small oil paper umbrella, which she promptly opened to shield Su Mu from the rain. Su Lang, allow me to protect you from the rain. The umbrella was diminutive, while the world outside appeared vast, yet Su Mu felt a sudden sense of tranquility wash over him. Chapter 15. The Four-Way Road, the Old Horse Ranch Master. We have arrived. Chen Sheng reined in the reins, bringing the cart to a gradual halt. It was now nearly dusk, with the spring rain falling softly, drenching the surrounding scenery in a palpable moisture. Su Mu disembarked from the cart, lifting his gaze to survey the area. Indeed, as the old magistrate had described, this was a rare gem of a location. To the north lay mountains, and to the south, a stream. The abandoned horse ranch, though somewhat dilapidated, retained all the essential infrastructure: thorny fences, an old well, a large stove, and even a quaintly arranged stone pathway. Outside the ranch, the main roads to the north and south were less than 100 paces away, accompanied by several narrow paths leading to the nearby village. It was truly the four-way road. Master, what are those people doing? Su Mu furrowed his brow, having noticed a few villagers, seemingly engaged in the act of breaking wooden planks along the old horse ranch. Master, when I came to inspect earlier, I did not see these. Another driver, who had accompanied Chen Sheng, stepped forward, his expression tinged with guilt. Su Mu recalled that this man was named Zhou Zun. He had come ahead at Su Mu's request to assess the situation. It is not your fault. These villagers are likely too lazy to venture into the mountains, seeking to make a quick profit nearby. However, if they continue to dismantle the ranch, there will be nothing left. Given that the brewery would eventually be established here, Su Mu preferred to maintain a cordial relationship with the villagers and refrained from being overly aggressive. After a moment's hesitation, he proceeded with Si Hu and the others toward the gathering. As they approached, a cluster of villagers converged. This is your land? By what right do you claim it? The ringleader was a disheveled old villager, clad in a thick, tattered sheep coat, the foul odor emanating from him assaulting the senses. Behind him, several others shouted and brandished the firewood in their hands, posturing aggressively. With a clang, Si Hu furiously raised his broadsword and unsheathed it, startling the villagers who instinctively recoiled a few steps. Si Hu, lower your blade, Su Mu admonished, casting a stern glance, aware that escalating tensions could lead to unforeseen troubles. This was a matter of land deed notarization. Maintaining his composure, Su Mu extracted a document and unfolded it before the villagers. Even those illiterate could discern the prominent red seal of the official office. The once boisterous villagers fell silent, grumbling as they hastily retreated. Chen Sheng, have the others swiftly enter the village and unload the goods. With dusk approaching, it is too late to renovate the village. We must first block the wooden cave at the edge of the settlement to weather the night. Si Hu, as usual, would keep watch in pairs. Fear not, Mu Ge. Armed with weapons, our sense of security has considerably increased. Si Hu and the 5 horsemen displayed resolute expressions. Jiang Caiwei, the young maid, had collected a substantial amount of dry grass to cover the thatched roof and laid a thick layer on the ground beneath. Su Lang, it's time for bed. Su Mu paused, turning to gaze outside, and noticed that beyond the wooden shelter lay a world drenched in moisture. Si Hu and his companions had donned their raincoats, cautiously gathering under a dilapidated horse shed. You should sleep, he suggested, though they were husband and wife. Su Mu felt an unusual awkwardness. He had previously slept in the cow shed at the broken courtyard. He sensed there was an unspoken barrier between him and his young wife. Su Lang, I am not afraid of the rain. I often ventured out to gather firewood in the downpour. Jiang Caiwei blushed, hurriedly clutching a bundle of dry grass and darting outside. She found a corner where rainwater seeped through and crouched down, desperately stuffing the wooden crevice with grass. Su Mu's expression turned pained. Leaving Jiang Caiwei exposed to the rain would weigh heavily on his conscience. Come back and sleep. I will be on watch later. Here. You will be sheltered from the rain. Jiang Caiwei lifted her head, her hair damp and her attire scant, causing her to shiver slightly. With a sigh, Su Mu took a few steps forward, grasping her arm and pulling her into the shelter. You can rest here. I've checked. And there is another decent shed over there. After my watch, I will go there. There are no good sheds left. The villagers have pilfered most of the wooden boards from the old horse yard. Then be careful, Su Lang, don't get wet. Lowering her head, Jiang Caiwei's eyes glistened with unshed tears. She had genuinely intended to offer the wooden shelter to Su Mu, but after a few attempts to voice it, she feared he might become upset. Yet, this feeling was undeniably pleasant, akin to a lamp illuminating a dim and silent darkness, warming the entire world. Draped in a raincoat, lantern in hand, Su Mu circled the old horse yard, yet despite several rounds, he found no suitable shelter. It seemed imperative that renovations could not be delayed until tomorrow. Mu Gu, come see. See who? On watch, suddenly called out. Su Mu paused momentarily, reluctant to delay, and hurriedly advanced through the sticky, wet mud. Master, there are figures ahead. The first shift of night watchmen consisted of Si Hu and Chen Sheng, both clutching a rustic blade and slinging an iron bow. Their voices low and ominous. Could they be villagers? Su Mu approached, his brow slightly furrowed. Master, it's nearly the dead of night. The villagers are long since asleep behind closed doors. With the collapse of the great Ji kingdom, the prevalence of bandits had surged. Generally, even the laziest villager would retire early to avoid attracting thieves. Master, their faces are obscured by burlap. They are surely bandits. Chen Sheng suddenly exclaimed, his tone tinged with alarm. Kai Pansy, which means to scout a location. It was indeed suspicious, in such dire times. Anyone acting furtively could not be deemed a good citizen. See who? Ready your bow. Su Mu gritted his teeth. If the bandits discerned the situation at the old horse yard, they would gain the upper hand. With weapons in hand, it was better to take the initiative. The 4 horse drovers, who had been squinting in the back, hastily gathered, seizing their weapons, their faces etched with tension. Upon hearing Su Mu's command, Si Hu swiftly removed his iron bow, knocking an iron-tipped arrow from his quiver, and let it fly towards the 2 shadowy figures veiled in the rain. The aim was disgraceful. The arrow veered off by at least 10 paces, embedding itself in a half-rotted tree trunk, startling a few night birds sheltering from the rain, which flapped their wings and cried out in alarm. Nevertheless, the 2 furtive figures were taken aback, turning in a panic and hastily retreating towards the old mountain to the north. Chapter 16. Bitter Village Brother Mu, shall we pursue? Si Hu set down his iron bow, his face still brimming with excitement. With his physique and weaponry, he was no longer the same man. No pursuit, Su Mu replied, frowning. Si Hu, remember, the weapons issued by the authorities are meant for protecting our estate. Those who violate the law with arms, regardless of the era, face dire consequences. Brother Mu, I'm just saying. Si Hu pouted, somewhat disheartened. Very well, tonight, let us divide into groups of 3 for the night watch. If any more bandits come to scout, awaken everyone immediately. Su Mu had not anticipated that, upon their arrival, bandits would already be surveying the area. Straying far from Wangzhou would present greater opportunities, yet it also bore its own risks. Rest assured, Master. Su Mu nodded and re-examined the horse yard. Finally, exhaling a sigh of relief, he gathered a handful of straw, seeking a suitable place to endure the night. Upon returning to the vicinity of the wooden shed, he discovered that a makeshift shelter had been erected in a corner, the damp ground layered with thick straw, even in the leaky spots. An open oiled paper umbrella had been propped up. It was evident that this had been arranged by the little maid. Su Mu raised his head to gaze at the wooden shed. Jiang Caiwei, pretending to be asleep, was still curled up, her body trembling slightly. After a moment of silence, Su Mu added 2 new pieces of firewood to the small bonfire beside the shed. The following morning, the irksome spring rain finally began to subside. Stepping out of the horse yard, Su Mu rarely displayed a smile. Gentlemen, once we have dined, let us toil a bit harder and encircle the village. Everything else can be negotiated, but once the village is enclosed, regardless of whether they are townsfolk or bandits, they shall be kept at bay. However, the task of encircling the village is no small feat. Su Mu has already resolved to visit the nearby village to see if there are any willing hands to assist. Come, let us eat. Early riser Jiang Caiwei has prepared a thick yam porridge, standing in the center of the old horse yard, calling out cheerfully, "Haha, Madam is indeed virtuous, far more industrious than my own wife. What do you know? The master is formidable, and the lady is diligent. This is what we call a supportive spouse." A few horsemen chuckled as they approached, causing Jiang Caiwei to blush, frequently casting anxious glances at Su Mu's expression. "Let us eat first," Su Mu said as he sat down, accepting a coarse bowl and taking a hearty sip. He longed to whip up a stir-fry or a pork dish. The porridge of the great Ji dynasty was rather difficult to swallow. "Chen Sheng, I leave this to you. Remember not to stray too far while pounding the trees." After their meal, Su Mu hurriedly rose. With the current wooden planks of the horse yard, it was evident there would not be enough. Who knows how much timber would be required to encircle the village? Moreover, ordinary folk lacked iron axes or saws. If they were to fell trees, they could only use stone hammers on smaller ones. "Rest assured, Master, we are well aware." Su Mu nodded. He felt reassured about Chen Sheng and the others. They were reliable men. "Su Lang, be careful." Jiang Caiwei's voice was delicate as a whisper. Standing by the wooden shed. "I know," Su Mu replied, his expression slightly peculiar. Yet he said nothing further as he and C who made their way toward the village a mile ahead. In later times, such a convenient village, dependent on the road for sustenance, would surely have prospered. But to his astonishment, as Su Mu stepped into the village, the sight before him left him utterly speechless. All he saw were women, children, and the elderly, with scarcely a young man in sight. Occasionally, there were one or two younger individuals, either limping or appearing somewhat deranged. The village, as far as the eye could see, was comprised of dilapidated thatched huts, with hardly a few houses boasting tiled roofs. Most were hastily constructed with wooden stakes propping up mud and grass. Su Mu had initially hoped to find some laborers to assist him, but in such dire circumstances, where could he find able-bodied individuals? After a moment of hesitation, Su Mu and Si who prepared to leave the village. Unexpectedly, a young woman, her face painted with bright rouge, rushed towards him, seizing his hand. "What are you doing?" Si Hu, seeing this, erupted in anger, ready to draw his knife as per their usual custom. "Sir, come, let us engage." The young woman blushed deeply but held her head high, completing her bold proposition. This phrase was a euphemism, implying financial support for wayward women. Su Mu was taken aback. It was rather brazen of this young woman. Even for the sake of money, one must understand that in ancient times, matters between men and women were typically taboo in public. With no interest in such an offer, Su Mu extricated his hand from the young woman's grasp and turned to leave. "Sir, just 10 coins, only 10 coins. My child will starve." "Sir, I'll settle for 9 coins. I too shall accept 9 coins. 9 coins, and we shall engage." Before long, at least 3 or 4 village women, their faces adorned with rouge, hurriedly emerged, encircling Su Mu and his companion. Su Mu furrowed his brow, feeling an overwhelming disinterest. Even if he were not a paragon of virtue, under such circumstances, there was no inclination for frivolous pursuits. "Mother, my brother has fainted." A ragged girl peered out from a nearby thatched hut, her eyes brimming with murky tears. "Brother Mu, the girl is utterly emaciated," Si whose voice trembled. Su Mu raised his gaze, taking in the girl's skeletal frame, and an involuntary pang of sorrow pierced his heart. Truly, this world was merciless. "Please, take me inside." The earlier village woman rejoiced at his words, swiftly picking up a twig and brandishing it to disperse the others. Once inside, the village woman hastily donned an awkward smile as she ignited a feeble tung oil lamp. She rushed to the side of a lethargic boy, ladling a spoonful of murky hot water, gently administering it to him. Soon, the boy coughed weakly. "Shime, take your brother outside to sit. I will call you and once the meal is ready." The emaciated girl dutifully lifted her brother, carrying him outside. "Sir, I have new clothes. Please wait while I change. The bed here is also newly made. Your strength would be no burden." "No need to rush," Su Mu replied, his voice choked. "First, I must ask, where are the men in your family? Last year, a band of robbers invaded the village, killing at will. I was still at the river washing clothes, my laundry unfinished, when the men perished. Sir, you must take this business. 9 coins, just 9 coins for the stakes." "Did the magistrate not say anything?" Su Mu's expression darkened, his hands trembling. "A few individuals came, dared not ascend the mountain, and took 2 of my hens before departing." "Were all the men in the village slain by the robbers?" "Many perished while working on the wall, and some went to join the bandits." Those that remain have met untimely ends. Sir, please do not inquire further. Just help with the stakes. You saw it for yourself. My child is on the verge of starvation. The village woman, disregarding C, who's still standing by, anxiously fumbled to unfasten her clothing. To her surprise, Sumu gently halted her hand. If you can assist me by taking the children to the roadside to help with some tasks, I shall pay you 2 coins each month. Sir, are you the new master from the old horse farm? Indeed. Chapter 17. A kind heart, 2 coins. The village woman flushed crimson, recalling the strongest young man in the village who toiled daily for that very sum. She assumed Sumu was deceiving her. Such fortuitous opportunities were scarce in these times. Sir, I implore you, allow me to aid you with the stakes. Take the children for a meal, and I shall not accept your coins. Sumu stood silently, the pitiable demeanor of the village woman tightening his chest, not from a saintly impulse, but from a compassionate heart trampled and bloodied by the harsh realities of life. I am not deceiving you. At the old horse farm, the children will not go hungry. The village woman trembled, at a loss for how to respond. Mother, my brother is hungry again. The girl's voice, tinged with tears, echoed from outside. Sumu turned and opened the door, stepping out in silence, unperturbed by the hesitation of the village woman. He and Sihu each cradled a child and made their way toward the village entrance. Even if one is willing to become a rural harlot, one must strive to provide sustenance for the children. Thus, at such a time, what is there to fear? The village woman raised her head, gritted her teeth, packed a small bundle, and followed Sumu onward. There were those in the village willing to work at the old horse farm, yet they did not join the procession. Sumu glanced back, his words resonating with authority. Unfortunately, apart from the earlier mentioned village woman, the others wore expressions of fear and hurried back to their homes. A few slothful men picked up stones from the ground and angrily hurled them at the village woman. You can sell yourself in the village. Now you wish to leave to sell elsewhere. You have sullied yourself, yet you still hope for a gentleman to take you as a concubine? Sihu set down the child and, adhering to his usual practice, drew out his crude knife, causing the idle men to retreat in fright. Sihu, sheath your blade. Sumu turned around, realizing that the village woman following him was now covered in mud. What is your name? Sir, I am called Xinyang. I will wash myself clean shortly. I also have new clothes. Sumu was taken aback. It seemed that even now, Xinyang regarded him as a patron seeking pleasure. Xinyang, tell me, why do those idle men wish to prevent your departure from the village? There are those who pass through the village to collect a toll. These men demand a share of the silver. What is that to them? Why do they require a share? Half. No wonder they cannot survive. Even in a life of degradation, they must be fleeced by middlemen. It was clear that the surrounding areas could no longer provide sustenance, and they would need to travel further afield with their horse-drawn carts. Sir, you must be cautious. These individuals have ties to the mountain bandits, and even the village chief was killed by them. Sumu found himself at a loss for words, as it seemed he had inadvertently fostered enmity. After inquiring for a while, they had walked for roughly the duration of 2 incense sticks before arriving at the old horse farm. Su Lang. Just as they halted, Jiang Caiwei approached, carrying a bowl of tea. Caiwei, first feed the children, and then take this one called Xinyang to work alongside you. The fearful expression on the village woman, Xinyang's face, softened upon seeing Jiang Caiwei. The 2 emaciated children appeared pitiful. Jiang Caiwei's eyes reddened as she hurriedly brought over a clay pot and turned to fetch bowls. However, she found the 2 children squatting on the ground, scooping the porridge from the pot with their hands and shoving it into their mouths. Mother eats too. The village woman chuckled awkwardly, squatting down like the children, and the 3 of them gathered around the pot, eagerly devouring the porridge until it was all gone. Those present, even the 5 distant horse drivers, let out long sighs. In this world, merely surviving has become a considerable feat, master. We are short on hands. Chun Sheng wiped the sweat from his brow and approached. Even now, with Xinyang included, they numbered fewer than 10. Renovating the entire old horse farm would indeed be a monumental task. After a long day of labor, Chun Sheng and his companions managed to form only a small half-circle. Furthermore, they would soon need to collect grain and distill liquor, and it was evident that their manpower was woefully insufficient. With the men of the village having been ravaged by bandits, Sumu felt a deep sense of concern. Initially, he had intended to recruit nearby laborers, but that now seemed implausible. Master, perhaps we should bring the women over tonight? They could assist with the work tomorrow, suggested one of the horsemen. The families of the 5 horsemen would eventually reside at the estate, Yet, given the current situation, the old horse yard had yet to be renovated, making it quite inconvenient for any newcomers. Let South wait until the estate is completed, Chen Sheng replied. For now, inform the others to construct a few wooden huts for shelter against the cold of the spring night. If they endure another night of chill, they may fall ill. Just then, a newly attired bride approached cautiously. Su Mu was apprehensive that she might utter something trivial, but to his surprise, she spoke softly. Thank you, master. There are a few scattered households just 4 or 5 miles from the village. If you do not mind, I can call them over. Su Mu hesitated, realizing that the brewery was still in its infancy. If only women came, they would be unable to perform the heavy labor, which would be counterproductive. Seemingly sensing Su Mu's unease, the bride quickly reassured him. Do not worry. There are men among them who left the village due to fears of bandits. Su Mu exhaled a sigh of relief. Very well, I shall send someone on horseback with you. But let me make it clear, if any of them are indolent, do not expect me to show leniency. Understood, replied the bride eagerly. Sihu, accompany her. Sihu hastily brought forth a cart, not forgetting to strap on a sturdy iron bow. Once the bride timidly climbed aboard, he tightened the reins and departed. By the time dusk fell, Sihu returned with the cart. Inside were 6 or 7 figures, including several village women and 2 rather frail men. Did the bride say 2 taels of silver? Before they had even settled, the scattered households inquired hurriedly. 2 taels of silver, including 2 meals a day. Once the brewery is finished, you may move into the estate. Su Mu smiled. The old horse yard was nearly the size of 2 football fields, so accommodating more people would not pose a problem. In fact, it might help to unify their spirits. Is there any written agreement? One man asked after a moment's contemplation. Of course there is, Su Mu replied. Then we are willing to join. Chen Sheng, please arrange for the manpower, Su Mu said, feeling relieved as he walked towards the horse yard. His maid, Jiang Caiwei, was panting heavily as she squatted on the ground. Upon seeing Su Mu approach, her expression shifted with surprise, and she lifted a nearby broken tree trunk. You can put that down, Su Mu instructed. Su Lang, I am strong. I used to carry 2 bundles of firewood, she protested. Just set it down for now. Jiang Caiwei hurriedly complied and stood by, looking attentive. You can read, can't you? I can read a little, she replied shyly. From now on, you will no longer do such work. Come and assist me with the accounts. Jiang Caiwei hesitated, unsure how to respond. Her head bowed as she fidgeted with the edge of her garment. Upon entering Wangzhou city, she had already resigned herself to her fate. A lifetime of toil was of no consequence, as long as she could live with integrity and avoid being sold into a brothel. Su Lang, I fear I may not perform well. I believe in you, he replied. This statement left Jiang Caiwei momentarily stunned, and even Su Mu felt a sense of disquiet. Unconsciously echoing Jiang Caiwei's words, he had uttered it without thought. My husband, such an endearing term. Rest assured, I will do well, Jiang Caiwei responded, her cheeks flushed. Then let it be so. As he rose, Su Mu found himself inexplicably filled with a small measure of joy. The sky darkened ominously, and with the assistance of 7 or 8 laborers, several wooden shelters were swiftly erected in the old horse yard. Initially, Su Mu had contemplated enticing them to work late with the promise of overtime pay, but reconsidered. If they exhausted themselves, they would be unable to work the next day. Boss, we shall return for now and come again tomorrow. The laborers, reluctant to part with their ration of taro porridge, wrapped it in leaves and hurried home. The spring rain, which had paused for a day, began to fall silently once more, soon transforming the entire old horse yard into a damp realm. As per their usual practice, 3 men were assigned to the night watch. Su Mu's words hung unfinished in the air as he abruptly paused. The nearby Sihu and the others suddenly changed countenance, each seizing a weapon and regrouping. In one of the smaller shelters, the matchmaker peered out, only to be frightened into retreat, clutching 2 children and trembling. Jiang Caiwei retrieved an old machete from her bundle, anxiously jogging a few paces to Su Mu's side. We must return. Su Mu gritted his teeth, wondering when his little maid had learned to wield a knife. Jiang Caiwei's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she hurried back into the shelter, frequently glancing towards Su Mu. Boss, they are calling out. Chen Sheng held a steel bow, his arm trembling slightly. Let him come closer. Peering through the thorny fence, Su Mu observed 6 or 7 shadowy figures outside the old horse yard, furtively glancing about. It seemed that Sihu's archery had instilled a sense of caution in these individuals. After all, common folk did not possess such formidable weapons as a steel bow. Without a surname and without a home, wandering and taking risks. May I inquire which family roams these lands? A hoarse voice rang out coldly. The king of heaven covers the earth tiger. Sumu nearly shouted in response. Had these been lesser folk, the bandits likely would have resorted to violence without hesitation. Boss, how shall we respond? The lord of the kitchen is surnamed Dong, rides a white horse, and carries a long bow. What does that mean? Chen Sheng's face was one of astonishment. Just respond. Sumu felt a flutter of anxiety in his chest. He was unfamiliar with this lingo, and could only guess randomly. Indeed, after Chen Sheng shouted, the 6 or 7 bandits in the rain fell utterly silent, evidently unsure of Sumu's intentions. In these times, few dared confront bandits while armed. Aside from the officials, hardly anyone would. Even the officials typically merely went through the motions, achieving little. In the depths of the cold night, I seek a bowl of water to drink. Before long, a mountain bandit, shrouded in a burlap mask, hastily approached the village, cradling a large bowl. Brother Mu, do they seek water? Water my foot. Sumu furrowed his brow. Since time immemorial, it has been a known fact that thieves seldom leave empty-handed. These 6 or 7 bandits, unable to ascertain Sumu's strength, were loath to retreat in disgrace, prompting them to seek some form of tribute. If you were to grant them water, it would spell trouble. See who, toss them some silver. At the inception of the winery, Sumu wished to avoid unnecessary complications. See who, somewhat bewildered, complied and fished out a handful of silver from his trousers, tossing it into the bandit's outstretched bowl. The aim was poor, and much of the silver scattered about. Not enough. The bowl remains empty. The bandit shouted in anger. Sumu smirked. If they continued to demand more, they might as well starve on the northwestern winds. Moreover, this band of brigands had already wrought havoc upon the village, and they were not to be trifled with. See who, draw your bow. At Sumu's command, See who, eager to act, quickly readied his iron bow and notched an iron-tipped arrow. Release. This time, See who did not disappoint, successfully shattering the bandit's bowl with a well-aimed shot, eliciting a chorus of furious shouts that echoed across the mountain. Long before departing from Wangzhou city to establish his winery, Sumu had anticipated such encounters, though he did not expect them to arrive so swiftly. As if in retaliation, a few scattered stone-tipped arrows occasionally landed in the muddy ground below the village. These rudimentary wooden bows posed little threat. See who, Chen Sheng, shoot a few arrows. As See who and his companion hastily loosed several arrows, the band of thieves, now frightened, retreated to a distance. After cursing for a while in the rain, they hastily turned and fled into the mountains. Master, the bandits have retreated, Chen Sheng exclaimed, holding his bow aloft in celebration. If they run slowly, I shall shoot them down. See who boasted with bravado. Sumu, however, was not so optimistic. With the troubles facing the village, a feud had effectively been established. They would take turns keeping watch through the night, and come morning, they must hasten to fortify the village. Sumu's expression darkened. Ultimately, his sole desire was to conduct a successful private liquor business, to secure himself some leverage in these tumultuous times. Yet, fate seemed to conspire against him. In the wooden shed, Jiang Caiwei quietly sheathed her old chopping knife, pressing it back beneath her bundle. Upon entering Wangzhou city, she had fashioned a makeshift club for self-defense against those who sought to violate her, but alas, it was lost. After entering the city and discovering an old chopping knife in the dilapidated courtyard, it unwittingly became a source of support. Even during the initial days, when she hid within the confines of her dwelling, she sometimes dared not sleep, pressing the old knife beneath her for protection, fearing that Sumu might drunkenly burst through the door and tear her clothing. However, now, the man she had married seemed not to be a villain. Su Lang. I also possess a chopping knife. With a bit of sharpening, it could serve me well. You may keep it for now, Sumu replied, halting in his tracks and turning to reveal a smile. He understood his young wife's sentiments, her profound sense of insecurity. Yet, it was not merely a matter of caution on Jiang Caiwei's part. Sumu could vividly imagine the devastation wrought when the D people breached the gates, with countless refugees perishing from hunger along the way southward. Jiang Caiwei was among them, supporting her frail elderly father and accompanied by a delicate maid. Not only did she have to safeguard their provisions, but she also had to remain vigilant against the encroachment of refugees. Once an elegant young lady from a prominent family, skilled in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, she had swiftly transformed into a brave girl armed with a blade, ready to carve her path through adversity. Chapter 19. The mountain crumbles before us, yet our countenance remains unchanged. 2 days later, wooden stakes were finally erected around the old horse farm. Thus, even if bandits sought to plunder the estate, they would need to think twice. As a former designer in his past life, Su Mu possessed ample ingenuity to enhance the architectural integrity of the entire winery estate. Chen Sheng, gather more tall timber in the next few days, he instructed. To the north of the old horse farm lay an abundance of trees, though it would require some effort to fell them. What does the master intend to do? Construct an arrow tower, Su Mu replied with a subtle smile. In times of peace, such measures would be unnecessary, but now, amidst chaos, the threat posed by the bandits on the northern mountain alone was considerable. With an arrow tower, not only could they gain a vantage point, but shooting down upon foes from above would often yield greater results with less effort. Master, are we building an estate or a military camp? Chen Sheng inquired, somewhat skeptically. Certainly, it is a winery estate. However, it is prudent to be prepared for any eventuality. Then I shall heed the master's wishes. Chen Sheng, I must make a trip to Wangzhou city. I leave matters of the estate in your capable hands. Remember, if bandits approach, promptly shut the estate gates and release the smoke. Understood, master, Chen Sheng replied. Su Mu nodded, instructing Sihu to take a simple blade, while leaving the remainder for Chen Sheng and the others, including the 7 or 8 scattered households. There were over a dozen people in the estate. Unless faced with a large-scale bandit attack, the old horse farm should remain secure. Sihu, let's depart. Sihu gallantly brandished the simple blade, adjusting his belt before climbing into the cart. Be quick about it. Sihu chuckled awkwardly before scrambling onto the cart. As the cart traveled a distance, Su Mu turned to glance back at the estate, where the frail figure gradually faded into the horizon until it vanished from sight. The cart sped along the road, and by noon, having traversed 40 li of flat terrain, they reached the gates of Wangzhou city. Mugur, what brings you to the city? I have some inquiries to make. As he spoke, Su Mu furrowed his brow. Not far from the city gate, a stick-wielding guard, previously languid, suddenly stiffened upon seeing him and hurriedly retreated. Sihu, follow the road to the yamen. One need not fear thieves, but rather those who covet. The likes of Ma Gizi likely consider him a thorn in their side. Just as Su Mu suspected, the guard stationed at the city gate nearly ran out of breath, finally gasping as he returned to the old alley. What happened? Did you truly see that Mubrat? Ma Gizi ground his teeth, abruptly rising from the wine table. After some recognition, it was indeed Mu Guer. Ma Gizi grinned maliciously, turning to face the 2 individuals at the wine table, one holding a wine cup with a sinister expression, the other a wealthy gentleman, visibly enraged. Lu Fangzhu just mentioned wanting the recipe. How fortuitous that Mu Guer has entered the city. Let us keep him here. Known as Lord Lu, the wealthy gentry harbored an intense loathing. As previously mentioned by Ger, a certain establishment had procured the recipe for the intoxicated celestial brew, earning 2 taels of silver for each jar sold. Those who dared to touch what was forbidden would find their hands broken. The old crone rose, her face a tapestry of wrinkles, revealing a malevolent grin. Send a few men to poke his horse. If he remains in Wangzhou city tonight, it shall spell his doom. The horse thief cackled incessantly, personally selecting several burly thugs and offering a reward of 2 taels of silver. That rascal will face a fate worse than death today. Meanwhile, Su Mu, still at the prosperous tavern, was negotiating the deposit with Zhou Fu. 50 taels? That seems rather excessive, Zhou Fu remarked, his expression tinged with displeasure. Master Su, this amount is quite large, especially since you no longer reside in the city. At the old horse market on the Sifeng Road, I possess official documentation. Besides Zhou, you've witnessed the current state. Where else can we procure grain around Wangzhou? Su Mu's intention was clear, to procure more from Hezhou, ensuring a steady supply for the prosperous tavern for at least a month. Zhou Fu remained silent, occasionally glancing back at the bustling tavern, ultimately suppressing his discontent. He counted out a bag of silver and placed it slowly on the table. This silver shall be a wager on my fortune, should you perish. It will serve as a sacrificial offering. If I survive, Zhou, you shall reap great wealth. Zhou Fu rarely smiled, but knowing Su Mu's capabilities, he found it hard to believe that just half a month prior, Su Mu was merely a thug in the old alley. Very well. Bring forth wine and dishes for Master Su. Su Mu sat calmly, an air of tranquility enveloping him, sensing that Zhou Fu had undoubtedly caught wind of something amiss. In Wangzhou city, once darkness fell, it transformed into the domain of thugs. Brother Mu, The old horse has been stabbed. See who rushed in, flustered and bloodied. His dagger hastily sheathed, with a portion still trapped in his belt. See who, sit down and drink. Brother Mu, darkness has descended. Sit and drink. Sumu smiled faintly, pouring a cup for Sihu. Nearby patrons suddenly stirred, hurriedly settling their bills and fleeing in panic. Zhou Fu furrowed his brow, instructing several young servants to stand at the door with wooden clubs, trembling, as a final courtesy to Sumu. Setting down his cup, Sumu lifted his gaze with keen interest, observing the throng gathering before the prosperous tavern. A multitude of thugs from the south, north, and east of the city congregated. Alongside the tavern staff clad in jackets and seasoned enforcers bearing long clubs. Zhou, what is the meaning of this? Sumu asked knowingly, raising his cup for a drink. Your methods of earning silver are rather swift, causing envy among many, Zhou Fu sighed. Compared to collaborating with the old tavern of February Springs, he preferred the emergence of new talents like Sumu. Zhou, let us ascend the stairs. Should any property be damaged, I, Sumu, shall compensate fully. Zhou Fu frowned, contemplating, ultimately deciding against wading into murky waters. I shall concede a favor, Master Su, but you have but the time of an incense stick. Thank you, Sumu replied, cupping his hands in gratitude, his demeanor still unwavering. The sight before him caused a tremor in Zhou Fu's heart. Before he was tainted by the scent of copper, he had cherished the pursuit of knowledge. The mountains may crumble before him, yet his demeanor remains unshaken. The deer may flee at his periphery, but his gaze does not waver. Were it not for the harshness of existence, who would not aspire to be a dashing youth, standing resolutely against countless foes? Unconsciously, Zhou Fu clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, then ascended the stairs with a heavy heart. Mu, you coward, do you dare to step forward? A hoarse voice cut through the air outside the prosperous wine house. Chapter 20. The tiger drives the wolf in front of the prosperous wine house. Several young attendants wielding wooden clubs had begun to lose their resolve, frequently glancing back at the last table occupied by patrons. The calm Su Fangzhou sat there, seemingly unaffected, still serving peanuts and wine. Mu, you owe me 500 taels of silver. Why not repay me today? As the voice of the quarrelsome woman rang out, a few towering thugs coldly pushed through the crowd, causing the attendants to retreat in fright to the doorpost. Sihu, hold your tongue. Sumu raised his head, casting a fleeting glance at the throng outside, then lost all interest. From the day he began brewing illicit spirits, he had anticipated this moment. Men die for wealth, and birds perish for food. In an age where the strong prey on the weak, if your fist lacks the strength, you have no right to stand firm. Sumu. Mu, do you dare to show yourself? You have strayed from the path. According to the rules, your silver and estate shall be confiscated. Huh, and your little maid. I hear she is quite lovely. When the time comes, we shall sell her to the northern brothels, a steamed bun for a round of fun. A wine cup suddenly shattered against the face of the hoarse-voiced man, causing him to grimace in pain. Zhou, today I have shown you enough respect. Zhou Fu stood at the railing of the second floor, silently exhaling a sigh before turning away, a sense of disappointment washing over him. The wind that flourishes in the forest is destined to be crushed. Ultimately, he was still too young to grasp this truth. Ha, Mu, your time has come. The horseman, filled with joy, beckoned the nearby thugs, preparing to storm in and drag Sumu out. Sumu, with his hands clasped behind his back, stood at the entrance and suddenly lifted his head, smiling at the horseman. This smile startled the man. On the brink of death, how could one still smile? Dare I ask, good sirs, what is the penalty for coercing good citizens and inciting unrest? Sumu inquired with a smile. What nonsense are you spouting? Not only the horseman, but also the quarrelsome woman and the hidden Lu Fangzhou felt a wave of unease wash over them upon hearing his words. The law of the great dynasty is exceedingly strict. Even iron weapons are not permitted for private ownership, let alone matters of public brawling. Oh, he previously mentioned having officials backing him. Clang. Before the quarrelsome woman could finish her sentence, a sudden sound of swords being drawn reverberated from behind. Turning her face pale with fright, she nervously turned her head, and upon catching a glimpse, she began to tremble uncontrollably. Ah, disperse them, the woman shouted. What now? I intended to trample that wretched lad beneath my feet. No more questions. It is late, far too late. The man known as Ma Guai raised his head in confusion, glancing back in a panic, eager to scale the old wall beside him. Yet, as fate would have it, after only 2 steps, his limp leg betrayed him, and he fell heavily to the ground. Behind them, 3 officials approached, coldly gripping their unsheathed sabers, each carrying an oil lantern. What business do the officials have here at this hour? The woman, known as the killer, hopped in agitation. Upon further contemplation, she quickly realized the reason for Su Mu's unwavering demeanor. He had evidently alerted the authorities beforehand. Cursed be the day. With a crowd of over 50, if they charged with full force, they would undoubtedly prevail. Yet, she hesitated, for she had to make a living in Wangzhou City. If she provoked the officials, her days would be numbered. Ma Guai and the killer from the south of the city were quite the pair. The leading official was none other than the bearded Tian Song, whose expression was somewhat bewildered. He had not anticipated a gathering of this nature. He had merely accepted Su Mu's invitation to dine at the rich and noble tavern. Bang! As he passed Ma Guai, seemingly to assert his authority, Tian Song turned the blade and struck down, causing blood to seep from Ma Guai's forehead, rendering him utterly motionless. Startled, the killer hastily pulled out a pouch of silver and stuffed it into Tian Song's hand. Su, did they deceive you out of your silver? Tian Song turned back, his tone slightly irked, for he was not pleased with Su Mu's antics. You've killed my fine horse, which I purchased for 20 taels just days ago. Su Mu replied with a faint smile. You speak nonsense. That horse was old. The killer trembled, hurriedly covering Ma Guai's mouth, her face twisted in pain, and shakily produced another pouch of silver to hand to Tian Song. Had she known, she would have used that 20 taels for bribery. But she had been unable to part with it earlier. Tian Song counted the silver, satisfied as he secured it at his waist. Get lost. All of you, get the hell out. A moment's delay, and you'll all find yourselves in the dungeon. In an instant, the once fearsome crowd of over 50 scattered in disarray, their cries echoing through the alleys. An old thug, armed with a staff, seemed unwilling to concede and muttered a few words, only to have an official behind him swing his blade down, leaving one arm drenched in crimson. The killer, her legs frail and short, ran with her hairpins falling loose, gasping and shouting until she was finally supported by 2 thugs, who helped her onto the cart. Su, this is the silver for compensation. Tian Song approached slowly, not retrieving the silver at his waist, but instead gesturing with a slight nod. Today, I must trouble Brother Tian. Let this silver serve as my apology. Su Mu narrowed his eyes. If he had any other choice, he would rather avoid dealings with these officials, but in Wangzhou City, he had to steer clear of the troubles caused by Ma Guai and his ilk, even if it meant consorting with wolves. Haha, Su, you truly are generous, Tian Song exclaimed, thoroughly pleased, having unexpectedly acquired such a sum. Even if he shared some, it would suffice for many nights of revelry at the Qingguan. Come, gentlemen, take a seat. Zhou, do be so kind as to add a few exquisite dishes. Zhou Fu resumed his merchant's facade, though he cast a furtive glance at Su Mu, now tinged with a hint of admiration. Such a person is indeed worth befriending. As the banquet was set, Su Mu, maintaining a calm demeanor, discreetly took out a bag of silver and slowly pushed it towards Tian Song. Master Su, you are exceedingly generous, Tian Song remarked. Upon quickly tossing the coins, he discovered there were approximately 10 taels, which made his expression even more jovial. Brother Su, please feel free to speak your mind. The 2 officials seated in the lower positions hastily expressed their agreement, almost linking arms with Su Mu. Brother Tian, I shall be direct. I seek an official permit for the production of bows. A permit? What sort of permit? A permit to manufacture bows and arrows. Tian Song put down his chopsticks, his face suddenly filled with surprise. Brother Su, why do you need this? You are aware that our dynasty imposes strict regulations on iron weapons. This, I cannot assist you with. Generally, only the affluent families are granted the privilege to produce bows and arrows. Reluctantly pushing the silver back, Tian Song's face reflected a moment of pain. Brother Tian, you misunderstand. I intend to craft wooden bows. Only 100 or so. Wooden bows? Tian Song's expression transformed into one of ecstatic joy as he quickly reclaimed the silver. If it is merely wooden bows, then there should be no significant issue. They are needed for the protection of the estate, as the bandits from the Cedo Road have recently become increasingly audacious. Haha, that is agreeable. I shall visit the officials tomorrow to assist Brother Su in obtaining the permit. Su Mu's face brightened with joy, though internally, he was even more elated. Tian Song believed he was crafting ordinary bamboo bows, yet in reality, it was a longbow that had no counterpart in the Great Ji. With the abundant timber in the Cedo region, material concerns were non-existent. Securing the permit for wooden bows would allow him to forge longbows, ensuring effective defense against the bandits. Chapter 21. The Arrow Factory. The following morning, having received the silver, Tian Song indeed acted swiftly, promptly acquiring the arrow production permit and presenting it to Su Mu. He even returned with an old horse cart. Thank you, Brother Tian. Haha, no need for thanks. Should you require further assistance, feel free to seek me in Wangzhou City. The implication was clear. As long as one was willing to pay, nothing was insurmountable. Su Mu suspected that this cart was likely a confiscated item from the officials, left unclaimed. Where to next, Brother Mu? Without hesitation, Su Mu commanded the cart to leave Wangzhou. Given the events of the previous night, he surmised that the gang led by Ma Guai would not relent and would certainly devise other sinister schemes. It was prudent to vacate this place of turmoil as soon as possible. At worst, he could smuggle liquor into the city with extra caution in the future. Sihu, stop, halt. As the cart approached the city gate, Su Mu suddenly spoke, causing Sihu to slam the brakes, nearly colliding with a passerby. Su Mu maintained a composed expression, hurried forward a few steps to shoo away a group of children relieving themselves, and then quickly bent down to assist a dazed elderly man lying on the ground. This was the second encounter with the mad scholar. He appeared even more emaciated than before, the pungent odor emanating from him nearly overshadowing the stench of urine. I recognize you. You are my son, a rare general of the great Ji. Father, your eyes have dimmed. I can no longer await the joyous news of your victory over the enemy. Su Mu felt a pang of sorrow in his heart and instructed Sihu to fetch a towel, helping the mad scholar wipe away the stains from his body. Esteemed elder, may I escort you for a drink? Haha, splendid indeed. Let us indulge in a cup of the spirit of victory, celebrating the triumphs of vanquishing foes for generations to come. Brother Mu, there is no need to heed this old madman. Sihu stood aside, his expression sullen. Do not speak nonsense. Su Mu shot a glare, disregarding the foul odor emanating from the deranged scholar, and assisted him towards the carriage, lifting him aboard. Sihu, drive the carriage. Above, the incessant spring rain began to fall once more, gradually staining the ancient walls of Wangzhou a deep brown. At the city gate, amidst the curtain of rain, a horseman, wrapped in burlap, wore an increasingly malevolent expression, his eyes glinting with a fierce light, surrounded by several thugs. Su Mu, seemingly oblivious, urged Sihu on, and the carriage sped away, soon departing Wangzhou City. After a considerable distance, a wealthy gentleman emerged coldly from behind, arms crossed in his robe. Master Lu, it is time for you to devise a plan. The gentleman nodded, squinting his fox-like eyes in the direction the carriage had gone. The muddy path, soaked by the spring rain, had become increasingly treacherous, and the old horse recently given by Tian Song seemed to be afflicted with illness, foaming at the mouth and nearly collapsing several times. With no other recourse, Su Mu could only urge the horse on intermittently. By the time they returned to the old horse farm on Sito Road, the lamps had just begun to flicker to life. It is the master, Chen Sheng exclaimed loudly, hastily instructing someone to open the estate gate. Upon entering the estate, Su Mu noticed several unfamiliar faces, both men and women, all appearing gaunt and weary. They are the scattered individuals introduced by the matchmaker. There were not enough hands, so I allowed them to stay and assist until your return, master. Su Mu nodded, approaching to familiarize himself with them to avoid future awkwardness. Su Lang, Jiang Caiwei, who had rushed over upon hearing the news, spoke with a tone of regret, her eyes slightly bloodshot. Master, last night we were short-handed, and the lady helped with the night watch, enduring 2 shifts. 2 shifts, meaning 2 rounds. This was a considerable strain for a delicate woman. Chen Sheng, did the mountain bandits cause trouble again? They did. Chen Sheng's expression darkened. I followed your instructions, closing the estate gate early, but those bandits are incorrigible, resorting to tricks, claiming wolves were about, and threatening to invade. Was there any harm? Su Mu furrowed his brow. The bandits from the old mountain to the north were indeed a troublesome lot. Rest assured, master, everyone is quite well. Zhou Zun and I had good bows, and the bandits were terrified. However, I did not dare to stick my head out, so I could not ascertain their numbers. Su Mu contemplated deeply. The construction of the arrow tower must commence immediately. How many people are currently in the estate? Su Lang, I have counted. There are 17 individuals, including 4 children. 17. Even with the 5 families of the horse drivers, it is still insufficient. In the future, when the winery operates, we will need more than 20 workers just for brewing. Yet, at present, there is no better solution. Nearby villages, under the persuasion of those layabouts, have nearly turned the old horse farm into a place for murder and burial. Master, who is this? Once Chen Sheng had pulled the carriage into the shed, they discovered an elderly man, drowsy and slumped in the carriage. As matters grew more pressing, Sumu nearly forgot. Chen Sheng proposed constructing a new shed, suggesting that he reside in the village. After all, he was a scholar, and one could never tell when he might prove useful. Ultimately, it was a heart yearning for a son that led to contemplating the solace of wine. See who? Bring over the long timber. Fearing that bandits might strike again under the cover of night, Sumu resolved to hasten the construction of a watchtower for the village's defense, recognizing that in these times, one could hardly rely on official forces. The case of Tian Song revealed that, to accomplish anything, one must resort to the influence of silver, particularly for impoverished individuals like Xinyang. When a man is slain, the officials dare not investigate, and they even brazenly absconded with 2 hens. The entire region of Deji had succumbed to corruption at its core. As dusk fell, Sihu and the others finally managed to erect a watchtower beside the village gate, adhering to Su Mu's design. Although the tower was not tall, it was fortified with sturdy planks for protection. Even should the enemy possess skilled archers, one need only crouch down to avert danger. The arrow slits, though modest in size, allowed for effective targeting and shooting of arrows. Sihu and Chen Sheng ascend and take a look. Upon hearing this, the 2 hurriedly slung their iron bows and climbed up. Master, it's quite high. I can see the houses in the neighboring village. Sumu smiled gently. The primary purpose of the watchtower was indeed for surveillance. Should they manage to craft over 100 longbows in the future, combined with the watchtower's vantage point, even a coordinated volley from the edge of the village would prove formidable. Chapter 22. The tiger lies in wait in the following days. The winery village began to take shape, with several watchtowers constructed alongside the main brewing house and rows of wooden dwellings now established. Chen Sheng's family had also been brought over yesterday, and altogether, the entire winery village, including the scattered households, comprised nearly 20 individuals. Sumu felt a growing weight upon his shoulders, realizing that these 20 souls would come to rely on him as their master. Sihu, go fetch the cart. It's time to head to Huzhou. Sihu responded with a deep voice, grasping his wooden blade as he moved forward. My son, Li Pasheng. The old scholar, clad in a freshly donned scholar's robe, unexpectedly rushed and stumbled, falling into the mud and rolling a few times, soon becoming quite dirty. This elicited laughter from several nearby villagers. Elder, are we out of wine again? We have enough. Captain Chen brought me 2 gourds yesterday. Captain Chen referred to Chen Sheng, who managed the village in Su Mu's absence. Is my son leaving the village again to fight? No fighting, peace reigns. And I am about to enter the palace to receive my reward, Su Mu answered with difficulty. The old scholar's true son, Li Pasheng, had previously been stationed at Yongguan, with no reinforcements for 700 miles. After the northern tribes breached the pass, his fate appeared grim. Haha, my son must have achieved great military merit. Go. Remember to bring a sack. The emperor surely has a bounty for you. As he silently approached the cart, he noticed that, at some point, Jiang Caiwei had been waiting by the carriage. Su Lang, I too wish to accompany you on his inaugural journey to Huzhou to collect grain. Su Mu was reluctant to bring along Jiang Caiwei, for one could never predict what unforeseen events might unfold along the way. It had been reported that just 30 miles from Huzhou, a tiger had recently descended from the mountains, leaping from the underbrush to attack unsuspecting travelers. Su Lang, in my past, I had 2 maids who were sold to a village near Huzhou, Jiang Caiwei remarked. Su Mu quickly grasped her intentions. It seemed his little maid was eager to visit relatives. He recalled how, upon his arrival in this realm, Jiang Caiwei had brought her 2 devoted handmaidens who, out of loyalty, had sold themselves into servitude to ensure her entry into the city. Observing Jiang Caiwei's anxious demeanor, Su Mu ultimately relented. Very well, we shall proceed. If the conditions prove arduous, they may come to the estate. Thank you, Su Lang, Jiang Caiwei exclaimed, her joy palpable as she hurriedly bowed in gratitude. A twinge of discomfort stirred within Su Mu. This estrangement felt quite awkward. Chen Sheng, open the gate. Chen Sheng, who had been waiting nearby, bare-chested alongside 2 strong men, heaved open the colossal wooden doors. Since Chen Sheng would remain at the estate, accompanying Su Mu were only the coachman Si Hu and 2 others, Zhou Zun and Zhou Luo, brothers from the same clan. The path to Huzhou stretched approximately 80 miles ahead, even with relentless travel. Reaching their destination in a single day was far from guaranteed. Sumu had already resolved to camp for the night. "Master, ahead lies Leihu Slope," Zhou Zun called out, hastily hanging a lantern. Sumu was aware that a mere 30 miles from Huzhou, a notorious spot existed where tigers often lay in wait, having claimed the lives of countless passers-by. As darkness began to envelop the sky, Sumu determined that it would be prudent to camp at least 10 to 20 miles away from Huzhou to ensure their safety. "Zhou Zun, Zhou Luo, press on a bit further. Sihu, prepare the carts." 3 horse-drawn carts quickly lit their lanterns, hurrying along the official road through the damp, dimly lit world. As they traversed Leihu Slope, Sumu took hold of his whistle stick, while Sihu unsheathed his broadsword. Even Jiang Caiwei's complexion paled slightly as she reached into her small bundle. "Master, we have passed the slope," Zhou Zun joyfully announced from behind, lowering his whistle stick. Sumu let out a sigh of relief. In his previous life, he had only seen tigers in a zoo, even though they had been tamed. The awe of their roar remained vivid in his memory. "Mugur, the wooden bridge has collapsed," Sihu suddenly exclaimed, his voice filled with alarm. Sumu looked up, nearly cursing in frustration. The substantial wooden bridge spanning a creek had inexplicably broken in the middle. "Zhou Zun, check the water level," Sumu ordered as he dismounted from the cart, lantern in hand, surveying the surroundings. The official road was flanked by dense thickets and thorny underbrush, providing ample cover for lurking tigers. "Master, we cannot cross," Zhou Zun returned dejectedly, his clothes drenched to the shoulders. "We can only wait until tomorrow to see if there are any shallows." With nightfall approaching and the looming threat of lurking tigers, crossing the river seemed increasingly perilous. "Mugur, could the bridge have been sabotaged?" Zhou Zun speculated. "That is unlikely," Sumu replied confidently. "The bandits of the mountain are not so foolish as to choose a location frequented by tigers." Sumu surmised that the continuous spring rains over the past few days had raised the water level, damaging the old wooden bridge. "Brothers, let us first gather the horse-drawn cart together and find some dry firewood. Do not venture too far." With no way to proceed, Sumu decided it would be better to follow their plan, set up camp, and light a bonfire. "Su Lang, I shall also fetch some firewood." "No, you stay with me." Strangely, the image of a ferocious tiger roaring at the zoo from his previous life flashed in Sumu's mind. Suddenly, several forest birds emerged from the depths of the woods, circling above Sumu and his companions before hastily darting away. "Fly slower, I will shoot it," Sihu grumbled as he put away his iron bow. Sumu's brow furrowed deeper as he frequently glanced toward the dense forest, but after several attempts, his eyes grew weary without any discoveries. "Do not worry. Even if we encounter a tiger, I shall crush it," Sihu said boldly, attempting to provide reassurance. "Do not act impulsively," Sumu replied seriously. "If we truly meet a tiger, remember to maintain your distance. If the cart cannot be saved, then we must not concern ourselves with it." Having surrounded the cart and gathered dry firewood, Sumu felt slightly relieved. Generally speaking, if there is a fire, wild beasts tend to keep their distance. "I shall fetch some pancakes," Zhou Zun said, tending to the fire. "Zhou Zun, bring a jar of wine to warm us," Sumu added. The incessant spring rain was irksome, not only chilling them, but adding to the noise. "Understood," Zhou Zun replied. Sumu turned to see Jiang Caiwei, who was beginning to feel drowsy. After a moment's hesitation, he removed his robe and gently draped it over her. "Su Lang, I am not cold," Jiang Caiwei blushed, taking the robe back and covering Sumu instead. Sumu, feeling too lazy to insist, rose and looked outside the cart. Zhou Zun. Even the cart at the farthest end was merely a dozen steps away, yet Zhou Zun seemed to be delayed. "Zhou Zun," Sumu called again, his face quickly turning pale. Countless forest birds flapped their wings overhead, and from the thicket, the faint growl of a small beast could be heard. 3 old horses anxiously raised their hooves, causing the items on the cart to rattle. The moonlight was also concealed, obscured by the trembling treetops. "Master, master, a giant creature has emerged from the grass." Zhou Zun's trembling voice suddenly rang out nearby. Chapter 23. Embracing the tiger. Zhou Zun's quaking voice startled the others, causing their faces to change drastically. Sumu drew his whistle baton and rushed forward a few steps, stunned by the sight before him. A massive yellow-spotted tiger, imposing and fierce, was scraping its razor-sharp claws against the ground, sending droplets of blood splattering in all directions. Zhou Zun, true to his valor, held his simple knife protectively before his head, but even so, his chest was already a bloody mess. "Master, save me!" Zhou Zun gasped, blood bubbling from his mouth. "Save him!" Sumu dared not delay any longer. After a shout, he, along with Si Hu and Zhou Luo, charged forward in unison. The maid, Jiang Caiwei, clutched an old machete, beads of sweat trickling down her face, nervously trailing behind Su Mu. As Su Mu swung his baton, the colossal tiger let out an enraged roar, instantly shattering the baton with a swipe. Zhou Luo's eyes turned crimson as he raised his iron bow and released an arrow. The iron-tipped arrow pierced the tiger's hide, inciting the beast to an even greater frenzy. After a few more roars, it began thrashing its head violently. Zhou Zun's agonized cries grew increasingly hoarse and strained. Si Hu, in a fit of rage, lifted his crude blade and rushed behind the giant tiger, delivering 3 swift strikes that seemed to connect with the tiger's bones, sending sparks flying in the dim light. This provoked the great beast, which abandoned the nearly lifeless Zhou Zun, sweeping its tail forcefully to knock Si Hu off balance before swiftly pouncing on him. Su Mu, witnessing this with eyes wide in horror, picked up Zhou Zun's crude blade from the ground and thrust it towards the giant tiger. However, the blade barely penetrated when the tiger's tail lashed out again, sending Su Mu crashing 10 paces away. "Su Lang!" Jiang Caiwei cried out in alarm, trembling as she gripped the machete tightly, her legs shaking as she shielded the fallen Su Mu. Quickly, Zhou Luo helped Zhou Zun. Su Mu clutched his chest, coughing violently. The giant tiger, seemingly filled with hatred for Si Hu, did not shift its focus. 2 massive paws loomed, ready to shred Si Hu's chest. Si Hu, lying on the ground, managed to emit a sound akin to a tiger's roar, his face flushing crimson as he raised his powerful arms to fiercely grip the tiger's front paws. Su Mu had previously been unaware of Si Hu's immense strength, but from the memories of the original owner, he recalled an occasion when, to prevent a gambling debtor from fleeing on a bull, Si Hu had dragged a half-ton yellow bull by its tail with ease. Ignoring his own aches, Su Mu stood up in astonishment, gazing through the rain at a figure steadily rising. Jiang Caiwei blinked in disbelief, and even Zhou Luo, supporting Zhou Zun, was momentarily speechless. "Where are the fierce warriors to defend our land?" Su Mu shouted, his voice trembling with fury. "Embrace the tiger." Si Hu also raised his head, his face growing even more flushed as his iron-like arms suddenly constricted, firmly gripping the giant tiger's body. The tiger's roars echoed, one after another. Yet it could not break free, its paws firmly ensnared. Setting Zhou Zun aside, Zhou Luo shouted fiercely, picking up the crude blade and rushing forward to stab repeatedly at the tiger's underbelly. Su Mu hurriedly rose, seizing a half of the baton and wildly striking at the tiger's head. Time slipped away. Eventually, as the blood-soaked mud was gradually washed away, Si Hu trembled and slowly released his grip. Zhou Luo collapsed to the ground, clutching the crude blade, still shivering uncontrollably. Zhou Zun, on the brink of death, opened his eyes to reveal a look of joy. Su Mu discarded the half of the baton, gasping for breath, and turned to see Jiang Caiwei still gripping her machete tightly, anxiously standing beside him. "It is dead," Su Mu said, a gentle smile gracing his lips. He was well aware that Jiang Caiwei stayed by his side out of concern for his safety, yet what could a frail woman wielding a crude woodcutter's knife possibly do? With tear-filled eyes, Jiang Caiwei hurried back to the carriage, rummaging for the medicinal ointment, and began applying it diligently. "Si Hu, your strength is truly remarkable," Su Mu exclaimed, excitement coursing through him. His initial choice to remain with Si Hu had proven fortuitous, akin to securing a precious treasure. "Brother Mu, I'm hungry," Si Hu said, sprawling on the muddy ground, his voice returning to its usual gruffness. "Haha, splendid. I shall personally prepare pancakes for you shortly." "Zhou Luo, is your cousin unscathed?" "Rest assured, boss, we've inspected him thoroughly. Fortunately, Brother Hu acted swiftly. It's merely superficial wounds." Su Mu breathed a sigh of relief, propping himself up and curiously approached the tiger's carcass on the ground. The body of the tiger showed no significant differences, but what was alarming was that its upper half had been nearly compressed into a concave shape by Si Hu's grip, its eyes bulging ominously. "Zhou Luo, help me lift the tiger onto the cart." Su Mu pondered that such a large beast could fetch a fair sum of silver. After securing the tiger's body, Zhou Luo, following Su Mu's instructions, grabbed a lantern and swiftly searched for a shallow crossing. After more than an hour, Zhou Luo returned with a look of delight. "Boss, There's a crossing, though the water is still somewhat deep. There was no time to waste. Su Mu dared not delay further, even if the bleeding had stopped. Zhou Zun's injuries were critical. Moreover, should another ferocious tiger emerge, they might truly be at risk. After submerging, the 3 carts forded the creek, hastening through the night towards Huzhou. Is that a giant beast? A few bystanders exclaimed in awe as Su Mu's party entered the gates of Huzhou at dawn, drawing attention to the yellow-spotted giant tiger tied to the cart. Such flattery. It is merely a tiger's carcass we stumbled upon, Su Mu replied, slightly frowning. In these times, discretion was always advisable. Furthermore, Su Mu harbored a twinge of selfishness. If it were discovered that Si Hu had slain the tiger, what alliances might he lose? Despite his bond with Si Hu, it was prudent to avoid unnecessary complications. Upon delivering the tiger's body to the butcher's shop, Su Mu was astonished to find it sold for nearly 100 taels of silver, causing Si Hu to nearly howl in delight. Zhou Luo, go fetch some medicine. And remember to bring back several doses. In the inn, watching Zhou Zun recover from danger, Su Mu let out a long sigh of relief. Boss, I shall forfeit my wages for this month due to my incapacity. Zhou Zun's expression was somber. He feared Su Mu might dismiss him, for the wounds inflicted by the tiger would require at least half a month to heal. Such was the reality of the times. Employers seldom supported the idle. Do not speak foolishly, Su Mu smiled. Focus on your recovery. As for this month's wages, Zhou Zun's expression turned anxious. The sale of the tiger's body will earn you 10 taels, plus 1 tael for this month, 13 taels in total. Let your wife prepare some delightful meals for you. Zhou Zun's head lifted, tears welling in his eyes. Chapter 24. The misfortunate maid Zhou Luo. You shall stay at the inn and keep a close watch on your cousin. Understood, boss. Selling tiger corpses, each earned 10 taels of silver. Where could one find such a master? Zhou Luo could hardly wait to return to Sitong Road to share this splendid news with his wife. Brother Mu, where shall we go? On the bustling street. Si Hu contentedly chewed on 2 pieces of fried dough, his mouth glistening with oil. Caiwei, where do your former 2 maidservants reside? The purpose of coming to Huzhou was to collect grain. If those 2 maidens lived nearby, it would be a fortunate coincidence. Su Lang. They sent word that they reside in Yupo village, a few li outside of Huzhou, Jiang Caiwei replied, her voice crisp as she nibbled cautiously on the fried dough. Wary of Su Mu's disapproval. Even when selecting gifts earlier, she dared not take much, opting only for 2 ordinary pieces of linen. Ultimately relying on Su Mu to choose 2 fine cuts of meat. Then let us proceed, Su Mu responded with a smile. With Zhou Zun injured and the original manpower insufficient, if they could entice a few families to relocate to the winery estate, it would indeed be a worthwhile journey. Si Hu wiped his hands and hurriedly drove the cart, urging the old horse to depart Huzhou city before Su Mu could utter a word. Compared to Wangzhou, the tranquility of Huzhou was a welcome relief. At least there were no refugees besieging the city, and the faces of the common folk along the way were not all waxen and pallid. Thus, Su Mu brimmed with confidence for this grain collection in Huzhou. As they traveled, they inquired of a few passers-by before finally determining the direction to Yupo village. In Deji, there was no concept of house numbers. To find someone, one could only utter their name or nickname, and even then, it might not guarantee immediate success. After spending half a stick of incense's worth of time and a total of 2 coins in small silver, the 3 finally learned the whereabouts of the 2 maidservants. One had married a butcher, and the other a scholar, which was indeed a rarity, as hundreds of thousands of refugees fled southward from the north. Not only did they inject new life into the gray economy, but many lifelong bachelors also found it fortuitous to marry maidens. Jiang Caiwei's 2 maidservants were rather fortunate. They had sold their contracts to marry rather than being abducted to brothels. Which household shall we visit first? Su Mu inquired, glancing up at the sky. One of the maidservants lives at the village entrance, and the other at the village end, Caiwei replied, her tone tinged with urgency. The reputation of a butcher in Deji was as sullied as that of a stickman. A butcher, unlike those in the city's meat shops, typically dealt with small game caught by hunters, skinning and chopping it for silver. Moreover, butchers were often heavy drinkers, and what they sold rarely sufficed to quench their own thirst. Such a livelihood often led to financial ruin. The 3 trod along the muddy village path and soon arrived at a dilapidated abode. Si Hu adjusted his belt to make the dull knife more visible before raising his hand to knock on the wooden door. With a loud thud, the door was swung open, revealing a disheveled middle-aged man who cursed as he leaned out. What do you want? Is Chuanha at home? Jiang Caiwei stepped forward, her voice anxious. Chuanha? Ah, that wretched girl seems to be called that. The man slurred, taking a swig of liquor, staggering as he sat on the ground, his expression turning slightly menacing. However, if you wish to drive the stakes, do so with caution. Just yesterday they were buried. That wretched girl was of a fragile constitution. Unable to endure a bout of illness, she knelt by her bed in tears, and after several days of weeping, she succumbed. Might you two gentlemen return in a few days? I intend to enter the city in search of a maid and wife. Sumu felt a slight tremor within, while beside him, Jiang Caiwei had tears streaming down her cheeks. Sihu, already impatient, was ready to charge at the drunken man. However, Jiang Caiwei, having taken the initiative, picked up a stone and hurled it towards the inebriated figure with reddened eyes. The man widened his eyes, his expression frozen for a moment, before he collapsed to the ground. Mu, brother Mu, shall I continue? Shall I break his legs? Sumu, feeling a pang of discomfort, approached and helped Jiang Caiwei to her feet. The nation teeters on the brink of ruin, and the populace suffers greatly. This predatory world has nearly ground humanity to dust. Sulang, Chunhi has passed away. Jiang Caiwei, supporting herself, wept with profound sorrow. Sumu could envision the harrowing escape of a master and two servants from the north, sharing a bond of life and death. Let us first check at the edge of the village. This sentence jolted Jiang Caiwei to attention, prompting her to dash towards the village's end. Brother Mu, surely the scholar would not engage in such deeds? Wiping the blood from his knuckles, Sihu spoke gravely. I do not know. Sumu sighed, calling out to Sihu as they hurried after Jiang Caiwei towards the village's end. According to Jiang Caiwei, the second maid was named Xia Shuang, who had married an aging scholar tending to the fields. Anxiously, she knocked on the wooden gate, and when the occupant emerged, Jiang Caiwei was overwhelmed with joy, embracing the figure that appeared, trembling with excitement. Miss, what brings you here? The woman who stepped out was dressed as a village woman, her pants caked with mud, bearing a pallid complexion, likely due to insufficient sustenance. Undoubtedly, this village woman was the maid, Xia Shuang. My husband is still studying. Please come inside, but be quiet. Jiang Caiwei promptly presented 2 pieces of hemp cloth to Xia Shuang. Miss, keep this for your own garments. As long as I have something to cover myself, I am content. Do you have something to cover yourself? The garment she wore, a tattered skirt, seemed to have been repurposed from a man's robe, riddled with patches. Come inside, but be quiet. Xia Shuang reminded them again, occasionally glancing at Su Mu standing behind. She was aware that her mistress had married a man of ill repute. Sihu, bringing up the rear, entered with 2 fine cuts of meat, the aroma wafting through the air, startling the old scholar, who had been seated beneath the lamp, into a hurried rise. Xia Shuang, who are these esteemed guests? My mistress has come to visit. Husband, you may return to your studies. No rush. I have been at it for a day and am rather fatigued. The old scholar stepped forward, his freshly laundered scholar's robe visibly ill-fitting. Sumu hesitated, contemplating whether to leave behind a few pieces of silver as an investment, thinking that should this diligent scholar suddenly attain success, it might pave a path for him. Alas, he quickly dismissed such thoughts. He observed with clarity that the book sprawled across the old desk was not a classic of Confucian texts, but rather a hand-copied volume of Risku illustrations. Jiang Caiwei, being literate, chanced upon it as well. Upon turning her head, her face flushed crimson in an instant. The old scholar, maintaining his composure, discreetly tucked the manuscript into his trousers pocket. I had initially intended to visit the tavern in town to revel with my fellow classmates, yet I found myself feeling somewhat unwell. Perhaps I shall return another time, without the indulgence of wine and meat. For I recently dined lavishly at the invitation of several affluent families from Huzhou, enjoying a feast of venison. The old scholar spoke with an air of tranquility, as if recounting a true story. Sumu was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. In these times, it was rare among common folk to find families that could afford to eat meat. At that moment, Xia Shuang, who was holding a piece of meat, accidentally let it slip from her grasp, causing it to tumble into the dirt. The old scholar, who had been so composed, gasped in shock and hurriedly bent down to retrieve the meat, blowing off the dust and patting it clean. Sumu's expression twitched. It seemed he had not tasted meat in 2 or 3 years. Chapter 25. The unfairness of the world. 2 fine pieces of meat were soon placed in the pot, and before long, a tantalizing aroma filled the room. The old scholar's nose turned red with anticipation. Once seated at the table, He hastily sought out chopsticks and began to devour the food with great enthusiasm. Sumu felt no desire to engage further. From their earlier conversation, he had gleaned that this scholar, Yuan Kai, was already 37 years of age, having failed to pass the provincial examinations for over a decade, remaining a mere student. The rented fields tended by his family were now entirely entrusted to Xia Shuang, while he confined himself indoors, fixated on his Risku manuscript. "Miss, is it truly so?" Xia Shuang exclaimed from the corner, her voice rising in excitement. "Indeed, Su Lang has opened a distillery. Xia Shuang, why not join us?" Jiang Caiwei's tone was gentle. She regarded her two maids as sisters. With the recent passing of Chuanha, her guilt compelled her to protect Xia Shuang even more. "I hear you are quite the scoundrel," she teased. Before Xia Shuang could reply, Yuan Kai, having consumed 2 bowls of meat, began to chuckle softly. "It is not my intention to jest. But as a scholar of Deji, I am well aware of propriety. I fear we may not be of the same ilk." Su Mu smiled, almost without hesitation. "I dare not presume. To be candid, even my teacher has remarked that I stand a chance in this year's provincial examination," Yuan Kai rambled on. "I have already envisioned that after passing, I shall buy a grand residence in the city, adding several extra rooms to host a troupe of dancers." Sumu stifled a yawn, feeling drowsy. Yuan Kai was akin to a braggart, nearly claiming to be a celestial being descended to earth. It is said that the sparrow knows not the aspirations of the swan. Hence, I find it difficult to accept your goodwill, and I hope you understand. "I have no such intentions," Su Mu said with difficulty, lifting his head to gaze through the wooden window at the scenery outside. Time had nearly slipped away. Soon, he would need to inquire about the grain collection location. "Each month, I assist in transcribing text for the master's household, earning a modest 2 coins. It is no boast. My calligraphy is distinctive, and even the county magistrate frequently praises my work." Rising from his seat, Sumu cast a glance at the bowl of meat on the table, only to find that Yuan Kai had licked the gravy clean. "May brother you achieve 2nd place in this year's high school examination," Su Mu sighed, feeling reluctant to linger any longer, fearing he might be unable to resist delivering a playful slap to Yuan Cai's ear. Observing this, Jiang Caiwei hastily rose as well, her expression tinged with a hint of disappointment. Following the customs of Deji, if Yuan Kai were to dissent, Xia Shuang would not dare accompany him to the tavern. "My dear brother, though I am well versed in the classics, a wise bird selects its perch. I fear I cannot accept your invitation. Of course, since I secured 2nd place in the local examination this year, you are welcome to join me at the celebratory feast." Su Mu, having immersed himself in scholarly texts, was not inclined to compromise for mere trifles. His head throbbed with weariness, and he was too fatigued to offer further explanations. "Let us depart." With hurried strides, Su Mu sped away, anxious that Yuan Kai might emerge again to prattle on. "Su Lang, I apologize." Jiang Caiwei noted Su Mu's displeasure and spoke uneasily. "It is nothing," he replied, donning a forced smile. Since she was unwilling to go, so be it. After all, my monthly stipend is quite generous. Jiang Caiwei nodded earnestly. Su Mu had been considerate during this round of family visits. "Sihu, fetch the carriage." Shortly thereafter, the 3 boarded the cart, which left behind 2 long imprints in the earth before gradually disappearing at the village's edge. In the future, if meat is delivered, do ensure it is thoroughly cooked before serving. Those unaware might think we have never tasted meat. Back in the house, Yuan Kai was picking at the meat lodged between his teeth, gathering several morsels before finally placing them in his mouth to chew. "I shall read now." Just as he pulled out a Risco book from his trousers, Yuan Kai suddenly recalled something. "That little stick man. Earlier he invited us to his estate. How much is the monthly stipend?" "Husband," Mrs. already inquired. "It seems he offers 1 tael of silver." Clang. Yuan Cai's face turned pale with shock. And in his haste, he even knocked over the tung oil lamp on the table. "Why did you not mention this sooner?" "Oh dear. Oh dear." Xia Shuang's face bore a look of grievance. "Yes, it was husband who said not to cultivate relations with the stickman. Chase after them. 1 tael of silver. I would need to sell several brush tips to earn that amount." Once Yuan Kai hurriedly dashed out of the small house and onto the village path. He found no trace of Su Mu and the others, his nose tinged with frustration, almost moved to tears like a fallen star of literature. Compared to the rural roads leading to Wangzhou city, the countryside of Huzhou seemed considerably more even. Even the muddy paths soaked by spring rain did not deter the old horse, which trod joyfully along. "Brother Mu, are we heading to the granary?" Su Mu directly shook his head, opting instead to visit the larger estate for collection. Deji now boasts a unique characteristic. Over a century ago, with the wars against the northern D, the influx of refugees increased, many of whom were affluent individuals who would pre-purchase land deeds and establish estates to attract tenants. Resettling in the south. Essentially, it mirrored Su Mu's own tavern estate. Over time, one would often encounter various farms dotting the wilderness. If time permits, it would be wiser to procure grain directly from these farms, sparing oneself from the additional cuts imposed by the middlemen at the grain markets. Along the way, after inquiring at 3 or 4 farms, Su Mu felt a sense of relief. The prices were at least half compared to those at the grain shops. However, due to a lack of manpower, he could only leave the address of the 4 Passes Road and generously provided some travel expenses, requesting these farms to deliver the grain to his door in a day or 2. Brother Mu, what are these people doing? Just as he was about to steer his horse back towards the city, Sihu suddenly spoke in surprise. Su Mu paused, following Sihu's gaze to discover over 20 individuals at a nearby farm, their faces etched with sorrow as they knocked on the gate. Master, we are mere tenant farmers. The world is unjust. Our previous farm was raided by bandits, and our old master was driven to despair and passed away. We can no longer make a living. Master, please take us in. We will work diligently. Su Mu remained silent, observing the group, all of whom bore the pallor of deprivation, clearly belonging to the suffering populace. Yet, despite their pleas, the farm's gate showed no sign of opening. Sihu, go call these people over, Su Mu said softly. Sihu hesitated for a moment, then hastily dismounted the cart, ensuring his knife was tucked into his pocket before quickly advancing towards them. Before long, the group of over 20 destitute souls approached Su Mu apprehensively. Among them were several thinly clad children who, assuming they were about to receive alms, knelt in the muddy ground, chanting pleas for silver without waiting for their parents to urge them. Do not kneel, rise first, Su Mu sighed. Beside him, Jiang Caiwei looked equally pained and opened her small bundle to share 2 precious oil cakes with the children. Amidst the crowd, the gaunt faces of the hungry individuals echoed with the sounds of their swallowing throats. Chapter 26. I have a farm. Are you all seeking a means of livelihood? Stepping down from the cart, Su Mu took a few steps forward and wiped the mud from a child's face. This scene evoked a sense of goodwill among the 20 or so destitute individuals. This esteemed master, indeed. We are tenants from a small farm 20 miles away. Our farm was ravaged by bandits, and our old master was driven to death by grief. We truly have no way to survive. We have knocked on the doors of 7 or 8 farms, all unwilling to take us in. An older farmer, leaning on a stick, slowly emerged from the group. I too have a farm, Su Mu spoke with conviction. If you have nowhere else to go, how about serving me as tenants? Master, how far is your farm? An 80-mile journey to a distillery farm in Wangzhou. Wangzhou? The front gates of Yongguan have been breached, and it is said that war will soon erupt there. There are even reports of refugees resorting to cannibalism. Su Mu's expression remained unchanged. Given the current plight of these individuals, it would be unreasonable to be choosy. Silence. All of you be quiet. Fortunately, the older farmer was sensible enough to quell the murmurs from the back. Master, how many meals are provided each day? 2 meals, with an additional 10 pounds of grain distributed each month. As soon as Su Mu finished speaking, the faces of the 20 or so destitute individuals lit up with excitement. In this world, being able to survive without succumbing to hunger was indeed a remarkable fortune. Additionally, there is a monthly stipend of 2 taels, a monthly salary. The old farmer's sallow face flushed with excitement. Quick, come, let us pay our respects to the master. We, the residents of Lucy Xiaohu village, numbering over 20, are here to greet the master. Their voices resonated in unison, and even with empty stomachs, they sounded remarkably robust. Excellent. Truly splendid. Su Mu was delighted. This meant a fresh influx of laborers into the winery. Furthermore, they were all honest, hard-working individuals from impoverished backgrounds, deserving of trust. I must state beforehand, as you become my esteemed patrons, partaking in my provisions and receiving my salary, you must always prioritize my directives. Naturally, the master felt reassured. The old farmer let out a deep sigh of relief. Had it not been for Su Mu, they would have continued to wander aimlessly in Huzhou, likely facing increasingly dire circumstances. Sihu, go to the farm and procure several carts, and also gather some provisions. An old cart would cost at least 6 or 7 taels of silver, yet there was no alternative. Sending this group on foot to Sihong Road was impractical. Moreover, Su Mu had a significant plan in mind for acquiring the carts. Once these 20-odd destitute souls were well fed, he intended to fetch 4 carts. Just as dusk began to fall, upon returning to Huzhou, Su Mu decided to hire a large shed to accommodate these needy individuals, planning to set off for Sihong Road together the following dawn. Sihu, accompany me to the city for a while. After settling the needy, Su Mu gazed at the sky. Lacking the habit of retiring early, he chose to take advantage of the tavern's lingering hours to further promote his wares. Young Master Su, I shall join you, Jiang Caiwei chirped, eagerly trailing behind. Brother Mu, she is undoubtedly concerned about those impoverished souls. Nonsense, those unfortunate souls will soon be our kin. Su Mu shot her a glance, then turned his gaze back to the young maid with a complex expression. Traveling southward for 1,000 miles. The plight of refugees could be far more daunting than that of the destitute. If she could safeguard her family, why fear these impoverished souls? Su Mu's demeanor grew increasingly solemn. She worried that misfortune might befall him. Jiang Caiwei silently lowered her head, offering no explanation, steadfastly following behind. The streets of Huzhou, with their intricate network, were far more bustling than those of Wangzhou. Even at night, the myriad taverns, restaurants, gambling houses, and eateries remained lively and vibrant. After inquiring at 7 or 8 establishments and dispatching a few small jars of drunken celestial, only 2 were willing to place modest orders. Su Mu remained unperturbed. As long as drunken celestial could penetrate Huzhou city, given the distillation technique employed, it was only a matter of time before it would become a sensation throughout the city. At that point, it would not be a matter of promoting sales. Rather, the taverns and eateries would seek him out for their supplies. Let us return. The necessary tasks have been completed. There is no need to linger in Huzhou city any longer. We shall rest for the night and head back to Sihong Road immediately. Master, the master has returned. Chen Sheng, bare-chested, joyfully shouted from the watchtower. Instantly, the village gates swung wide open, and 7 carts slowly entered the winery. Upon disembarking, Su Mu's face radiated excitement. Despite encountering fierce challenges along the way, including injuries to Zhou Zun, they had navigated through it all without dire consequences. They merely needed to await the grain carts from Huzhou in the next day or 2 before commencing work. Chen Sheng chuckled as he donned his attire. Master, in accordance with your instructions these past few days, the villagers have fortified the estate even more securely. Have the mountain bandits stirred up trouble again? Not in recent days. But there are reports from the direction of Wangzhou that the refugees are becoming increasingly unruly. Su Mu furrowed his brow. With hundreds of thousands of refugees facing starvation, it was inevitable that complications would arise. Chen Sheng, allow everyone to rest for a while. Xinyang, select 2 individuals to be responsible for preparing meals for everyone. Originally burdened with timber, Xinyang quickly nodded in response to Su Mu's command. Master, there is a large group of people entering the estate. Su Mu smiled and turned his gaze towards the entrance, where over 20 weary souls stood hesitantly at the gate. Come in, Hu Lao, invite them all in. Hu Lao, the eloquent old farmer, promptly urged the group of destitute individuals to enter the estate upon hearing Su Mu's words. Hu Lao, I have previously mentioned that this is a winery estate, which is comparatively more relaxed than a farming one. In the coming days, I shall have Chen Sheng teach you how to work. Thank you, master. Old Hu's voice trembled with emotion. He had initially harbored doubts about Su Mu's sincerity, for such treatment was beyond their wildest dreams. Rations and a monthly stipend, a luxury they dared not imagine in the past. There are vacant wooden houses at the back. You all may crowd into them for the time being. There is an abundance of timber nearby, and we will soon have more structures erected. The faces of the 20-odd refugees glimmered with excitement, nearly bowing in gratitude to Su Mu. He stepped forward, standing atop a wooden stump. I have previously stated that we are all individuals who wish to survive. Since you have pledged your allegiance to me as your master, I, Su Mu, promise you that this Su family estate shall become your home. You will have clothing to wear, food to eat, and with any surplus, you may purchase sweets and garments for your wives and children. Before Su Mu, expressions of hope and longing illuminated the faces of the gathered crowd. Were it not for the dire circumstances that have driven you from your homes, who would choose to live like a stray dog? May I ask you all, what shall we do if someone attacks the estate? Su Mu was not jesting. Such occurrences were indeed plausible. Even in Huzhou, numerous estates had fallen prey to bandits. let alone the chaotic region of Wangzhou, where relying on officials proved futile. Their only recourse lay in their own strength. Damn them. See who unsheathed his broadsword, cursing vehemently. Yes, damn them, Chun Sheng echoed, his voice filled with fervor. The earlier team of wagon drivers, including the injured Zhou Zun, displayed no fear upon hearing these words. Old Hu's lips moved as he recalled the harrowing image of their farm being set ablaze. Damn them. In an instant, the 20-odd refugees were galvanized, their pallid faces revealing a glimmer of resolve. Excellent. Su Mu descended from the wooden stump, his aim being to unite these individuals into a formidable force. Jiang Caiwei stood at a distance, yet even from afar, as she raised her gaze to behold the spirited figure before her, she felt a blush creep upon her cheeks. This was no mere commoner. He was undeniably a remarkable man, divinely favored. Nearby, an old scholar cradling a wine gourd revealed a rare, serene smile as he raised his hand and took several hearty gulps. Chapter 27. The mountain bandits established their authority in Su family village. There are currently over 40 individuals. Apart from 6 or 7 children, the majority are women, leaving only 15 adult men in this vast estate. Su Mu finds this number quite satisfactory. After all, in the grand scheme of things, conscripting able-bodied men is a common practice. Countless valiant souls have perished beneath the walls at the borders. With the arrival of fresh manpower, coupled with the renovation experience accumulated from a previous life, Su family village has swiftly transformed into a commendable establishment. In addition to the row of wooden houses for living, there are 4 watchtowers and a large wooden shed constructed for brewing wine. Su Mu has also specially enclosed a sizable horse pasture on the western side of the estate, where he occasionally lets the old cart horse gallop a few laps during leisure hours. The entire village encompasses roughly the size of 2 football fields, providing ample space. According to Su Mu's vision, the task of brewing wine is not overly laborious. The women can take turns with it, while the men are assigned heavier duties, such as hammering trees for wine or standing guard at night. Su Lang, I have discussed with the other women, and we can clear the land at the edge of the village to cultivate some wild vegetables and raise fish. Jiang Caiwei cheerfully approached, her tone brimming with excitement. Compared to her previously frail appearance, she now seemed noticeably healthier, a faint blush gracing her lovely features. Su Lang, what troubles you? If you have no thoughts on the matter, I can speak with them. That is not my intention, Su Mu replied with a smile. From now on, you can take charge of such matters. Su Lang, I cannot overstep my bounds. Indeed, the young maidservant still found it difficult to overcome that mental hurdle. Su Mu sighed. Although he now possessed his own winery and estate, the relationship between him and Jiang Caiwei remained largely unchanged, as if an invisible barrier lay between them. I promise. Just remember to keep the accounts. You need not assist with the menial tasks. I will heed your words, Su Lang. As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Caiwei sensed the awkward atmosphere and blushed, retreating hurriedly. Clang, clang, clang. Just as Su Mu was about to step back, a sudden loud noise erupted near his ear, startling him into covering his ears. When he turned around, he discovered the old scholar had appeared out of nowhere, holding a gong in his hand. My son, the signal to retreat has been sounded. The enemy is formidable. Retreat, retreat. The signal to retreat has been sounded. Su Mu felt a sense of helplessness, fearing the old scholar would trip and fall due to his haste. He rushed to assist him, but in the blink of an eye, the old scholar had already sprinted 100 paces away. Master, I intended to use that gong for nighttime alerts, but he snatched it away carelessly. Chen Sheng, who had hurriedly pursued, remarked with an exasperated expression. If bandits were to raid the village in the dead of night, having a copper gong to rouse everyone would be most advantageous. Master, I cannot continue this conversation. I shall retrieve the gong. Su Mu looked up to see, under the dim sky, the old scholar leading several children, the gong in tow, as they jumped and danced, chasing after Chen Sheng, who was panting heavily. This scene elicited laughter from several women and men, who paused their work momentarily. Unbeknownst to him, a warm sensation blossomed in Su Mu's heart. Master, come quickly. Suddenly, Chen Sheng halted his pursuit, his expression turning frantic as he turned to shout loudly. The only reason a man of his caliber would lose composure was the presence of bandits. Master, the bandits have arrived. Zhou Luo atop the arrow tower echoed the alarm. See who? Assemble the men on the arrow tower. With a terse command, Su Mu coldly advanced, climbing the wooden ladder onto the ramparts. Master, There must be 40 or 50 of them. Chen Sheng hastily armed himself with an iron bow, taking his position beside Su Mu. Su Mu gritted his teeth. The scene before them was indeed daunting for an ordinary person. In the dim light of the night, dozens of bandits brandished torches and weapons, standing menacingly outside the village. At the forefront was a burly figure on a yellow stallion, clad in rusted and battered armor, with a blindfold over his right eye. Yet, even with this impairment, the remaining left eye glimmered with a chilling intensity. Clutched in his hand was a spear-like weapon that gleamed ominously in the firelight. A certain mountain wolf, Peng Chun, passing by your esteemed village, he rasped, his voice hoarse like a broken wind instrument. Su Mu stood impassively, recognizing the greeting. The burly man on the yellow stallion hesitated briefly before erupting into boisterous laughter, prompting his band of ruffians to raise their torches and cheer raucously. "Brother Mu, shall we shoot?" Sihu inquired, anger flashing in his eyes. "Wait a moment," Su Mu replied calmly. "If this mountain wolf intends to rob the village, he would not approach so brazenly. Rather, he would stealthily close in under the cover of darkness, scaling the wooden walls." Ha! As Su Mu had anticipated, the mountain wolf laughed maniacally, swiftly raising his right leg to grasp the spear. With a fierce swing, a nearby tree crashed down with a resounding thud, eliciting raucous cheers from the bandits. Peng Chun retrieved his spear, chuckling sheepishly, then urged his men onward as they galloped northward toward the old mountains. "What is this? They come only to flee?" Su Mu scoffed, recognizing that the prosperity of the distillery had attracted these bandits, who were likely to demand a hefty tribute next. However, he wondered why the mountain wolf had not spoken directly. Perhaps he had employed an intermediary. Sure enough, not long after the bandits departed, two disheveled figures ambled leisurely toward the village. "Master, it's two of the village layabouts," Su Mu remarked, his brow furrowing. These idlers had colluded with the bandits, wreaking havoc upon the entire village. "You lot, why are you not opening the gates?" The leader of the layabouts bellowed, tugging at the bandits' banner like a self-proclaimed envoy. "On the authority of the two great kings of Old North Mountain, I command you to open the village and welcome guests. Delay even a moment, and tomorrow we will send troops to raze the place to the ground." "Send troops?" Su Mu scoffed at the ragtag bunch, daring to speak of military might. "Master, what shall we do?" Chun Sheng asked anxiously. Su Mu turned around, observing the figures slowly gathering in the courtyard, each face etched with terror. The officials do not confront bandits, yet the bandits oppress the people. This has become a thoroughly morbid dynasty. "The young master from Wangzhou, you possess great audacity. On the day of the raid, you shall have reason to weep." Su Mu's gaze grew cold. He sensed it was time to set an example for the people of the estate. In this world, attempting to bargain with a tiger has always led to a dismal fate. Chapter 28. No choices left. Chen Sheng, fetch the longbow. Su Mu's tone was grave. Time was of the essence. Under Su Mu's supervision, only 5 sturdy wooden longbows had been crafted in the entire estate. It is worth noting that the longbows of later generations differ significantly from the bamboo bows prevalent in the Great Dynasty. They are made from fire-hardened wood, crafted into bows exceeding 1.8 meters in height. Additionally, it was necessary to gather hemp, dry it, and twist it into fine strands. Hundreds of these strands must be intertwined to form the bowstring. The local magistrate could produce over 100 bows, but based on Su Mu's estimates, it would take nearly 2 months to complete them all. At that moment, upon hearing Su Mu's words, Chun Sheng's expression shifted in surprise as he hurried to the arrow tower, retrieving a longbow and a quiver of specially crafted stone-tipped arrows. "Can the master shoot?" "A little," Su Mu replied calmly. In his previous life, during leisure moments, he would spend half a day at the archery range. Although he could not claim perfection, his aim was quite commendable. Of course, there remained the issue of strength. The original owner's body, despite having rested for a while, still possessed some frailty. With no alternatives, Su Mu resorted to the Western method of drawing the bow, using his foot to secure the bowstring, pulling it taut before releasing it with precision. Ah, what audacity! The king of Old Beishan has proclaimed a bounty of 20 taels per head each month, should you fail to comply. He shall unleash his wrath and burn your wretched estate. Outside the estate, 2 idlers sang in unison, their shouts leaving many within the courtyard feeling quite helpless. The infamous reputation of the bandits from the Great Dynasty had long instilled fear. Su Mu narrowed one eye, turning the longbow, and after a brief moment of aiming, he suddenly released the string. One of the nearby idlers collapsed to the ground, emitting a wail as if mourning the death of his parents. The other, frightened, hurriedly covered his head and fled. Chen Sheng, momentarily stunned, soon erupted in cheers. Open the estate gates and bring them in. Place the longbow aside, Su Mu commanded coldly. Upon receiving the order, Sihu immediately opened the gates and stormed out in fury, soon dragging a slothful fellow resembling a dead dog into the open space of the estate. You lot, you possess great audacity. The king of Old Beishan will surely not let this go unpunished. The crowd that had gathered included many with fearful expressions. The matchmaker, who had been standing aside, glanced at the scene and seized a nearby stick, striking the dragged idler with force. The death of her husband was largely due to these idle men leading bandits into the village. Furthermore, after her husband's demise, these idlers had coerced her into selling herself, stripping her of dignity, and leaving her children nearly starved. Stop it, Xinyang. The lazy man on the ground writhed in pain. The earlier bravado completely vanished. Xinyang, wait a moment. Su Mu sighed as he approached, grasping the bloodied wooden stick. With reddened eyes, Xinyang nodded at Su Mu and obediently stepped back. Now, tell me, how many bandits are there on Old Beishan? Su Mu's voice turned icy, suspecting that the recent group was not the entirety. The lazy man grimaced, attempting to utter some harsh words, but was silenced by Sihu, who stepped on his injured calf, causing him to gasp in agony. There are about 60 or 70. 60 or 70. Su Mu's expression shifted slightly. Such a number constituted a formidable criminal gang. And what else? Speak quickly. Reveal everything about the so-called two kings of Old Beishan. Sihu unexpectedly raised his foot again, startling the lazy man into a hurried confession. You've seen the two kings. The first is the notorious wolf of the mountains, Peng Chun, known as Hong Dong, wielding a long knife and possessing formidable martial skills. How long has this been going on? About 2 years. The two were originally cavalrymen from the northern camp. But after a series of defeats, they became deserters, fleeing to Sitong Road where they gathered many followers and established themselves as bandit kings. Deserters? Su Mu was taken aback. Previously, due to issues in the village, he had not paid much attention to the bandits. Yet now he learned that these so-called kings of Old Beishan were once cavalrymen from the Daji military camp. Even if the military were indifferent, the local officials could not remain idle. This revealed the extent of corruption within Daji. Young master, if you pay 20 taels per month, the two kings will not trouble you. Su Mu chuckled coldly. Today it's 20 taels. In a few days, it will be 50. Remember, those who conspire with tigers often meet the direst fates. Sihu, throw him out. At the command, Sihu bent down, grasping the lazy man's injured leg, and with a furious heave, hurled him out the door, eliciting a scream. Close the gates. The massive wooden doors slowly shut against the night. The crowd outside had calmed considerably, seemingly heartened by Su Mu's actions. Sometimes, those who collaborate with bandits are even more detestable than the bandits themselves. Disperse and return to rest. As Su Mu walked aside, his expression grew increasingly grave. Chen Sheng, organize the personnel. Each watch should last 3 hours, with no fewer than 4 on duty. If bandits are spotted attacking the village, sound the alarm immediately. The current situation had irrevocably severed ties with the bandits on Old Beishan. There was, of course, no alternative. The 15 able-bodied men in the village, once they gathered their courage, would become the primary force for its defense. Rest assured, young master. Chen Sheng nodded earnestly, recognizing the gravity of the matter. Be cautious and remember what I said. If bandits surround the village, conceal yourselves in the arrow tower. Even a makeshift arrow tower can effectively shield us from their bows. We understand, young master. Before Su Mu stood 15 serious-faced men, including Sihu, all nodding in agreement. Good, those on watch stay. The rest may return to the wooden house to rest. After rubbing his somewhat heavy head, Su Mu's expression remained grim. Having traversed into this world with no background or support, survival amidst such chaos proved exceedingly difficult. As he returned to the central wooden cabin, he intended to step inside, only to discover that, unbeknownst to him, his young maid, Jiang Caiwei, had already been there, bending her slender frame to prepare his bedding. Su Lang. The bed is ready, Jiang Caiwei said, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. Su Mu was inclined to wager that if he spoke at that moment, Jiang Caiwei would willingly stay for a night of intimate companionship. Yet, this was not a tale of love. It was merely the binding of an invisible tether. Su Lang. I must take my leave. Jiang Caiwei said nervously, fidgeting with the hem of her garment, her demeanor somewhat awkward. The path is slippery. Be cautious. I understand, he replied. The glow from the lamp within the wooden cabin cast their silhouettes, one standing still for an extended moment, while the other turned and retreated with delicate steps. Chapter 29. I have cleansed myself. As the night deepened, Sumu lay on the wooden bed, his mind swirling with myriad thoughts. The delicate figure of Jiang Caiwei often flitted through his mind. With a silent sigh, he dimmed the oil lamp, intending to rest for a while. In a state of drowsiness, Sumu felt a chill on his arm. Turning around, he was startled to find a graceful silhouette had appeared on the bed. Before he could utter a word, the figure embraced him tightly. Caiwei, he thought, but it was clear that Jiang Caiwei, with her bashful nature, would never act in such a manner. Pushing the figure away, he hurriedly lit the lamp, only to discover that it was the matchmaker. Master, master, the matchmaker exclaimed, her face flushed, her voice quivering slightly. I have cleansed myself. I am no longer unclean. Master, please, do as you wish. Sumu raised his gaze in silence, noticing that the matchmaker not only wore a red garment, but also draped herself in a sheer veil, appearing enchanting under the soft light. Master, I will not cry out. No one will know, she continued, her face crimson, seemingly ready to lie down. He suddenly understood. The matchmaker was expressing her gratitude. In ancient thought, there was often a notion of offering oneself in return. Sumu already had a maid and wife. Such an exchange was impossible, leaving only the possibility of a physical offering. Matchmaker, please rise, Sumu said, swallowing hard, ultimately suppressing his impure thoughts. The beauty before him. To claim indifference would undoubtedly be a lie. Master, I am not unclean. I have washed myself several times. That is not what I meant, Sumu sighed, rubbing his forehead as clarity began to fill his mind. Matchmaker, you need not go to such lengths. Your assistance in my endeavors, along with bringing in numerous clients, has already earned my heartfelt gratitude. Master, do you truly find me distasteful? I will not speak of this to anyone. I merely wish to repay the kindness you have shown. Without you, my child would have perished from hunger. Do you truly wish to repay me? Of course. The matchmaker's face lit up with joy, her eyes closing as if ready to lay down again. Please, get up. Sumu felt a deep sense of helplessness. At this rate, he would surely lose control. If you wish to repay me, how about helping me gather some hemp tomorrow? Gathering hemp was necessary for crafting the longbow string. Although some had been collected in recent days, the quantity was still insufficient. I shall heed your command, master. The matchmaker comprehended that the young master before her seemed to have no intention of driving in the stakes any further. Prolonging the matter would likely incite anger. It's best to rest indoors now. Let this not happen again, Sumu remarked with a wry smile. Listen to the master, the matchmaker said. Her cheeks flushed as she approached the doorway. Suddenly, another figure appeared, coincidentally arriving at that moment. Sumu's expression shifted to one of alarm as he stood and moved closer, only to discover that it was indeed Jiang Caiwei, awkwardly standing at the entrance with a bundle of bedding in her arms. The matchmaker was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to explain the situation. Su Lang. It's rather cold tonight. I have come to deliver the bedding, Jiang Caiwei murmured, her head bowed, her hands trembling with unease. Sumu inwardly cursed, realizing the implications of this indiscretion. Matchmaker, you may return, he instructed, as the visibly distressed matchmaker hurried away, a look of deep remorse etched on her face. I assure you, I have done nothing. Sumu cleared his throat, feeling the need to clarify the situation. Su Lang, I am not angry. I am merely a servant wife fleeing from hardship. I am already grateful for your kindness in sheltering me. Jiang Caiwei continued to avert her gaze, unable to lift her head. I truly have not engaged in any wrongdoing. Whether you take a concubine or seek pleasures elsewhere, I bear no resentment. I am but a servant wife and will continue to serve you faithfully. Please, lift your head, he urged. Jiang Caiwei trembled slightly, but, for the first time, did not heed his request, keeping her head lowered. Su Lang, the night grows late and the chill intensifies. I shall place the bedding and then take my leave. Sumu felt a pang of sadness at her words. Her voice clearly trembled with unshed tears. After a moment of silence, he stepped aside. Jiang Caiwei, still with her head bowed, placed the bedding down. When she turned her head, her eyes were already red-rimmed. Before Sumu could observe her further, she hastily lowered her head again. Su Lang, I shall take my leave now. I have not done anything. Please rest well, she said, her silhouette fleeing in haste. The spring rain fell incessantly, and before the skies could clear, it descended relentlessly, saturating the world surrounding the estate in a damp embrace. "Master, the grain carts have arrived," came a shout from the arrow tower, the voice of Zhou Luo echoing. Sihu hurriedly pushed open the estate gates, and soon a procession of carts laden with grain rolled in. "Which one is Su Fangzhou?" asked a middle-aged man, carrying an iron rod and approaching with a document in hand. Behind him, a dozen young men, also bearing long sticks, cautiously followed, surveying their surroundings. Most of these men were from the martial arts community, akin to those who escort goods, delivering parcels for a fee. Su Mu generously settled the outstanding balance, and, not forgetting to reward the middle-aged man with a small pouch of silver, placed it in his hand. "Su Fangzhou, be cautious in the days to come." After receiving the silver, the middle-aged man's tone softened. "What do you mean?" "While we were passing by the southern side of Old Beishan, we discovered bandits sharpening their blades." "Sharpening blades?" Sumu was taken aback. The sight of bandits preparing their weapons indicated imminent action against wealthy targets, signaling to others in different regions to steer clear of potential plunder. Old Beishan, the second king. Sumu furrowed his brow. The target of the knife was undoubtedly his Su family's estate. With that said, Su, the estate owner, must remain vigilant. "Thank you, brave man." The middle-aged man nodded and, upon unloading the grain, departed the village with his convoy, soon vanishing into the vastness of the forest path. "Chen Sheng, have the grain moved to the granary first." "Rest assured, master." Su Mu turned to face forward, his brow furrowing deeper. The gang of bandits on Old Beishan had become a heavy weight upon his chest. For now, the estate provided shelter, but what of the future? One cannot remain hidden behind the estate forever while collecting grain and delivering wine. Sihu, once Chen Sheng and the others finish their tasks, summon them to the riding grounds. "What are we to do, Brother Mu?" "I shall teach you to ride and fight." "Huh." Sumu said little more, continuing forward until he reached the riding grounds, where 13 old horses had been unhitched from their carts, galloping joyfully around the arena. Sumu gazed at them, a hint of regret on his face. Alas, they were merely old horses. If only they were fierce steeds fit for battle, then they would truly be fine mounts. However, according to the market price in Deji, a good warhorse would cost at least 100 taels, a sum far beyond his current means. For nearly a century, the Northern D people had triumphed repeatedly against Deji, a crucial factor being that their grasslands boasted hundreds of excellent breeding grounds. Chapter 30. The old horse to ride. Brother Mu, everyone is gathered. Sumu lifted his gaze to the over 10 young men before him. Chun Sheng and his companions were seasoned horsemen, while the remaining individuals likely had never even ridden a horse. "Master, I know a bit." A younger man in the crowd eagerly raised his hand. "In my youth, I befriended the young master of the estate, who let me ride a small horse a few times." "Good." Though Sumu sighed inwardly, he maintained a gracious demeanor and offered praise. "Then let us each select a horse and take a ride." Before long, the scene was disheartening, aside from Chun Sheng and his 3 companions. Even the young man who had ridden before fell into the mud. "Master, look at me, golden rooster standing," Chun Sheng boasted as he stood up on the horse. Indeed, managing a golden rooster stance. What a sight. Sumu rubbed his forehead, pondering that the bandits might strike the estate within the next few days. With a disadvantage in numbers, he could only resort to unconventional tactics. These old horses held his hopes. With 5 horsemen, one of them, Zhou Zun, had been injured. "You all need not work for the next couple of days. Stay at the riding grounds and practice riding. If you improve well, each of you will be rewarded with a tael of silver." The group of young men erupted in cheers at this news. "Chen Sheng, stop showing off and teach them properly." "Brother Mu, what about me?" Sihu asked. "You are not suited for this." "Why not, Brother Mu?" Sihu's expression was animated. "Those old horses won't carry you even a few steps. I have other tasks for you. You, who can wrestle a tiger, would be wasted as a mere cavalryman." "Very well, I shall heed your guidance, Brother Mu." Sumu himself was uncertain about when the bandits would strike. All he could do was muster all his strength to fend off this impending raid. To the south of the estate lay a vast distillery. The grain had arrived, and according to Sumu's wishes, regardless of how the world changed, the means of survival must not falter. Apart from the more than 10 young men who were training to ride, nearly everyone else was bustling with activity in the distillery. Sumu tirelessly walked back and forth, earnestly explaining the steps of brewing and fermentation to the workers who had only a rudimentary understanding of the process. Naturally, for the final and crucial distillation method. For the sake of safety, he intended to personally oversee it until the estate had fully established itself. Master, it's time for lunch. Huan Yang stood at the entrance of the distillery, her face flushed to the point of almost dripping. Every time she recalled the events of the previous night, she internally cursed herself. What if the master became angry and expelled her from the estate? She dared not dwell on it further, lowering her head while stealing pitiful glances at Su Mu. Su Mu nodded and smiled as he spoke. Everyone, the Su family distillery is not a den of villains. Let us have lunch before returning to our duties. The workers within the distillery paused in surprise, thanking their master before hastily making their way outside. Before long, only Su Mu remained, standing solitary by the distillery. Master, master. Huan Yang emerged from around a corner, her eyes glistening with tears. Su Mu was momentarily taken aback, instinctively stepping back a few paces, fearful that his delicate wife, Jiang Caiwei, might unexpectedly appear. Master, I am unclean. I am worthless. Please do not be angry. Huan Yang's voice was almost a desperate plea. You are not unclean. Su Mu remained silent for a moment before speaking earnestly. In this master's heart, you are a good mother. Truly, you are not unclean, far cleaner than many. Huan Yang was taken aback, covering her mouth and trembling as she hurriedly bowed. As the fragrant aroma of fermenting wine wafted through the air, Su Mu realized that 3 days had passed without the appearance of the bandits. Despite the sharpening of blades and the vow for bloodshed, what were they waiting for? Perhaps it was a blessing in disguise, allowing the 10 young men at the small equestrian grounds more time to become familiar with their horses. After inspecting the distillery and confirming everything was in order, Su Mu hastened towards the equestrian grounds. Not long after, he lifted his gaze to find Jiang Caiwei, looking haggard, squatting on the ground assisting a village woman in washing wild vegetables. If memory served him correctly, it seemed that his delicate wife had been avoiding him for several days. Even when they occasionally crossed paths, she would hurriedly greet him, head lowered, and swiftly depart. Caiwei, Su Mu hesitated and called out. He had initially thought that the barrier between him and Jiang Caiwei was merely a thin layer of paper. But now it seemed they had exchanged that paper for iron bars after an unfortunate misunderstanding of infidelity. Su, Master Su, I must go settle accounts. She felt as distant as a stranger from a bygone era. Su Mu was still deliberating on some warm words to mend their relationship. But before he could gather his thoughts, Jiang Caiwei's fragile figure had already vanished from sight. Divide into 2 wings and encircle from both sides. To penetrate the battlefield was the most fundamental tactic of cavalrymen. Practiced diligently, even if the old horse perishes, this master shall procure new steeds. Within the modest training ground, over a dozen young men sweat profusely, enduring rain and relentless sun over the span of 3 days, coupled with countless falls. Unbeknownst to them, their once timid dispositions have transformed into a steadier resolve. Light cavalry moves with swiftness, heavy cavalry with steadfastness. Su Mu's voice resonated with gravity. If you diligently master the art of riding, in due time, should you acquire wealth, I shall ensure that fine steeds adorned in armor are gifted to you all. Do not seize the whip. Keep your posture straight. The might of riding lies in the aim of the lance, leaving no blade of grass untouched. At this juncture, the Great Ji remained in the phase of mixed infantry and cavalry, primarily due to the scarcity of stables within its borders. The standard tactic involved infantry forming the core, while cavalry flanked opportunistically, yielding a modest success rate. In contrast, the pure cavalry of the northern D, predominantly light horsemen employing small bows, would encircle and strike, compelling the border camps of Great Ji to retreat in disarray. Practice again, Su Mu commanded coldly. Hands clasped behind his back, eyes fixed on the unfolding scene. Chen Shang, mounted on a dappled old horse, adeptly maneuvered, suddenly extending his neck. Zhou Luo, what troubles the master today? He seems rather irate. Zhou Luo exhaled. Brother Shang, it's likely the mountain bandits are intent on raiding the estate. Thus the master's discontent. Chen Shang, you dolt. Attend to this with seriousness. Chen Shang shrank his neck, hastily straightening up, clamping his legs around the horse's belly, leading the group of over 10 to continue their laps around the training ground. From atop a high woodpile, the eccentric scholar reached into his chest, kneading a clay pellet before leisurely sipping wine. The northern tribesman laughed, oblivious to the fact that a humble distillery was honing the art of horsemanship. My son Li Pashing once stood upon the walls of Yongguan, wiping his blade with wine, wielding a bow against cavalry. 6,000 valiant souls lay beneath the city, each a true man. Chapter 31. If unbroken, then unestablished, 8 carts laden with grain, even having utilized less than half, yielded over 100 jars of intoxicating brew. Aside from what was destined for the affluent taverns of Wangzhou, and some for Huzhou, nearly 30 jars remained. Of course, brewing and distilling was not the arduous part. The challenge lay in transporting the wine. On the northern peak, mountain bandits sharpened their blades, vowing to seize Su's distillery. This was the most pressing concern. Master, we are prepared. Chun Sheng and his group of young men approached, their faces etched with anger. To obstruct a man's wealth is akin to slaying one's parents. Do not be hasty, Su Mu frowned, realizing Chun Sheng's group was intended as a surprise force and must not be easily revealed. What then? Su Mu massaged his temples, pondering deeply. See who? Have someone fill the wine jars with water and dispatch a cart, using that ailing horse from the training ground. The sick horse had been a gift from the constable Tian Song, showing signs of imminent demise. What is the intention here, Brother Mo? Do not question. Simply follow my instructions. Before long, approximately 50 jars of water were loaded onto the cart. See who? Remember to drive slowly. If bandits appear, dismount and return immediately. What about the horse and wine? Forget them for now. Return first, and we shall discuss further. See who, feeling disheartened, took up the reins of the cart, not forgetting to bring along his wooden knife. As soon as the gate of the village opened, he immediately drove out. Su Mu hurriedly ascended the arrow tower, his heavy gaze firmly fixed on the direction in which the cart had departed. Indeed, within a short distance, a dozen brazen bandits emerged from the forested paths, brandishing their clubs and weapons. Remembering Su Mu's instructions, See Hu, in a fit of anger, cursed under his breath and quickly leapt down from the cart, racing back towards the village. Fear of thieves is one thing. The fear that they might have their sights set on you is another. The bandits from the Old North Mountain were evidently intent on wreaking havoc on the business of the distillery by obstructing the transport of goods. It would not be long before even old acquaintances like Zhou Fu would likely refrain from placing orders. Curse them. See Hu returned to the village, filled with an overwhelming sense of frustration. Had it not been for Su Mu's admonition, he would have drawn his wooden knife and charged at them. Even if he managed to dispatch one group, another would surely follow. It was utterly futile. If there were sufficient financial resources, Su Mu would wager that the two chieftains from Old North Mountain would muster even more followers. In this world, no official would intervene. Even if they claimed they would suppress the bandits, it was merely for show. Caiwei, how much grain do we have left in the village? Startled by Su Mu's question, Jiang Caiwei, who had been keeping her head down, hurriedly replied, Master, there are still over 500 caddies. Her words further displeased Su Mu, for not only was the liquor unable to be delivered, but the growing estrangement between him and Jiang Caiwei was becoming palpable. The next 2 or 3 days were critical for delivery, and delays were unacceptable. What should we do, Master? We won't deliver today. Su Mu spoke in a low voice. Chen Sheng, take the men and continue with the horse training. A dozen robust men, appearing somewhat puzzled yet unwilling to disobey, promptly turned and made their way to the small training field. See Hu, is everything prepared? Rest assured, Brother Mu, it has all been sharpened. Before long, See Hu carried over 20 straight wooden spears and placed them beside the small training field. Due to the unavailability of iron spearheads, they had no choice but to sharpen the tips of the wooden shafts and wrap them in stone skin to add weight. Each person will take 2 wooden spears. These spears were crafted from sturdy hardwood, each about 2 meters in length. This length was calculated considering the charging power of the old horses for true cavalry lancing. They would ideally need to be over 3 meters long to pierce through an enemy's armor at full gallop. The instruction to take 2 spears was simple. Without iron to craft proper spearheads, and given that these young men were not yet seasoned cavalrymen, uneven strength could lead to mishaps. If a wooden spear became lodged in an enemy, it would be impossible to retrieve. In such a case, they would have to abandon their current spear and reach for a spare. The young men swiftly picked up 2 wooden spears each, mounting the old horses with a look of doubt on their faces. They tightened the reins, placing the tail ends of the spears under their arms, ready to thrust them forward when the moment of battle arrived. Practice. On the small training field, the young men followed Su Mu's instructions, gradually familiarizing themselves with the thrusting motions of the spears. Do not underestimate this set of movements. It is said to be inspired by classic examples of the few overcoming the many. Had it not been for my previous life spent perusing military forums, Sumu would not have been able to grasp it entirely. At this juncture, the cavalry lancers were still confined to the stage of charging with their weapons, their assault capabilities proving insufficiently potent. In less than 2 hours, even Chun Shang, who prided himself on his horsemanship, was left panting and exhausted. His armpits chafed and bleeding from the wooden lance. Very well, let us gallop on the old horse and practice for another 3 hours. The true lethality of the lancers can only be realized when the steed is in full charge. In the training ground, Chun Shang and the others gritted their teeth, adhering to Su Mu's instructions, riding their aged steeds faster and faster, subsequently thrusting the wooden lances tucked under their arms with fervor. The faint sounds of piercing air brought a smile of satisfaction to Su Mu's face. We are, unfortunately, born into tumultuous times, where justice is absent and the government shows no mercy. The only means of salvation lies within the weapons we wield. Heed the words of the master. From the highest hall to our closest companions, we have nothing left. Now is the moment for us to fight with all our might. See who, prepare the straw man. Shortly thereafter, a specially crafted straw figure was erected in the small training ground. Sumu had deliberately marked its shoulders, abdomen, and facial features with red pigment. If we strike any of these vital points, the enemy shall quickly lose their combat effectiveness. 12 aged horses circled in formation. Their lances aimed to pierce the enemy's chest. As the day darkened, over a dozen young men continued to ride their steeds, thrusting their lances into the encroaching night. Lanterns were lit by 7 or 8 women, suspended around the training ground. Continue practicing. Your wives and children are all watching. The training ground echoed with fervent shouts. Sumu turned around and walked back calmly. To survive in this chaotic world, he had no choice but to bind those who sought refuge in the village tightly together. See who, go prepare the wine jars. Tomorrow morning, I shall personally lead a group to Wangzhou city to deliver the private liquor. Time cannot be squandered. If we miss the taverness business, no matter how fine the distilled liquor may be, it will inevitably be cast aside. Mugu, what shall we do about the mountain bandits? If we do not break them, we cannot establish ourselves. Chapter 32. The first glimmer of brilliance at dawn. The world outside the village remained shrouded in a gray haze. Su Family Square was already bustling, with barrels of wine being loaded and carts being harnessed. Only a dozen young men stood calmly to one side, awaiting Su Mu's orders. Retrieve the lances and don the riding jackets. The so-called riding jacket was merely a coat stuffed with straw, hardly qualifying as armor, offering only a modicum of protection. 2 carts laden with wine, accompanied by 10 cavalry lancers. This was the maximum force Su Family Village could currently muster. Open the village gates. The master has commanded it. With a creaking sound, the massive wooden doors emitted a harsh grinding noise. We are leaving the village. Sumu stepped onto the cart, sharing it with Sihu, while another cart followed closely behind, driven by 2 other young men. The 10 aged horses, led by Chun Shang, carefully trailed behind. On the arrow tower, Jiang Caiwei stood gazing at the gradually receding figures until they vanished from sight, before silently retracting her gaze. A wave of regret washed over her as she called out to Su Mu, the master of the estate, for several days. Su Lang, be cautious, she murmured, her voice thick with emotion. The sun had yet to rise, and the mountain winds blowing through the forest paths still chilled her to the bone. How far has he gone? 2 miles, perhaps. If there were fewer hands, upon leaving the village, the lurking mountain bandits would likely rush in with cries of violence. Sumu had every reason to suspect that the bandits were gathering their numbers. He turned to glance at the 10 old horses trailing closely in the dim light, unconsciously clenching his fist. Do not worry, Mugur, Sihu reassured him in a deep voice. Sumu nodded, about to respond when hark! A piercing whistle suddenly echoed through the forest paths. The bandits had sounded the alarm. Sumu furrowed his brow, while Sihu swiftly drew his knife. Days prior, after delivering counterfeit wine to a sick horse, Sumu had confirmed that the bandits from the Old North Mountain aimed to blockade the forest paths surrounding the village, effectively sealing off the Su family manor. How many are there, Sihu? Approximately 30 or 40. Sumu's frown deepened. 30 or 40 were nearly half of the bandits from Old North Mountain, indeed a considerable force. In the dim light, one after another, the bandits emerged, grinning maliciously as they formed ranks, their shouts reverberating through the air. Su Master, a rider on a yellow horse, the mountain wolf Peng Chun, brandished an iron spear, his voice dripping with mockery. Have you finally come out? My brothers have been waiting patiently, nearly unable to resist burning down your estate. Raise your monthly payment to 50 taels and surrender the secret formula of the drunken celestial. In return, I shall refrain from obstructing your business, allowing you to depart in peace and prosperity. Increased? Sumu scoffed from the cart. Indeed, Peng Chun's expression twisted into a sinister grin. Since you refuse to comply, it seems you shall suffer the consequences. Then come here. I will hand you the silver, and you may let me pass. How does that sound? Sumu smiled as he reached for his waist. Peng Chun paused, then smiled faintly, slowly advancing on his yellow horse. He was unafraid of Sumu's tricks. What could a mere small estate owner possibly conceal? Let us count the silver, shall we? Clang. Suddenly, Sihu raised his knife and aimed to strike at Peng Chun's head. Unfortunately, Peng Chun swiftly lifted his iron spear to block the blow. Sparks flew in the dim light, and the force of the impact startled Peng Chun, causing him to pull his horse back, unwilling to engage further. Will you still take the silver? Sumu rose, his expression darkening. I shall take your life first, then the silver can wait. Peng Chun had not anticipated that such an ordinary estate would harbor a formidable warrior. He dared not press his luck any longer. After calming his yellow horse several times, he raised his head menacingly, inserting 2 fingers into his mouth to emit a sharp whistle. In an instant, the bandits behind him erupted into furious shouts, brandishing their weapons, charging forth recklessly, undeterred by the impending danger. Sumu's expression remained unchanged as he held the lantern high. Stepping over the plate, he noted that aside from a handful of village women, there were scarcely 10 individuals present, prompting him to question their audacity. Peng Chun narrowed his eyes, remarking that if it were not for his elder brother's desire to acquire the recipe for the drunken celestial, he would have relished the opportunity to eliminate Sumu with a single stroke. Sumu remained silent, raising the lantern to hang it upon the carriage. The sight of dozens of bandits surged forward, threatening to sever the Su family's lifeline. The men would be dismembered, the women abducted to the mountains, and any useless children could be cast into the flames to perish. Veins bulged on Sumu's forehead as he raised his hand, coldly gesturing forward. From behind Lin Lu, amidst the dim morning mist, 10 old steeds gradually revealed themselves, carrying 10 valiant men armed with wooden spears tucked beneath their arms. Charge! Roared Chen Sheng at the forefront. The whip cracked like thunder, and in an instant, the 10 steeds formed a long line, surging forth like a tidal wave. Several slower bandits, caught off guard, were pierced through the shoulder by the wooden spears before they could utter a cry, collapsing to the ground in agony. Cavalryman? Peng Chun's countenance paled in shock as he hastily urged his horse, the yellow steed, to the side. How could there be cavalrymen here? As a former cavalryman of the Dingbian camp, Peng Chun understood while the terrifying force unleashed by horses in a charge. Flank them. Sumu coldly commanded from atop the carriage. Upon hearing his voice, the 10 steeds, whose charge had momentarily faltered, quickly pivoted, gently stroking the bellies of their horses before raising their whips once more. The master has spoken. Flank them and pierce through the enemy. The 10 formidable shadows of the steeds charged back and forth from east to west, then west to east, engaging repeatedly. Sweep their legs. Let them feel the wrath of our old steeds. Peng Chun's face turned pale with rage. In the past, such a scenario would have been unthinkable. A mere wild village, with 10 old steeds and 10 villagers, could utterly rout dozens of bandits from the Jiandao mountain. The second king cannot be swept away. He fell before he got close. In a fit of fury, Peng Chun impaled a responding bandit with his spear. Before him, several bandits lay dead or wounded, while many others, gripped by fear, fled into the dense forest. Clang! A startled Peng Chun quickly turned his iron spear, only to find that the colossal figure who had been atop the carriage had somehow charged right in front of him. Come again. Sihu raised his head, determination gleaming in his eyes, swiftly retrieving his broadsword to continue his assault. Fool! We shall battle again another day. The iron spear deflected the broadsword as Peng Chun urged his yellow steed to hasten up the mountain. Yet, as he took a few steps, he found the surroundings eerily still. The yellow steed beneath him reared wildly, neighing in alarm. Trembling, Peng Chun turned to see a nightmare he would never forget. The man wielding the broadsword now crouched low, grasping the horse's tail with one hand. What do you intend to do? He bellowed. Sihu's face flushed red, muscles bulging as he forcefully yanked back. The yellow steed, unbalanced, crashed heavily to the ground. Chapter 33. Better to be a peaceful dog than a turbulent man. The yellow steed on the ground, frothing at the mouth, frantically scraped its hooves in a wild frenzy. As Peng Chun picked up the iron spear, he barely steadied himself before raising his face, his eyes wide with fear. Clang, clang, clang. A colossal figure leapt forth, wielding a broadsword that struck down 3 times in quick succession. In the dim morning mist, beads of sweat the size of mung beans trickled down Peng Chun's forehead. Although he managed to withstand the giant's onslaught, he still faltered, instinctively kneeling into the mud to gather his strength, appearing utterly disheveled. He puffed his cheeks and twirled his tongue, but alas, before the concealed needle beneath his tongue could be expelled, an arrow with a stone tip pierced through his rear shoulder, embedding itself 3 inches deep. The hidden needle fell silently to the ground. Sumu put away his wooden bow and coldly stepped forward, closing the distance of 100 paces to stand before Peng Chun. Brother Mu, he deceived me. I have struck him down. See who shouted in fury. Patience, Sumu replied calmly, gazing down at Peng Chun. Old Beishan, the second king, is nothing but this. Do not grow too complacent. Peng Chun roared as he attempted to rise. However, Sihu's foot came down heavily, and Peng Chun's spine seemed to snap, forcing him to tremble and withdraw his movements. Master Su, our encounter can be deemed as one of mutual understanding without conflict. What now? Release me, and I shall return to the mountains, where I will surely speak well of you. Thereafter, your business along the Sihong road will flourish. Without you, I shall thrive even more. Sumu shook his head, finding the situation amusing. He had never favored bargaining with a tiger, for a tiger is one that devours without leaving bones behind. Do you dare to kill me? I have thousands of brave men on Old Beishan. I will slaughter your estate. You are but the master of a wild village. Do not deceive yourself. Sumu, uninterested in further dialogue, raised a hand, signaling Sihu to deliver a heavy slap that sent Peng Chun's face crashing into the dirt, rendering him unconscious. The surrounding scene, with bandits and thugs, revealed only a handful of casualties on the ground, while the rest had already fled without a trace. Chen Sheng, take your men and search. Gather all the iron weapons. Sumu commanded. Unfortunately, after 2 rounds of searching, Chun Sheng and his men found only Peng Chun's iron spear and a broken sword bound with bamboo, while the rest were nothing more than ordinary wooden weapons. Even the scattered silver coins could not amount to a full tale. After surveying the battlefield, Sumu assigned only Sihu and 2 other brave souls to accompany him into the city with wine. The remaining men hastily bound the unconscious Peng Chun and returned to the estate. Brother Mu, I have discovered something, Sihu exclaimed, gripping the reins with excitement. What is it? Brother Mu, it seems you have truly transformed into a different person, becoming remarkably formidable. I estimate that my head was struck, and perhaps it has opened my mind, Sihu replied. If I let you hit me a few times, perhaps I too would become wiser? Sihu quickly retracted his neck, refraining from further comment. The cart wheels rolled swiftly, stirring up the rain-soaked earth, and soon 2 carriages laden with 100 jars of illicit wine entered Wangzhou city. As before, there were still onlookers keeping watch, hastily retreating. Sumu paid them no mind, for in the current circumstances, even the horsemen dared not cause any significant disturbances. After delivering the illicit liquor and exchanging pleasantries with Zhou Fu, Sumu turned the horse-drawn carriage towards the direction of the yamen. Fortunately, Tian Song had just finished his patrol and, upon seeing Sumu's arrival, assumed it heralded another profitable venture, prompting him to quicken his pace unconsciously. The old Beishan and the second king? Tian Song pondered briefly and vaguely recalled. The leader of the gang is named Hong Dong, correct? The second in command is called Peng Chun. It is rumored they are 2 deserters from the Dingbian camp. Su, this matter cannot be taken lightly, Tian Song cautioned. A soldier who has not returned to the camp for a month is as good as dead. The Dingbian 8 camps have never been known to harbor any deserters. Sumu furrowed his brow, momentarily perplexed. As a fellow, Su, I shall speak candidly with you. Tian Song lowered his voice. According to the regulations of the Daji military department, soldiers who perish in battle are entitled to a form of compensation. Thus, if deserters are recorded as having died in action, their families would receive such compensation sent to the military camp? Indeed, Tian Song affirmed. The compensation is dispatched to the Dingbian camp and verified by the military officials before being sent to the relatives by the courier. As for other matters, I am not well informed. Delivered to the relatives? It is likely that the funds have already been embezzled, Sumu mused. No wonder these 2 deserters could brazenly muster a following of 60 or 70 men, wreaking havoc in the region. If there were truly compensation, the old scholar would not be so destitute as to scavenge for leftover wine dregs. Sumu initially intended to inquire at the yamen, thinking that even if they did not pursue the bandits into the mountains, they could at least arrange for additional registered weapons. However, upon reflection, that seemed nearly impossible. Indeed, everything must rely on oneself. Do not inquire further. This matter you must resolve on your own, Tian Song said, his tone tinged with regret, fearing the apparent god of wealth before him might meet an untimely demise. Of late, do not harbor thoughts of returning to the city. I have heard, Tian Song glanced around several times. I have heard that the northern D tribes are stirring again, dissatisfied with the tribute our emperor has granted, seeking to extort more, and thus are gathering troops. The Yong Pass has fallen. Su Mu's voice was heavy. With the fall of Yong Pass, hundreds of thousands of common folk are displaced. Even now, the area outside the northern gate of Wangzhou resembles a hell on earth. South of Yong Pass lies the heartland of Daji-S Plains, devoid of natural defenses. A vast expanse stretches for 700 miles. If the 8 Dingbian camps cannot withstand the assault, the D will march to the very gates of Wangzhou. We must procure more pack horses and relocate the estate to the inner city. The former owner of the old horse farm was quite astute, having moved early on. Thank you for your candidness, Brother Tian. Su Mu, maintaining a composed demeanor, produced a pouch of silver from his bosom and handed it over. Tian Song hesitated momentarily before accepting the pouch, hurriedly stowing it away. Indeed, I do not wish to conceal from you, Su. During my time as an official, I was a man of honor, unable to bear the sight of the common folk being oppressed. However, I eventually discovered that the old officials around me were all scheming to extort silver. I too became embroiled in it. I distinctly remember my first instance. It involved an old landlord outside the city. I helped capture a family of tenants who were delinquent in their rent, and in return, I received 4 taels of silver. The next day, that family of 5 was brutally beaten to death in the woodshed while I merely watched, sipping the fragrant tea presented by the landlord. Tian Song shuddered, as if recounting an utterly unrelated triviality. The world has become corrupt, and the filth splashes upon us, leaving us unable to cleanse ourselves. Sumu stood in silence for an extended time. Before departing, Tian Song handed a small dagger to Sumu. Observing that the innkeeper did not appear to be a person of ill repute, I urged him to proceed. Remember my words. Procure more pack horses and relocate to the inner city at the earliest opportunity. The theater often featured storytellers who would recite sentimental phrases, preferring to be a peaceful dog in tranquil times rather than a wandering soul in chaotic days. As dusk approached, the sun descended towards the western horizon. A fleeting ray of twilight enveloped the ancient town of Wangzhou, bathing it in the final embrace of sunset. Chapter 34. Misunderstanding resolved inside the carriage. Sumu examined the dagger gifted by Tian Song. It was rather unremarkable, merely a thin blade attached to a wooden sheath. Nonetheless, such a dagger could fetch 4 to 5 taels of silver in the black market. After a moment of silence, Sumu tucked the dagger into his sleeve. Brother Mu, we are halfway there. Brothers, light the lanterns. Heed the master's command. The 2 carriages raised their lanterns high, illuminating the gnarled branches lining the path. Approximately 2 hours later, the iconic 4-way intersection of Sitong Road came into view. Master, the captives are bound. The man just regained consciousness and has been cursing nonstop. So I gave him a few blows. Chen Sheng approached, his tone laced with excitement. Prior to meeting Sumu, he was merely a humble coachman in Wangzhou, never imagining he would one day confront the notorious bandit leader, Erda Wang. Did you not beat him to death? Not at all. Many from the village took their turns, but fearing complications, I persuaded them to desist. Well done, Sumu nodded, retaining Peng Chun, who still held significant value. Su innkeeper. Peng Chun, bound to a wooden post, bore a fierce expression but coughed up a mouthful of blood as he spoke. What do you wish to say? Sumu, intrigued, crouched down and regarded Peng Chun coldly. Release me, and we shall go our separate ways without interference in each other's affairs. Are you perhaps lost in dreams? I will add 20 taels of silver to your troubles. Sumu resolutely shook his head. Your previous remarks angered me greatly. You intended to slaughter my village. Men dismembered, women abducted, and children cast into the flames. Am I correct? Master Su, I was merely speaking in anger. That is not the case. Sumu narrowed his eyes. You must have committed similar atrocities before. Allow me to share a revelation with you. What is it? Henceforth, the Sitong Road area will be governed by my Su family. Peng Chun, consumed by rage, laughed mockingly. You are but a minor landowner, with a family and business. I surmise you lack the courage to play at grand schemes. With a heavy gaze, Su Mu plunged the small dagger into Peng Chun's shoulder, blood gushing forth and staining the ground. Drag him back into the wooden house. And remember to lock the door. Clean the blood from the dagger. Su Mu's tone remained chillingly calm. Chun Sheng and the others, as if awakening from a dream, dragged the limp Peng Chun into the wooden house. Master, the meal is ready. Xin Yang emerged from the kitchen, still unable to meet Su Mu's gaze. Brothers, go ahead and eat. After a day of toil, Su Mu was utterly fatigued, yearning for a hearty meal and a well-deserved rest. Brother Mu, it smells delightful. As soon as he stepped into the kitchen, Sihu exclaimed with joy. Su Mu glanced over, his expression reflecting mild surprise. At this moment, on the long wooden table in the kitchen, there were not only shredded meat stew, but also a clay pot of fish soup and more than a dozen grilled fish strung on wooden sticks. Xiang Yang, you are truly a goddess, exclaimed Sihu, overwhelmed with excitement, as he grabbed a grilled fish and began to devour it eagerly. Two young men who returned home with him also cheered and sat down, indulging in their meal voraciously. Xiang Yang, thank you for your efforts, Su Mu smiled warmly. But I didn't prepare this. Xiang Yang stammered, feeling a bit helpless. It was the lady who cooked it. She spent most of the day fishing by the river and even hunted a rabbit at the foot of the mountain. All these dishes were specifically instructed by her to be reheated upon your return. The lady referred to was his wife, Jiang Caiwei. Though they seemed strangers on the surface, deep down she was concerned for his well-being, fearing he might not have enough to eat or a warm place to sleep. Where's the lady? He inquired. She said she would rest first. Before you returned, she seemed to have gone to your house to prepare your bedding, Xiang Yang replied. A sudden warmth surged within Su Mu's heart. Please, eat quickly, Xiang Yang urged anxiously. Su Mu was momentarily taken aback. He looked up to find Si, who had nearly finished off the grilled fish. Sihu, stop. But I'm hungry. Sihu protested. I'm hungry too. My wife made this for me. Peng Chun had been confined for an entire day, and there had been no sign of activity from the old North Mountain. Not even a lazy messenger had appeared. Su Mu couldn't help but wonder if his brotherhood was as flimsy as plastic. Perhaps Peng Chun had been sold. Chen Sheng. Is he still alive? Yes, he is alive, though he is quite famished. I heard he has been gnawing on hay, Chen Sheng replied. That is good to hear. Su Mu chose not to mention bringing food. If Peng Chun were to starve, it would be a fitting retribution, and it would also grant that fellow, Hong Dong, some time. How is the wooden bow coming along? There is plenty of hardwood, but shaping the bow requires nearly 2 days. So far, we've only managed to craft a little over 10, Chen Sheng reported. Over 10 longbows is ultimately insufficient. However, there was little that could be done. The development pace of Su's village had been accelerated as much as possible. Dismissing Chen Sheng, Su Mu instinctively made his way towards the large wooden house at the center of the village. He remembered that Jiang Caiwei always enjoyed doing the accounts there, which prompted him to have several wooden tables made. Recite with me. At the beginning, man's nature is inherently good. Human natures are alike, but habits make them different. From a distance, the clear and melodious sound of reading echoed through the air. Su Mu was momentarily stunned, as if transported to another era, and he raised his head hastily. Through the large wooden window, he spotted Jiang Caiwei holding a handwritten book, reciting aloud. Her rosy lips and white teeth momentarily rendered him speechless, torn between the desire not to interrupt and the reluctance to turn away. He hesitated until a bare-bottomed little child climbed onto the window and called out to him in a sweet voice. The enchanting sound in the wooden house abruptly ceased. Several children scattered about, and the previously bare-bottomed child, in a rush, stumbled and fell into the muddy ground. After Su Mu picked him up, he playfully smacked his bottom, causing the child to sniffle and wipe his tears as he ran off to find his father, Chen Sheng. Su Lang, I shall attend to the accounts now. Jiang Caiwei blushed and quickly lowered her head. Su Lang. Su Mu's face revealed a hint of joy. He surmised that the matchmaker, feeling a sense of guilt, had clarified matters. As he raised his head to walk, he pondered who would be responsible for grilling fish for the host next time if he were to collide with someone. Jiang Caiwei was momentarily taken aback and hurriedly fled, covering her face. Chapter 35. The wolf pack outside the village on that morning, as dawn's light barely pierced the sky. The spring rain that had paused for a few days began to fall again. Outside the village, along the lengthy forest path, two figures walked anxiously forward. Upon reaching the front of the village, they paused, catching their breath. The host was an elderly scholar accompanied by a young woman. Chun Sheng's voice echoed from the arrow tower. An elderly scholar? There were many such figures in the world, yet only one seemed to be linked to Su's village. With a peculiar expression, Su Mu ascended the wooden wall and, as expected, saw the old fellow Yuan Kai, clasping his hands and shouting something amidst the rain. Beside Yuan Kai stood the maid, Xia Shuang. "Open the gate," Su Mu said, feeling somewhat helpless. With his relationship with Jiang Caiwei just beginning to improve, he was reluctant to let Yuan Kai jeopardize it again. "Su brother, Su brother." Upon entering the village, Yuan Kai shouted loudly. The mere thought of meeting Su brother had stirred him with excitement along the way. Were they not supposed to be ashamed to associate with one another? "Oh, Su brother, you know of my great talents. Naturally, I must test you as well. I promise, I am willing to accept your invitation." Su Mu's mouth twitched. He truly did not wish to keep Yuan Kai around. Besides, Jiang Caiwei could read and write, which was sufficient for the accounting tasks. Regrettably, as Su Mu lifted his gaze to see Xia Shuang still standing in the rain, he silently changed his mind. "Go call for the lady. Chen Sheng, you arrange for a wooden house. Su brother, that monthly salary." Yuan Cai's face flushed as he realized he was being somewhat embarrassing. "For coins. The previous work has already been taken care of." Su Mu replied rather irritably. "Su brother, I possess knowledge of celestial phenomena and terrestrial geography. Even the scholars at the Huzhou Academy have stated that I have prospects this year. 5 coins. If you speak further, you may leave the village at once." Yuan Kai chuckled awkwardly, sensing Su Mu's displeasure, and wisely fell silent. "Were you ambushed by bandits on your way here?" "None at all. Even if I did encounter them, I would not fear. I, Yuan Kai, have a slight reputation in the Wangzhou area, and even those who rob would show me some respect." Su Mu turned away, disinterested in hearing more. Before long, Jiang Caiwei hurried over, expressing her gratitude to Su Mu with a rare smile. "The house is rather shabby." After having lunch, Yuan Kai lay sulking on the bed. That porter, knowing I was coming, did not inform the kitchen to prepare some meat dishes. "My husband, do not speak so carelessly. Su Fangzhu has graciously taken us in. We must not be ungrateful." Xia Shuang hesitated and softly advised. "On the right slope, because we sought refuge at Su's village. The 2 acres of leased land were reclaimed by the landlord. Is your arm outstretched? He is merely a porter, even if he has become wealthy. He cannot compare to a scholar like me." Xia Shuang fell silent, unsure of how to retort. "I shall not speak further with you, were it not for my reputation. Do you truly believe that the stick man would show any regard for your maid's esteemed presence?" Yuan Kai babbled incessantly, finally deciding to lay his head down to sleep. Suddenly, as if an idea struck him, he hastily instructed Xia Shuang to open the bundle and retrieve a delicate little wooden cage. This cage had been picked up along the way, seemingly left behind by a careless passerby. "My lord, it bears a foul odor," Xia Shuang remarked, covering her nose. In their haste, she had merely glanced at its contents. Had she discovered it contained a lump of dried meat, she would have discarded it immediately. If it were an ordinary object, why would it be housed in such fine wood? Yuan Kai continued his prattle. "Do not speak of this outside. When I have the chance, I shall inquire at the pawnshop." He pressed the wooden cage under the bundle and, stretching lazily, fell back into slumber. By the 3rd watch of the night, apart from a few young men on night watch, the village was enveloped in the relentless sound of pouring rain and the faint snores emanating from the row of wooden houses. "Brother Sheng, come quickly," a young man on the arrow tower called out, his voice trembling. Chun Sheng rushed up the tower, lifting his head, his entire body quaking involuntarily. It was not bandits, but wolves. Wherever he looked, among the trees, thorns, and riverbank, there were beasts resembling large dogs, glaring with malicious green eyes. How could there be so many wolves? In the vicinity of the 4-way road, wolves were rarely seen. Even if they appeared, it was only a few, and they seldom dared to descend from the mountains. "Quick! Wake the night watch." The resounding clang of the bronze gong reverberated through the darkness, startling many who hurriedly donned their garments, armed themselves, and rushed over. "Master, it is wolves." Chun Sheng gritted his teeth, his voice altered. If they were bandits, they could rely on the wooden walls for defense. But against such a multitude of wolves, who could predict the outcome? Su Mu, with a composed expression, pushed through the crowd and swiftly ascended the arrow tower. As Chun Sheng had stated, the entire Su family village seemed to be besieged by the pack of wolves. Beneath the pale moonlight, the howls of the wolves pierced the night, sending shivers down one's spine. It was said that a nearby wild village, merely a dozen miles from the four-way road, had been breached by a pack of wolves, leaving no survivors among the dozens of souls residing there. "Master, they are charging," someone cried out in alarm. "Quick, draw your bows." A dozen young men hastily armed themselves with longbows, fitting stone-tipped arrows, and aimed at the approaching wolves. Unfortunately, the stone-tipped arrows were insufficiently powerful, and coupled with poor aim, they had minimal effect. Even the iron bows wielded by Si Hu and Chun Sheng managed to kill only a single elderly wolf that moved sluggishly. "Bring forth the tongue oil." Sumu gritted his teeth. If the wooden walls were breached, the pack of wolves outside would pour in like water. Set fire to the wood and throw it far. Following Su Mu's orders, many young men drenched the wood in tongue oil, set it ablaze, and hurled it outward with all their might. Alas, the heavens were unkind. Before long, the rain extinguished the flames. "Master, there may be filth within the village," a trembling elder approached, leaning on his cane. "Previously, I led over 20 destitute souls through Huzhou and heard tales of bandits using filth to lure wolves into villages, wreaking havoc upon many." "Bandits?" Old Hu's words sent a sudden shock through Su Mu's heart. With Peng Chun captured and the king of the northern mountains absent for days, the emergence of wolf disasters warranted thorough contemplation. However, even if wolves were incited, someone must have introduced the filth into the village. Yet, in recent days, no mountain bandits had been seen. Suddenly, Su Mu's expression changed alarmingly as he swiftly turned to gaze in the direction of the row of wooden houses. "Si Hu, secure the village," he commanded, before rushing down from the arrow tower and hastening towards the wooden houses. Chapter 36. The Clumsy Head. Hong Dong with a forceful kick. Su Mu burst open the wooden door, his countenance icy. In the past 2 days, no mountain bandits had appeared, and the only individuals present in the village were Yu Wenkai and Xia Shuang. Poor Xia Shuang huddled in a corner, trembling with a firewood stick in her arms, while Yu Wenkai lay sprawled on the bed, seemingly in a deep slumber. Su Mu wasted no time. He lifted his leg and kicked, startling Yu Wenkai into a flurry as he scrambled upright. Su brother?" Yu Wenkai stammered. "I shall ask you once more. Did you encounter any mountain bandits on your way here?" Su Mu's voice was heavy. Given Yu Wenkai's temperament, he might not act as an informant. Yet it was quite possible he had unwittingly fallen into a trap set by the bandits. "None at all. You may ask my wife." Su Mu turned to Xia Shuang, who nodded vigorously in panic. "See, you misunderstood me. We did not encounter mountain bandits, but we found something peculiar." At this, Xia Shuang spoke again. "Something peculiar? Do show it to me." Yu Wenkai shot a glare at his wife, fearing Su Mu's wrath, and nervously retrieved a delicate wooden cage, presenting it to Su Mu. Before he could examine it closely, Su Mu seized the cage, only to be met with a foul, putrid stench that assaulted his nostrils, reminiscent of a decaying rat. With a cold expression, Su Mu pried apart the wooden cage, soon revealing the corpse of a small creature resembling a dog. Su brother, you cannot take this. It is mine." Yu Wenkai babbled incessantly, convinced of its value and fearful of Su Mu's intentions. "Silence. Speak another word, and I shall toss you outside for the wolves." With the village's survival hanging in the balance, Su Mu had no patience for further evasions. His fierce reprimand sent Yu Wenkai scurrying back into the room. "Master, this is a wolf fetus." Old Hu approached, his voice trembling. "No wonder the mountain wolves were lured here. It must be the fetus of a leading wolf. Those cunning bandits must have cut open the mother wolf's belly while the fetus was still forming. What should we do, Old Hu?" Su Mu ground his teeth in frustration. Everything suddenly made sense. That clumsy head, Hong Dong, had first summoned the mountain wolves to surround the village, then waited for an opportunity to strike. "Master, if you trust me, we must immediately kill 2 old horses, properly preserve the wolf fetus, and place it outside the village. Chen Sheng, go slay 2 horses." Chen Sheng, who had been preparing his bow, trembled at Su Mu's command. Just days prior, they had relied on those old horses to fend off the bandits. And now they were to be slaughtered. "You fool, hurry. Do you no longer wish for your family to live?" At last, this statement caused a drastic change in Chun Sheng's expression. He shouted and rushed towards the small horse yard in haste. Meanwhile, outside, the pack of wolves had already charged down to the estate. The sound of their claws scraping against the wooden structure echoed ominously in human ears, akin to a death knell. Use the horse spear. The nearly 3-meter-long horse spear, seldom exhibiting its might at such moments, felled one wolf after another that was clawing at the wooden wall, each emitting a chilling howl. Master, the horses have arrived. Covered in blood, Chen Sheng, along with a few women, struggled to carry the carcasses of 2 horses, swaying as they approached. They tossed one carcass to each side, gathering the wolf fetuses. Sumu took a deep breath and carefully bound them with hemp rope before making his way to the arrow tower. The wolves, drawn to the scent of the fetuses, chased after Sumu's footsteps in a frenzied pursuit. Su Lang, be careful. Jiang Caiwei, wielding an old machete, attempted to follow Sumu up, but was tightly held back by Xinyang. In no time, the 2 horse corpses were devoured entirely, and an increasing number of wolves frantically congregated at the wooden walls beneath the arrow tower. The entire structure trembled as if on the verge of collapse. Sumu exhaled, slowly lowering the rope that held the wolf fetuses. A massive old wolf leapt from the pack, seizing the fetuses mid-air and shaking its head vigorously. Sumu, startled, nearly released the rope. With a loud crash, the wooden barrier adjacent to the arrow tower shattered upon Sumu's impact, sending him tumbling down towards the wooden wall. Mu Gu, Master. Su Lang. Jiang Caiwei's eyes reddened as she slumped helplessly. I am not dead yet. Beneath the veil of night, Sumu's entire body hung precariously, as a frail hand tightly grasped the hem of his robe. Less than 2 steps away, wolves were poised to leap. Should he fall, he would likely be reduced to mere bones. Senior. Sumu's eyes widened in disbelief. The one who saved him was the old scholar. Hey, my son Li Pasheng is destined to conquer the northern D. How could he perish in such a desolate wilderness? Oh, I can't hold on any longer. Sumu's face turned pale, but fortunately, Sihu rushed over and with a powerful arm, pulled Sumu back into the arrow tower. Thank you, Senior. Sumu looked up, only to find the old scholar had returned to the woodpile, leisurely drinking again, as if nothing had happened. The wolves have retreated. The wolves have retreated. A wave of exuberant cheers erupted from the estate. Sumu took a breath, lifted his gaze forward, and indeed saw, through the curtain of rain, one wolf after another swiftly darting into the nearby thicket. What is the reason for this? Chen Sheng inquired, perplexed. The primary objective of the wolf pack surrounding the estate was likely for the wolf fetuses. Having obtained them, they departed. Old Hu explained with difficulty. Regardless, the retreat of the wolf pack resulted in a narrow escape from disaster. Master, it is all well now. Sumu remained deeply furrowed in thought, unwilling to let his guard down. He could vividly imagine the dire consequences had the situation not been handled promptly. The devastation would have been unimaginable had the wolves breached the estate. Fortunately, it was held firm. Master, someone is here. Indeed. After the incense had burned for half a stick, figures clad in straw raincoats emerged from the dense forest surrounding the village. The faint sound of swords being drawn resonated ominously. They were bandits. If my intuition serves me right, this group comprises the elite of the mountain bandits from the Old North Mountain, equipped with considerable iron weaponry. They intend to plunder the village. After the wolves have wreaked havoc, these brigands will come to seize the valuable possessions, a process they refer to as clearing the village. However, fate has its own designs. Despite having lured the wolves, Su's village remained steadfast. Arm yourselves. Sumu commanded coldly. The able-bodied men swiftly readied their longbows, while the women below armed themselves with sticks, anxiously positioned behind the village gate. Should the village fall, death would befall each and every one of them. You too. Step down. Sumu turned to find his young maid, Jiang Caiwei, had somehow approached, her face etched with anxiety. Su Lang, I shall protect you. Leave at once. Sumu's expression darkened suddenly. Arrows do not discriminate, and furthermore, what was a young woman doing atop the archery tower? Jiang Caiwei's eyes glistened with tears as she reluctantly descended, clutching an old machete. Why do they not advance? She questioned, her thoughts racing as the bandits hesitated, pondering their strategy. Sumu did not lift his gaze. A sudden realization struck him. The leader of the bandits, Hong Dong, was not merely a brute. He was likely a cunning strategist. Chapter 37. Repelling the bandits, the rain continued to pour, growing increasingly agitated. In the dim night, the figures in straw raincoats adjusted their hats and began to advance. Outside the village, the sound of their footsteps splashing through the accumulated water was unmistakable. A heavily built figure, shrouded in layers of dark armor, galloped forth from the woods, raising a bow to swiftly release an arrow. Duck! Sumu barked urgently. The arrow struck the barricade atop the archery tower, embedding itself deep, causing the structure to tremble slightly. What shall we do? Chun Sheng trembled, recognizing the skill of the archer. Remain hidden behind the barricade. If the bandits draw near, we will shoot them from the arrow slots. Sihu, fetch Peng Chun and hang him on the wooden wall. Su Mu had kept Peng Chun for this very reason, if his assumptions were correct. The figure cloaked in armor was indeed the bandit leader, Hong Dong. A deserter from the same camp would surely harbor some semblance of loyalty towards those he once fought alongside. Following Su Mu's orders, Sihu swiftly bound the barely conscious Peng Chun with ropes and hoisted him up against the wooden wall. Su Mu, with a grim countenance, was about to speak when the ferocity of the bandits exceeded his expectations. Before he could utter a word, another arrow flew forth, striking Peng Chun in the head and splattering blood across the wooden wall. Damn it! It was a harsh realization. Had he truly been overly cautious, he would not have drawn the wolves to besiege the village. This was indeed a ruthless individual. Shoot them down. Su Mu gritted his teeth. On the 4 arrow towers, over a dozen able-bodied men readied their longbows, unleashing a barrage of stone-tipped arrows upon the advancing bandits. The first few who sprinted ahead were caught off guard, pierced by arrows, and let out pitiful cries as they crawled back, wounded. Do not shoot indiscriminately. Only target those who reach the wooden wall. As long as one crouches at the arrow tower, the bamboo bows wielded by the mountain bandits remain ineffective. Most arrows shot forth fall short, landing harmlessly a short distance away. In that moment, even though dozens of bandits advanced fiercely, they could not breach the wooden barricade and instead hastily abandoned several corpses. Sihu aimed for their leader, while the imposing figure on horseback loomed ominously in the shadows. Sihu quickly raised the iron bow, but despite releasing half a pot of arrows, his aim proved woefully inadequate. Of course, this could not be held against him, as he had only recently been a mere street brawler. Give me the iron bow, Su Mu commanded with a stern expression. Sihu, taken aback, dared not disobey and promptly handed it over. Grasping the icy bow, Su Mu inhaled deeply, knocking an iron arrow with great difficulty. In his previous life, he had indulged in archery with a compound bow, unable to appreciate the grandeur of wielding an ancient 2-stone bow. Now he comprehended it fully, nearly parting his legs wide to manage the draw of the iron bow. Brother Mu, do not pull too hard. Su Mu's face flushed crimson, realizing the inadequacy of the previous owner's frail physique. Lacking finger guards, the bowstring sliced into his fingers, blood trickling down the long string and dripping onto the bow itself. Exhaling with great effort, he steadied the trembling iron bow. In the shadowy rain-soaked night, a single arrow pierces through the heavens. My son, Li Pasheng, unmatched by 1,000 men. The old scholar rose from the firewood pile, took a swig of strong liquor, and bellowed with fury. Master! Su Mu's expression darkened as he released the bowstring, the black iron arrow slicing through the rain, leaving a trail of blood droplets in its wake. Not far away, the heavy figure swathed in armor suddenly turned, unveiling the blade of his long knife and advancing swiftly. With a fierce snort, the steed beneath the imposing figure reared its head, whinnying twice before collapsing to the ground. An iron arrow had penetrated its flesh, burying itself 3 inches deep. The figure, now disheveled, coughed several times as he rose from the mud, his once black robe now caked in filth. Instantly, the village erupted in roars, startling the mountain bandits, who began to retreat in disarray. Su Lang, your hand. At Jiang Caiwei's words, Su Mu became aware of the pain radiating from his right hand, which he had used to release the bowstring. Looking down, he saw it bleeding profusely, particularly the index finger, which had been skinned. It's nothing, he replied, taking a cloth to wipe the blood before lifting his gaze to survey the scene outside the village. Without his horse, the bandit leader seemed to lose his intimidation, retreating behind a rock while shouting angrily. Master, the bandits are retreating. The bandits are retreating. Dozens of bandits, having left behind a few corpses, withdrew like a receding tide, hastily vanishing into the dense forest under the cover of rain and night. Master, shall we venture out to collect the bodies? Not yet, let us wait an hour. After an hour had passed, and it was confirmed that the bandits were not feigning their retreat, Su Mu instructed Chun Sheng to gather a few able-bodied men to clean up the battlefield. A cast-iron bow, 2 iron-tipped spears, and a set of tattered armor. The cast-iron bow, crafted from iron or by mountain bandits, certainly lacks the power and range of the official iron bows. The spears and armor are likely of similar quality. Nevertheless, it is still quite impressive. In these times, Even a rusty kitchen knife is often shared among several households. Chen Sheng, were there any injuries? 2 were hurt. 1 was shot in the waist by an arrow, and another fell from the watchtower while trying to fend off a wolf, resulting in a severe head injury. Caiwei, make a note of this. Ensure we provide adequate compensation later. Everyone who helped defend the village will receive a reward. The entire village erupted in cheers. In the past, when bandits invaded, the villagers would have only thought of fleeing. Who could have imagined a day where they could drive the bandits away? Brother Su, I also contributed. Is there any reward for me? As the bandits retreated, Yuan Kai hurriedly approached, wearing a sycophantic expression. None, Su Mu replied coldly. You may remain in the village, but you must work alongside the others, repairing the walls and guarding the village. If you cannot do this, feel free to leave tomorrow. Brother Su, I am well versed in strategy and counsel. Su Mu, uninterested in further discourse, would have gladly expelled Yuan Kai from the village if it were not for Jiang Caiwei's sake. By the light of a tung oil lamp, Jiang Caiwei, her eyes reddened, gently washed Su Mu's hands with warm water. Then, she took out a vial of healing ointment from her sleeve and meticulously began to apply it. I am curious, why do you carry these with you? Su Mu inquired, puzzled. He recalled having given her a bottle before, which was unfortunately lost during an encounter with refugees while leaving the city. When I married into Wangzhou, I heard tales of Su Lang's prowess in combat, often engaging in fights. So, you prepared this for me? Jiang Caiwei blushed and nodded a few times. In future dangers, you must protect yourself first and not worry about me. Jiang Caiwei fell silent for a moment before shaking her head. Why not? You are not a heroine. Jiang Caiwei raised her head, her tone gradually becoming calm. Because if Su Lang dies, I shall die too. In this vast Wangzhou, people perish from hunger daily. My only reliance is on my husband. Your sudden honesty has left me somewhat unsettled, Su Mu thought, a pang of bitterness rising within him. To be tied together is ultimately unrelated to love. If the Northern D had not breached the pass, I would not have fled south and would never have met Su Lang. Birds and fish, separated by mountains and seas, still find joy in their encounters. I wish to say, Jiang Caiwei suddenly became somewhat incoherent. What is it? Flushed, biting her lip, Jiang Caiwei resolutely lifted her head. Su Mua. Before she could utter more, Sihu's boisterous voice burst in with the opening of the door, echoing throughout the room. Su Mu gritted his teeth, glaring at the suddenly intruding Sihu. At that moment, Jiang Caiwei quickly lowered her head, clutching a wooden basin, and hurriedly fled the room in a flurry. Su Mu? What's the matter? I still wish to share a drink with you. Why do you not knock? Su Mu lamented, barely containing his frustration. Just a little more. Just a little more, and the chasm between him and his young wife would be bridged. Heaven only knows if Jiang Caiwei would muster the courage to bare her soul again. Chapter 38. The officials' night visit after repelling the mountain bandits. The village enjoyed several days of peace. The retreating bandits seemed to have lost their nerve, daring not to descend the mountains and disturb the village again. Su Mu understood that this tranquility was merely the calm before the storm. The notorious bandit Hong Dong would not easily relent, for both personal and public reasons. The Su family had become the greatest adversary of the surrounding area. Master, the wooden walls have been refurbished. Following the master's orders, a trench had been dug around the village. This trench served as a miniature moat. Su Mu did not intend to fill it with water. Instead, he planned to bury some oil within it. When the time came, he would use oil arrows to ignite the jars of oil, creating a conflagration to thwart any enemy advances. Naturally, to prevent the flames from reaching the wooden walls, the trench was dug at least 10 paces away. Master, we are ready to depart. Chen Sheng, driving a cart accompanied by 3 or 4 horsemen, hurried out of the village. The clandestine trade to Huzhou must not cease. Moreover, prior reconnaissance had revealed that the mountain bandits on Old Beishan had not been active in recent days. Be cautious. If danger arises, make sure to detour on horseback, he advised. Understood, Master, Chen Sheng replied, brandishing his saber as a seasoned warrior would, and set off towards Huzhou. Hey, Master, someone is approaching, Zhou Luo, stationed in the watchtower, suddenly remarked once Chen Sheng's cart had receded into the distance. The figures Zhou Luo referred to were not ordinary travelers, but wealthy families from Wangzhou City, who had been hastily fleeing. Over the past few days, it was estimated that more than 100 carts laden with gold, silver, and various antiques had rushed to relocate to the inner city. With war erupting in the north and the fall of Yongguan leading to chaos across 700 miles, It was no wonder these affluent families were in a panic to escape Wangzhou. Su Mu's heart sank. Tian Song had advised him to procure more pack horses to expedite their relocation to the inner city. However, given the current situation, the Su family's estate had only just begun to flourish. Leaving now would mean starting anew. Moreover, there was a crucial consideration. What about the people in the village? How could he abandon those who had followed him through turmoil? The journey was long. It was impossible to relocate everyone. They were but ordinary folk, relying solely on Su family estate for support. Without it, many would likely perish. Caiwei, how much silver remains in the treasury? Su Mu inquired as he approached the central wooden house. Jiang Caiwei, busy with the accounts, looked up, her cheeks flushing slightly. Let me check, Su Lang. There are still 130 taels of silver in the treasury. If the trade to Huzhou proceeds smoothly, we could earn an additional 50 taels. However, the grain supply is dwindling, and we need to purchase more for storage. It must be said, Jiang Caiwei's accounting skills were quite commendable. Su and Su Lang. Many individuals from the village were previously apprehensive, questioning whether Su Lang would venture into the inner city. What are your thoughts? Should Su Lang's estate fall into desolation? These people would revert to their former state, leading to a new cycle of dislocation. Caiwei, do not fret. The 8th garrison of Dingbian is the elite border force of our grand dynasty, capable of repelling the northern invaders. Yet, deep within, Su Mu harbors no certainty. If the 8th garrison were indeed formidable, they would not have idly witnessed the fall of Yongguan. Even 2 deserters from the Dingbian garrison managed to escape to Sitong Road, where they became tyrannical figures. As night descended, Su Mu assisted the others in disposing of the dregs from the wine barrel. Suddenly, the sound of clattering hooves reached their ears from outside the village. The faces of those present shifted with an unbidden sense of alarm. In recent days, the bandits from Old Beishan had been particularly rampant, instilling a sense of fear in everyone. Master, it's the officials, Zhou Luo, the patrolling officer, managed to utter with great difficulty. Officials? From Wangzhou City? What business do they have at this humble estate during such times? Furrowing his brow, Su Mu instructed someone to open the village gate, straightened his attire, and stepped outside. Upon reaching the gate, he was astonished to find an old acquaintance. Su, my apologies for the intrusion, Tian Song spoke with a heavy tone, gesturing behind him. 7 or 8 mounted officials promptly dismounted, each carrying a small lantern as they made their way toward a lavish carriage at the rear. Brother Tian, what is the meaning of this? We have entered the village. I shall explain further. Shortly after, the group of officials surrounded 3 elegantly dressed scholars, who approached slowly. Su Mu was aware that Tian Song held some influence in Wangzhou City, but bringing a few young scholars to the village at this hour was perplexing. Were they seeking refuge? Or perhaps shelter? Even the fiercest of bandits would instinctively flee upon encountering officials. What sort of trouble could they be avoiding? Xinyang, please prepare some tea, Su Mu called back. The anxious Xinyang responded swiftly, rushing to the kitchen. What a wretched place is this? The official, Tian, remarked, referring to the 2 pale-faced scholars who sneered, constantly waving their sleeves as if to dispel some foul odor from the estate. Only the last of the young scholars remained silent, standing quietly at the rear. Su Mu found it curious that Tian Song, upon hearing their remarks, approached to soothe the scholars. Brother Tian, what is the meaning of this? I have heard that Su, the owner, recently thwarted the siege of the Old Beishan bandits. It is merely a matter of retribution. The prominent location of Sitong Road allows travelers to carry information back to Wangzhou City, which is unsurprising. However, even if the entire band of Old Beishan were eradicated, this should not concern the officials. Are they to award a good citizen medal? Su Mu spoke candidly. Tian Song paused, taking a breath. From the north comes word that the 8 garrisons of Dingbian have already suffered 2 defeats at the hands of the invaders. In recent days, you must have observed the influx of fleeing wealthy families in Wangzhou City. Brother Tian, what does this have to do with me? I am but a humble winemaker. Su, please, listen to my words. Tian Song exhibited a slight irritation in his tone, discreetly raising his finger to indicate the 3 scholars behind him. An order had been issued from above, mandating that I ensure the proper arrangements for these individuals. Could it be that they possess a prominent status? Su Mu furrowed his brow further. Naturally, Tian Song's voice grew increasingly somber. The martial escort previously assigned had been rather careless, and barely outside the city, they were ambushed by refugees, losing their carriage. Had we not arrived in time, a significant disturbance would have ensued. The regulations dictate that, unless an official document is presented, the officials cannot leave the city. I kindly ask Master Su, during your relocation to the inner city in the coming days, to take them along. I have mentioned before that Master Su is a man of integrity and possesses the skills to handle bandits. Thus, this journey should be without concern. Chapter 39, A Hot Potato So. Brother Tian's implication is for me to escort these 3 scholars to the inner city? Indeed, Master Su. You too must relocate to the inner city. However, please prepare an additional carriage. Furthermore, this is a token of remuneration. Producing a bulging pouch of silver from within his robes, Tian Song's expression turned grave. There are 200 taels of silver here. I assure you, Master Su, I have not taken a single tael for myself. Su Mu maintained a serious countenance. If he were to relocate to the inner city, it would undoubtedly be a highly advantageous transaction, merely a detour. With the likes of Si Hu and Chun Sheng accompanying him, even if they encountered the bandits of Jiandao Mountain, they would be sufficiently equipped to handle the situation. Yet, he had never intended to move to the inner city. Turning around, Su Mu noticed that an extensive crowd had gathered, most of whom were desperate village women. Their gazes filled with trepidation. Master Su, please accept the silver without hesitation. Tian Song continued, and once you relocate to the inner city, do remember to send word. Brother Tian, I have no intention of leaving Wangzhou. Su Mu sighed. Master Su, at such a time, do not jest. Tian Song expressed a hint of displeasure. The refugees in Wangzhou had begun to stir once more, and he needed to return with his men to restore order. I urge you, Master Su, to exercise caution on your journey. Brother Tian, as I have stated, I do not intend to. Master Su, let us share a drink when time permits. Tian Song seemed oblivious, hastily greeting the 3 scholars before making his way outside. Following him, several officials hurriedly grabbed their lanterns and turned to depart. Brother Tian, Su Mu gritted his teeth and ultimately pursued him a few steps. I have no plans to move to the inner city. Master Su, do not jest. Tian Song, with urgency in his voice, stated, 200 taels of silver is ample for you to establish a tavern in the inner city. Wangzhou is fraught with turmoil. No one can predict when the D people might invade the city. With the northern D breaching the pass, hundreds of thousands of people are fleeing south. At the gates of Yongguan, the heads of the deceased have piled up into a great mound. Master Su, you must go, you must. Those wretched refugees. Even now, they continue to cause a ruckus. 8 spirited steeds, driven by the whips of the officials, galloped swiftly away, soon vanishing into the night. Clutching the silver, Su Mu stood in silence for a long while. He contemplated mounting a horse to return the silver, but what good would that do? It was not merely Tian Song, but those above him were intentionally thrusting this hot potato into his hands. As he returned to the estate, Su Mu's expression was one of deep distress. The 2 leading scholars had long since grown impatient. Had it not been for the encroaching darkness, they would have urged Su Mu to set off without delay. Xinyang, prepare 3 clean rooms. Are there any girls to accompany us for the night? Just as Su Mu finished speaking, one of the scholars, grinning, interjected, playfully tugging at Xinyang's skirt. Blushing, Xinyang quickly freed herself and hurried away. Su Mu watched coldly, seething with anger, wishing he could administer a sound thrashing to the 3 scholars right then and there. Ah, this one is more appealing, remarked another scholar, his gaze lighting up upon catching sight of Jiang Caiwei. He chuckled and reached to drape an arm over her shoulder, but with a sharp slap, Jiang Caiwei coldly brushed his hand away. Su Fangzhu, what is the meaning of this? The scholar retreated, irritation etched on his face, turning to cast a hostile glance at Su Mu. We have plenty of girls willing to accompany us at the Qing Pavilion. Then you may return to Wangzhou with this 200 taels, Su Mu retorted with a cold laugh, tossing the silver onto the ground. He was eager to rid himself of these troublesome individuals. The farther, the better. Do you know who we are? I do not know, nor do I wish to. Su Mu thought, feeling his head swell with frustration as he contemplated his next steps. The 2 leading scholars were about to hurl more insults when suddenly, the quietest of the 3 approached, silencing them with a mere gesture. The previously boisterous scholars fell silent at once, and Su Mu felt a flicker of surprise. This was no ordinary scholar. It was no wonder Tian Song felt so uneasy. Chen Sheng, take them to the rooms and see what preparations are needed. Su Mu had initially intended to send Xinyang, but recalling the 2 scholars' earlier eagerness, he decided to send the burly Zhou Luo instead. Boss, I'll go catch some river fish. Xinyang called out, hurriedly retrieving a fishing rod from the kitchen. Su Mu was momentarily taken aback. What fish could one catch at this hour? Boss, I'm afraid they won't be accustomed to porridge. I've heard that the wealthy in the city dine on meat feasts. That won't be necessary. Su Mu shook his head. Porridge will suffice. If they refuse to eat, we shall feed it to the horses instead. Was this truly preparation for a hasty escape? Still thinking of grand feasts in the company of maidens? Go on, he said, rubbing his temples, his mind still clouded with uncertainty. The troublesome scholars had left him with blisters on his hands from the hot potatoes Tian Song had tossed his way. After taking a closer look around the estate and offering a few reminders to the young men on night watch, Su Mu finally made his way toward the rooms. The situation regarding the relocation to the inner city had become even more chaotic, adding to his growing agitation. It was roughly the third watch of the night when Su Mu had just begun to drift into a restless slumber when he was suddenly jolted awake. Boss, Xinjiang has been insulted, Zhou Luo said through clenched teeth, his eyes bulging with fury. The people on the estate had grown familiar with one another over the past half-month, especially Xinjiang, who had always tried to ensure their comfort. What happened? Su Mu's face turned pale with anger. That scoundrel Wang Yun had complained of feeling cold and requested an extra blanket. The moment Xinjiang entered the room, he had shut the door. With a clang, Su Mu rose, tipping the oil lamp to the ground before donning his cloth shoes and exiting with a frigid demeanor. It was uncertain when the spring rain had begun to fall again. In the muddy area before the row of wooden houses, the matchmaker knelt with disheveled hair, trembling uncontrollably, whether from cold or fright. Before her lay 3 or 4 silver ingots, carelessly thrown onto the earth. Her 2 children rushed out, wailing and clinging to their mother. 10 taels of silver. 10 taels. Even the most beautiful courtesan in the pleasure house commands no more than 3 taels. You earned it. You earned it. Do you comprehend? A disheveled scholar, gritting his teeth, exclaimed, I have heard that you are merely a rustic old whore, a wretched creature. Who are you trying to maintain your dignity for? If you had any sense, you would retrieve the silver, cleanse yourself, and return to your duties. The matchmaker, head bowed, did not reach for the silver coins lying in the mud despite her shivering form. You are sullied. Stop pretending. The matchmaker raised a trembling hand, tucking stray strands of hair behind her ear. Then, with a smile, she lifted her head and shook it vigorously. The master has said that I am not dirty. Just then, Su Mu arrived, witnessing the scene, and a wave of inexplicable bitterness surged within him. Chapter 40. The proud young scholar, a rustic old whore. What a disgrace. The scholar Wang Yun, hands on hips, continued his tirade. Suddenly, a figure charged forth, delivering a powerful kick that sent him sprawling into the mud. Who dares? Wang Yun stumbled to his feet, about to retaliate with a curse, when, slap. Another resounding blow rendered him dizzy, and as he regained his composure, he noticed the young master of the estate standing before him with a chilling gaze. Bring me a knife. Su Mu barked coldly. The master. Bring the knife. Zhou Luo shrank back, hastily approaching to hand over a crude blade. The law states that anyone who dares to violate a woman shall be executed. The sound of the blade being unsheathed echoed far into the rain, causing Wang Yun to turn pale. Hastily retrieving a large stack of silver from his bosom and presenting it to Su Mu. Su Mu did not even glance at it. At this moment, his heart brimmed with rage, not solely directed at Wang Yun, but at the predatory nature of this world. Master, master, I escaped. He did not touch me. The matchmaker scrambled over, desperately clutching Su Mu's arm. He did not strike. Wang Yun cried out, bowing repeatedly before Su Mu. Su Lang, do not kill him. Jiang Caiwei also rushed over, pleading loudly for restraint. Su Mu closed his eyes, rising to cast the crude knife coldly into the mud. This master acknowledges our wrongdoing. Inside the house, the other 2 scholars, equally astonished, rushed to Su Mu's side, disregarding the pouring rain. Should there be a next time, I will kill you. Su Mu opened his eyes, his gaze icy and fearsome. Witnessing this, Wang Yun trembled violently, too afraid to move. Matchmaker, go rest. Thank you. Thank you for your protection. Master, go now. Su Mu staggered back into the wooden house, his mind swirling with overwhelming agitation. Su Lang, wash yourself. Before long, Jiang Caiwei entered, cradling a basin of hot water, her voice laced with concern. Caiwei, do you wish to relocate to the inner city? Su Lang replied, I do not know. Lowering her head, Jiang Caiwei removed Su Mu's mud-caked shoes. If we leave, what will become of the villagers? The journey is long. It is impossible to migrate with so many people. They would starve, be slain by mountain bandits. If Wangzhou falls, they would be shot by the D with their bows or beheaded and taken back to pile upon the capital. With reddened eyes, Jiang Caiwei began to weep softly. Su Mu silently lifted his head, gazing at the increasingly ferocious night reign outside the wooden house. The events of the previous night had struck the three visiting scholars like a thunderclap. The scene of Su Mu drawing his sword amidst the rain, upon reflection, was indeed somewhat terrifying. Master Su, do you know when we shall depart? The scholar named Fan Gu inquired softly after a rare bow. I have already sent someone to Huzhou to seek out a martial troop for you. Once they arrive, you may proceed as you wish, Su Mu replied indifferently. Master Su, what does this mean? We are not to depart together? No, I must remain. Fan Gu frowned, not expecting this additional complication. Behind Fan Gu, the younger scholar also furrowed his brow, a hint of anger manifesting. We do not trust the martial troop from Huzhou, he spoke in an odd tone, as if straining to utter the words. It would be better if you sent us back to Wangzhou. Such kindness comes at a price of 200 taels of silver. No less, Su Mu retorted, turning to instruct Chen Sheng. Soon, 2 horse-drawn carriages slowly approached, and the village gate opened wide. However, just as Chen Sheng climbed onto the carriage and had yet to crack the whip, an urgent voice pierced the air. Wangzhou is under siege. Wangzhou is under siege. 400,000 refugees are rushing to the city. A frantic voice called from outside the village gate as Zhou Luo, clad in a raincoat, hurriedly entered the compound. Master, I was scouting at the foot of the mountain and saw many people running this way. The refugees are going mad. Wangzhou is under siege. Su Mu froze in place, and the 3 scholars beside him turned pale. Close the village gate. Su Mu gritted his teeth. The carriages intended for departure suddenly retreated. Assign personnel to continue patrolling. Also, reinforce the wooden walls. Though he was loath to admit it, chaos was imminent in this world. Master Su, what are we waiting for? Let us hasten to the inner city. It is safer there. Fan Gu urged, unwilling to concede. We will not relocate. Su Mu's voice was cold. Anyone wishing to leave the village shall not be hindered by me, and I will provide 2 taels for their journey. Aside from the 3 scholars, everyone remained motionless, especially the suffering villagers and women, whose eyes brimmed with tears at Su Mu's stance. Rest assured, our elite troops from the 8 camps of the Great Ji will surely withstand the Northern D. These refugees are but a disorganized rabble. In a few days, Wangzhou will return to its former state, thriving as before. The 3 scholars stood in the center of the village, feeling out of place, yearning to speak, but finding themselves at a loss for words. The master, I counted, and now the entire village possesses nearly 20 longbows. Upon returning with the supplies, Chen Sheng immediately busied himself. He informed everyone that this number was insufficient and that starting tomorrow, you would lead the practice of archery. Me? Chen Sheng was taken aback. Who shoots better, you or see who? Since brother who is blind as a bat, it is naturally me. This is unacceptable. Chen Sheng scratched his head and reluctantly ran off. Su, the innkeeper. Just as Chen Sheng had distanced himself, the youngest scholar approached Su Mu. Is there something else? We 3 have conferred. The young scholar blinked, stating that if Su could safely escort them to the inner city, they would add an additional 300 taels. They had already summoned the martial artists. As for the payment, that could be discussed with them later. We 3 do not trust the martial artists. And since you were introduced by the land officer, you should have our best interests in mind. There is a reason behind this. I initially had no intention of taking on this task, but you have already accepted it. The young scholar would not yield an inch. I will offer you an additional 50 taels as a breach of contract. How does that sound? Su Mu chuckled coldly. According to the great law of discipline, you are currently the martial artist employed by us 3. Is there any notarization? A few days ago, a villager urinated outside my estate, and without notarization, I was powerless to act. The young scholar's face flushed, exclaiming, Lecher. Now it was Su Mu's turn to be taken aback. Would you like to pose with a delicate gesture and utter another insult? Perhaps I would then realize my error. Shameless. The young scholar pouted, angrily taking a few steps forward before abruptly halting, picking up some mud from the ground, and hurling it at Su Mu. Don't cry, or else your parents might come over and scold me, Su Mu remarked, somewhat speechless. The education had made him as proud as a young lady. Shameless. Lecher. Wretched heart and liver. The young scholar turned, hands on hips, standing defiantly in the mud. Su Mu paused, feigning to reach for a stick. The young scholar's face paled, and he hurriedly scampered back into the house. Chapter 41. The bowl of mixed awful. The rumors proved true. The entire Wangzhou city has fallen into a state of lockdown. Chun Sheng, having returned from reconnaissance, sat atop an old horse, one hand gripping the reins while the other clutched a wooden knife, his face betraying palpable alarm. People are resorting to cannibalism, he bitterly uttered before tumbling off the horse, using his knife to prop himself against the muddy ground, unable to suppress his nausea. Sumu turned his head, his expression darkening. Earlier, while still in Wangzhou city, he had surmised that neglecting the plight of hundreds of thousands of refugees would inevitably lead to calamity. Master, we have horses. Just as he finished speaking, Zhou Luo leaped down from the watchtower and dashed out of the village, soon returning with Chun Sheng, leading 3 or 4 spirited steeds. The lead horse bore a saddle soaked in a large pool of fresh blood. It was evident that its owner had encountered misfortune on the road, and these frightened steeds had fortuitously strayed onto the main thoroughfare. Chun Sheng, secure the gates. With a resounding thud, 2 massive wooden doors slammed shut. In the open grounds of Zhuangzi, over 20 individuals appeared anxious and fearful. Outside, the world was tumultuous, yet this Su family manor stood as their final refuge. Everyone, gather more wood and reinforce the wooden walls, Su Mu calmly instructed. His knowledge from a previous life regarding construction undoubtedly proved advantageous at this moment, transforming the Su family manor into a veritable fortress. If time permitted, Su Mu would have preferred to encase the outer wooden walls with a substantial layer of mud bricks. Encircling the estate, Master Su, we have discussed amongst ourselves, a young scholar approached, his face still flushed with anger. Take us to Hezhou first. We shall handle the martial matters ourselves. The 200 taels will be yours. Is that so? Sumu contemplated for a moment and resolved to venture out personally. He hastily harnessed the carriage, accompanied by Sihu and 2 other anxious horsemen, setting forth with 3 visibly tense scholars towards Hezhou. Master Su, could we not proceed at a slower pace? Fangu leaned out from the carriage, his complexion pale. We are but scholars, ill-suited for long journeys. Long journey? We are hardly 20 miles from the manor, Su Mu frowned, instructing Sihu to reduce their speed. Encountering bandits or marauders would render these 3 scholars utterly helpless. The young scholar, seated at the edge, still simmered with indignation, occasionally turning to glare at Su Mu. Su Mu found himself at a loss. One would expect temperance from someone educated in the classics. Raising his gaze, he observed the distant scenery. The spring rain had finally ceased, and the sun began its ascent in the sky. Sihu, pass some water, Su Mu requested. Sihu reluctantly retrieved a bag of water and handed it back. The 3 scholars, confined within the carriage, appeared parched, yet upon receiving the water bag, they exchanged wary glances. Wait a moment. The young scholar produced a silver hairpin from somewhere and, with a serious demeanor, pierced the water bag. Su Mu felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Before long, the bag burst, sending water splattering everywhere, causing the 3 scholars to leap in alarm. This is not how one tests for poison. Master Su, might I have another bag of water? The young scholar extended a pitiful hand from the back. Su Mu gritted his teeth and tossed another bag back, exasperated by the antics of these 3 ancestors. Brother Mu, a blockade ahead. Sihu halted the carriage, his voice grave. Su Mu's expression faltered as he looked ahead. Less than half a mile away, a throng of figures densely populated the area. They were not merely targeting them, but indiscriminately ambushing wealthy travelers heading towards Hezhou. At a glance, there were at least 300 or 400 people. Brother Mu, why are these bandits unmasked? They are not bandits. Su Mu's body trembled slightly. Before him stood a mass of ordinary citizens armed with clubs, driven to desperation, seizing the opportunity to rob passing affluent individuals. During such chaos, one could hardly rely on the authorities. In short, the entire Wangzhou had descended into disorder due to the encirclement of refugees. What shall we do? Should we rush forward? It seemed to validate Sihu's thoughts. Behind them, an opulent carriage, flanked by 4 or 5 guards, attempted to charge through the chaos. Suddenly, a jar of oil was hurled onto the carriage, and before long, flames engulfed it. A wealthy man, unable to leap from the vehicle in time, was instantly consumed by fire, collapsing onto the muddy ground, struggling for a brief moment before succumbing to oblivion. 3 scholars pressed their heads against the carriage's crossbar, their faces paling in an instant. Sihu turned the carriage back to the manor. Su Mu gritted his teeth. Even if he gathered everyone from the estate, it seemed futile to reach Hezhou city. Su, what do you intend to do? Sumu coldly regarded Fan Gu, demanding, "Tell me how we shall proceed. Otherwise, why not dismount and walk a few paces, uttering some words of wisdom? Perhaps those people might repent and allow us passage." Naturally, Fan Gu dared not comply, quickly retreating his head and clutching a twig tightly to his chest. "Su, then let us return and devise a plan for another day," the young scholar spoke solemnly. "Another day?" Sumu retorted. "As long as the plight of the refugees from Wangzhou remains unresolved, the countryside outside Wangzhou city will continue in chaos. It is unbearable. They have robbed us. They have taken everything." Dozens of figures wielding clubs, upon sighting Sumu's carriage, shouted and rushed towards them, barefoot and frantic. Sihu turned back. "Brother Mu, we shall soon be fine." The old carriage crushed a broken branch as it hastily turned around. Sihu pulled the reins with urgency, and before long, the carriage sped 3 or 4 miles away. As the figures receded into the distance, everyone in the carriage breathed a collective sigh of relief. "Su, what shall we do?" The young scholar, still shaken, spoke in a whisper. "We can only return to the manor." The young scholar fell silent, hesitating to voice his thoughts. "What is your name?" Sumu asked, glancing around before addressing the young scholar. "Li Wan, the bowl of mixed scraps," the young scholar replied curtly, his irritation evident as he turned away. Refusing to speak further, Sumu rubbed his nose, feeling as though he had been insulted. "Brother Mu, there are others ahead. Should we not advise them?" Sumu looked up to see 3 exquisitely adorned carriages stirring up clouds of dust as they headed towards Huzhou. "Do not go. There is a blockade ahead," Sumu urged earnestly. In the foremost carriage, a wealthy man clad in a silk shirt angrily cursed, and from the window, hurled a handful of sunflower seed shells in Sumu's direction. "Do not go," Sumu sighed heavily. Unfortunately, the wealthy man disregarded his counsel. With a bitter smile, Sumu urged Sihu to hasten the carriage onward. The 3 carriages that passed them soon sped half a mile away, careening towards the gates of despair. Chapter 42. Prepared for the worst, the master has returned. Quickly, open the manor gate. The gates swung wide open, and those in the carriage, including Sumu, wore expressions of despondency. "Lita Wan, you have seen it. The road to Huzhou is blocked," Sumu lamented, truthfully expressing his reluctance to leave these 3 ancestors behind at the manor. "It is little Bull." The young scholar, visibly agitated, opened his mouth and flicked his robe sleeves twice before striding towards the house. Behind him, Fan Gu and Wang Yun, not daring to linger, hurriedly followed suit. "Brother Mu, just toss it out to feed the wolves," Sihu remarked with a tone of discontent, exasperated by the presence of 3 additional nuisances at such a critical time. "Do not speak recklessly." The 200 tails of silver nestled in Su Mu's embrace felt increasingly searing. "Su Lang, it's time for dinner," called out Jiang Caiwei. Her cheeks flushed as she approached at a brisk pace. Su Mu nodded and moved forward, only to discover that, unbeknownst to him, the kitchen table was already adorned with grilled fish, fish soup, and a thick yam porridge generously sprinkled with shredded meat. It was evident that these culinary delights were the handiwork of Jiang Caiwei. "Su Lang, I shall help you with the soup." "Hey, who is serving soup to Sihu?" 2 days later, spring rain began to fall once more. Yet, despite the weather, many in the village donned their raincoats and, following Su Mu's instructions, relentlessly fortified the wooden walls. Even the 2 massive gates of the estate were notably reinforced with a thick layer of timber. "Master, we have erected 2 more watchtowers," Chen Sheng exclaimed joyfully as he dashed to Su Mu. With the addition of these 2, the small distillery now boasted 6 watchtowers, sufficient to handle a multitude of situations. What about the longbows? This was Su Mu's primary concern. After several days of diligent work, there should be around 30 bows prepared. Unfortunately, with such a limited number of hands, Su Mu's ultimate goal was to amass 100 longbows. "Chen Sheng, gather everyone from the estate. Do we really need to call the older folks and the village women?" "Yes, we must." Grasping a longbow, Su Mu's expression turned serious. Should they truly become trapped within the estate and unable to reach Huzhou, they would have to devise a means to safeguard their home first. Soon, the central open space was bustling with people, aside from the 3 scholars. The crowd included many elderly villagers and women, even a few children clinging to their mothers' hands. "You must have heard the grim situation outside the estate. Lives are lost daily." Sumu paused, noting the palpable fear reflected in the eyes of many. It was not merely a fear of death, but also a trepidation regarding the uncertainties of the future. "I have a plan. From today onwards, every resident of the estate must assist in its defense. Should bandits approach, we shall fend them off. If wolves come, we shall confront them. With elderly parents and young children, our survival depends solely on our own hands. Step forward and each take a longbow. The crowd hesitated, unsure, until finally, it was the matchmaker who bravely stepped up and picked up a longbow. Before long, more and more followed suit, and in the blink of an eye, over 30 longbows had dwindled to just a few. Master, these longbows are too long. How can they draw them? I am well aware. Su Mu was not surprised. In truth, these longbows had already been shortened considerably, measuring approximately 1 meter 70 to 80, while the actual height should exceed 2 meters. I will teach you all how to string them. First, let 10 individuals step aside and await further instruction. With both hands embracing the bow. Where is such a technique of drawing? Chen Sheng and the others smacked their lips in disbelief. With both hands on the bow, how could they possibly draw the string? They bent over, and nearly a dozen individuals present, including village women and several frail old men, hurriedly embraced their bows and bent low. Su, brother Su, my waist is broken. I am meant to be a strategist. What shall I do? Yuan Kai gasped, clutching the longbow and pleading for assistance. To avoid being expelled from the village, he had to carry wood for several days, nearly straining his old back to its breaking point. See who, throw this man out. Su Mu uttered, and the usually loquacious Yuan Kai quickly recoiled, holding onto the longbow tightly. He bent his waist and stepped forward, pressing down on the bowstring. Straighten up. Draw the string. With a whoosh, 10 women straightened their backs, raised their hands high, and exerted themselves to pull the longbow string to its utmost tension. Another group of individuals accepted the longbow, and the 10 onlookers hurriedly stepped forward to carefully take the fully drawn bow. However, their strength was somewhat lacking, and most held it awkwardly. This manner of drawing the bow stirred excitement among the robust Chen Sheng and his companions, even in pairs. The archers of the entire village would see a significant increase. Starting today, let them cease practicing with the short bows. All must train with the longbows. If time permitted, Su Mu would prefer to proceed step by step, yet the hours available to Su family village were dwindling rapidly. What are they doing? Sitting before the wooden house. Wang Yun glanced at the coarse bowl in his hands, selecting only a few morsels of fish to eat, discarding the remainder of the slop that was quite nauseating. Practicing archery, the young scholar similarly held a rough bowl, forcing himself to take 2 bites before his complexion turned pale, and after expelling the contents, he gasped for air. While we linger in the city, enjoying ourselves at the tavern, how could we consume such dog food? That is for you. I did not partake. The young scholar wiped his mouth and lifted his head, curiously observing the figure directing the villagers in the night. Fangu, what kind of person do you think this Su landlord is? He possesses some remarkable qualities. I have accompanied my uncle to collect rents and visited numerous villages, yet I have never encountered one so peculiar. Peculiar? In ordinary villages, encountering mountain bandits would send them fleeing for their lives. They wouldn't dare confront them. And so? The young scholar frowned. Thus, the 3 of us following him may indeed ensure our safety. The young scholar scoffed. Can he really compare to the officials in the city? If Wangzhou city is ever unsealed, regardless of circumstances, we must return to the city. If that wretched official dares to cast me aside again, I will have my father behead him. Fan Gu and Wang Yun were taken aback, hastily offering smiles in response. Go tell the one surnamed Su that the young lady is feeling warm and wishes to bathe. The young scholar shouted boldly, only to suddenly realize the impropriety. Should this noble young man require a fragrant wash? Fangu hurriedly scurried out. That Su landlord, my bowl is already soiled. Please prepare some hot water. And if you have Zhu Ling ointment, that would be even better. Zhu Ling is a cleansing ointment favored by the affluent for bathing. While ordinary folk typically use inexpensive alternatives like soapwort, Su Mu was in a state of vexation, with cold water readily available and hot water priced at 5 taels of silver. Fangu, with a hint of displeasure, fished out 5 taels from his pocket and tossed them into Su Mu's hand before turning to leave. 5 taels of silver? The young scholar was incensed. Having previously inquired and discovered that Su, the shopkeeper, had once been a thug. Indeed, he was a wretched soul. As the evening air grew cool, Su Mu inadvertently sneezed. Turning his head, he found the young scholar glaring at him with indignation from before the wooden house. Stunned for a moment, Su Mu drew a dagger from his pocket and waved it absent-mindedly. The young scholar turned pale with fright and stumbled over 2 stacks of firewood before scurrying into the house. Chapter 43. The licentious man master, we have pig's liver. The matchmaker wiped her forehead and retrieved a small box from the side. I had forgotten to mention that it was picked up by Zhou Luo from outside. I will deliver it to that young gentleman. Allow me, Sumu interjected, taking the box. The events from a few days prior were still vivid in his mind, and he worried that the matchmaker would face humiliation again. Outside the row of wooden houses, Wang Yun and Fan Gu had vanished, leaving only a slightly ajar wooden door. Holding the pig's liver, Sumu felt a sense of ennui. This was scarcely different from fleeing, a 7-foot man preoccupied with appearances, contemplating the need for a hot bath. As he took a few steps forward, the sound of splashing water reached his ears. He lifted a concealed burlap cloth, which unexpectedly fell away, revealing a wooden basin and the bare back of the young scholar. Fan Gu, what brings you in? Li Dewan, it's me, the young scholar responded. Sumu placed the pig's liver down, his tone discontented. Your back looks as if it has been dusted with powder. Get out. The young scholar turned, his cheeks flushed, glaring fiercely, with what appeared to be tears in his eyes. How could a man exhibit such a seductive demeanor? Sumu was taken aback, suddenly realizing that the young scholar was not merely effeminate. She was unmistakably a young lady. Leave. I'll kill you. Sumu, awakening from his stupor, hurriedly exited, walking a considerable distance before awkwardly sitting on a wooden bench. Sulang, what troubles you? Nothing, Sumu replied, his expression troubled. Had he known Li Dewan was a girl, he would have shown her courtesy. Sulang, you seem unwell. Allow me to fetch you a bowl of hot soup. Go on, Sumu said gently, considering that Jiang Caiwei was likely the most caring person in this world. After Jiang Caiwei left, Sumu's expression turned peculiar as he looked ahead. Unbeknownst to him, Li Dewan had emerged from the house, glaring at Sumu with clenched teeth. Sumu was certain that had she had more henchmen, she would have charged at him with cries for blood. Rubbing his head, he hastily rose and made his way toward the distillery. A gentleman avoids calamity, which is only natural. The distilled spirits could not be sent to Wangzhou at this moment. They had accumulated 200 or 300 jars, filling the entire distillery. Master, shall we brew more? A village woman asked quietly upon seeing Sumu approach. How much grain do we have left? Over 300 jin of rice and 800 jin of miscellaneous grains. Let us refrain from brewing for now. Sumu sighed, contemplating the sudden collapse of the world around him, which had brought his illicit wine business to a standstill. With 200 to 300 jars at his disposal, he possessed more than enough for the next shipment. It would be wiser to conserve the grain for unforeseen circumstances. He decided to compress the grain with hay, assuring that when brewing was necessary, he would inform all concerned. If the day came when the village faced insurmountable challenges, grain would become the utmost priority. Chinsheng, how fares the small horse farm? Rest assured, master. Over the past few days, I've been able to bring back a horse or two each day, and now there are nearly 20 in the entire small horse farm. Zhou Luo interjected, his expression brimming with excitement. In Zhou Luo's view, the horses were not merely for transporting goods, but could also be utilized to charge into battle. Master, there are people knocking at the door. Sumu was startled and hurried up to the arrow tower. Peering down, he discovered about a dozen figures kneeling in the mud outside the village gates, weeping sorrowfully. Brother Mu, could they be the suffering commoners? If they were indeed distressed villagers, Sumu thought it would be acceptable to let them into the village, for there was still an ample supply of grain, and they could later serve as villagers to help protect the estate. However, Sumu was willing to wager that those before him were not benevolent commoners, but rather a band of unruly individuals intent on seizing the village. The leader among them, despite kneeling, had bloodstains smeared across his sleeves and bore a short club wrapped in stone skin at his waist. There were also children present. Sumu's expression hardened. The children following the kneeling figures were merely instruments to evoke sympathy. Su brother, they are pitiable. As a scholar, I cannot bear to witness such suffering. Heaven knows what madness has possessed you Wenkai to exploit such matters at this time. Do not open the village gates, Sumu commanded coldly. Just as Wenkai approached the door, he was unceremoniously kicked over by Chen Sheng, who howled in the mud for a while before clambering back to his feet, sobbing. Sumu raised his gaze towards the dense forest behind Lin Lu. Many shadowy figures had emerged, brandishing weapons and flashing eyes filled with malice. A sudden signal, perhaps a whistle, was heard, and in an instant, the figures kneeling outside the village scrambled to their feet, merging with the hundreds who had charged from the woods, forming a large crowd that continued towards the next village. Sumu exhaled in relief. Had he been careless and allowed this multitude to enter the village, the consequences would have been dire. From this day forth, no one shall open the village gates without my consent. Otherwise, they shall be expelled from the estate. Yuan Kai, below, turned pale upon hearing this. He had not considered the implications earlier, merely seeking to play the role of a good Samaritan. Chen Sheng, gather some men to secure the gates with long timber. In the flurry of activity, night fell once more. Su Mu could not afford to be negligent. With the encroachment of refugees, the entire Wangzhou had grown increasingly chaotic. Even at night, the screams of passers-by and the echoes of furious shouts could still be heard. Master. Another group of stingy individuals approaches. Chen Sheng gritted his teeth, his face etched with tension. Pay them no mind. With a clang, a canister of oil was hurled at the wooden wall, igniting a sizzle as flames began to spread. Extinguish the fire. Su Mu furrowed his brow and raised his hand, prompting Si Hu and another coachman to hurriedly lift two long wooden beams from behind the wooden wall. With a swift motion, a massive, water-stained curtain was brought down, instantly extinguishing the flames. Before long, the world outside the village fell silent once more. Su, regardless of the circumstances, you must escort us back to Wangzhou. A young scholar approached, his gaze menacing. Su Mu was astonished to find that Yuan Kai had somehow become the lackey of the three scholars, standing by with a grin and incessantly praising Su Mu. Su, these three are learned individuals, my friends in academia. Please do me this favor. Su Mu barely acknowledged Yuan Kai, wishing fervently to rid himself of these troublesome companions before they burned him with their demands. I will keep an ear to the ground over the next few days. Once the refugees from Wangzhou have eased, I will promptly send you on your way. The young scholar remained sullen, filled with anger and frustration, yet powerless. I don't care. I must return to Wangzhou within 3 days. Why the urgency? Su Mu frowned. The scholar gritted his teeth. Do you not know, Su? There are unscrupulous men in this village, and it is only a matter of time before they reveal their cruel hearts. Su Mu paused, weary of the conversation, and turned away, seeking an opportunity to rid himself of the three. Chen Sheng, how is your longbow practice coming along? I've become quite familiar with it, but my aim still leaves much to be desired. Chen Sheng replied hurriedly. First, master the technique of drawing the bow. The essence of the longbow lies not merely in accuracy. Unlike smaller bows designed for precision, its true purpose is in its capacity for projection. Su Mu could hardly contain his excitement. If there were enough hands, the spectacle of 100 longbows being loosed from the village would be breathtaking. Chapter 44. Return to Wangzhou, Master. News has reached us from Wangzhou. Many of the besieging refugees have retreated. Zhou Luo, riding an old horse, rushed back with urgency. This news brought smiles to the faces of Su Mu and the three scholars alike. What of the journey? Along the way, it seems many have disappeared. Those unruly commoners, having realized Wangzhou is free from siege, have fled in droves. Su, did you hear that? The young scholar's expression brightened. We must hurry. Best to set off for Wangzhou at once. Su Mu's face darkened. Is there no military report from the front? Master, how could we possibly know? The refugee siege is a minor issue, but the advance of the northern D people towards Wangzhou is the true calamity. Hurry, harness the horses. I must go to Wangzhou immediately. Wait 2 more days. Su Mu turned to leave. If Wangzhou had indeed been liberated, he would not mind the delay. However, if the news were mistaken and they left too soon, they could find themselves in peril. What do you mean, Su? I have no clean clothes left. The young scholar, hands on hips, flushed with anger. My meaning is that you will be safer remaining in the village. Winemaker, you are imprisoning us. The great discipline orders that anyone who dares imprison an official's family shall be exiled 3,000 miles. Official's family? Su Mu halted, turning back with a strange expression. The young scholar hastily covered his mouth and stormed off in a huff. Li Dewan, please clarify. Ugh, I am Li Xiaowan. 5 horses have fallen ill. By the small horse yard, Chen Sheng's voice was filled with sorrow. After wielding a horsewhip for half a lifetime, he held deeper sentiments towards horses. Master, I suspect the cause lies in the recent deaths outside the village. Too many have perished, tainting the streams. The water for the horses is not boiled. Following Su Mu's instructions, the villagers had been boiling their drinking water to eliminate bacteria. However, the horses were still drinking regular well water. Su Mu raised his head and observed the 5 feeble horses in the small yard. Among them, 3 fierce steeds brought from afar. It would indeed be a pity if they died. Master, I have inquired among the villagers, but none have a solution. Su Mu was inclined to give it a try. Yet in his previous life, he had needed to ask about the distinction between external and internal use of hemorrhoid ointment, so he thought better of it. He could only go into the city to consult a veterinarian. Su Mu maintained a solemn expression. The trip to Wangzhou was essential, not only for the veterinarian's matters, but also for the affairs of the three scholars, and he urgently needed to gather intelligence from the front lines to make preparations. If Wangzhou truly could not be defended, they would have to relocate the village, moving the villagers to Huzhou first, and then making further plans. It had been nearly a month since Tian Song sent the three scholars back and forth. The private wine from the distillery could not be sold, and the village was fortified like a small fortress. It was time to venture out. Chen Sheng, I entrust the affairs of the village to you. After I leave, no one is to open the village gates. If the mountain bandits come again, proceed with caution. Understood, Master, Chen Sheng replied gravely. See who summoned the three ancestors. The three ancestors referred to the scholars who had been clamoring day and night to return to Wangzhou. Zhou Luo, check the wind. Shortly after, Zhou Luo atop the arrow tower coolly reported, Master, there is no one outside, not even a bird in sight. Exhaling, Su Mu took a longbow and prepared to set out with Si Hu. Si Hu, fetch 50 jars of wine. It would be best if we could enter Wangzhou. If not, the loss of 50 jars of private wine would be too grievous. Consider it a gesture of support. By the time the three scholars joyfully arrived, the sun was already high in the sky. Once preparations were complete, and Su Mu was about to move forward, he suddenly remembered something. Sure enough, when he turned around, he found his young maid, Jiang Caiwei, standing anxiously by the village's edge, gazing at him with concern. It's nothing, I will return soon. If I encounter danger, I will instruct Si Hu to turn back. Jiang Caiwei remained silent and quietly helped Su Mu don a patched robe. Su Mu remembered that this robe had been salvaged during a skirmish with bandits. It had been so worn he had intended to discard it. Who would have thought Jiang Caiwei would retrieve it and mend it anew? The intricate needlework covered the entire garment. I have read a bit and understand that a husband's journey should not be impeded. I do not wish to hinder you, but I hope you will be exceedingly careful on this trip. In the village, concerning the vast estate, I shall diligently safeguard it for you. There is no need for such protection. When trouble arises, one merely flees to the mountains. Jiang Caiwei lowered her head, seemingly in agreement, yet also in dissent. Ultimately, she took a few steps forward, disregarding her bashfulness, and tightly embraced Su Mu. Su Mu remained silent for a moment, reciprocating her embrace. For the first time, he experienced an unfamiliar sensation, akin to the sweltering heat of summer, sipping on icy sour plum juice, causing his heart to feel as if it might melt away. After a while, Su Mu reluctantly released her, slinging his longbow across his back, and calmly stepped forward. The mended white robe glimmered under the sunlight, reflecting a brilliant sheen. Mount up. The recuperated Zhou Zun, alongside his brother Zhou Luo, swiftly mounted their spirited steeds. The three young scholars hastily clambered onto the carriage. Si Hu took the reins, cracking his whip with a sharp sound. The carriage gradually made its way along the forest path towards Wangzhou city. Zhou Luo's information proved accurate at this moment. The official road was nearly deserted, with the occasional rider casting cautious glances before hastily riding away. After an indeterminate time, the silhouette of Wangzhou city became faintly visible on the horizon, eliciting excitement among the three scholars, who began to chatter within the carriage. Master Su, upon entering Wangzhou, let us bury our grievances. The 200 taels can be generously gifted to you, Li Shaoan declared with grandiosity. Then I shall be forever grateful. To Su Mu, this seemed a mutually beneficial arrangement. The three scholars were returning to the city, and he could rid himself of these three ancestors, truly killing two birds with one stone. I have made up my mind. Once we enter Wangzhou city, I shall first indulge in a luxurious flower petal bath, and afterward, I shall seek out the dog official for a good thrashing. Li Shaoan exclaimed with enthusiasm. I need to attend to some matters with Brother Wang first, Fangu said, his expression turning peculiar. Bah, you mean to visit the pleasure house? They laughed. We are all scholars. Our desires are but human. Su Mu grew weary of their frivolity and became increasingly cautious. The multitude of displaced persons was not something to be taken lightly. We are less than 5 miles away. Su Mu sighed in relief, realizing the situation was not as dire as it could be. Perhaps the northern Dinging 8 camps had already repelled the enemy. Just then, Zhou Luo's old horse suddenly let out a mournful neigh. Su Mu looked up in alarm, witnessing Zhou Luo tumble heavily to the ground. Master, There are thorn bushes. Run. Zhou Luo struggled to raise himself, shouting in anger. Thorn bushes are a malevolent trap for horses. Any steed that treads upon them is bound to be injured or worse. Sihu changed direction and urged the horses. Upon hearing the command, Sihu swiftly raised his whip high and struck down hard. Ahead, Zhou Zun helped Zhou Luo to his feet, and the two hastily shared a mount, galloping forward. Before long, the dense forest around them erupted with furious cries. As countless refugees surged forth from the hills, those who were swift enough had already grasped the sides of the carriage. Beat them off with sticks. Sumu shouted back in anger. In the carriage, to guard against unforeseen circumstances, Sumu had deliberately left behind several sturdy sticks. The three scholars were so frightened that they dared not move, with Fan Gu and Wang Yun huddled together, trembling and clutching their heads. Li Xiaowan, if they take you away, I shall be powerless to rescue you. You should abandon the notion of remaining an untouched maiden. Upon hearing this, the young scholar Li Xiaowan cried out in a high pitch, hastily seizing a stick and striking wildly. The refugees clinging to the carriage, immediately in pain, released their grip and tumbled into the swirling mud and dust. Chapter 45. The old officer. As dusk descended, Su Mu and his companions finally managed to evade the refugees, arriving in a disheveled state at the foot of Wangzhou city. Fortunately, the soldiers had taken their positions. The refugees near the city gate had been largely cleared away by the armored troops. Open the gate. Before Su Mu could utter a word, Li Xiaowan, her voice trembling with sobs, cried out loudly. The harrowing sights she had witnessed during their flight would haunt her for many nights to come. Many had perished, some headless, others limbless, some disemboweled, hanging from trees, or lying in the streams. Born into a family of officials, she had only ever witnessed the lives of the affluent and had never encountered such a scene. Open the gate. Fan Gu and Wang Yun also cried out urgently, their distress palpable. While Fan Gu fared slightly better, Wang Yun had soiled himself in fear. Su Mu sat in silence on the carriage, his companions Zhou Zun and Zhou Luo sharing a look of deep concern. If they could not enter the city, and night fell while they were unable to return to the village, they would be in great peril on the desolate mountains and fields. Several squads of city guards approached with grim expressions. The leading officer, holding a torch, advanced coldly, his demeanor growing increasingly stern. Who goes there? From Sihong Road. At the old horse pasture, Su Mu replied calmly. Should the officer be overly suspicious, they might well be turned away. There is a disaster in Wangzhou. What purpose do we have in entering the city? Find the officials. I am of official lineage. Li Xiaowan interjected. Su Mu cursed under his breath, calling her a fool. As expected, unable to provide proof of her official status, Li Xiaowan, under the scrutinizing gaze of the soldiers, hurriedly retreated back into the carriage, frightened. Esteemed officer. Su Mu plastered a smile on his face, hastily dismounting the carriage and compassionately handing a small pouch of silver to the officer. Sir, I am the owner of a small tavern on Sihong Road. You see the wine on my carriage. If my business does not open soon, the villagers will starve. The officer accepted the silver, weighing it briefly before his expression softened slightly. After inspecting the illicit liquor and confirming its safety, he finally nodded, his face devoid of emotion. Enter the city with caution. Do not stir up trouble. Remember, you must leave the city as soon as possible. Rest assured, esteemed officer. We shall enter. Su Mu sighed with relief, signaling for Sihu to slowly drive the carriage across the suspension bridge over the moat. At last, they entered Wangzhou, having faced danger but emerging unscathed. These soldiers, truly unreasonable. Li Xiaowan continued to fume, chattering incessantly, until suddenly a thought struck her. Hey, Su shopkeeper. Let us head to the official's residence first. That was precisely my intention, Su Mu nodded decisively. The prospect of severing ties with these three ancestors filled him with uncontainable joy. The streets lay desolate, devoid of life. The cart rattled over the worn cobblestones, and the once bustling marketplace had transformed into an eerie emptiness. In the days of yore, even in the dead of night, there were vendors peddling their wares of boiled noodles and grain porridge. Now, nothing remained. The silence was haunting, occasionally pierced by the cough of a drunken old man sprawled on the cold stones. It was merely dusk, yet even the patrolling officers had vanished. Zhou Zun uttered a trembling remark, while Su Mu's expression darkened. He dared not linger, urging the horse onward towards the official quarters. Alas, upon reaching the official compound, Su Mu's disappointment deepened. The vast expanse of the Wangzhou official quarters now held but the old clerk who once recorded land deeds. Slumped in a chair with a lantern in hand. He appeared either asleep or too weary to speak. The cart came to a halt, and the group hurriedly disembarked. Senior. Sumu hesitated, stepping closer and bowing respectfully. After calling thrice, the old clerk finally stirred, rubbing the tears from his eyes. His voice was hoarse as he recognized Sumu. I remember you, young master of the old horse yard. You were once a ruffian. If I recall correctly, your name is Mu, isn't it? Sumu, he replied. Ah, I remember now. The old clerk, rare in his joy, rose with difficulty, stooping to guide them into the compound with his lantern. Just as Li Shaoan was about to voice a question, Sumu shot her a warning glance, silencing her words. Senior, why are the officers absent? I am familiar with Officer Tian's song. There is no one left. All have departed. Those on the imperial payroll have abandoned their posts. The clerk lamented. What of the officials? And many clerks? Li Shaoan could no longer contain herself and whispered. They've all left. The entire Wangzhou city is now under military occupation. The wealthy have fled, and even the poorer souls dare not remain, frightened into exile. Then why do you not leave? Senior? The old clerk paused, turning back, his face illuminated by the lantern, revealing a tragic nobility. Since I was 17, I have been stamping documents here. My monthly wage rose from half a coin to 8. By daybreak, I would open the office. By dusk, I would light the lanterns and close it. I have counted the stones of the clear water bridge, having broken 17. In the East Gate S Tower, I posted at least 1,000 notices. I have loved 8 courtesans from the Qing Pavilion. I can no longer leave. Panting, the old clerk appeared increasingly feeble. Sumu quickly moved to steady him. When I was 24, the Northern D tribes circled around Yongguan, believing Wangzhou defenseless. In my fury, I took up arms, joining others to fight, driving the Northern D back in disarray. But then, the great Ji could not withstand them. The old clerk's face reflected pain, and he recalled the words of the old scholar before his madness. The great Ji could not withstand the Northern D, for in our hearts. The great wall had long since crumbled. Sumu stood in silent contemplation. The 3 scholars behind, along with Sihu and others, dared not utter a word. Let us proceed into the alley, the old officer declared, stubbornly refusing Su Mu's assistance, stumbling forward as he walked. The crude knife at his side, much like his age, had grown rusty and lost its edge. Let us stay the night. We shall depart the city by dawn. It seems nearly the entire population of Wangzhou is about to flee. Thank you, esteemed elder, Su Mu replied earnestly, cupping his hands in respect. The stick carrier, Tian Song, mentioned you had bested the mountain bandits. If only our great Ji had more heroes like you, we would not fear instability at the borders. The old officer, swaying as he held the oil lantern, turned to leave. Though I have aged, I can still draw my sword against the enemy. Tonight, I shall not close the alley. Su Mu turned his head just as Li Shaoan glanced over. They both sighed heavily in unison, a shared sense of helplessness enveloping them. Chapter 46. The besieged city as dawn broke. Su Mu could not wait any longer. After bidding farewell to the old officer, he hurriedly mounted his carriage and headed towards the Fortune Hotel. To his surprise, despite the dire circumstances, Zhou Fu had yet to leave Wangzhou. Outside the Fortune Hotel, Zhou Fu appeared anxious, urging several young attendants to hastily load items onto the carriage. Su, Master Su. Upon seeing Su Mu, Zhou Fu was taken aback, not expecting him to enter the city at such a critical time. What brings you back? Why have you not moved to the inner city? Given their acquaintance and Zhou Fu's admiration for Su Mu's rising prowess, he hoped for Su Mu to survive this calamity and seek further collaboration in the future. You are not here to deliver contraband wine, are you? I dare not delay you, Master Zhou. Are you out of your mind? Zhou Fu retorted, somewhat irritated, as he hastily retrieved a pouch of silver and instructed for 50 jars of illicit wine to be loaded onto the cart. Master Su, you must move to the inner city swiftly. The troops have cleared the route to Hezhou in the past few days. Any delay could prove disastrous. Hurry. Were it not for the serious illness at home, I would have left the city much earlier. Seeing Zhou Fu's urgency, Su Mu dared not tarry. He called for Sihu to drive the carriage and summoned the Zhou brothers, rushing towards the city gate. Master Su. From the back of the carriage, Li Shaoan hesitated. What shall we do about the 3 of us? Su Mu's tone grew grave. There were only 2 choices. First, to clarify matters with the soldiers and ensure their protection. Second, to return with him to Su family village and devise a plan. Wangzhou had nearly turned into a ghost town. It was not just the officials and officers who had departed, but the common folk were also fleeing in droves. I have no official documents on me. Only that wretched official knows my identity. Li Xiaowan's voice trembled, unprepared for the unexpected turmoil that had arisen from what was supposed to be a simple outing. Sumu furrowed his brow, realizing the three individuals before him could not be easily rid of for now. Handing them over to the soldiers might lead to a grim fate with the impending conflict. Let us return to the village, Sumu sighed. If all else fails, we shall head to Huzhou together and find a solution there. The journey from Huzhou to the inner city spans thousands of miles. It is fraught with difficulty. This is why we cannot afford to bring too many people. Su, do not move recklessly. Let someone deliver some silver. On the leading cart, Zhou Fu disembarked with trepidation, retrieving a bag of silver as he advanced. The two ranks of soldiers turned around, and the commanding officer squinted his eyes. Sir, please, facilitate our passage. Certainly. The officer hastily reached for the silver bag, his grip rough, yet it brought a sigh of relief from Su Mu. Once the silver was accepted, exiting the city posed no further issue. Zhou Fu turned back, uncharacteristically offering a smile to Su Mu, who nodded in return, but then his gaze shifted, suddenly startled. Not far from the city gate, several bamboo baskets brimmed with severed heads adorned with beards. Blood oozed from the bottoms of the baskets, saturating the ground nearby. These heads likely belonged to the unfortunate refugees, and the rationale was tragically simple. The military discipline of the Great Ji had become corrupt, and these bearded heads were likely intended to feign military merit, as the Northern D people were known for their bearded appearances. Struggling to regain his composure, Su Mu pressed forward, relieved that Zhou Fu's silver had made an impact, allowing the soldiers to gradually part their ranks. Hasten to the river state. You shall all be safe. Standing at the city gate, Zhou Fu appeared elated, but before he could finish his sentence, a resounding blast of the bullhorn echoed throughout the city. The horses, startled, neighed wildly. What is happening? Zhou Fu stood before the gate, mere steps away. Yet he could only watch as the ancient, massive gates creaked ominously closed. Su Mu rose from the cart, a chilling sensation sweeping through him. Refugees are surrounding the city. Non-combatants, retreat immediately. Non-combatants, do not delay your retreat. The soldiers swiftly changed their demeanor, brandishing their polearms and angrily pushing Zhou Fu back. He attempted to utter more words, but was abruptly kicked down by a soldier. Master Zhou, get in the cart, Su Mu urged, stepping forward to help him up. But the gates have closed. How shall we escape? We cannot. As if to affirm Su Mu's statement, a series of thunderous roars echoed from beyond the towering city walls. The refugees were closing in again. Damnation! The group hastily turned their cart towards the direction of the Fortune Tavern. Master Zhou, this is quite strange. Why are the refugees surrounding the city again? I do not know. Su Mu lowered his head, recalling the baskets filled with heads. The soldiers and refugees, though both G people, were likely locked in a deadly conflict. Let us head to the tavern. Perhaps by tomorrow, the refugees will disperse. Zhou Fu's voice seemed to reassure the others, yet it sounded like a desperate justification. The encirclement of refugees would not dissipate in just a day or two. As the rows of carts passed, Su Mu observed the faces of those who had not managed to escape the city, expressions of panic, families burdened with their possessions, trembling as they clutched their children and supported the elderly, fearfully huddling along the sides of the streets. If they lingered any longer, the D might indeed attack. Zhou Fu bitterly uttered, Master Su, you may not be aware, but I received news yesterday that the 8 camps at Dingbian have been utterly ravaged by the Northern D, with 4 of them completely destroyed. For destroyed? Su Mu was taken aback. Previously, when Tian Song had visited the village, he mentioned that 2 had been obliterated, and Su had thought Tian was merely trying to frighten him. It must be true. I have a friend who happens to be a courier at the border. If Wangzhou can hold its ground, I certainly do not wish to relinquish this grand establishment. Are there no reinforcements? That remains uncertain. Historically, when the Northern D breached the city, they would indulge in plunder and slaughter, which has driven many to flee. Master Su, our only course of action now is to remain within the city and await an opportune moment. With refugees behind and the D in front, the entire city of Wangzhou found itself in a precarious situation. Su Mu did not dare to expect that the 3,000 troops could achieve anything significant. Those who dare to use heads to claim military merit will hardly display bravery in battle, will they? Bring forth the silver. Just as Su Mu pondered, a furious shout echoed through the air. He glanced up to find two thugs wielding clubs taking advantage of the chaos to loot. A young woman, refusing to comply, was struck down by one thug, the sickening crack of bone making Su Mu wince in pain. Sihu, unable to contain himself any longer. Sihu leapt from the cart and, with just a few moves, dispatched the two thugs to the ground. Master Su, we can delay no longer. We must depart. We must leave. Zhou Fu shouted in alarm. With no officials patrolling the streets, the thuggish figures roamed freely like wolves unleashed. Master Su, I have heard something else. On the cart, Zhou Fu seemed to recall something, his voice trembling. Ma Guizi is still in the city. Chapter 47. Life without life. Death without death. The news of Ma Guizi's presence was akin to a thunderbolt for Su Mu. Men like him, in these dire times, would likely become even more reckless. Master, the tavern has been smashed. As several carts approached the tavern, a trembling attendant spoke up. Su Mu looked up and, indeed, it appeared that the opulent establishment had been swiftly breached by those unable to escape the city, who surged in like a tide, shattering the grand entrance. Zhou Fu maintained a stern expression, initially intending to summon people to restore order, but ultimately, he considered his family and turned the cart around to proceed onward. Master Su, where do we go now? Su Mu hesitated, as chaos reigned throughout Wangzhou, and with the likes of Ma Guizi lurking in the shadows, it felt unsafe anywhere. Why not head to the official courtyard? Li Shaowan suggested timidly from within the cart. That seems our only option, at the very least. The old official overseeing the courtyard was a decent man. After a fruitless half-day of wandering, the convoy returned to the official courtyard to temporarily seek refuge. Upon seeing Su Mu and his companions return, the old official bore no anger. Instead, he joyfully opened the courtyard gates and welcomed them inside. Forgive the intrusion, esteemed elder. Do not mention it. Rest well, perhaps in a couple of days, the refugees will have retreated. I shall fetch some water bags for you. Beside him, Zhou Fu respectfully clasped his fists in greeting. Su Mu raised his head and assessed their group, which comprised merely a dozen individuals. After excluding Zhou Fu's legitimate wife and two concubines, the remaining servants had been with him for several years and were trustworthy. Sensing Su Mu's unease, Zhou Fu hastily spoke. Master Zhou, how about we divide the personnel into 3 groups to take turns on night watch? That sounds agreeable. I have heard that Master Su has triumphed over the mountain bandits, he continued. For some reason, Zhou Fu felt an unusual sense of trust toward Su Mu, unperturbed by the possibility of him suddenly seizing his silver or wife. Su Mu, however, wore a grim expression, with their route cut off and lacking means of communication. He was deeply worried about the situation back at the winery. Upon closer calculation, there were 10 able-bodied men present, only capable of arming themselves with rudimentary weapons for self-defense. Zhou Fu had no objections. During his early business days, he too had been adept at wielding a club in fights. Su, Master Su, we are but scholars, stammered Fan Gu and Wang Yuan, who had shrunk into a corner, their voices trembling. Li Shaowan, biting her lip, seemed lost in thought for a moment before finally exclaiming in anger, Fan Gu, Wang Yuan, you two must also arm yourselves. Fan Gu and Wang Yuan, momentarily taken aback, were about to offer explanations. I am speaking. Will you listen? If not, I shall return and inform my father. The two of them promptly lost their bravado, rising clumsily to join the other servants. Su Mu turned his head, curious to observe Li Shaowan. She was indeed a good girl, albeit with a rather foul temper. What are you staring at, scoundrel? Su Mu shot her a glare before turning away once more. Su, the old constable called, rubbing his head as if recalling something. He staggered back towards them. Esteemed elder, my name is Su Mu. I remember now, follow me for a moment. Outside, the chaos is escalating. Just now, a flower girl sought help, but was dragged away by a thug before she could turn the corner. When I was 24, I was quite formidable. If anyone dared to provoke me, I would draw my sword. The group followed the old constable deeper into the official quarters, stopping in front of a storeroom secured by an iron door. Trembling, the constable produced a key and unlocked the door with a creaking sound. Moments later, the sight within the storeroom left everyone momentarily speechless. It was a weapons room. Though somewhat antiquated, it was densely packed with an array of arms, sabers, long swords, iron bows, crossbows, and even 2 tiger shields. Everyone, take one, the old constable instructed, swaying slightly. Once peace is restored to Wangzhou, we shall return to the official quarters. Su Mu and Zhou Fu exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. In times like these, they indeed required weapons for protection. The deterrent effect of ordinary clubs was no longer significant. After some hesitation, Su Mu chose a long sword, while Sihu selected a long saber. Slinging it across his back, his towering frame enhancing its imposing presence. Zhou Fu also opted for a sword, and the remaining individuals each chose their weapons accordingly. What left Su Mu speechless was the sight of Li Xiaowan struggling to emerge with a tiger shield strapped to her back, so cumbersome that it could entirely conceal her petite form. "What are you staring at?" Li Xiaowan blushed, asserting that though she was no fighter, she could still use a shield for her protection. Before them, the elderly official had diligently secured the iron gate and, despite his unsteady gait, led the others forward. Mu, Senior, I am Su Mu," he replied with polite persistence. "Ah, I recall now. You all should retire for the night. I shall keep watch shortly." "Senior, that is not appropriate. I am a constable of the Great Ji, naturally tasked with safeguarding the populace." The old official's demeanor brightened once more. "Allow me to share with you. At the age of 24, I wielded a simple blade and repelled the northern dog's siege." Su Mu felt a pang in his heart. Among all the officials in Wangzhou city, the one who remained until the end was this elderly constable, who could barely walk without stumbling. "Sihu, take 2 individuals to stand guard outside. If our senior grows weary, remember to fetch a blanket. Rest assured, Brother Mu, whether by design or coincidence." Sihu selected the scholars Fan Gu and Wang Yun to follow the old constable outside. "Zhou, please rest for now. Ah, in such dire times, life holds no value. Nor does death." Su Mu sat in silence, slightly dimming the oil lamp in the official residence. When he turned back, he found Li Xiaowan, curled up and fast asleep, hugging the tiger shield in the corner. As night gave way to dawn, the once tumultuous Wangzhou city had finally settled into a semblance of tranquility. "Master, I have seen it." Zhou Zun burst in hurriedly, his voice tinged with alarm. "Ma Gizi and his band of thugs are robbing people and seizing money in the streets. And now they even dare to draw blood. What shall we do?" Su Mu's expression darkened. In the past, it was only after nightfall that the patrolling constables would diminish, allowing these ruffians to cause unrest. Now, however, with the refugees surrounding the city and the constables absent, Ma Gizi's gang had been emboldened to act with impunity. "Brother Mu, there is another matter. The old constable pursued a few troublemakers last night and was struck on the head. He remains unconscious." Su Mu's expression shifted to one of alarm as he hurriedly instructed for the old constable to be brought inside. Upon examination, he found the man's forehead wrapped in a crooked bandage, faintly stained with blood. "Master Su, it is nothing serious. He did not suffer a fatal blow. Merely an elderly man who could not withstand the impact," Zhou Fu assured after a careful inspection. "Zhou Zun, summon everyone back and secure the gates of the official residence." Su Mu's countenance grew stern. In such times, it would be wiser to avoid the ruffians. "Master Su, my cart contains ample provisions, if necessary. We may have to remain here for several days." Su Mu nodded in agreement. Chapter 48. In the face of adversity, though it was said to be a temporary refuge, Su Mu calculated that at least 6 or 7 days had already elapsed. The city gates remained shut, and the chaos outside the official residence continued unabated. Even Li Xiaowan, who was known for her fastidiousness, could not afford to be particular any longer. Each day, she bore the weight of 2 swollen, darkened eyes as she incessantly climbed to the courtyard of the official residence, eagerly awaiting the departure of the refugees. The ailing horses in the stable were nearing death. Sihu sighed, uncertain of what delightful dishes Xinjiang would prepare today, or if his little sister-in-law had roasted fish. Compared to Sihu, Su Mu's heart was even more troubled. For the past 2 days, the fragile silhouette of Jiang Caiwei had persistently lingered in his mind. Fortunately, upon entering the city, the entire Su family estate had fortified itself like a small fortress, and as long as Chun Sheng did not act foolishly, they should encounter no significant issues. "Master, the horseman has discovered our weight." Zhou Zun rushed in from outside, his broadsword already drawn and firmly grasped. Last night, a group of thugs had pursued someone to the vicinity of the official residence and had caught sight of the lights within. Su Mu furrowed his brow. To be frank, he was not in the mood to settle old scores with the horsemen. "What shall we do now, Master Su?" "Arm yourselves, even if it's others. The horsemen will not spare them either." "Zhou Zun and Zhou Luo, you two climb onto the roof. If a fight breaks out, shoot your arrows immediately." When selecting weapons earlier, they had been quite astute, each choosing an iron bow to carry. What about me, Brother Mu? Sihu asked, removing his saber with a deep voice. Go fetch the horses. The rest of you, who are idling about, please step outside as well. Inside the official residence, there were women such as Zhou Fu's family and Li Xiaowan. If the horseman and his men broke in, the consequences would be dire. Bang! Zhou Fu was the quickest to react, calmly raising his hand to push open the grand door of the official residence. Sumu lifted his head, casting a cold gaze forward. As Zhou Zun had said, the horsemen had indeed arrived, accompanied by 2 or 3 dozen thugs of various appearances. Some were bare-chested, others draped in women's phoenix robes, some donned the garb of performers, and others wore military armor. Most held iron swords in their hands. The horseman, limping, sat atop a cart, awkwardly wearing an ornate melon hat, with at least 4 or 5 precious swords tucked at his waist. A young woman, her face painted with bright rouge, appeared both startled and terrified, yet managed to muster a beguiling smile, coiling around the horseman like a serpent. Sumu recognized her as the daughter of a wealthy Zhang family merchant, who had previously been playfully teased after excessive drinking and met a tragic end. Now, however, she had become the horseman's prized possession. Brother Mu. The horseman turned his head, a sickly madness washing over his face, his eyes sparkling with delight that seemed ready to overflow. Brother Mu, haha. The horseman trembled with excitement, prompting the Zhang daughter to hastily leap down from the cart, her frail body prostrating on the ground, allowing the horseman to tread over her back as he descended slowly. Brother Mu, you see, I am now like an emperor. The horseman raised his hand, his arms adorned with an array of shimmering jewels. To see you again, Brother Mu, brings me such joy. I had foretold. 3 blades and 6 wounds, you cannot escape. Madman, Sumu coldly uttered. Brother Mu is angry. Brother Mu is angry. Ladies and gentlemen, let us seize the shepherd boy. Place him in the steamer until he is thoroughly cooked, and then cast him beyond the city walls for the refugees to gnaw upon. What say you? Behind Magizi, 2 or 3 dozen men incessantly emitted their morbid raucousness. Sihu and Su Mu gritted their teeth. In an instant, a figure astride a fiery steed burst forth from the official quarters. Before the 2 nearest stick-wielders could react, Sihu's long saber cleaved through, rendering the man's body asunder, who then howled in retreat. After stumbling back a few steps, he fell lifeless to the ground. Chop them up. Steam the shepherd boy. Magizi shrieked. The throng of stick-wielders, akin to madmen, recklessly brandished their weapons and charged forth. From the rooftop, Zhou Zun and Zhou Luo coldly raised their iron bows, bringing down the 2 foremost assailants with lethal precision. Sihu swung his long saber, as if traversing an uninhabited realm, following Su Mu's teachings to launch a flanking assault, with blood droplets bursting forth in abundance. Kill the shepherd boy. Su Mu unsheathed his long sword, maintaining a composed demeanor. After deftly avoiding a blow from a stick-wielder, he countered with a thrust that pierced through the man's shoulder, blood bursting forth and staining his visage crimson. When he wiped his eyes and opened them anew, he beheld a world drenched in sanguine hues, the blood-red city walls, the blood-stained streets, the silhouettes of figures, and a sky that mirrored the crimson chaos. He slowly raised his sword, furiously pointing it towards Magizi. Startled, Magizi had never witnessed Su Mu in such a terrifying guise, resembling a vengeful specter. He stumbled backward, his lame leg faltering, only to collide with a wagon. You, shepherd boy, 3 knives and 6 holes. You cannot escape. You cannot escape. In Wangzhou city, I am akin to the emperor himself. Su Mu, with an impassive countenance, drove his long sword into Magizi's chest until it pierced through his back and struck the cart's partition. You, Su Mu, are but a stick-wielder. Do you think your illicit brewing elevates you? You are a mere dog, a filthy wretch. 300,000 stick-wielders in the Great G, 300,000 dogs. Shepherd boy, you too are a dog. Su Mu coldly withdrew his long sword, as Magizi's eyes bulged and blood gushed from his mouth, splattering Su Mu and transforming him into a figure drenched in blood. Sheathing his sword, Su Mu silently looked up, standing amidst the slaughtered street. The future remained uncertain, yet the present turmoil was sufficient to ensnare one's very soul. Master, they have all fled. Zhou Zun and Zhou Luo had leapt down from the rooftops, while Sihu returned on horseback, his long saber dripping with the blood of the fallen. A mere errand boy has perished, Zhou Fu lamented, cradling his wounded arm in agony. As for Fan Gu and Wang Yun, They could only poke at the fray from a distance with iron rods, accomplishing little. The remaining stick-wielders, upon realizing Ma Gizi had succumbed, had already scattered like birds in flight, taking with them the Jiang family heiress. The vast expanse of Wangzhou city seemed to plunge into a profound silence, save for the distant cries of the refugees beyond the city walls. "Shepherd boy, what is that?" Just as Su Mu was about to return to the official quarters, he turned at Si Hu's words. In that moment, he felt as if struck by lightning. Frozen in place. "Wolves. The signal fire rises." Zhou Fu's voice trembled violently. 3 plumes of smoke signaled the impending assault of the D people. "Impossible," Zhou Zun uttered gravely. "The northern D are still 700 miles from Wangzhou. Even at a gallop, it would take 2 or 3 days to reach. Moreover, there are the border defense camps. Their purpose is to thwart the southern incursions of the northern D. Could all 8 border defense camps have fallen?" Zhou Fu's words plunged those present into a state of unknown dread. The heavy sound of the bullhorn echoed once more, accompanied by the furious shouts of the soldiers. The first volley of arrows rained down from the northern battlements, piercing the air with lethal precision. The hundreds of soldiers stationed at the city gate had no time to evade. They were turned into a sieve. "Defend the city." A cavalry officer, passing through the official street, suddenly drew his sword, his voice laden with unspeakable terror. The consensus among all the G people was that the D would take no prisoners. Should they breach Wangzhou, a massacre would inevitably follow. "Master, what shall we do?" As the cavalry officer rode past, Zhou Zun's hand, clutching the sword, began to tremble inexplicably. Su Mu's face was grim as he lifted his gaze to the figures of the soldiers rushing towards the northern city gate. In the face of such overwhelming odds, their plight felt as desperate as that of ants striving for survival. "Brother Mu," the old officer has run ahead with his sword. Su Mu paused, his gaze fixed ahead, where he saw a frail figure stumbling forward, clutching a wooden sword towards the northern gate. A fresh bandage wrapped around his forehead. "In my 24th year, wielding a 3-foot wooden sword, I watched as 2,000 D soldiers below the city gates acted like swine and dogs." The stumbling figure pressed on. Those soldiers also racing towards the northern gate, upon seeing the old officer, were taken aback, parting to form a path. Su Mu's eyes reddened as he gritted his teeth and pursued. Upon reaching the northern city gate, he discovered the old officer, panting heavily, ascending the city wall with his sword. "Pity my prematurely white hair, no longer the youthful boldness of your tethering the yellow and holding the azure predecessor," Su Mu cried, looking up in anger. The old officer appeared oblivious, stepping over the corpses and broken arrows on the wall, unsteadily making his way to the edge of the moat. Then, with a clang, he drew forth his rusted sword, allowing the fierce wind atop the wall to blow away the dust from his feathered hat. He widened his eyes, glaring down below, attempting to swing the rusted sword a couple of times before panting heavily, leaning against the wall in disarray. "Remember my great G's mountains and rivers. Once fortified at the borders, the Great Wall unyielding. 7 million G sons, wielding spears and clad in armor, devouring the vast expanse like ferocious tigers." Below the wall, the soldiers heading to the northern gate bore anxious expressions. Su Mu tilted his head, gazing at the figure on the wall, feeling an unfamiliar sensation, a profound connection to his wife, Jiang Caiwei, to Si Hu, and to the entire realm of Great G. He finally comprehended that he was not a man without a nation. He was a G person, a member of the G family from the old horse farm on the 4 thoroughfares, the husband of Jiang Caiwei, and the elder brother of Si Hu. "Are we to fight?" On the wall, the old officer's hair stood on end, raising his rusted sword high. As countless arrows surged forth, they pierced every inch of his flesh. The old officer remained steadfast, gripping his rusted blade and gazing into the distant twilight, where the dying light ignited every corner of the great G's territory. "Storm the city. Annihilate the barbaric D." Beneath the city walls, the mounted officer's face flushed crimson as he raised his sword and cried out. 3,000 soldiers surged towards the northern city, their armor and halberds reflecting flashes of cold light, erupting into a cacophony of roars in an instant. Chapter 49. The Ninth Sentinel of the Great G at the city gate, Tongzi Camp. Su Mu stood beneath the northern city gate, motionless for an extended period, clutching his long sword, the hilt slick with perspiration. It was not fear that gripped him, but a simmering anger, an anger that unsettled the world, incited conflict, and provoked the lamentations of the populace. "Draw the bowstring to its limit." On the city wall, the mounted officer, leaning on the camp flag, bellowed like thunder. Yet, as his voice faded, he was struck by an arrow that pierced his chest, causing him to fall heavily to the ground. The body lay shattered. The curved blade clutched in his hand, now twisted beyond recognition. In days of yore, the great Ji had sent forth 100,000 valiant warriors into the northern D lands, severing heads for 1,000 miles, causing the D to tremble at the mere mention of their name. Now, as the D breached the city, we too faced a dire fate. Let us all raise our battle blades. If any have young ones at home, we shall honor them in the coming year's ancestral rites, proving our valor. The 3,000 soldiers, inspired by the old officer's spirit of sacrifice, united in a tragic yet noble roar. If there are any survivors in Wangzhou, remember my name. Ninth sentinel of the great Ji at the city gate, Tongzi camp. The sound carried on the wind, reverberating in the air. Su Mu trembled, raising his hands in salute. Zhou Fu followed suit, and Si Hu sheathed his broadsword, lifting his fists high in solidarity. Among those present were many citizens of Wangzhou, who, like Su Mu, clasped their hands in sorrowful salute. Though we are but ruffians, we harbor the heart to save our country. After a brief incense sticks burning, the southern city gate creaked open slightly, and 2 battalions prepared to escort the citizens 2 miles away. Everyone was urged to flee the city for their lives. An officer raced down the long street, his voice ringing out in fury. The D mock us for our weakness. Behold our ancestors upon the city walls, unyielding against countless arrows. We, the people of the great Ji, possess unbreakable resolve. Can they pierce us? Roar. Beneath the northern city gate, the soldiers in their armor suddenly erupted with renewed vigor, rushing towards the city wall. Mu Gu, hurry. Si Hu shouted urgently, grasping Su Mu's hand tightly. In such circumstances, the fall of the city was merely a matter of time. Su Mu, with a heavy heart, glanced around and noticed that Li Shaoan and the other womenfolk had also emerged from the official quarters, boarding a horse-drawn cart. Return to the village first. Su Mu gritted his teeth. Initially, he thought it was merely a matter of refugees, but he had not anticipated that within such a brief span. The northern D had advanced 700 miles, besieging Wangzhou. Elder, quickly get in the cart. The 2 battalions are preparing to open the city gates. Zhou Zun, wielding a simple blade, rode in on an old horse. Hurry, everyone, faster. Zhou Fu could no longer contain the fear etched on his face, urging them onward. Following Zhou Fu's gaze, Su Mu looked ahead and was startled to see the southern city gate street already crowded with people. Upon closer inspection, there were at least thousands of citizens. Initially, some had harbored hope, believing Wangzhou would be safe. Now, with the city on the verge of collapse, failure to flee would only lead to becoming fodder for the northern D. Tongzi camp, we bid you farewell on your final journey. Please inform the world. Today's Tongzi camp is filled with valiant warriors. With a thunderous roar, an iron gate was abruptly pushed ajar. Fortunately, it appeared that the siege by the D people had resulted in relatively few refugees blocking the way, only a handful of frenzied souls refusing to retreat. 2 squads of soldiers wielding long blades bellowed as they carved a path through the chaos. Blood and bodies flew through the air, severed heads tumbling to the ground, trampled into a gruesome paste by those who followed. Si Hu charged ahead. Su Mu gritted his teeth, fully aware that any delay would seal their fate, leaving them to perish within the city's confines. Si Hu tightened the reins, wielding his broadsword to dispatch several marauding miscreants. Su Mu, gripping his longsword, remained coldly vigilant to his surroundings. Suddenly, a furious cry erupted from behind. Li Shaoan had been seized by 2 commoners, on the verge of being dragged from the cart. Su, save me. The shock in Su Mu's eyes compelled him to leap from the cart, slicing through the chaos to rescue Li Shaoan, thrusting her back onto the cart. Hide your jewelry. Su Mu hissed urgently, glancing into the cart where Fan Gu and Wang Yun, though brandishing iron rods, were already half paralyzed with fear. Si Hu, spur the horse. Thank you, Su. Li Shaoan trembled, still shaken by terror. Su Mu said nothing, leaping back onto the cart, breathless, his sword at the ready, remaining resolutely focused. We exited the city gate. Zhou Zun announced, wielding his crude dagger as he returned from ahead. Where is Zhou Luo? Zhou Luo is with the shopkeeper. He is unharmed. Before Zhou Zun could finish, the multitude of refugees lurking at the city gates surged forth in a frenzied rush. Many of the fleeing civilians had their bundles snatched away, while some fair-skinned individuals were swiftly knocked unconscious and dragged into the dense woods, their anguished cries echoing in the air. The two squads of Tongzi camp soldiers struggled increasingly against the onslaught, a sergeant among them brandishing his sword and unleashing a torrent of curses. "Mugu, save me!" A familiar ruffian, disregarding past grievances, gasped as he staggered forward, imploring Sumu to pull him onto the cart. Sumu hesitated, reaching out, only to witness the ruffian freeze, then be toppled by the tide of bodies behind him, trampled into a bloody pulp before he could rise. Sumu silently withdrew his hand, coldly resuming his seat. 2 miles to safety. Friends, flee for your lives. The young cavalry officer spoke with great difficulty, his eyes reddened with despair. Half of the soldiers had already perished, and the toll on the civilians was incalculable. What has befallen Wangzhou today is our fault. Should we depart now, we can only hope not to become mere memories of the mountains and rivers. I cannot escort you further. The young officer raised his chin, weeping, before urgently turning his horse back, leading the remnants of his troops toward Wangzhou. The setting sun cast a blood-red hue across the sky, pressing down heavily. Thousands of civilians followed, raising a harrowing wail that filled the heavens. Before long, the stream of refugees surged forth like the tumultuous waters of a breached river, pouring chaotically in every direction from a mere 2 miles away from the city gates. "Master, the number of refugees is increasing," Zhou Zun exclaimed, gripping a bloodied broadsword, his face a mask of terror. Sumu leapt from the cart, and with Zhou Zun's assistance, he slashed at a few approaching refugees before anxiously scanning ahead. He discovered that Zhou Fu's cart was already besieged by hundreds of refugees. A sluggish servant met a grim fate as several hands swiftly snapped his neck. Zhou Luo, wielding his sword while mounted, managed to fend off one group, only to be confronted by another wave. Zhou Zun, instruct Master Zhou to disembark, set the cart ablaze. "Master, hurry." Su Mu's expression was grim, given the present circumstances. Returning safely to the estate had become an arduous endeavor. Zhou Fu's cart was laden with dozens of jars of potent liquor, the only means to forge a path through the throng of obstructive refugees. "Su, Master, will we survive?" Li Shaowan peered out from the cart, tears streaming down her face before she could utter more than a couple of words. "We will survive," Su Mu replied solemnly, producing a small dagger from his breast pocket and handing it to Li Shaowan. "Close your eyes, and when you open them again, we shall have returned to the estate." Li Shaowan, taken aback, promptly shut her eyes tightly. Suddenly, flames erupted from Zhou Fu's cart, ignited by the 50 jars of liquor, the fiery serpents climbing fervently. The old horse, scorched by the flames, dragged the burning cart forward in a frenzied dash. The residual heat of the fire sent the nearby refugees scurrying in panic. Zhou Zun carried Zhou Fu, while Zhou Luo bore a young servant. The remaining 2 women of the Zhou family, weeping, hastened to the cart and were swiftly assisted aboard. Sihu urged the horse. Sihu cracked the whip down heavily, and the last remaining cart surged forward, propelled by the momentum of the flames. Chapter 50. The Master. It was unclear how many miles they had traveled when the number of obstructive refugees finally began to dwindle. "Master, we are nearly 10 miles away." Zhou Zun sighed in relief. Had they tarried any longer, their party would surely have perished there. "Alas, my poor concubine, now only a single room remains," Zhou Fu lamented, noting the precious possessions left behind in the cart. "After laboring for a lifetime, it all amounts to naught. Master Zhou, being alive is the greatest fortune." Su Mu offered a word of comfort, recognizing that this ordeal had forged a bond of life and death between him and Zhou Fu. The defenses of Zhou City cannot hold. There are only 3,000 troops. Once the city falls, the northern Di will undoubtedly invade the heart of our great Ji dynasty. And at that time, Su Master's estate will likewise be in peril. Su Mu was acutely aware of this reality, yet he found himself devoid of any viable solutions. Their only option was to return to the estate and scout the route to Hezhou. "Master, the sky is growing darker. Light the horse lanterns." Zhou Zun, Zhou Luo. "Ride ahead a bit. If anything seems amiss, return immediately." After traveling 10 miles, they were still a full 30 miles from the Su estate. With too many souls aboard the cart and unable to hasten their pace, it would take several more hours. Occasionally, a few bands of unruly civilians would burst forth from the dense thicket, only to be warded off by Zhou Zun and Zhou Luo's blades, sending them scurrying back into hiding. "Brother Mu, we're not far from the village." Sihu exhaled a breath of relief, his hand holding the whip unconsciously slowing down. Inside the carriage, Li Xiaowan's face shone with joy. In the past, she had never considered that somewhat dilapidated wooden estate as a place worthy of anticipation. Once we reach the estate, we will be much safer. Su Mu turned and offered a comforting word. Zhou Fu sighed and nodded. Master, we've been ambushed. Just as they neared the estate, Zhou Zun and Zhou Luo galloped back, their faces etched with urgency. Su Mu's heart sank upon hearing this. How unfortunate that they would encounter bandits at this moment. How many? About 20 or 30. Master, they might be from the Old North Mountain. The second king of Old North Mountain. See who? Halt the carriage. An ambush would surely involve logs and obstacles blocking the forest path. Charging forward would only lead to swifter demise. Everyone dismount. Drawing his long sword, Su Mu's expression darkened. While Zhou Fu and the last remaining servant positioned themselves firmly in front of the carriage. Crouched in the carriage, Fan Gu and Wang Yun had initially huddled in fear. But after a few kicks from Li Xiaowan, they trembled as they grasped an iron rod and hurriedly leaped out. Clear the way. See who bellowed. Drawing his long saber and stepping forward. As Zhou Luo dismounted, he swiftly mounted the horse. Master, earlier when I ascended the slope, I saw that the estate appeared safe. Removing his iron bow, Zhou Luo added. A wave of relief washed over Su Mu, leaving the estate. His greatest concern had been the safety of Jiang Caiwei and her companions. They were now less than a few miles from the estate. The path home lay before them. Everyone, if we survive this onslaught, we can return home, rest in our beds, dine, and enjoy warm baths. I ask you, are you ready to fight? The individuals surrounding the carriage, even Fan Gu and Wang Yun, displayed glimmers of hope in their eyes. They're here. See who dragged his long saber, carving a long mark into the muddy forest path. From within the dense woods, a familiar, imposing figure emerged once more, mounted on a new horse. Clad in layers of black armor that billowed in the night wind. Hong Dong. Su Mu's gaze sharpened. He never anticipated this relentless foe would appear at such a moment. You scoundrel. See who roared, raising his saber high and charging towards Hong Dong. Protect the carriage. Su Mu's face remained stern as he commanded, positioning his sword before him. Transformed into a mere straw dog, he lacked proficiency in swordplay and could only rely on instinct to strike. Yet these bandits were merely common foes. A group of fleeing commoners rushed by, startled by the ambush, and veered in another direction. The mountain wind grew colder. See whose long saber clashed against Hong Dong's great blade, the sound of metal ringing out, sparks flying intermittently into the distance. That's the young master of the old horse farm. Strike him down to avenge the second king. More than 20 bandits emerged swiftly from the darkness ahead. Though their faces were obscured by burlap masks, the predatory glint in their eyes resembled that of famished wolves. Behind the carriage were the womenfolk. Su Mu struggled to swallow. Feeling the weight of his nation's misfortune, we had no choice but to seize our weapons and confront the encroaching enemy. With a shout, Zhou Zun and Zhou Luo were the first to draw their bows, swiftly loosing arrows that felled the initial two bandits mid-charge. Zhou Fu and the young servant braced against each other, wielding their weapons to fend off the onslaught. Fan Gu and Wang Yun cowered in the rear, timidly prodding at the attackers with long poles, occasionally managing to topple a couple of the nearest bandits. With a sharp thrust, Su Mu drove his long sword into the fallen bandit, forcing down the rising nausea in his chest as he circled the carriage, steadily driving back the approaching foes. Inside the carriage, the cries of the Zhou women grew increasingly frantic, even the once indomitable Li Xiaowan now sobbing uncontrollably. Master, there are too many of them. Zhou Zun, with a wounded arm hanging limply, spoke tremulously. Unable to draw his bow any longer, he resorted to binding a crude blade to his hand, using it to fight off the attackers. Ahead, the furious roars of sea who echoed through the night, their victory uncertain. Given previous encounters, it was evident that Hong Dong was no mere adversary. Zhou Fu's eyes burned with rage as he witnessed the last of the young servants fall to a bandit's blade, blood spraying forth as he collapsed lifelessly. Master, we cannot hold them off. Zhou Luo, with 3 or 4 stone-tipped arrows embedded in his body, coughed up blood as he spoke. Su Mu gritted his teeth, dodging aside before plunging his longsword deep into a bandit's abdomen. After fleeing for 40 miles, just when they seemed to be nearing safety at the village, it appeared they might perish here. What sound is that? Zhou Fu pushed aside a bandit, wiping his face before voicing his concern. The sound of footsteps. Who could be coming now? Could it be more flesh-eating refugees? It was a 40-mile distance from Wangzhou city. It was improbable that refugees would pursue them. Su Mu's expression turned to one of astonishment as he quickly lifted his gaze. Just then, the moonlight illuminated the scene, revealing his little servant wife. Her hair tied with a piece of burlap, rushing towards him with an old chopping knife in hand. Behind her, familiar faces gradually emerged, Chen Sheng, filled with courage, the trembling Yuan Kai, and the anxious Xiang Yang. Master, Jiang Caiwei's voice, laced with tears, pierced the stillness of the night. Chapter 51. Surviving the aftermath. There is nothing more exhilarating than surviving a calamity. Su Mu's hand gripping the long sword began to tremble slightly. He had never anticipated that at such a critical moment, it would be the seemingly frail Jiang Caiwei leading a rescue for him. Suddenly, an inexplicable warmth surged through Su Mu's entire being. Su Lang, Jiang Caiwei, her eyes reddened, clutched the old chopping knife and rushed toward him. Behind her, Chen Sheng brandished his crude blade, having already felled 2 bandits, his shouts reverberating. In the time spent alongside Su Mu, the 5 of them had transformed from mere stable boys into valiant warriors unafraid to fight. Raising his head, Chen Sheng grimaced fiercely and let out a long whistle. Before long, 6 or 7 galloping old horses rushed in from behind, their wooden spears thrusting down to topple 6 or 7 bandits. Charge forward. Su Mu gritted his teeth. The previously despondent Zhou Zun and others instantly transformed into figures of valor, disregarding their wounds as they roared and brandished their weapons, lunging ahead valiantly. Surrounded from all sides, the remaining bandits, now a disorganized mob, soon shrank back in terror, fleeing in all directions. Su Lang, are you unharmed? Jiang Caiwei hurried over, anxiously checking Su Mu's condition. I am fine, Su Mu replied with a smile. Had it not been for Jiang Caiwei bringing reinforcements, this situation could have turned dire. Earlier, from the arrow tower, I witnessed the flames and the chaos, which made me uneasy, prompting me to send Chen Sheng to investigate. Master, I rode forth and found brother who engaged in battle. So I quickly returned to the manor to summon help. Su Mu had grasped the sequence of events. By the way, brother who? Chen Sheng suddenly exclaimed, his voice filled with alarm. Everyone present looked up in panic. In the dim night, sparks erupted sporadically, accompanied by Sihu's furious roars and Hong Dong's hoarse curses, adding an air of grimness to the atmosphere. We must go. Su Mu's expression turned serious. In such tumultuous times, he could not afford to lose Sihu. After scattering the bandits, the young and robust riders on the 6 or 7 horses heard Su Mu's command and immediately tightened their reins, tucking their spears under their arms as they surged forward with cold determination. The night breeze rustled the small trees lining the path, creating a whispering sound. Su Mu, his face taut with concentration, followed closely but soon found Sihu emerging from the shadows, his body covered in wounds. A bloody dagger was embedded under his ribcage. Sihu, brother who? Sihu, seemingly unfazed, let out a hearty laugh, then slapped his hand against his horse's belly. A heavy figure, bound and dragged behind the spirited steed, was pulled out like a lifeless dog. Brother Mu, I have succeeded, Sihu declared in a deep voice, securing his broadsword before dismounting. The fool was too obstinate, so I dealt with him accordingly. Panting, Sihu's face grew paler. The scoundrel had managed to stab me before his demise. Sihu, do not remove the dagger, Su Mu exclaimed in alarm. But it was too late. The towering giant, acting recklessly, yanked out the dagger, causing his body to collapse backward with a thud that startled the nightbirds in the dense forest, sending several fluttering away. Quickly, help him staunch the bleeding. Su Mu was taken aback. Upon realizing that Sihu was merely suffering from blood loss and shock, he sighed heavily with relief. Taking a few steps forward, Su Mu approached Hong Dong's corpse, frowning as he pried open the burlap mask to reveal a face horrifically burnt beyond recognition. No wonder he had always donned the mask and wrapped himself in dark robes. Chen Sheng, take 2 men to collect the bodies and burn them together. Rest assured, master. Su Mu nodded slightly. After a day and night of physical exhaustion, combined with the recent skirmishes and tension, he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him and began to topple backward. In a daze, he saw Jiang Caiwei, her face streaked with tears, drawing ever closer. When he regained consciousness, he found himself lying on a wooden bed in the village, the oil lamp flickering softly, with the sounds of wind and croaking frogs filtering through the air. A slender figure was sprawled on the bed, gently dozing. Sumu silently retrieved the bedding and tenderly covered her up. Su Lang. Jiang Caiwei rubbed her eyes and suddenly lifted her head. Su Lang is awake. Upon hearing this, she turned red-eyed again, hurriedly rising to fetch a bowl of fresh soup. The aroma of fish wafted through the room, and Sumu joyfully accepted the bowl, drinking it down in one go. Caiwei, has everything been well at the village during this time? Many came to raid the village, but they were driven away by Chun Sheng and his men. I heard that the Northern D have launched another attack from Wangzhou, and with Su Lang's prolonged absence, everyone has been quite worried. Everything is all right now. After a harrowing escape, we have finally returned safely to the village. Stepping outside, the sky was clearing, and his gaze fell upon Chun Sheng, who was diligently reinforcing the wooden walls. By now, the walls had been built up in thick layers. Following Su Mu's suggestion, they had even hung curtains within the layers. Should an attack occur, if they were to douse the curtains with water, the flames would be extinguished. Master. Upon seeing Su Mu approach, Chun Sheng joyfully set aside his work. Chun Sheng, you have worked hard these days. Not at all, Master, Chun Sheng replied, wiping his hands, his tone suddenly turning cautious. Master, a few days ago, I ventured near Huzhou and discovered something alarming. Alarming? Su Mu inquired. Chun Sheng nodded grimly. The garrison stationed at Huzhou conducts nightly patrols, slaying refugees who fled from Wangzhou and collecting their heads. Collecting heads? Su Mu's expression grew increasingly grave. He had already witnessed the brutal acts of the Tongzi battalion in Wangzhou, where they had beheaded many men in a bid for false military glory. Fortunately, in the end, due to the patriotic spirit of an old official, the Tongzi battalion had launched a tragic counterattack in their final moments. Master, we must gather more intelligence on the route to Huzhou. It is not just the garrison. I hear the chaos has spread even among the refugees from Wangzhou. The discipline of the Deji army has deteriorated. If only they possessed a bit more fervor, even if outnumbered, they should have rushed to Wangzhou's aid by now. And what of Wangzhou? Sumu could not help but ask. The 3,000 men of the Tongzi battalion,
even if they were to hold their ground and fight to the last, have a high probability of failing to defend it.
The Northern D have been adept at besieging cities for over a century, and with their numerical superiority, it is almost a crushing advantage. I have heard they are still holding the city. Chun Sheng suddenly burst into tears. There are no deserters among the 3,000 of the Tongzi battalion, and outside Wangzhou, countless citizens plead for their lives. Chapter 52. Our Deji Wangzhou has fallen. Merely a day had passed, and the blood-soaked sea who, like a specter, was once again lively and animated in the village. Refugees beyond the village of Zhuang occasionally arrived at its borders, pitifully beseeching entry. For safety's sake, Sumu did not dare to shelter groups, but took in a few scattered suffering souls. As of now, the village housed nearly 50 individuals. The arrangement was rather simple. Able-bodied men defended the village and fought against enemies, while women and the elderly practiced archery. Even Su Mu himself was uncertain how long they could withstand the siege of Wangzhou. The day the city fell, countless Northern D would undoubtedly ride into the heart of Deji. Master Su, Zhou Fu said, rubbing his anxious face as he approached solemnly. Regaining his focus, Su Mu descended slowly from the arrow tower. Master Su, time is of the essence. My family still holds the same intention, regardless of the circumstances. We must leave Wangzhou as soon as possible. Wangzhou has become a deadlock. Early that morning, Su Mu had sent Chun Sheng along with 2 others to cautiously scout the route towards Huzhou. Calculating the time, they should be returning shortly. Master Su, I have a solution for those suffering souls you mentioned earlier, Zhou Fu said, a rare smile breaking through his demeanor. I have a friend, a landowner in Huzhou, who is a man of considerable means and is currently expanding his estate, thus in need of labor. Rest assured, Master Su, Huzhou is comparatively more secure. Unless the D launch an attack with 100,000 troops, it should be safe. Sensing Su Mu's apprehension, Zhou Fu added, from Wangzhou to Huzhou, it is roughly over 100 li, and there are numerous watchtowers along the way. Unfortunately, due to the Northern D's rapid advance of 700 li, the troops in Huzhou had not been able to provide timely support, leading to the imminent fall of Wangzhou. Master, we have returned. Chun Sheng burst through the village gates. Dismounting hastily, his expression grave. What is the situation? During daylight, naturally, there were no troops committing atrocities. However, due to the overwhelming number of refugees, the officials in Huzhou were concerned about infiltrators and had dispatched personnel to guard the city gates for inspections. Only those cleared would be allowed entry. Unfortunately, The refugees outside had crowded for at least 5 li. Su Mu furrowed his brow. Inspecting each individual over such a distance would take an eternity. Better to rush to the aid of Wangzhou. Suddenly, a profound sense of helplessness washed over Su Mu. When they inquired of the Hezhou military why they did not assist Wangzhou, the officials claimed, Wangzhou has already fallen. Chen Sheng's voice was heavy with despair. Master, Wangzhou has not yet fallen. I spoke with those who came from that direction. The 3,000 troops of the Tongzi camp have dwindled to merely 1,000. Fighting still raged on, as the northern D, attempting to negotiate surrender, sent emissaries closer only to be shot down by the Tongzi camp. The expressions of those present grew somber upon hearing Chen Sheng's news. Go inform everyone to prepare their belongings and supplies. We shall set off for Hezhou the day after tomorrow. If we go now, the refugees will block the way for several li, and misfortune will surely ensue. Su Mu could only hope to time their departure to avoid the impending fall of the city, in hopes of preserving the entire Su family village. Master, cavalry is approaching. The following morning, as the villagers barely rose, Zhou Zun's voice echoed from the arrow tower. Su Mu was suddenly startled, believing that the troops from Hezhou had arrived. However, as he ascended the arrow tower to look ahead, he discovered a lone rider, bloodied and struggling through the morning mist. Could it be a deserter from Wangzhou? No. Su Mu gritted his teeth. He recognized the figure. It was the young lieutenant who had escorted them through the land of Erlizi. At this moment, the lieutenant was on the brink of death, slumped over his horse, allowing the steed to gallop wildly. Bang! The horse collided with a tree stump, throwing the lieutenant into the air, where he fell heavily to the ground. Sihu, quickly, bring him back to the village. Upon receiving the order, Sihu promptly mounted his horse and soon returned, cradling the barely conscious lieutenant. Even Zhou Fu, accustomed to the tumult of battle, could not help but feel his eyes prick with emotion. Heaven knew how many wounds the lieutenant bore. Not a single inch of his skin was intact. Urgent report to Hezhou's Xiaofeng camp. Please send reinforcements. The lieutenant struggled to speak, blood seeping from his gums. Su Mu's heart sank as he realized that the young lieutenant intended to rush to Hezhou for assistance, having held the line for days while reinforcements had yet to arrive. Caiwei, bring the hemostatic powder. Su, I have something better. Li Xiaowan squeezed through the crowd, trembling as she handed Su Mu a delicate porcelain vial. After staunching the bleeding and applying Li Xiaowan's powder, 2 hours later, the lieutenant finally opened his eyes in alarm. He reached for his weapon. Do not panic. This is Su's village. We brought you back after seeing you fall from your horse. Prepare the horse. I must go to Hezhou. The lieutenant rose unsteadily, taking a few faltering steps and leaning against a wooden wall. The freshly bandaged cloth quickly soaked through with blood again. Chen Sheng, fetch a good horse for the officer. Su Mu's expression darkened. Chen Sheng hurried back, leading a spirited steed, equipped with a water pouch and provisions. There is no time. I will express my gratitude another day. Wangzhou is on the brink of collapse, and our 7 scouts have not returned. The 7 scouts sent for aid were likely slain en route, perhaps ambushed by desperate refugees. Moreover, those fleeing citizens should have reported the situation in Wangzhou by now. If the troops from Hezhou truly intended to assist, they would not remain idle. Master, he can hardly mount the horse, Chen Sheng said, his tone laced with bitterness. The young lieutenant struggled, attempting to mount several times, only to fall awkwardly to the ground. Ultimately, it was Sihu who approached and lifted him onto the horse. Daji Pass, 9th Outpost, Tongzi Camp. Su Mu saluted. The lieutenant, now mounted, turned back, revealing a rare look of satisfaction. I must confess to you, Master, I, Zhao Qingyun, never imagined I would possess such courage in my lifetime. With that declaration, the lieutenant let out a fierce roar and galloped out of the village. However, he had not gone far when another bloodied soldier emerged from the wooded path ahead, crying out as he rushed forward. Attention, everyone. Wangzhou has fallen. Tongzi camp has perished for the nation. Our failure. Oh, Wangzhou has succumbed. The great Ji Wangzhou has fallen. The soldiers, in their despair, cried out a few times before, like Zhao Qingyun once did. They fell helplessly from their horses to the ground. Behind them, dozens of fleeing civilians, without a moment's hesitation, trampled over them. Su Mu stood atop the arrow tower, his posture rigid, enveloped in a prolonged silence. Outside the courtyard, the young officer Zhao Qingyun dismounted, removed his Yinling helmet, and, gripping his broadsword with one hand, concealed his face as he wept bitterly. In the 18th year of Ji Xingwu, the pivotal city of Wangzhou in the north fell again, less than half a year after the loss of Yongguan. Chapter 53. Take up arms. Chun Sheng hastened to prepare the carts. See who lend a hand. The news of Wangzhou's breach spread, and the entire Su family estate was swiftly engulfed in chaos. Like the sudden assault of the northern D people upon the gates, calamity always seems to strike when paths converge. Master, should we not retrieve those wine jars? Zhou Zun shouted as he organized the personnel. What purpose do they serve now? Abandon all heavy items and hasten the loading. Understood, master. Jiang Caiwei hurriedly moved about, constantly counting the people and items. In her haste, her hairpin skirt dragged through the mud, soon becoming stained with dirt. Li Shaowan, bearing a tiger shield, retreated to a corner of the estate, gazing at the bustling figures around her. A wave of sorrow surged within her, yet no tears would come. The cries of children, the lamentations of women, and the roars of men resonated throughout the estate. Sumu clenched his teeth, standing coldly atop the arrow tower, his gaze anxiously fixed on the path through the forest ahead. Master, that young officer has regained consciousness. Sumu redirected his gaze and swiftly descended the tower. Upon learning of Wangzhou's fall, Zhao Qingyun had succumbed to his old injuries outside the estate, fainting in his grief. There was no choice but to bring him back inside. Su Zhu, I have a word of counsel. Zhao Qingyun stumbled over, his eyes swollen and red. Sumu paused. What counsel do you have, officer? Do not call me officer. For one who has lost their nest, simply calling my surname suffices. Zhao Qingyun labored to moisten his lips. Do you recall, Su Zhu? When Yongguan fell, tens of thousands of refugees fled south to Wangzhou. Did the officials of Wangzhou allow any refugees to enter the city? This question left Su Mu momentarily speechless. The horrific scenes outside the city, where people resorted to cannibalism, were still vividly etched in his memory. Jiang Caiwei had even resorted to selling herself alongside 2 maidservants to acquire the silver needed for his suffering document to enter the city. Wealthy individuals were untroubled. In due time, there would surely be such dealings in Hezhou City. Yet ordinary suffering folk would once again be condemned to the status of refugees. Brother Zhao, our Ji nation also requires populace for cultivating fields and promoting craftsmanship. Su Zhu, Ji is no longer as it once was. Zhao Qingyun spoke bitterly. If a large influx of refugees enters the city, it could lead to disaster. Moreover, those corrupt officials fear that their achievements may be compromised by the arrival of refugees. Listening to this, Su Mu fell into silence. Zhao Qingyun was not mistaken. It was highly likely that in Hezhou, the gates were similarly barred against refugees. To gain entry, one would have to seek other means. Yet within the estate, there were approximately 50 souls gathered. The roads outside Hezhou were already blocked. Zhao Qingyun sighed, stating that at this moment, their passage into the city was impossible, and they would inevitably become refugees. The 4 roads lay 80 miles from Hezhou, and if they rushed forward, they might encounter unforeseen issues, making any return exceedingly arduous. Zhao's intention? To remain in the village. Zhao Qingyun's expression turned serious. He had observed their village, which resembled a fortified outpost. Finally, an expert had arrived. However, Su Mu was somewhat perplexed by Zhao Qingyun's subsequent remarks. Su, I have fought against the D people on several occasions and am aware of certain matters concerning them. Once Wangzhou falls, given the temperament of the D, they will undoubtedly penetrate deep into Wangzhou, pillaging treasures and abducting the local women. Zhao continued, you have seen it yourself. Su Mu furrowed his brow slightly. Now? With Su's village situated on the 4 roads, if the D were to come, they would be the first to bear the brunt. Listen to me, Su. Zhao Qingyun adjusted his demeanor. The D will certainly come, that is beyond doubt. However, what I wish to convey to you is that the D do not operate as a large army, but rather in smaller units. Smaller units? Su responded in confusion. Indeed. Zhao's countenance suddenly took on a stern aspect. Wangzhou is a full 120 miles from Hezhou. The D, in their plundering, cannot march as a large host. They must disperse their forces into smaller units, with no more than 100 at most. Su Mu's expression shifted as he grasped Zhao's implication. Was he suggesting that they use Su's village to block the northern D? Not merely to block, but to engage the enemy. By accumulating military merit, the few dozen individuals within Su's village would have a means to enter Hezhou. This proposal was indeed commendable. Zhao Qingyun's suggestion was quite astute. Thus, they would not have to join the throng of refugees and wait interminably outside Hezhou. However, this plan was fraught with peril. The entire populace of Su's village would be thrust into extreme danger. Su, If the D come in scattered units, this would present the best opportunity to accumulate military merit. With military achievement, one could lead the villagers into Huzhou. Moreover, departing from the village now would undoubtedly lead to a life-or-death struggle. Qin Sheng, have someone halt the preparations. Su Mu's face darkened, his tone grave. If we go to Huzhou without a means of entering, we would be as good as dead. The villagers all lifted their heads, expressions etched with unspeakable despair. The old scholar, Yu Wenkai, had lost all resolve and began to weep, lamenting that had he known earlier, he would never have come to Su's village for a mere half-tael of silver. Master, what shall we do? One inquired. To remain in the village, even if we cannot accrue military merit, is surely better than enduring the elements outside and becoming refugees. The four roads are only 80 miles from Huzhou. Should the city allow refugees entry, we could reach it within a day. The only concern remaining would be the marauding northern D. Yet in this world, where was there peace and joy? There was only the bloodied path tread step by step. Listen to the master, Qin Sheng declared, raising his head. No longer was he the timid servant of yore, but rather, like Zhao Qingyun, his face bore an expression of grim determination. The 3,000 Tongzi camp dares to hold Wangzhou to the last. We, too, as sons of Deji, cannot resign ourselves to being left behind. With parents, wives, and children at home, if we perish amid the refugees, it would be our own failing. Having survived this wave, heading to Huzhou would surely be a delight. Life and death hang in the balance. It is better to heed the words of the East Master. Su Mu, with his eyes closed, confessed that he truly wished to avoid putting these villagers in peril. Yet now, to stay alive, they could not rely on the imperial army but must depend on their own strength. Everyone must prepare. From this moment forth, Su family village shall patrol day and night. And if any unusual circumstances arise, the alarm shall be sounded immediately. Let it be remembered, it is not the might of the enemy that can lead us to our demise, but rather the despair that dwells in our hearts, robbing us of hope for survival. Many villagers lifted their heads. Those with any sense understood that their survival depended solely on the weapons they held. Arm yourselves. The villagers present swiftly sprang into action. Even the old scholar, Yu Wenkai, hurriedly ran to the side, grasping a wooden stick, his countenance transformed into one of anxiety. Chapter 54. The northern invaders knock on the village door. Standing atop the arrow tower, Su Mu gazed into the distance, observing the occasional plumes of smoke rising, dissipating into the vast sky. Yet, no matter how prominent the smoke, the imperial army would not come to their rescue. The entire heartland of Wangzhou had become a desolate wasteland. It was said that the troops stationed at Huzhou were merely a few miles away and would not concern themselves with the plight of fleeing refugees. Brother Zhao, it is said that the northern D are exceptionally skilled in siege warfare. Beside him, Zhao Qingyun, already clad in sturdy attire and armed with two short blades on his back, nodded gravely in response to Su Mu's words. Indeed. However, fear not, Master Su. Since they come to plunder, they will likely not bear siege weapons. I estimate they may carry no more than 2 pouches of horse arrows. If the D cavalry truly approach, we must not act recklessly at first. We should evade their arrows and then seek a way to counter the enemy. Your insight is commendable, Brother Zhao, Su Mu acknowledged, slightly bowing his hands in respect. Zhao Qingyun's expression turned bitter. Those who have lost their homes are merely seeking to survive. The Tongzi camp has perished in Wangzhou, and this young captain is the last seed left. A wave of bitterness surged within Su Mu. At this rate, the entire Great G would inevitably be consumed by the Northern D. Eastmaster. Someone is knocking at the door. Came the urgent call from Qin Sheng atop the arrow tower. Su Mu paused for a moment, then hurriedly proceeded with Zhao Qingyun toward the tower. Upon reaching the arrow tower, they were confronted by more than a dozen fleeing commoners, their bodies caked in mud, and the garments of a few stained with blood. Before Su Mu could speak, Zhao Qingyun swiftly drew his bow and aimed at one of the commoners. The struck villager looked up, wide-eyed, and let out a furious roar. The remaining villagers, in a frenzy, fled in panic. The sound of beast-skin footwear indicated the presence of the D scouts. Zhao Qingyun's expression suddenly turned pale. As he had predicted, the villager who had been shot roared a few times before swiftly rolling away, soon putting a distance of 200 paces between himself and the village. The scouts had arrived, and more enemies would follow. Su Mu felt a wave of dread. Should the D breach the village gates, all the villagers would surely perish. Master Su, preparations must be made. Su Mu nodded, hoping that this incoming wave of D cavalry would be fewer in number. Indeed, the words of the old official were not mistaken. The position of the four-way road, following the fall of Wangzhou, was indeed the first to suffer. Qinsheng, sounding the gong, produced a resonant clang that echoed chillingly throughout the entire village. Master Su, do take heed. Even as he endeavored to maintain his composure, there was a palpable tremor of panic in Zhao Qingyun's voice. Sumu raised his gaze and in the distance discerned numerous small black dots shrouded in a rising cloud of dust, drawing ever nearer. How many riders? Zhao Qingyun counted on his fingers, his body trembling increasingly. 50 or 60 riders constituted a considerable force. Sumu furrowed his brow, peering ahead, only to discover that behind these barbarians were a multitude of disheveled women bound with hemp ropes. Among them were surely some who had perished. Their bodies unable to stand upright, left to dangle in a hunched position, their calves ground to a bloody pulp, revealing the white of bone. Zhao Qingyun was seething with anger, a fierce expression crossing his face. Defend the village. Sumu's voice was heavy, his fist raised. A dozen young men swiftly ascended the arrow tower, while the women with bows hastily retreated into the wooden houses. Remember, the Northern D people carry 2 pouches of horse arrows each. Do not act recklessly. Understood, master. Having amassed military merit, this master would claim not a single share. But grant it all to you. When we enter Huzhou City, there will be houses and fields, and for those yet to wed, suitable matchmakers shall surely arrive. During busy times, harvest grain. During leisure, listen to tales. What joy that would be. The military achievements of the Great Ji are relatively humane compared to other oppressive regimes. Be you a commoner or a soldier, as long as you slay enemies and present their heads to the official quarters, you will be recorded for your military merit. Such merit can then be exchanged for substantial property. Yet, this is no easy task. For instance, with the Northern D, even if one does not take a head, one must sever the copper ring from the right ear to count. Hearing Su Mu's words, Zhao Qingyun's expression subtly shifted, yet he remained silent, focusing intently on the approaching Northern D. Dodge, do not look up. The first short horse arrow struck mere inches from Su Mu, the chilling arrowhead almost piercing through the wooden partition. A series of sharp sounds erupted, akin to the rhythm of a small drum. Time passed unmeasured, and as the arrows diminished, Su Mu cautiously peered out from the arrow window, realizing that the Northern D had encircled the village, rapidly dispersing their formation while emitting peculiar whistling sounds. The Northern D were incensed and prepared to massacre the village. Zhao Qingyun spoke with great difficulty. Although there were no ladders, the Northern D carried grappling hooks that would enable them to scale the wooden walls. Su Mu's brow furrowed suddenly. This matter had not been mentioned by Zhao Qingyun before. Qinsheng, bring a few men over. After a moment of hesitation, Qinsheng immediately approached with 4 sturdy youths, cautiously making their way over. From the arrow window, they unleashed their arrows. Shooting from the arrow window would inevitably affect their accuracy. But Su Mu's intention was not immediate slaughter. Rather, he sought to regroup the scattered Northern D. Before long, several strong men from the arrow tower leaned down, coldly releasing arrows one after another through the small openings. Even though the arrows lacked significant force, the North D people struck by the stone-tipped projectiles became furiously enraged, surging forward with howls, drawing their bows to retaliate against the arrow tower. One young man, slightly slower in his movements, was pierced through the shoulder and collapsed into the muddy ground beneath the tower. Fortunately, 2 village women rushed out to drag him back into the wooden hut. Su, what is your intention? Zhao Qingyun inquired. The D people are scattering. This presents us with an opportunity. No, when the D people gather, that is our chance. Su Mu replied with unwavering conviction. Zhao, momentarily puzzled, could not comprehend the source of Su Mu's confidence, wondering if it stemmed from the small arrows shot from the window. You will understand shortly, Zhao brother. As the number of D people outside the tower swelled to nearly 30, Su Mu finally made a decisive gesture. Zhao Qingyun, taken aback, turned to see the village women, who had hitherto been concealed, now emerging with large bows, rushing to the clearing beside the village. But these women lack strength, Zhao protested. You are mistaken, brother Zhao. At this moment, the 20 or so village women had paired off, drawing back their longbows. After gauging the direction of the North D, Su Mu turned and coldly announced, 20 paces due north. Release. In the astonished gaze of Zhao Qingyun, the women raised their bows in unison. each calling out before unleashing a volley of small arrows towards the fields beyond the village. Chapter 55. Defending the village and slaying the enemy. Not only was Zhao Qingyun astonished, but the North D outside the village were equally taken aback. Who could have anticipated that such a modest village would unleash a rain of arrows? Even though the arrows were stone-tipped, their lethality was considerable when propelled by the might of the longbows. The first few riders of the North D barely had time to turn their horses around before they were struck by several arrows, tumbling from their steeds to the ground, with a few meeting their demise beneath the panicked hooves of their horses. "Draw your bows," Su Mu commanded again, his tone growing increasingly serious. Yet, this initial volley had only managed to indirectly slay a couple of enemies, a daunting task indeed. Soon, the 20 women readied their longbows once more. 40 paces to the northeast. Release. This time, a smile finally graced Su Mu's face. The increased distance amplified the power of their longbows. 5 North D were struck down in astonishment beyond the village, and 2 of their horses fell amidst the bloodshed. Of course, the North D were not fools. Upon realizing that arrows were being launched from the village, they quickly scattered, encircling it in a furious charge. "Take cover." Not only did the young men on the arrow tower comply, but the village women also shielded their heads. Scrambling into the adjacent wooden huts, Zhou Fu hurriedly led his wife forward, while Li Xiaowan and her companions, frightened, raised their tiger-patterned shields and hastily took refuge within the wooden walls. The furious onslaught of the North D, accompanied by their enraged roars, instilled a profound terror. In the end, only the aged scholar remained seated in front of the line of wooden huts, seemingly unfazed as he sipped from his gourd, exuding an air of serene detachment. On the arrow tower, Zhao Qingyun struggled to swallow, not out of fear, but from sheer incredulity. In the past, it was unheard of for village women to engage in combat. Yet, astonishingly, the young master before us has trained these village women to become skilled archers, even managing to slay 7 or 8 fierce men from the northern D tribe with their thrown projectiles. "Master Su, what are your plans for the next course of action?" "Brother Zhao, you are a seasoned military man. It is only right that I heed your counsel." "No, I am unworthy of such praise." Zhao Qingyun withdrew his head from the archery window. "Master Su, given the current predicament, the D have suffered losses. Employing thrown projectiles may no longer be effective. What insight do you possess, Brother Zhao? The village boasts 6 arrow towers. Perhaps we can assign them to their respective duties, using arrows to shoot from above, which may compel the D to retreat." "That is unwise." Su Mu shook his head. "There may be reinforcements on the way, and I recommend we resolve this swiftly." "Swiftly?" Zhao Qingyun gazed at Su Mu, once again engulfed in confusion. If the northern D were so easily dispatched, why then had the 8 camps of the border been reduced to a state of disarray? And why did the G people cower in fear of the D like a terrified animal? Chun Sheng, inform those in the 6 arrow towers to use scattered arrows only, enticing the D to approach. "Master Su, I have previously stated that while the D may not come equipped with ladders, they do possess grappling hooks, making it exceedingly easy for them to scale the walls." Zhao Qingyun's expression grew grave. Su Mu's decisions shattered his previously held beliefs time and again. The battlefield is ever-changing. We cannot afford to cling to established conventions. Zhao Qingyun wished to argue further, but upon lifting his gaze, he noticed that the archers atop the 6 towers had gradually ceased firing, while the D, roaring with fury, charged ever closer. Reluctantly, he sighed deeply, drawing his dual blades in preparation for close combat. Under the cover of volleys of arrows, at least 40 northern D warriors dismounted and drew their swords, emboldened by the scattered arrows from the village, charging toward the wooden walls with ferocious shouts. "Cut the grappling hooks." Zhao Qingyun took the lead. Disregarding the arrows whizzing past him, with a flurry of strikes, he managed to sever one of the grappling hooks. The D attempting to scale the walls let out enraged cries as they fell. "Master Su, had we delayed even a moment longer, the D would have surely breached our wooden walls. We would be doomed. In a close-quarters battle, how could we possibly stand against those formidable D?" Su Mu remained silent, narrowing his eyes as he coldly observed the D scaling the walls. "Brother Zhao, may I inquire, should the 50 or so individuals from the village wish to enter Huzhou, how much military merit might that require?" 5, perhaps 50 heads. 50 heads signify 50 northern D skulls. We are still lacking some. Su Mu sighed softly. "Master Su, do not overestimate our strength. At this moment, Zhao Qingyun's heart raced in his throat. He was not an ordinary soldier. In his youth, he had harbored a patriotic spirit and was well-versed in military strategy, allowing him to rise to the rank of lieutenant at a young age. The Ji people were not weak. They merely succumbed to fear before the Di without engaging in battle. The art of warfare encompasses strict military discipline, unexpected strategies, and attacking when the enemy is unprepared while avoiding their strengths. Su Mu rose coldly, standing firm atop the arrow tower. His words resonated powerfully, igniting a fervor within Zhao Qingyun, who began to contemplate recommending Su Mu to the military department. Should I venture into the Yellow Springs, if the King of Hell inquires? Let it be known, my name is Su Mu, the young master of the old horse farm on the 4 thoroughfares in the Great Ji. Su Mu's gaze suddenly turned icy, and he slowly raised his hand in a furious gesture. On the 6 arrow towers, the young and strong had already wrapped their fire oil arrows, and in almost the same instant, they roared as they shot towards the trenches beneath the wooden walls. In a flash, the buried fire oil barrels along the deeply dug trenches of the village erupted, and fiery serpents began to rage and climb. Those North D people who had managed to scale halfway fell into the flames below. From the village, screams of agony echoed relentlessly. Zhao Qingyun, bewildered, turned to Su Mu in disbelief. Under ordinary circumstances, it would be a matter of great honor for 2 regiments of soldiers to jointly slay a single North D warrior. Yet now, this young master of the old horse farm had, with a mere gesture, reduced more than 40 North D men to dust. Moreover, 6 or 7 riders were likely to retreat. Su Mu furrowed his brow. Master Su, perhaps we should wait for these 6 or 7 riders to withdraw and then scavenge some weapons and armor from the village. Zhao Qingyun managed to utter. Naturally, Zhao. You are indeed worthy of your military background. This remark made Zhao Qingyun feel a twinge of shame. What military background? This victory was entirely due to Su Mu's command. My suggestion is that there are still several fierce horses in the village. It would be wise to pursue them. The North D were retreating, and outside the village, there would be abandoned horses, but the North D horses were fiercely untamed and could not be easily subdued. Pursue the North D? Zhao Qingyun was astonished. What difference was there between engaging in a cavalry battle with them and courting death? That is indeed the point, Su Mu replied calmly. If we allow these North D to return to their camp and report back, our Su family's village will be in grave danger. The forest path outside the village is narrow and difficult to traverse, and the speed of the North D horses is not necessarily superior. Instead, the dozen or so young men in Su's village, who often seek their livelihoods nearby, are already well acquainted with the terrain. Brother Zhao, will you accompany me? Of course. At this moment, Zhao Qingyun was genuinely impressed. The young master before him not only possessed strategies to defeat the enemy, but also exhibited an extraordinary composure that was truly rare, one he had only witnessed in a certain lord who protected the nation. For the 6 fierce horses, Chen Sheng, select 3 others, and remember to take the iron lance with you. If we chase for 10 miles, even if the North D manage to escape, we must return to the village. Rest assured, master, with their morale crumbling and nearly exhausting their supply of horse arrows. These 6 or 7 North D riders were not truly a cause for concern. Soon, Si Hu, Chen Sheng, and 3 other young men had mounted their horses and readied their weapons, poised to charge out as soon as the village gate opened. Master Su, are you not coming? Zhao Qingyun asked, his expression peculiar as he rode on the fierce horse. At this moment, the young master uttered another statement that nearly sent him into despair. Brother Zhao, I am not skilled at riding. Chapter 56. 7 men slay 200 riders? The unskilled rider Su Mu could only leave the village and feel the weapons in hand. He took only the copper ring from his right ear, not needing to sacrifice his head. If the military achievements against the defeated North D were to be counted towards the official records, submitting the copper ring would suffice. 1 copper ring equated to 1 head's worth of military merit. Master, we have 51 of them. Zhou Zun exclaimed, trembling with joy as he gathered the spoils. Such military achievements were indeed commendable. At least, the 50-odd villagers would have no problem entering Huzhou City. Furthermore, the confiscated cavalry from the D, along with a number of armors and weapons, could be exchanged for a significant sum of silver at the official workshop. Su Mu finally breathed a sigh of relief, eagerly awaiting the return of Si Hu and his companions, ready to present this military achievement at the iron gates of Huzhou. Zhou Zun, instructed to ensnare the D horses with hemp ropes, diligently ensured that they would not bolt and escape upon departing the estate. Following the directive, he hurriedly gathered 2 others and swiftly procured the ropes, meticulously securing each of the 20 or so horses they had brought back. Had time permitted, Sumu would have relished the opportunity to retrieve the startled remaining horses as well. Alas, delaying further was not an option. Master, Brother Hu and the others have returned. As dusk settled, the figures of Si Hu and his companions finally emerged along the forest path. Sumu exhaled in relief and instructed the opening of the estate gate. Before long, he beheld Si Hu entering, cradling 4 or 5 curved blades. Are they all slain? Indeed, Si Hu gasped. Brother Mu, you may not comprehend, but those brutes only knew how to flee, utterly lost, and tragically perishing at the cliff's edge. 2 fell to their doom, while the rest succumbed to our blades. Zhao Qingyun could hardly conceal the joy upon his face. He had never imagined that one day he would pursue and slay the northern D. However, there is another matter. Zhao Qingyun's expression shifted subtly as he continued. Brother Zhao, please elaborate. Receiving 4 or 5 copper rings, Sumu handed them over to Jiang Caiwei, noticing the complexity in Zhao Qingyun's visage. Master Su, we observed, beneath the cliff, there was a temporary encampment of the D. Judging by its appearance, it seems to be a place for stashing plundered treasures and women, awaiting the right moment to transport them back to Wangzhou City. Brother Mu, when we arrived, we witnessed 2 maidens attempting to flee, only to be struck down by arrows from the D, with a relentless barrage of over a dozen arrows, leaving their faces disfigured. Sumu felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Brother Zhao, how many horses do you estimate were at the D encampment? After a moment's contemplation, Zhao Qingyun replied, approximately 200. 200 horses, sufficient to mount a charge. I intend to head to the main camp in Huzhou shortly, to see if we might enlist the military for an assault. Upon hearing this, Sumu offered a bitter smile, recognizing the improbability. If the Huzhou camp had any resolve, they would not remain inactive. Brother Zhao, do you know anyone in Huzhou? I am acquainted with a few lieutenants. We have shared drinks on several occasions. If Master Su wishes to enter the city, perhaps they can be of assistance. Sumu pondered for a moment, proposing, how about this? Let us take one of your tokens, Brother Zhao, and send a villager ahead with our military achievements to gain entry into Huzhou. Zhao Qingyun appeared puzzled. Are you not going yourself, Master Su? I cannot, as I must confront the enemy. Which enemy? At the base of the cliff. Zhao Qingyun stood in stunned silence, taking some time to comprehend Su Mu's intent. You mean to slay those 200 riders? Indeed, and what of it? May I inquire, Master Su, have you summoned reinforcements? Zhao Qingyun forced himself to maintain composure, his voice steady. None, it is merely us 7. 7 against 200? 7 against 200. Zhao Qingyun felt his mind momentarily falter. Even the mightiest of warriors from the great Ji would hesitate to make such boasts. Brother, will you join me? Zhao Qingyun gritted his teeth. Having spent many years in the military, he fully understood the truth that one should not judge a person by their appearance. The young master of the Old Horse Ranch had already astonished him during the previous defense of the estate. He had a desire to accompany him. Retrieving a copper official token from his bosom, Zhao Qingyun continued to speak. This token would certainly facilitate matters for those from Huzhou if they happened to see it. Upon entering the city, the people from Su's village would seek out a certain Captain Baozhou, who would know how to respond appropriately. Thank you, Brother Zhao. Accepting the copper token and passing it to Zhou Zun behind him, Sumu finally let out a sigh of relief. Zhou Zun, be sure to look after the villagers along the way. You all go ahead. I have a few matters to attend to and will catch up shortly. The remaining individuals, Sumu dared not entrust to anyone else, except for Chun Sheng and Zhou Zun, who were the most reliable of his old comrades. With 7 or 8 young men experienced in combat, along with village women carrying longbows and weapons, the journey to Huzhou was not overly perilous. Furthermore, with military merit and Zhao Qingyun's copper official token, they would likely gain entry into the city swiftly. Off you go. Zhou Zun wished to insist, but upon seeing Su Mu's expression, he ultimately nodded and hastened forward. Chen Sheng, go and retrieve some armor from the D people to wear. Brother Zhao, your sword is also dull. Why not select a couple of new ones? That would be splendid. Once the preparations were underway, Su Mu silently turned away. Coincidentally, his young wife, Jiang Caiwei, stood 10 paces behind him, her face equally silent. In these chaotic times, many heartfelt thoughts had turned into memories of lost places and people. The young wife offered no words of comfort. Under the blinding sunlight, she lifted her head, revealing a bittersweet smile. As she approached, she had already chosen the thickest armor, encircling Su Mu's form and slowly fastening it with a rope. "Su Lang, I will wait for you in Huzhou. If you do not come, I will continue to wait. If Huzhou falls, I shall wait in the next city. I will wait in each city, unless the entire great Ji perishes." Su Mu dared not speak. He feared that his slightly altered voice would be discerned by Jiang Caiwei. Once the armor was secured, Jiang Caiwei circled back, her frail form trembling as she stood before Su Mu. "Su Lang, take great care." Su Mu nodded, turning away, his steps laden as if weighted with lead. "Gather arms. Mount." 6 robust figures suddenly vaulted onto their horses. The unskilled Su Mu had no choice but to share a mount. Li Shaoan, bearing a tiger shield, looked up at Su Mu's silhouette, tightly clutching the exquisite porcelain vial in her hands. She suddenly regretted not having delivered the precious healing ointment sooner. "Farewell, master." Zhou Zun, accompanied by 7 or 8 young men, clasped his hands in respect, his face reflecting deep reverence. Outside the line of wooden houses, the old scholar barely awoke. Upon seeing the departing 6 riders, he could not help but laugh heartily once more. In times devoid of heroes, even the young can achieve fame. My son, Li Pasheng, is indeed the bravest in the world. Along the forest path, Su Mu, with his hand resting on his sword, occasionally glanced back at the increasingly blurred Old Horse Ranch. The dust raised by the 6 galloping horses momentarily obscured the view. Raising his head, he saw the dusk consuming half of the distant landscape, with only the last few streaks of crimson sunset coldly reflecting against the vast sky. Chapter 57. The startled Bao 6 steeds galloped along the forest path, traversing the dense thicket for nearly half an hour before arriving at the precipice. As Zhao Qingyun and his companions had anticipated, a sizable encampment lay beneath the cliff. The nomads patrolled back and forth, their figures flitting among the tents. Approaching the easternmost tent, one could occasionally hear the faint sobs of a maiden. As some of the nomads emerged, their belts cinched around their waists. "What shall we do, Brother Mo? I have greater strength. Perhaps I should strike more of them?" "Patience. I have a plan." After observing for a while, Su Mu rose again, calling upon his companions to proceed along the cliff's edge. Su Mu was assured of their position, primarily due to the terrain. The 30-meter-high cliff overlooked a former riverbed, which had gradually dried up as local villagers redirected the water for irrigation. Below, 200 nomads had pitched their camp upon the riverbed, blissfully unaware of the impending danger. "Master, this is indeed the point of obstruction." Chun Sheng drew his knife and plunged it into the earth several times. Before long, the once dry earthen dam began to moisten slightly. "Master, it is seeping." Su Mu's expression brightened. Should the circumstances prove insurmountable, their group of 7 would have to reluctantly retreat to their village. However, it now seemed that hope lingered. "Su, I advise we seek orders from the river prefecture." After all, rousing the 200 cavalry of the northern D would have dire consequences. It was not a matter of cowardice. Rather, the ferocity of the D had left an indelible mark on Zhao Qingyun and the border army of the Great Ji. "Brother Zhao, I do not seek glory, but I possess confidence. Until the 200 D cavalry are dealt with, they will remain a persistent threat to the surrounding routes. Su, please promise me that if the situation turns dire, we shall make a swift exit." "Of course." Turning away, Su Mu cast his gaze downward, observing the terrain. Even if the waters of the small river were to overflow, they would scarcely fill the old riverbed. Moreover, many great Ji maidens remained within the nomads' tents. Historically, flooding and fire have always been the most cunning tactics in warfare. Any hint of movement could rouse the enemy. "Chen Sheng, you stay here and raise the earthen dam higher." "Master, are we still blocking? I initially thought you intended to flood them." "Even you can conceive that the northern D would realize something amiss." "What then?" "Just watch. When I raise the torch as a signal, you must immediately break the dam." "Understood, master." Su Mu nodded and continued forward with the remaining 5. The undulating mountain shades grew increasingly obscured in the dark mist of night. Nevertheless, Su Mu dared not light a torch, fearing detection by the nomads, and could only tread cautiously by the light of the moon towards the hollow of the old riverbed. "What do you think, Brother Zhao?" "Su, this course is unwise. We are no match for the 200 D cavalry." Zhao Qingyun's voice lowered. Initially, he believed Su intended to employ a flooding strategy, but given the current circumstances, The water source was too elevated and the accumulated river water too scant to create a formidable surge. Thus, the strategy of inundation seems unlikely to take shape. Should we attempt to employ water as a weapon against the enemy, we risk alarming the 200 cavalrymen, leading to certain demise. Brother Zhao, have you ever heard of the startled beast? Zhao Qingyun looked perplexed. What could Master Su mean? The startled bow signifies a feigned attack, a mere show of force that can cause the enemy to panic and flee. Therefore, Master Su suggests a ruse. Brother Zhao, observe closely. Su Mu reached for his bow, not stringing it but drawing it coldly, and with a sudden twang, the bowstring snapped. Shortly thereafter, a hare peering from the brush, startled, bolted into the darkness. This is the very principle. A faint smile graced Su Mu's lips as he returned the bow and pointed towards the old riverbed ahead. Esteemed guests, behold. The old riverbed beneath this cliff. The only path forward leads along its course. Though the inundation tactic may falter, there are alternatives. For instance, we can lay traps at the riverbed's exit. Among those present, Zhao Qingyun reacted the quickest, and upon hearing Su Mu's words, his expression transformed with exhilaration. Master Su, do you mean to say that we need not rely on flooding to vanquish our foes, but rather to intimidate them? Truly, Brother Zhao, you are indeed a man of the ranks. That is precisely my intent. May I inquire, should you now camp and encounter a flood, what would you do? Naturally, one would flee, lest one drown. But where to escape? Zhao Qingyun instinctively turned to gaze at the solitary exit of the old riverbed. Master Su's grand design appears promising. Not only Zhao Qingyun, but even the straightforward Si who began to grasp Su Mu's intent, and one by one, they expressed their delight. 200 cavalrymen equate to 200 military merits. According to the military merit exchange of the Great Ji, one merit can secure land and housing. Even Zhao Qingyun, a man of the ranks, requires but 100 merits to be promoted to a minor general. A hint of madness flickered across Zhao Qingyun's face. Master Su, let us several proceed immediately to set the traps. Precisely so. Su Mu's prior experience in renovation provided him with a comprehensive trap design. In the central depression, he meticulously established a pit over 20 paces deep, sufficient to accommodate 2 men in height. 6 or 7 sturdy men toiled through the night to complete it. On either side of this large pit, Su Mu arranged 2 smaller traps, all of which concealed sharpened branches beneath. See who, what hour is it? Brother Mu, it is the hour of the rabbit. Dawn is nearly upon us. Su Mu brushed off the dirt from his clothes, contemplated for a moment, and then instructed the gathering to bring many tree stumps to block off the area farther away, preventing the enemy's steeds from leaping over the traps. Gentlemen, let us retreat. Su Mu lowered his voice, reiterating, should circumstances prove insurmountable, we must allow time for withdrawal. I kindly ask you all to heed my signal. Fear not, esteemed host. Master Su, rest assured. Taking a deep breath, Su Mu's gaze turned icy. This moment presents an exceptional opportunity for us to avenge our grievances. With naught but a handful of eggs and a blade, what fear have we of these barbaric plainsmen? Chapter 58. To kill him is to earn the title of Great Ji's Tiger Warrior. The shadows of 6 armed figures faded silently into the night. The patrolling D tribesmen occasionally raised their torches, circling the area. After a brief while, having detected no anomalies, they turned back. Su Mu surveyed his surroundings and instructed Si Hu to gather some dry twigs, which he then tore into strips of hemp cloth to fashion a torch. Once ignited, the torch would signal Chun Sheng atop the cliff, creating an illusion of a flooding river. Brother Mu, shall I raise it? Do so, Su Mu replied succinctly, gently closing his eyes. Soon, the cacophony of night birds and the rumble of falling stones filled the air, followed by the thunderous roar of rushing waters from above. A tumultuous sound that echoed downwards. Brother Mu, the D have noticed. It would be surprising if they hadn't. Throughout history, fire tactics and water assaults have always been the bane of encampments. Su Mu opened his eyes, gazing coldly ahead. As anticipated, the D tribesmen within the tents began to shout furiously. Before long, a few terrified riders, fearing for their lives, attempted to flee from the old riverbed. Stop them! Su Mu exclaimed in alarm. If these riders breached the trap, the subsequent D would undoubtedly uncover it, rendering their efforts futile. Hearing Su Mu's command, Si Hu was the first to leap from his horse, drawing his long saber and charging forth. Shoot! The scattered arrows startled the fleeing D, causing them to retreat. As they stumbled back, they noticed more and more of their comrades rushing in panic towards the scene. Meanwhile, The water continued to rise, gradually transforming the once dry riverbed into a murky brown expanse. Mount up, let's retreat a bit further, Sumu decisively urged, quickly climbing onto Sihu's horse as they dashed away from the riverbed. Su Zhangzhu, they've crossed. They've crossed. Sumu looked up in delight. Indeed, as he had surmised. Those startled by the flooding tactic, were frantically trying to escape the confines of the old riverbed. Fall, fall, fall. Sihu tightened the reins, roaring in fury. Sumu clenched his fists tightly. With a thunderous roar, the first wave of dozens of cavalry charged in, their hooves pounding as they, along with the terrified cries of their riders, plunged into the trap. Those who could not halt in time echoed their screams as they too fell into the pit, the sounds of anguish cascading one after another. Before long, 200 had fallen into the trap, with over 100 casualties. Brother Mu, the ones behind have halted. This was not unexpected. The were not fools. Upon seeing the peril ahead, they would naturally rein in their horses. Fortunately, Sumu had already dug 2 additional traps on either side. Just as the relieved, began to split in different directions to avoid the traps, they suddenly found themselves plunging into the adjacent pits, their bodies inexplicably weightless. Su Zhangzhu, we succeeded, Zhao Qingyun shouted in anger, tears glimmering in his eyes. These 200 perhaps, bore the blood of their comrades from the Tongzi camp upon their hands. As Zhao Qingyun had indicated, the air was filled with the wails of the from the traps, most suffering from injuries and unable to escape. Zhao Qingyun coldly removed his bow and shot an iron arrow, piercing through the chest of one Sumu refrained from dissuading him. Were it not for the how could the Daji endure such a tragic fate today? Sihu wielded his blade, methodically dispatching the would-be escapees among the trapped people, one by one. Be cautious. There are still people about, Sumu cautioned, aware of the peril at hand. The 200 riders were not so easily vanquished. At a glance, it appeared that not all 200 had fallen into the pit. Su, look over there. Sumu turned, and in an instant, he froze in place. Beneath the dimly lit sky, shrouded in the morning mist, a formidable warrior, broad-shouldered and fierce, held a horse in one hand and an axe in the other, glaring at him with a menacing gaze. Flanking this warrior were 4 robust men, each brandishing a curved blade, their expressions grim and lethal. They were the centurions. Zhao Qingyun inhaled sharply. In the military structure, a centurion was equivalent to the general of these 200 riders. Damn it, how did he evade capture? Sumu muttered. The centurions are formidable warriors. We must not underestimate them. At that moment, Sumu could hardly afford to regard them lightly. The centurion's fierce glare spoke volumes of his strength. Chen Sheng, take 2 men and deal with those trying to escape, Sumu commanded. Chen Sheng, having just returned, paused briefly before nodding vigorously. Su, what shall we do? Zhao Qingyun replied, a hint of resignation in his voice. They had worked hard to ensnare so many Retreating now would be disheartening. The prospect of military merit from 200 heads was too tempting to dismiss. Grinding his teeth, Zhao Qingyun turned, ultimately deciding to trust the young master once more. Su, what are your thoughts? If we retreat now, we may still have time. This statement elicited a bitter sigh from Zhao Qingyun. Indeed, the tide of battle was irreversible, and the centurion was not to be trifled with. But I do not wish to retreat, Sumu replied earnestly. Zhao, what do you think about striking once more? Engaging the centurion in battle? What merit is there in that? Zhao Qingyun questioned. Sumu's gaze was resolute. His inability to confront the centurion did not preclude those around him from doing so, especially Sihu, born with extraordinary strength. If we can slay the centurion, the rest will pose little concern. I must ask Zhao, how much military merit is a centurion worth? Last year, a team of soldiers collectively took one down and were rewarded with over 1,000 taels of silver. Zhao Qingyun paused, taken aback. That is a considerable sum. Turning towards the rear, Sumu spotted Sihu, already poised and eager to act. Sihu, do you recall the poem the old scholar composed for you? Back in Zhuangzi, the scholar had not only referred to him as Li Pasan, but once, during a lull, he had penned a verse for Sihu, who was laboring under the weight of 8 wooden beams. Brother Mu, I remember it well. Recite it for us. With knife in hand, I traverse the night. None shall know the tiger's might. Now go, Sumu commanded with a cold gesture. In this world, one must break to establish. Slay him, and you shall be hailed as a true tiger warrior. Sihu's face flushed with pride as he clasped his fists in salute to Su Mu. He then tightened the reins, and with a thunderous charge, his steed trampled several bodies before he steadied himself, blade raised defiantly. Across the way, the centurion observed the scene, first lowering his head with a knowing smile, then coldly mounting his horse. As he received the spiked club tossed by his bodyguard, he lifted his head and let out an exhilarating howl. The fierce nature of the people and the duel with them is a tale from over a decade past. Zhao Qingyun wore a bitter expression. Though he harbored hope for Sihu's victory, he remained skeptical. The centurions of the were exceptional warriors, rare in their kind. A duel, one might say, is indeed a contest of champions. Su Mu responded nonchalantly. In such a contest, each side presents a champion to determine the victor, whose triumph naturally serves to bolster morale. With a long saber in hand, Sihu raised his head high. Roaring, the centurion charged forth without any apparent stance, the spiked club hanging from his horse's belly exuding an overwhelming force as it swept toward Sihu and his steed. With a thunderous clash, Sihu widened his eyes and brought his saber down in a furious strike, meeting the club's ferocity with precision. The force of their collision sent shockwaves through their mounts, which whinnied and stomped in agitation. Once more, Sihu retracted his saber and spun the long handle, aiming a strike at the centurion's head. Do you have the audacity? Then brace yourself for 3 more blows. The centurion's face paled in astonishment. After barely fending off one blow, he swiftly parried Sihu's assault with his club, reined in his horse, and retreated to the side. Gasping for breath, he lowered his head to inspect his hands, blood seeping from the wounds at his palms. 300 feats of arms. My brother possesses the valor of 1,000 men, Zhao Qingyun remarked, clutching his sword. He found it difficult to utter these words. Having been in the military for long, he had encountered many valiant warriors, yet none had faced the centurion of the with such unwavering confidence as Sihu. Indeed, if the world were to judge 10 great warriors, my brother would surely claim a place among them, Su Mu asserted with conviction. This was precisely why he insisted on keeping Sihu by his side. Trouble brews. That centurion is reaching for his bow. The were renowned for their prowess with mounted archery, and the term turning back with a bow refers to the act of charging forward on horseback only to suddenly pivot and shoot back, an easily fatal maneuver if one is caught off guard. At this moment, upon the damp riverbed, Sihu, with his long saber, surged forward in a fury. Beware, brother tiger. The centurion, circling back on his horse, had already poised his club beneath his mount and swiftly drew his bow, uttering a strange sound before releasing an arrow with lethal intent. The arrow whistled through the air, striking Sihu squarely in the face, drawing forth a spurt of blood. The centurion reined in his horse and raised his bow in triumph, while several of his guards rushed forward, joining in a cacophony of shouts. Su the master? Zhao Qingyun's heart raced with trepidation. He could scarcely fathom the fury this would incite in the centurion. Should Sihu fall from his horse, he would surely face relentless pursuit from these warriors. I shall rescue my brother. Zhao Qingyun gritted his teeth, drawing 2 blades, clashing them together before preparing to mount and charge forth. No need for concern. As I have told you before, among the 10 great warriors, my brother undoubtedly claims a seat, Su Mu reassured, his voice steady. He understood his monstrous brother well. As long as there was breath in him, he would fight to the last. After all, this was merely a minor wound from a small arrow. Zhao Qingyun, taken aback, found himself at a crossroads, unable to proceed or retreat, and suddenly, the sight before him almost caused him to tumble from his horse. Beneath the vast heavens, a figure resembling an iron tower halted his horse with a cold grip, while the long saber he dragged was raised to the height of his chest. With a sharp crack, he deftly snapped the arrow shaft between his fingers, leaving only the tip embedded in flesh, from which blood began to ooze and drip. He turned his gaze toward Su Mu. Brother Mu, I am about to take a life. Then do so, Su Mu nodded in assent. At the 8th household in the left alley of Boer Street, I am the Tiger of Daji. With a fierce roar, Sihu raised his weapon defiantly. Su, why does your younger brother still announce his domicile? Perhaps he wishes to make a name for himself through bloodshed, yet finds no other words to express. Su Mu mused with a hint of amusement, acknowledging his brother's increasingly ferocious demeanor. On the opposite side, the mountain wind howled fiercely. The centurion's expression transformed from one of poised archery to disbelief as he realized the imminent danger. At that moment, Sihu, galloping on his steed, lifted his saber with a single hand and charged forward with fury. In a panic, the centurion reached for his wolf-fawn club, but before he could lift his gaze, he sensed an ominous darkening above. The steed beneath him whinnied in terror. With a swift slice of the saber, the centurion's head was severed along with a portion of his shoulder, a crimson line of blood trailing behind. Sihu paused momentarily, devoid of any interest in looking back, and tightened his grip on the horse's belly, swinging his saber towards another nearby Dai guard. Su, that centurion remains unmoving. Zhao Qingyun's words were cut short as the centurion struggled, his throat convulsing. Blood gushed forth in torrents from the severed head and shoulder, cascading down as it slipped sideways from the horse. The startled Dai steed, burdened by half a corpse, galloped a few paces before its body suddenly cleaved in two, spraying blood profusely. The man and horse fell in a disarrayed heap. Those present, including Zhao Qingyun and several Dai guards, were rendered speechless, as if they had encountered a specter. The raw strength of humanity had never been witnessed in such a savage form. Brother Mu, I wish to kill again. After slaying these Dai dogs, I shall cleanse myself of their blood before speaking with you once more. Sihu understood, with another sweep of his saber. Yet another Dai guard fell lifeless to the ground. Su Mu, disinterested, turned away coldly. The 200 Dai had been reduced to mere dust. The 3 large traps were densely packed with the corpses of men and horses, while many half-dead Dai struggled painfully, pleading for mercy from those above. Those bearing eggs should not utter a sound. Chen Sheng's gaze turned icy. He was no longer the young stable hand of yore. Having witnessed countless human tragedies alongside Su Mu, he understood the heavy toll of the northern Dai's invasions. Kill. The 3 young men, after a brief hesitation, resumed their assault, mercilessly cleaving down upon the Dai attempting to escape. Cut off their ears. As the death toll climbed, they encircled the trap, methodically severing the right ears to collect copper rings. By the riverside, Sihu had returned on horseback, his entire form sprawled over a small pool of gathered water, occasionally using a piece of coarse cloth to wipe away the blood that stained his body. The arrows embedded in his face had been extracted with his fingers. He merely applied some ointment for his wounds and appeared as if nothing had transpired. Despite his recent ferocity, he was surprisingly obedient to Su Mu's words. After over 20 years of camaraderie, he had long regarded Su Mu as his only family. Zhao Qingyun, he said, cutting the copper rings from the bodies of his guards. A look of concern etched on his face. What troubles you, Zhao? The centurion's body is somewhat decayed. Unlike ordinary people, the only proof of the centurion's identity lies in the gray wolf totem inscribed on his back. Sihu's blade severed both the body and the totem. Su Mu sighed in resignation. Had he known this, he would have instructed Sihu to spare some of the evidence. After all, it was a substantial sum of silver. Truly a pity. Is there any solution, Zhao? Retrieving the 2 halves of the body should not pose a problem, but I fear that the officials will reduce their offer. There's no time to waste. Once we finish collecting the copper rings, we should depart as soon as possible. Lingering here may invite more people. Chen Sheng, spare the blade. Do not kill. Gather some fine horses and collect armor quickly. We must leave post-haste. Turning to gaze at the brightening sky, Su Mu spoke heavily. Understood. Master. After severing the arm of a D-man attempting to escape the pit, Chen Sheng sheathed his blade, leading 3 able-bodied men to bind the horses and collect the armor. Half an hour later, Zhao Qingyun reported, Su, we have obtained over 170 copper rings and nearly 300 military merits from the centurion's corpse. His expression was one of exhilaration, even in previous skirmishes. Such a remarkable achievement had been hard to come by. Upon entering Hezhou, Zhao, take the military merits of the D-centurion. Su, I dare not accept such a thing. The 3,000 members of the Tongzi camp are all valiant men. You should be the last to take credit. By claiming this military merit, you could rise in rank. Su urged, I await the day you lead a northern expedition, bringing news of victory over the enemy with 7,000 heads. Zhao Qingyun stood momentarily, his eyes brimming with a longing aspiration. In Chapter 60, with nearly 300 military merits at hand, Su Mu only claimed 100. He allocated another 100 to Zhao Qingyun for his promotion, along with nearly 100 more for him to distribute, ensuring that he would provide for the families of the fallen Tongzi camp soldiers. In these matters of compensation, the decaying Deji would surely take no action. Su, your magnanimity is commendable. On horseback, Zhao Qingyun clasped his hands in gratitude, tears welling in his fierce eyes. Do not bow again, Zhao. Sumu replied, somewhat helpless. The reason he relinquished much of the military merit was significant. Deji was on the brink of collapse, and he sought to remain inconspicuous to avoid being drafted into office. After all, should he enter the ranks of officials and not engage in corrupt practices, it could very well lead to disaster. Su, do you truly not wish to command? If you accompany me, you would be a talent for the revitalization of Deji. Zhao Qingyun sighed. In the days spent with Sumu, he had come to realize just how formidable this young master truly was. I have no desire for that. My only wish is to sell wine and lead a joyful life as a modest proprietor, Sumu stated, shaking his head. Under the prevailing bureaucratic atmosphere, he harbored no ambitions. It is a pity, though. The future of the grand enterprise will be entrusted to heroes like Brother Zhao, who would dare to refuse service. Turning back, Zhao Qingyun gazed at the corpse of the centurion behind the horse, a peculiar excitement flickering across his countenance. Master, the estate has arrived. Shall we proceed inside? Chun Sheng called out loudly from the forefront. Please wait outside for a moment. Dismounting from his horse, Sumu took a few steps forward, halting before the estate's entrance. If all went as planned, having secured 100 military merits, he would settle the estate's inhabitants before relocating to the inner city, bidding farewell to the old horse ranch. Who goes there? At that moment, a dozen refugees peered out from within the estate, panic etched on their faces. Chun Sheng and the others, standing at a distance, were filled with indignation. This seemed like an act of usurpation. Sumu calmly raised his hand, halting the movements of the burly men behind him. Those passing by. The Toda people have seized the estate. It is best to head to Huzhou as soon as possible. This matter does not concern you. The estate door was hastily closed, and Sumu smiled nonchalantly, turning to mount his horse. As he rode away, a cloud of dust billowed in his wake, hastening towards Huzhou. Along the route, every 10 paces revealed a fallen body, and every 100 paces a fresh grave. The wails of mourners echoed through the air, and the number of injured was unfathomable. Ahead lay a multitude of refugees. Zhao Qingyun's voice was choked as he spoke. The fall of Wangzhou resembles the initial fall of Yongwan. Countless souls have been displaced. If Huzhou too seals its gates against the populace, it won't be long before it descends into chaos, akin to Wangzhou. In the court, only beasts of prey thrived, stripping away flesh and marrow. Sumu could bear to look no longer. He lifted his gaze towards the silhouette of Huzhou City, which, as the last major city on the frontier, now appeared imbued with a sense of desolation. Master Su, please wait here while I notify the officials. Zhao Qingyun said gravely as he dismounted. A few refugees attempted to rush forward to seize the horses, but with a fierce shout and a raised blade, Zhao frightened them into retreat. Be cautious. Those individuals had yellowed eyes. Perhaps they have begun to resort to cannibalism. Hearing Zhao Qingyun's words sent an involuntary shiver through Su Mu's heart. Chen Sheng, step aside and guard the supplies, Su Mu commanded. Chen Sheng nodded, along with 3 other young men, donning their armor and drawing their blades, standing protectively before the herd of horses. Should anyone dare to approach and not be deterred, he would not hesitate to draw his sword. Fortunately, within the span of half a stick of incense, Zhao Qingyun swiftly returned with a troop of soldiers. A figure resembling a lieutenant raised his sword and shouted a few commands, causing the encircled refugees to scatter in fear. Master Su, this is Officer Bao Zhou. Greetings, sir. Su Mu said, offering a slight bow. No need for formalities. I heard from Brother Zhao that you played a significant role in vanquishing the 200 cavalry of the D people. Please prepare yourself, and let us hasten into the city. These words had been prearranged with Zhao Qingyun. The credit for the defeat of the 200 cavalry would be entirely attributed to Zhao, while Su Mu and his companions would receive only a modest share of military merit. Thank you, officer. Were my estate's inhabitants successfully admitted into the city? Rest assured, Master Su, they have all been settled. You will see them upon entering. Su Musong let out a sigh of relief and turned around to issue a few words of caution. Under the guidance of a detachment of soldiers, the group proceeded forward, leading over 30 steeds from the D tribe. Haha, Brother Zhao, please. Your might is unparalleled, having slain the D chieftain. It seems you are destined for promotion to a minor official soon, remarked one of the companions. Zhao Qingyun's expression shifted slightly as he turned his head, offering a somewhat awkward smile to Su Mu. Rest assured, esteemed friends, having vanquished a formidable foe, the official bureau will work tirelessly through the night to ensure your military achievements are duly recognized, added Bao Zhou, his tone tinged with a hint of envy. Besides Zhao Qingyun, several of Su Mu's companions had also amassed significant military merits, totaling over 100, quite impressive indeed. I have also inquired about the matters you wish to know, Su Baozhu. There happens to be a deserted village not far from Hezhou, with ample houses and farmland sufficient to sustain over 50 people. A deserted village? Su Mu paused, apprehensive, fearing it might be a village ravaged by bandits. Do not worry. It was merely an unremarkable old landlord who fled with his tenants. The village is quite safe, Baozhou reassured, seemingly attuned to Su Mu's concerns. Chen Sheng. Select 10 fine horses to present to Lord Bao, Su Mu instructed. Establishing connections is of utmost importance. Soon, when they relocate to the inner city, it is likely they will require Baozhou's assistance. How could I accept such generosity? Just as he expressed his hesitance, Baozhou, beaming with joy, took 10 steps forward and began to select the horses. Given the urgency of the situation, they had managed to bring back only 30 steeds after slaying 200 riders, which was already the limit, especially with the armor strapped to the horses. In accordance with Su Mu's plan, military merits would be exchanged for farmland, while the horses and armor would be sold to the official bureau to serve as supplies for their relocation to the inner city. As the horses were selected, Baozhou's demeanor grew even more amiable. Rest assured, Su Baozhu, I shall send someone to summon your tenants to select the finest fields and houses, and we shall promptly issue the necessary documentation. Thank you, Lord Bao. Haha, just call me Bao brother, Su Baozhu. As twilight descended, over 50 tenants gathered before the Hezhou official bureau, each taking turns to sign and receive their documentation, all deeply moved. Clutching their certificates, they trembled as they approached Su Mu, bowing and expressing their gratitude through laughter and tears. In a world rife with chaos and strife, having a home and land represented a remarkable life. Please rise, Su Mu said, his voice slightly choked with emotion. Once they moved to the inner city, it was likely they would never cross paths with these tenants again. Continue to thrive in the village, and should you encounter difficulties, seek out Lord Bao in Hezhou. He uttered these words in Baozhou's presence, knowing that, regardless of future circumstances, Baozhou would grant him some measure of respect. As for your longbows, I shall not reclaim them. Keep them for now. Should any bandits dare to threaten you, strike back fiercely. Do you remember? You were once from the old horse farm on the Four Directions Road. Su Mu said, raising himself steadily, hands clasped behind his back. Before him, dozens of tenants knelt, clasping their hands in salute. We remember. We bid farewell to our little master. Though we may be separated by vast mountains and rivers, we shall remain as old friends. The two detachments of soldiers standing nearby looked on, puzzled, unable to comprehend how these humble villagers could possess such lofty spirits. Little did they know, the Su family from the old horse farm had raised valiant men and women, all of exceptional courage. Chapter 61. Departure from Hezhou along the southern road of Hezhou City. Over 50 tenants turned back every few steps, bidding their farewells with heartfelt sentiments. Su Mu stood silently in the dim night, lost in thought. They have departed, Jiang Caiwei murmured beside him. With a sigh from the depths of his heart, Su Mu redirected his gaze to the military merit book. The official recording the entries was also an old clerk, momentarily transporting Su Mu back to the imposing figure atop the walls of Wangzhou. The allocation of land and distribution of silver salaries amounted to 80 military merits. The clerk, his voice slightly hoarse, dipped his pen. Su Mu, maintaining his composure, furrowed his brow. This was indeed somewhat of an affront. As for the land allocation, it was negligible, and the distributed silver salary amounted to merely 20 taels. How could it demand 80 military merits? Despite being of the same ilk, the quality of these officials was as disparate as heaven and earth. Zhao Qingyun's expression changed dramatically. Just as he was about to approach, he was impeded by Baozhou, who began to utter trivialities. Let us remember, Su Mu exhaled heavily. In that fleeting moment, he grasped the reality. The transaction with the officialdom was not merely a commercial exchange, but rather a form of filial respect. Rest assured, the military merits are substantial, and the official establishment is honest. The old clerk wrote steadily, without any delay, noting the remaining 20 military merits, 63 sets of armor, and a total of 70 items, along with 15 horses, amounting to 374 taels. Pausing his writing, the clerk added once more, honesty prevails. Brother Bao, how is it that the figures do not add up? This is more than half, Zhao Qingyun frowned. Indeed, I hope Su Mu will be understanding. In this vast Huzhou city, with hundreds of thousands of refugees, there are still porridge kitchens to fill, wooden shelters to construct, and roads to be repaired. Su Mu. Do have compassion for these refugees, Su Mu internally scoffed, fearing that his own pity would result in the silver lining the pockets of the officials. Should he refuse? The armor and weapons were unregistered. Leaving Huzhou would render them contraband iron. Under the Great Discipline Law, those who produce contraband iron faced the death penalty. The old clerk raised his head, his wrinkled face showing a serious expression. Accepted, Su Mu replied coldly. Once again, it was not that these officials were making things difficult for him, but rather that this decayed system had begun to feast upon the blood of the people. This is for the best. The old clerk comfortably rubbed his head and resumed writing. Su Mu required 5 horses for the Dima, 10 sets of robes and armor, and 10 curved sabers, along with an additional payment of 50 taels. Thus, the total Su Mu should receive was 320 taels. The leftover 4 taels were deemed unlucky, so they would be discarded. The clerk rose, humming a tune, and returned to the official establishment, soon emerging with a small chest of silver. Here you are, these are treasury funds, precisely 300 taels. There was also a pouch containing exactly 20 taels. Su Mu, ultimately mistrustful, opened the wooden chest to count, discovering it was short by 100 taels. Those present gasped. The old clerk hurriedly slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "Oh no, I took the wrong one. I will fetch a proper chest for Su Mu." Back and forth, Sihu clenched his teeth as he carried the heavy silver chest, retreating to the side. "Rest assured, I will handle matters with the farmers." Baozhou appeared quite jubilant. "I shall soon send someone to procure more provisions and water for Master Su's journey." Upon hearing this, Su Mu felt a chill run down his spine. "Thank you, Lord Bao. These supplies have long been prepared. Upon my return to Huzhou, we shall indulge in a grand feast together." "That sounds agreeable." Baozhou smiled faintly, noticing Su Mu's lack of appreciation, and quickly turned to return to the official residence. "Master Su, I am truly sorry," Zhao Qingyan sighed, lamenting that for 100 military merits and such an abundance of supplies from the northern D, they had only managed to acquire 300 taels of silver. "Otherwise, I would have given that centurion to you, Master Su." Su Mu discerned that while Zhao Qingyun's tone was tinged with remorse, it was predominantly marked by fear that Su Mu might genuinely accept his offer. "Brother Zhao, keep it for yourself," Su Mu replied with a smile, shaking his head. "We have faced life and death together. My wish remains the same. May I someday receive news of your victory over the enemy. Rest assured, Master Su, I, Zhao Qingyun, shall forever stand against the D people. My only aspiration in this life is to serve my country and bring peace to the people." Zhao Qingyun's expression turned solemn and resolute. "Excellent. I have not misjudged you. Master Su, as brothers, when you reach the inner city, be sure to send me a letter to assure me of your safety. Of course, Brother Zhao, with your promotion to a minor general, you will inevitably lead troops into battle. I implore you to exercise caution. Master Su, I only wish for the safety of the borderlands. Alas, our 8th camp has been silent for some unknown reason, and I have not received any news." Under the vast night sky, Zhao Qingyun paused, took a couple of steps forward, and embraced Su Mu warmly. "Thus, we shall take our leave." Su Mu sighed. "Brother Su, take great care." Standing amidst the shadows of the night, Zhao Qingyun refrained from offering further advice, fully aware of Su Mu's reasons for departing under the cover of darkness. 300 taels of silver could easily transform many into lunatics. As soon as Su Mu and his entourage's carriage departed from the southern gate of Huzhou, Zhao Qingyun shouldered his twin blades and stood coldly atop the city wall. He remained there throughout the night. The term inner city does not merely refer to a single location, but encompasses a collective. Within the territory of the Great Ji, along the 8,000 miles of the Ji River, over 20 affluent cities are collectively known as the inner city, which also includes the capital, Changyang. The journey from Huzhou to the inner city spans at least 2,000 miles. Even with a clear path, it would take more than a month to traverse. "Brother Mu, why not stay the night in the city?" Sihu, rubbing his stomach uncomfortably, spoke up. "My face is still injured, and I am both hungry and hurt." "We cannot stay," Su Mu replied, shaking his head. "If we linger too long, we may be detained and further taxed." Behind him, Jiang Caiwei cautiously offered several coarse grain buns. Sihu accepted them, calling her little sister-in-law several times before devouring them eagerly. "Chinsheng, take 2 riders ahead to find a secure place to camp and be vigilant in scouting the route." "Rest assured, master." With that, Chun Sheng, accompanied by two figures, lit a lantern and set off with their blades drawn, heading half a mile ahead. Returning his gaze, Su Mu's expression remained grave. At that moment, they were already about 20 miles from Huzhou. Those like Bao Zhou would find it difficult to scheme against them now. However, the road ahead is long and winding, and the night is sparse. None can predict whether any mischievous spirits will leap forth. My companions, please light the lanterns. The path ahead has grown dim, and we shall illuminate our way. The master understood. A group of 5 or 6 valiant horsemen, armed and resolute, circled the wagon at a leisurely pace. Upon hearing Su Mu's words, they promptly lit their lanterns and shouted in unison. Chapter 62. Water flows downhill, men ascend. Moving to the inner city. Besides Chun Sheng and his family, 3 other brave souls joined our ranks, adding Zhou Fu and his kin, Li Xiaowan and her 2 companions, as well as the couple Yuan Kai and the old scholar. We formed a sizable caravan of over 20 individuals. We settled into 5 horse-drawn carts, alongside numerous belongings, which just barely accommodated us. Master, there lies a river ahead. We can set up camp by its banks and take respite. Shortly thereafter, Chun Sheng circled his horse and called out, shaking his lantern. After a moment of contemplation, Su Mu too shook his lantern, signaling the caravan to follow Chun Sheng's 3 riders to the campsite. The night had yet to conclude, and shadows loomed wherever one cast their gaze. Once the tents were erected and the night watch arranged, the remaining individuals promptly succumbed to slumber. After sleeping for nearly half the night, Su Mu felt a heaviness in his head. Visions of the city's destruction flashed before him like sharp needles, piercing his mind. Rising, he took up his water pouch and drank deeply, feeling somewhat revitalized. Brother Mu, what troubles you? Do you wish to take a stroll outside? It feels stifling. I shall accompany you. No need, there are watchmen outside. Sihu nodded gloomily, turning over, and within moments, he was sound asleep once more. Master? Stepping out of the tent, Su Mu encountered Chun Sheng, who approached with a wooden blade in hand. Master, I have something to discuss. What is it? Chun Sheng's expression darkened. Earlier, I took a longer route and discovered that not far from us, others are also setting up camp. This revelation did not surprise Su Mu. As they migrated from Huzhou to the inner city, they were not alone. Many wealthy gentry, fearing death at the borders of Jibei, hastily sought refuge in the inner city. Exercise caution. It is unwise to provoke anyone at this time. Master, there are over 10 martial artists among them, all skilled with blades. Previously, they even sent a couple of men to gauge our strength. Su Mu furrowed his brow slightly. The distance from Huzhou was still over 200 miles before reaching a town. Given the current situation in Huzhou, any unexpected events along the way would ultimately rely on their own resources. Chun Sheng, remain vigilant. If anything seems amiss, awaken the night watch immediately. Should these individuals come seeking trouble, Su Mu would not hesitate. In these tumultuous times, might makes right. Rubbing his forehead, Su Mu took a few steps towards the stream, intending to scoop some water to refresh himself. Yet, unexpectedly, he heard rustling sounds nearby. Startled, he looked up and discerned a shadow flitting past the riverbank. With a clang, he drew his sword, his expression stern, and swiftly retreated. However, as he stepped back, he inadvertently trod upon something, lowering his gaze. He was taken aback to discover a number of women's undergarments scattered about. Originally concealed within the thicket, it was abruptly unearthed by his ankle. From behind the stone by the riverbank, Li Xiaowan watched with gritted teeth. Earlier, she had been seen in Su's village, and now, once again, she found herself the subject of scrutiny. Her dignity as a young lady was at stake. If she did not emerge soon, she would call for help. Was it perhaps her perceived lack of beauty that compelled her to bathe under the cover of night? Li Xiaowan's face flushed crimson. She wished to subdue Su Mu's head and drown him in the river. Su the innkeeper. Peering from behind the stone, her voice was laced with profound grievance. A lady of noble birth had never endured such humiliation. The second round. Li Xiaowan paused, her anger and shame boiling over as she picked up a few stones and hurled them at Su Mu. Yet, just as she intended to throw again, his figure had vanished from the riverbank. Feeling wronged, she slipped into the water, torn between tears and the fear of being overheard. All she wished was a quiet wash under the night sky, and yet she had been seen by a lecher. Being seen was one thing, but his sudden departure was another. Before long, the voice of Jiang Caiwei resonated from the riverbank, heightening Li Xiaowan's sense of injustice as she buried her face in her hands and wept. This ordeal was unlike any she had previously encountered. Amidst the ruins of the border town, surrounded by cannibal refugees, fierce northern tribesmen, and decaying corpses. Sister Caiwei. Her sobs grew more intense. Do not cry, come up first. Su Lang said your clothes are all dirty. Let me bring you some decent ones. That scoundrel. Li Xiaowan rubbed her eyes and realized that Jiang Caiwei was presenting her with a beautiful skirt. There are also some new undergarments. You can change over there while I keep watch. It's nothing. Once we return to the inner city, all will be forgotten. Jiang Caiwei smiled, hoping to alleviate Li Xiaowan's distress with additional words of comfort. Thank you, Sister Caiwei. Clutching the skirt, Li Xiaowan felt a rare surge of joy. Unaware that this very garment had been a gift from Su Mu, one that Jiang Caiwei had never worn until now. 20 miles away, in the city of Hezhou. At dawn, Zhao Qingyun, having stood on the city wall throughout the night, silently turned and descended the steps. According to the military merit system of the Great Record, after submitting 100 merits, it would herald the day he was conferred the title of a junior general. His remarkable achievements had stirred the officials of Hezhou, prompting the official quarters to open their doors at the break of day. Zhao Qingyun, brimming with confidence, anticipated receiving the insignia of a junior general, which would grant him his own personal soldiers and encampment. Should he earn further accolades in the future, he could ascend even higher, perhaps attaining the rank of a named general. His prospects were boundless. The officials of Hezhou wore a sly smile, having heard tales of a valiant warrior capable of slaying 200 enemy horsemen, which left them so excited that they could not sleep the entire night. This is the valor of our people. Congratulations. Zhao Qingyun offered a faint smile, wishing merely for the process to hasten so he could claim his insignia. Unfortunately, the ranks of junior generals within and beyond Hezhou were already filled to capacity. This matter would need to be presented to the Ministry of War. Zhao Qingyun's expression darkened. He was most concerned about such bureaucratic hurdles, for a position of junior general ought not to necessitate involvement from the Ministry of War. It was evident that these bureaucratic officials sought to usurp his military accomplishments. Clenching his fists, he cast a cold gaze downward. Brother Zhao, come here. Bao Zhou, who had been waiting aside, donned a look of persuasion as he grasped Zhao Qingyun's sleeve and led him away. Brother Zhao, allow me to speak. The positions of minor generals within and outside Hezhou are indeed filled, sighed Bao Zhou. So what? Why not return 100 military merits to me? I will seek opportunities in other camps. Do not rush. Let me explain, Bao Zhou replied with a faint smile. Brother Zhao, you must know that once Wangzhou falls, Hezhou will surely face peril. Both the officials and the military will desire to retain talents like you. I have noticed that you possess nearly 100 military merits. He continued. Bang. Zhao Qingyun's face flushed with anger as he seized Bao Zhou by his collar. Let me make this clear. You would do well not to covet these 100 military merits. They are the compensation left by Su Mu for the families of the deceased in the Tongzi camp. Brother Zhao, listen to me. I have inquired on your behalf. If you were to surrender these 100 merits, there happens to be a vacancy among the officials, and they would recommend you to the Ministry of War, securing a title of general for you. In just 3 days, you could ascend to a significant position, far superior to that of a minor general. Zhao Qingyun fell silent, loosening his grip. The title of general would indeed require submission to the Ministry of War, and it is unlikely that the Hezhou officials would dare to falsify such a matter. However, within the vast realm of Daji, there are thousands of generals, most of whom have purchased their titles with silver. Yet, such a course would betray many, particularly that young master, for this military merit was not originally earned by him. Nevertheless, he could not bear to lose this opportunity, for he would regret it in his dreams. Once Brother Zhao becomes a titled general, he will surely contribute significantly to the nation and its people. A mere 100 military merits pale in comparison. Zhao Qingyun turned away, tightly shutting his eyes. This opportunity, had it not been for the fall of Wangzhou, even 300 military merits might not have been attainable. Zhao Qingyun pivoted once more, interrupting the conversation. Bao Zhou, taken aback, perceived something amiss with Zhao Qingyun and promptly summoned a jug of wine. He then watched as the fierce warrior before him tilted his head back and downed the entire jug in one gulp, shattering the wine jug upon the ground. Zhao Qingyun's expression darkened with an air of menace as he trembled, retrieving nearly 100 copper rings from his bosom. In the distance, the officials and Bao Zhou's eyes ignited with fervor. Present these to the Ministry of War on my behalf and demand a title for me. What title? Tongzi General. Excellent. Water flows downward while people ascend. Brother Zhao, you are destined for greatness. Hearing this, Zhao Qingyuan felt a tempest of unexpressed rage swelling within his chest, spreading uncontrollably. Chapter 63. Dare to advance an inch. I will kill without hesitation. Dust filled the air, and after departing from Huzhou for about 100 miles, it felt as though one had entered a desert, with the landscape around them a desolate hue of mud yellow. They halted to rest. Sumu furrowed his brow, noting that they still needed to traverse nearly 100 miles of wasteland to reach the town. The master has commanded a temporary halt here. Chun Sheng shouted while riding his horse and wielding his sword, circling the entire caravan. After positioning the carts behind a massive rock, he fed the horses and gathered firewood. Seizing the chance to sit together, kindle a bonfire, and slowly savor baked cakes with warm water. Su, it is nearly the time of the Yu hour, is it not? Zhou Fu's countenance bore a hint of discontent. Having indulged in a life of luxury for many years, the day's turbulent journey had unsettled his stomach, as if a tempest raged within. Indeed, it was the hour of Yu, signifying the onset of dusk. Sumu responded with a calm demeanor. Su, it would be unwise to proceed further. There may be sand wolves ahead. It would be prudent to set up camp upon this massive rock. With 100 more miles to traverse, no amount of haste will bring us to the town beyond the desert before nightfall. Let us heed Brother Zhou's counsel, Su replied. Do not speak so modestly. In this recent affair, I have not rendered much assistance, yet you, Su, have saved my life on several occasions. Initially, I sought to aid the villagers in finding a refuge, but I did not anticipate your military achievements, which secured a better fate for over 50 villagers. Su, there is something I wish to express, though I am uncertain if it is appropriate. Zhou urged him to speak freely. We are bound by our shared fates. What is there to withhold? After a moment of contemplation, Zhou continued, I have kept silent out of fear of inciting trouble. That young lieutenant, Zhao Qingyuan, was known for his ambition during his time in Wangzhou, even resorting to acts of credit theft. Zhou's words carried an air of hindsight, but Su paid little heed. He believed that this young lieutenant, despite his flaws, might transform after a moment of enlightenment in Wangzhou. The valiant sacrifice of the 3,000 soldiers was a poignant reminder of the struggle, and I do not wish for the last spark of hope to be extinguished. I choose to have faith in him. Zhou hesitated, then bitterly nodded in agreement. Master. At that moment, Chen Sheng, who had been on patrol, suddenly returned. His expression fraught with fury. Sumu rose, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. What troubles you? Pulling his horse to a halt, Chen unsheathed his sword with conviction. Master, the group we spoke of earlier is approaching us. Over 10 skilled swordsmen. The term swordsman referred to those engaged in the more legitimate trade of blade work, typically employed by affluent families for protection on their journeys to the inner city. I shall gather the men, Chen offered. Su merely nodded, refraining from protest. The adage remained, those with the mightiest fists dictate the truth. A line of opulent carriages came to a slow stop, a few hundred paces away. Before long, 2 riders emerged from the dimming light, donning wide-brimmed hats and cloaked in coarse robes. Their horses bore blades, wrapped in layers of oiled paper instead of sheaths. Which of you is the master? One of the riders inquired. Su furrowed his brow and stepped forward. Is there something you require? We have a horse that has perished. We seek to purchase 2. You may find better options in the town tomorrow, Su replied, shaking his head. The 5 fine horses, 2 stallions and 3 mares, had been a labor of love for him, acquired with great effort, and even 50 taels at the official market in Huzhou. He envisioned them in the inner city, hoping to breed them when he established his estate. Only a fool would part with them. The town is too distant. The swordsman, his tone growing impatient, insisted. Our master has made it clear, we wish to buy now, offering 10 taels per horse. And if I refuse? Su retorted. Then our master will be displeased. Su scoffed inwardly at their absurd reasoning, contemplating the audacity of their demands. Inform your employer to hasten to the town and refrain from harboring any thoughts here. Negotiations have faltered. The martial artist, loosening his grip on his hat, was about to reach for the knife hanging by the horse's flank when he abruptly halted, his eyes widening in terror as he looked up. Unbeknownst to him, a group of 7 or 8 armed riders had coldly encircled them. Should he dare to touch the knife again, he would be at risk of being slain on the spot. Clenching his teeth, the martial artist ultimately refrained, hastily retracting his hand. Convey this message to your employer. During our journey, we shall keep a distance of half a mile. Sumu's tone turned icy. Should anyone approach a mere inch closer, I would kill without hesitation. The two martial artists fell silent, clasping their fists in reverence before turning their horses, raising a cloud of dust as they departed. These wretches dared to plot against my Su family estate. Chun Sheng cursed under his breath, not immediately sheathing his blade. But following Su Mu's orders, he led the other 3 riders along a nearby sandy path to continue their patrol. Upon returning to the campfire, Su Mu raised his gaze and noted the unease etched on the faces of the women present, save for Jiang Caiwei. Yu Wenkai, Fan Gu, and Wang Yun huddled together, wishing fervently to transform into delicate young maidens, free from burdens. Su Mu's ire flared, just as he lifted a stick of firewood. The trio scurried away to gather twigs in a frenzy. Su boss, this is rather peculiar. Zhou Fu shifted his bulky frame, noting that typically, martial artists engaged in a profession rarely interacted with others, fearing deceit. I share this sentiment, Su Mu replied, his voice grave. If one were escorting an employer, it would be customary for the carriage to halt for a brief respite, allowing for relief. Yet, nothing of the sort occurred earlier. Su boss, what do you make of it? It is difficult to articulate, merely an oddity. Redirecting the conversation, Su Mu leaned against the mountainside, lost in contemplation. Su Lang, drink some warm water. Jiang Caiwei approached cautiously, offering a coarse bowl. Su Mu smiled gently, feeling a surge of relief that he had not rashly expelled Jiang Caiwei in a moment of folly. Once in the inner city, I shall petition at the official court to have your place of origin and household registration transferred to my Su family's name. According to the law, upon marrying, a woman's identity and domicile must be integrated into her husband's family. Previously, life in Wangzhou had been arduous, and Su Mu had not given much thought to such matters. Yet, Jiang Caiwei, a virtuous young woman, had persevered through thick and thin alongside him. Su Lang, should you eventually take a legitimate wife, I shall certainly be respectful and will not provoke your ire. Su Mu listened in astonishment, having never entertained such thoughts. Before he could clarify, the distant Li Shaowan, despite her elegant attire, could not suppress her disdain. Cursed scoundrel, she spat, her wrath palpable. Be cautious. I have already witnessed 2 rounds. Li Shaowan paused, incensed, seizing a branch to strike the sandy ground vehemently, muttering under her breath. In no time, Su Mu found himself unscathed by her curses, while she became a spectacle, her face obscured by dust. Chapter 64. Encountering misfortune at dawn, as the sun began to rise. It illuminated the entire desert, igniting it as if it were ablaze. Chen Sheng, please check how many water bags we have left. Master, there are only 8 bags remaining. Su Mu furrowed his brow, realizing that the journey out of this desolate desert stretched approximately 100 miles. Should we deplete our water supply and find no source along the way, our predicament would be dire. Prepare yourselves. We must set off immediately. The master has spoken. We must hasten our departure. Chen Sheng rode his horse around the caravan, urging them several times. Soon, the wheels began to turn slowly. 5 rows of horse-drawn carts pressing onward through the morning mist and swirling sands. Chen Sheng, where have those martial artists gone? I have scouted ahead. They are about half a mile away. If they dare to cross our path, I shall lead my men to confront them. Chen Sheng brandished his sword, a fierce expression on his face. Suddenly, Su Mu felt a twinge of unease. This band of warriors, including Si Hu, had recently tasted too much blood. Such a trend could spell trouble. Once they entered the inner city, they would need time to regain their civility. Chen Sheng, unless absolutely necessary, do not draw your sword again. Chen Sheng, momentarily taken aback, quickly nodded and sheathed his weapon. They continued their journey. By midday, the caravan, battered by the wind and sand, finally found a shaded area. The 5 aging horses, laboring under the heat, were panting heavily, while the women nestled within the wagons were visibly distressed, their hair damp and their garments soaked with perspiration. Caiwei, go inform everyone to ration their water. Su Mu had not anticipated that traversing this route would reveal such relentless desolation, devoid of even a single small oasis. Su Lang, I shall do so at once. Su Mu nodded, dismounting from the wagon. Just as he was about to lift his robe for some relief, he unexpectedly looked up to see Yu Wenkai, accompanied by 2 scholars, urgently grabbing a bag of water from the cart. They hastily splashed water on their faces and wasted half the bag in their attempts to wash their hands. Su Mu's eyes flared with anger as he rushed over, scattering the 3 with a swift kick. Chen Sheng, how many bags of water do we have left? Master, fewer than 5 bags remain. If we push forward with all our strength, we should be able to exit the desert by nightfall. Scout ahead a bit more. Do not stray from the path. Chun Sheng nodded, calling 2 strong young men to ride off into the swirling sands. After resting for over half an hour, Chun Sheng returned on horseback. Master, I have found the waymarker. The waymarker, a stone tablet inscribed with directions, was typically placed at crossroads to indicate the proper route. Everyone, let us depart at once. Su Mu spoke firmly, emphasizing the necessity of exiting the desert today. Lingering any longer posed risks not only concerning water, but also the potential machinations of the martial artists following behind. Before long, the 5 rows of carts resumed their journey after a brief respite. To prevent complications, Su Mu deliberately stationed 2 more riders slightly behind. Master, the waymarker is right here. Upon reaching the crossroads, Su Mu turned at the sound of Chun Sheng's voice. Indeed, as Chun Sheng had indicated, an ancient stone tablet partly buried in the sand bore faint inscriptions, Desert South Town. Zhou Fu rubbed his face, having heard of this town before. There were some brave souls who hunted wolves and sold their pelts in the desert, occasionally stopping by my place for a drink. Beyond Emonan town, one would truly have crossed the border. Su Mu observed, sensing something amiss, yet the wheels of the carriage spun swiftly, and before he could ponder further, they had already traveled half a mile. Shopkeeper Su, do you not feel that the carriage has grown increasingly steady? Zhou Fu's seemingly casual remarks suddenly drained the color from Su Mu's face. Throughout their journey, the wheels had occasionally rattled over gravel hidden within the sand, causing the carriage to jolt. However, now it glided smoothly, as if they had traversed a vast expanse of thick sand. Master, the winds and sands are intensifying. Beneath the swirling dust, a dozen riders, blades in hand, pressed their hats down with one hand while gripping their reins with the other, galloping 2 to 3 miles ahead, leaving behind a series of elongated hoofprints. Yet, the wind soon swept in, swiftly concealing them. Bao dogs, the leader spat coldly. Not long after, a hunched figure, resembling a crouching dog, slowly approached from behind. With each arrow released, a water pouch burst. If I am not mistaken, these must be the soldiers with military merit, having slain this group to divide the spoils. Once we reach the inner city, we too could become affluent. The martial artist known as Bao Dog hesitated, turning his horse around twice before unstrapping the curved bow from his back and galloping forward with a fierce whistle. The winds and sands grew ever more ferocious, blinding the eyes with swirling dust. Su Lang, take a sip of water. Su Mu, burdened with thoughts, was just about to grasp the water pouch when, out of nowhere, a petite and exquisite arrow shot forth. With a loud pop, the pouch exploded. Startled, Su Mu quickly grabbed Jiang Caiwei's arm, retreating behind a carriage. Bang! Another water pouch burst open. Everyone, take cover behind the carriage and stow away the pouches. Su Mu gritted his teeth. These wretched scoundrels were indeed intent on driving them to their demise. Master, there is a skilled archer among them. Zhou Zun unsheathed his broadsword, his tone heavy. Su Mu had never anticipated that the archery of ancient times could be so fearsome. Master, they intend to starve us of water before making their move. Su Mu, fully aware, raised his head to see that dusk was approaching. Should night fall, shrouding the surroundings in darkness while the enemy remained concealed, the danger would escalate. Moreover, a cursed sharpshooter lurked, waiting for the opportune moment. Zhou Zun, fetch an empty water pouch. Zhou Zun hastily complied, retrieving a completely empty pouch and handing it to Su Mu. With a somber expression, Su Mu raised his hand, exposing the pouch from behind the carriage. In mere moments, a loud pop echoed, and the empty pouch exploded midair. Is this thing equipped with automatic targeting? Su Mu rubbed his forehead, contemplating. Despite vaguely discerning the archer's position, he found himself with few viable options. Li Xiaowan, toss over your tiger shield. Inside the carriage, Li Xiaowan, cradling her head, hurriedly pushed the massive tiger shield down. See who? Do you remember what I taught you? Heavy cavalry acts as a bulwark. One hand wields the shield, while the other wields the blade. Do you understand? If it were anyone else, they might not have succeeded, but see who was capable of such feats. Possessing an innate strength that allowed him to wield the tiger shield with a single hand. Mu Ge, behold. Su Mu raised his head, pointing coldly in a direction. In an instant, see who gripped the horse's belly with his legs, roaring as he brandished his shield and blade, charging forward through the swirling dust. Chun Sheng lit the horse lantern and led his men to flank the enemy. Su Mu's anger ignited. He could surmise that these so-called martial artists had intended to plunder along their route from the very beginning. The border was rife with chaos. Officials greedy for wealth and glory, and soldiers timid and unwilling to fight, who cared for the lives of a few commoners. Only self-preservation mattered. Chapter 65, Born in Hesitation, Brothers. Raise your blades. And remember, we are not villains. Alas, the fires of war at the border compel us to take this one chance. As dusk fell, a dozen riders could no longer contain themselves and galloped urgently into the night. According to their calculations, the villagers' caravan was on the brink of collapse from thirst. Where are those archers? The brash young man disregarded his thoughts and charged ahead, not far behind a sand dune. Sihu removed several arrows from the tiger's shield before mounting his horse and galloping away. A fainting, hunchbacked man on the sandy ground was soon engulfed by the rising dust. Sumu lifted his gaze, coldly observing the distant horse lanterns, which flickered in the night, accompanied by the furious shouts of Chun Sheng and his men. Su Fangzhou, your subordinates are no ordinary folk, Zhou Fu remarked with a heavy heart. Little did he know that before encountering Su Mu, Chun Sheng and his companions had merely been the most common horsemen in Wangzhou city. It was through countless battles that they had gained their current audacity. In this world, where life is as fragile as straw, one must sharpen their own teeth if they do not wish to be devoured. The night's sandstorm intensified under the whip of the fierce wind, and the skirmish between the two groups in the sandy expanse grew increasingly ferocious. Crack! Chun Sheng raised his simple blade and struck down, cleaving a martial artist who had miscalculated their approach, causing him to tumble from his horse with a cry of pain. The winds howled. The leader of the martial artists, sensing the shift in fortune, shouted desperately. The remaining 3 or 4 riders, in a panic, attempted to retreat, but before they had covered half a mile, they encountered a burly man, standing firm with his sword, coldly blocking their path. One martial artist tried to charge through. As he tightened the reins, he lost his head before he could even raise his dagger. The remaining 2 riders, realizing the futility of escape, gritted their teeth and charged in with their short blades. Half an hour later, under the vast, dim night sky, 7 or 8 villagers finally returned, each blade stained with dark blood. We have slain them all. Looted a few blades and some horses. We also checked the carriage. There were no wealthy lords left inside, only victims of these martial artists' greed. Nearby, in a sand pit, lay a dozen corpses, presumed to be those of the affluent employers. Sumu felt a heavy gloom settle over him. His suspicions were confirmed. These martial artists had thoroughly descended into villainy. Get on the carriage. If there are any injured, apply the healing ointment immediately. This place is no longer suitable for us. We must endure some hardship and hasten to the town overnight. 5 horse-drawn carriages, having endured a calamity, set forth once more, adjusting their course towards the correct direction of Emonan town. Brother Mu, I have just recalled something. Wait for me a moment. Sihu scratched his head and hurriedly rode back. Before long, he returned, with a feeble figure slumped across his horse. Sihu, who is this? The skilled archer. When he shot at me earlier, did not aim for a lethal spot, but rather sought to incapacitate my limbs. Brother Hu, so you chose not to kill him? Sihu moved his lips. He is a pitiful soul. His archery skills are indeed remarkable. Dismounting, Sihu single-handedly lifted the frail figure, resembling a monkey, onto the carriage. Sumu furrowed his brow. Even after having witnessed many grand scenes in recent days, he could not suppress a jolt of his heart at the sight before him. The young man, perhaps around 20, bore a hunched back, one hand emaciated while the other was swollen. He had lost an eye to some instrument, leaving a long scar that extended across his cheek. I hear those in the martial arts community call him Bao Dog. Indeed, he does resemble a canine in some aspects. According to Sihu, he is not a malevolent individual. After a moment of hesitation, Sumu spoke calmly. Sihu, bind him to the carriage. If he awakens and proves unruly, you may abandon him. Understood, Brother Mu. Lighting the horse lantern, we set off towards Emonan town that night. As dawn approached, the outline of Emonan town finally came into view. Once we pass through Emonan town, we shall consider ourselves to have left the borderlands. Zhou Fu could not help but repeat this, for the sight of the ruined city of Zhao was truly terrifying. Sumu, too, could not contain the joy on his face. After so much travel, we finally had a promising start. Su Lang, I shall go procure some food and provisions. And fetch some water, Jiang Caiwei said, her voice bright and cheerful. Su Lang, if there is anything you particularly desire, I shall bring it for you. Sister Caiwei, Why bother with this scoundrel? Li Xiaowan huffed, disembarking from the carriage, regaining her erstwhile haughty demeanor. Before Jiang Caiwei could react, she had taken her hand and strode forward. Xin Yang remained in Huzhou. Now, besides the accompanying Xia Shuang, the only companion for the little maid was this Li Dewan. Zhou Zun, Zhou Luo. Go keep an eye on the lady. Rest assured, master. At the town's gate, a continuous stream of wealthy gentlemen from the direction of Huzhou hurriedly arrived, most bearing expressions of trepidation. Chen Sheng, seek out an inn. Let us rest well today. This statement elicited surprise from not only Chen Sheng and his companions, but also from the three scholars behind them, their faces marked with discontent. Sumu felt somewhat helpless. The journey to the inner city would take considerable time, and having fortuitously encountered a town where silver was not lacking, it was prudent to find an inn to rest and change horses, lest we truly wear them out. Brother Mu, he has awakened. Sumu paused, turning back to see that the pitiful young man had opened his eyes, struggling to prop himself up on the carriage, his gaze alert and wary as he regarded him. A hunchback, blind, and with crippled hands. Each of these afflictions would evoke a lifetime of lamentation for an ordinary person. Yet the young man before me, seemingly defiant against fate, has honed his skills into that of a master archer. I shall not take your life, but I implore you to tell me your name. After a moment of hesitation, Sumu picked up a water bag, twisted it open, and offered it to the young man. I am nameless. They call me Bao Dog. Swallowing hard, the young man opened his mouth, bit down on the water bag, and with a vigorous tug, freed it from Sumu's grasp, raising his head and gulping greedily. Sihu, feeling a surge of irritation, approached with the intention of striking, but Sumu swiftly intervened. To be born in despair, must one resort to thievery? They have provided me sustenance. I wish to survive. The Bao Dog's eyes glistened with tears. Master, I am a cripple, devoid of any significant talent. Even in archery, my right arm's affliction limits me to but a few arrows each day. Pray tell, what can I do? Sumu's expression was solemn as he gazed into the Bao Dog's only eye. Though clouded, it still held a faint glimmer of clarity. If he were indeed a bloodthirsty fiend, he would be avoiding Sumu's gaze. Unconsciously, Sumu felt a tug of desire to recruit him. It was not mere pity. The Bao Dog's skill was undeniable, as evidenced by the 3 water bags he had shot through. Yet within the village, Sihu and Chun Sheng were brutish men, lacking in archery prowess. I shall provide you with food, and in return, you shall accompany me. Sumu spoke with calm assurance. Once the village is established, I will procure your registration and identification. The carriage swayed gently as the blind hunchback lowered his head, his voice choked with emotion. Master, I am unsightly. I seek no bride. Why concern myself with such matters? Bowing deeply, he prostrated himself against the carriage floor. Chapter 66. Flames of war at the border for 3 months. The geese returned north. Soaring through the sky, the carriage ambled along, while 7 or 8 riders fluctuated in speed, scouting the road ahead. Sihu, driving the horses, occasionally glanced back at the carriage top. Days had passed, yet the young hunchback remained exceedingly withdrawn, fearful of alarming the women and children. He wrapped himself in a gray robe, clutching his bow, sitting motionless atop the carriage. When the wind grew fierce, he would huddle closer, tightly clutching his robe. When the rain intensified, he would graciously accept the paper umbrella offered by Jiang Caiwei, politely murmuring his thanks. What a peculiar individual, Sihu muttered, choosing to ignore him. Focusing instead on the bun in his hand, taking a hearty bite. Sumu, feeling a pang of empathy, extended a bowl of warm water toward him. Thank you, master. The Bao Dog leaned over, slowly accepting the bowl with both hands. Chen Sheng urged the pace. The master has spoken. Let us hasten, and we shall reach the town by nightfall. Outside Huzhou City, the cries of refugees echoed relentlessly. Yet amidst such clamor, a joyous event unfolded before the official residence. After several military detachments cleared the path, a figure clad in gleaming silver armor approached with an air of cold authority. The old official from the Ministry of War, satisfied, lifted his head, grasping the scroll in his hand, his voice hoarse yet resonant, began to proclaim. Proceed. In the Tongzi camp, the esteemed officer Zhao Qingyun was tasked with defeating the D general. Once the elderly officer completed his formalities, 3 firecrackers soared into the sky, causing a great commotion among the refugees outside the city. Zhao, the general, must not take offense. The title Tongzi general is indeed rather unflattering. The Ministry of War, acknowledging Zhao's achievements in vanquishing the D, generously bestowed upon him the title of General of Breaking the D. Henceforth, there shall be no more Tongzi camp. Only the illustrious General of Breaking the D of our great Ji dynasty. Seated upon his armored steed, Zhao Qingyun momentarily closed his eyes, only to reopen them swiftly, meticulously adjusting his gleaming silver armor. The accolades of the Breaking the D general were remarkable, and upon hearing of them, the Ministry of War hastily dispatched 3 red plumes of congratulations to Changyang. The emperor, upon receiving such joyous news, would surely be in high spirits. Zhao's future in the court would likely become a source of envy for many. Thank you, military advisor. Dismounting, Zhao Qingyun's expression was as somber as the deepest waters. Within a few brief days, his once handsome visage now bore a stubbly beard. The Ministry of War held great expectations for Zhao, thus entrusting him with full command of the Xiaofeng camp in Hezhou. The officials from Hezhou and Officer Bao Zhou wore peculiar expressions. The primary military objective was for General Zhao to lead his troops out of the city to drive back the encroaching refugees, preventing panic akin to that which had unfolded in Wangzhou. Of course, eliminating more of them would not be unwelcome. Standing in the sunlight, Zhao Qingyun felt an unshakable chill enveloping him. He recalled the words spoken during his farewell to the little proprietor. Rest assured, Master Su. My life will be one of enmity with the D people. My sole aspiration is to serve my country and bring peace to the people. To slay refugees for military merit. What sort of service to the nation is that? A tremor coursed through Zhao Qingyun's body as he turned back, his face now etched with cold resolve. Master, I overheard something as a carriage passed by. Chun Sheng, returning around the horses, spoke in a subdued tone. What news? It is said that in Hezhou City, military and official troops have begun to massacre the refugees, driving them back several miles, leaving corpses strewn everywhere. Su Mu furrowed his brow. The corrupt officials of Hezhou were likely fearful of a repeat of the tragedy in Wangzhou, prompting them to act swiftly against the refugees. However, this would inevitably spell disaster for those unfortunate souls. I have heard that a new general is leading troops, making rounds near Hezhou City, returning each time with thousands of severed heads. Have you gathered any news on Zhao Qingyun? None. Only that the minor generals in Hezhou City are filled to capacity and are likely to be reassigned to other larger camps. For some reason, Su Mu let out a sigh of relief. Qin Sheng, go ahead and scout the path. Rest assured, Master. The 5 carriages progressed slowly, halting at towns for rest, or making camp in the absence of towns, taking care to stand guard through the night. In the blink of an eye, over half a month had passed, and they had unknowingly arrived at the outskirts of the inner city. This is the Ji River, the mother river of our Ji people, Zhou Fu exclaimed, waving his hands with exuberance. Having spent long days at the border, he had not felt such joy in quite some time. As they drew nearer, Su Mu could already hear the resonant rumble echoing in his ears. Our Ji River, 1,000 miles flowing endlessly. Stars hang low over the vast plains. The moon surges with the great river's flow. How magnificent! How magnificent indeed! Zhou Fu, in a sudden outburst, began to weep like a child. Su Mu found it hard to fathom how a man of middle age, seasoned by the trials of life, could so abruptly become sentimental and emotionally fragmented. Su Fangzhu. This is my first encounter with Ji Jiang, and for reasons unknown, I feel a twinge of discomfort. While Ji Jiang remains intact, my Ji lies in tatters. Su Mu paused, instantaneously grasping Zhou Fu's sentiments. It was a clear manifestation of national sorrow and personal disappointment, ineffably expressed. Su Fangzhu, it is of no matter. Zhou Fu trembled as he rose, wiping away tears, and smiled. Do forgive me, Su Fangzhu. Zhou Fu truly embodies the essence of genuine emotion. Su Mu stepped forward, offering his support to Zhou Fu. In that moment, he felt no hint of mockery, but rather a stirring of compassion. Even the most ordinary citizen harbors thoughts of their homeland and its landscapes. This is the very nature of humanity. Su Fangzhu, do you intend to go to Changyang? Changyang, the capital of the Ji dynasty, is also the wealthiest city in the entire inner region. Yet, Su Mu had no desire to visit Changyang. Rather, he yearned for another riverside city. Su Fangzhu, are you headed to Tangjiang? Tangjiang was indeed where Su Mu wished to go, a grand city renowned for its winemaking, where the waters flowing outside brimmed with the rich aroma of wine. Thus, we must part ways at this fork in the road. However, Su Fangzhu, remember, I shall be opening a tavern in Changyang, and I implore you to send wine my way post-haste. My tavern shall only serve Su Fangzhu's private stock. This is the essence of friendship, forged through shared experiences. Chanyang lies merely 100 miles from Tangjiang, Su Fangzhou, until we meet again. Zhou Fu clasped his hands in salute. Sumu reciprocated with a bow, concerned for Zhou Fu's safety on the journey. He arranged for a carriage and instructed Zhou Luo to accompany another young man to follow along, ensuring their return after delivering him to Chanyang. Li Xiaowan, when do you plan to depart? Only after Zhou Fu's carriage had receded did Su Mu turn around. Lecher, what concern is it of yours? Forgive me. I am the proprietor. Pa, lecherous proprietor. Su Mu rubbed his forehead. Pray tell, where shall I send you? I will provide transport. Su Fangzhou. We are bound for Chengcheng, near Tangjiang, spoke Fan Gu and Wang Yun in unison from behind. Li Xiaowan glared in anger. Lecher, do you wish to rid yourself of me? Su Mu reflected on the trio, realizing that aside from their penchant for free meals, they possessed little else of merit, and subconsciously nodded in agreement. Heart of stone and liver of iron. For reasons unfathomable, Li Xiaowan suddenly teared up, indignantly retreating into the carriage. Jiang Caiwei stood by, somewhat helpless, and climbed into the carriage to offer a few words of comfort to Li Xiaowan. Su Mu was unperturbed. After all, Li Xiaowan, the daughter of nobility, had always exhibited such temperament. Gonggo, hold steady. Let us proceed. Amidst the smoke and flames along the borders for 3 months, the wild geese returned north. Soaring through the sky, the intoxicated old scholar awakened once more, climbing atop the carriage, clutching a wine gourd, and began to drink with the astonished Gonggo, taking turns with each other. Chapter 67. The prosperity within the inner city traveling south along the Ji River. It would take nearly 100 miles to reach the city of Tangjiang. In stark contrast to the tumultuous frontier, those who have long resided in the opulent inner city bear not a trace of worry. Instead, they are surrounded by elegant scholars who, in clusters, occasionally experience fleeting moments of inspiration, producing verses that are utterly nonsensical. There are also young ladies of affluent families, accompanied by their maids, who, upon taking an interest in a certain young gentleman, find themselves feigning modesty, pretending to exhibit a semblance of the coyness typical of Jiangnan women. The wheels of the carriage roll on relentlessly, and even the noble Miss Li Xiaowan finds herself devoid of interest in the scenery before her. Conversations regarding life and death, when juxtaposed with the fires of war at the frontier, render the tranquility of the inner city excessively serene. Brother Mu, what do you think would happen if those scholars were to go to battle? Would they perish? See whose voice, laden with dissatisfaction, rumbles forth. They would not perish. They would turn and flee. Su Mu feels a twinge of discomfort, not out of envy of wealth, but rather due to a sudden preference for the grim atmosphere of the frontier. Yet, all is done for the sake of survival. Entering the inner city is a necessity. Do not hesitate, let us proceed. The group, still enveloped in the chilling aura of the frontier, appears somewhat out of place amidst the seemingly prosperous surroundings. The essence of a dog is not quite dog-like, nor is that of a man entirely human. They are a peculiar creation, indistinguishable from one another. A scholar clad in a luxurious robe turns, and upon noticing the bowed dog atop the carriage, exclaims spontaneously. This comment elicits applause and cheers from several nearby scholars. Su Mu furrows his brow, while Si Hu, consumed by rage, prepares to draw his blade and leap from the carriage. Si Hu, sheath your sword. Si Hu hesitates, knowing he must comply, and begrudgingly returns to his seat, his face flushed with indignation, having never endured such mockery even at the frontier. The bow dog, scorned and silent atop the carriage, wraps itself in a gray cloak, choosing to remain oblivious to the taunts. Chen Sheng and his companions also wear displeased expressions. Having faced numerous life and death battles at the frontier, they find themselves powerless against a few insipid scholars. What is this? Have the rustic folk from the frontier become so stunned upon arriving in this land of wealth that they dare not speak? The 8 or so scholars revel in their amusement. Brother Mu, let us continue our journey. Su Mu's expression remains unchanged. The vacuous banter is reminiscent of the relentless scorn he faced in his previous life on the internet. A peasant woman drives the cart, clad in a wooden hairpin, daring not to show her face. A girl holding a floral paper umbrella, not particularly attractive, nevertheless possesses the loudest voice. Suddenly, the moving carriage halts, not due to Si Hu's command, but because Su Mu has seized the reins. Turning his head, Su Mu encounters the serene visage of Jiang Caiwei. Are you not angry? Not at all, she replies, shaking her head. I am angry, Su Mu responds, descending from the carriage with a furrowed brow, feeling an unsettling discomfort as he recalls the day he first beheld Jiang Caiwei. That frail and slender figure, standing by the roadside with firewood in hand, was merely striving to survive. Were it not for this wretched world, she would surely be a lady of a grand household, spending her days in the boudoir, embroidering, reading, and tending to caged birds, rather than wandering aimlessly for 2,000 miles with no hope of returning home. What do you want? The plain girl with the umbrella stammers, shifting awkwardly as she approaches a scholar. Having spent so long at the frontier, I wish to compose a poem to present to the lady. Can you truly write poetry? You, a barbarian from the frontier? Not only did those scholars harbor doubts, but even the folk from their own village were equally skeptical. See who yawned. While Li Shaoan pouted, Jiang Caiwei sat in silence, attempting to persuade but ultimately refraining, for her husband, the stick-wielding man, seemed to possess a uniqueness that set him apart from others. Only the old scholar, after scratching his chest with curiosity, leaned forward with interest, sipping his wine while awaiting Su Mu's words. Su Mu smiled coldly, reciting a few lines from the 300 Tang and Song poems, which were sufficient to overshadow the competition by several streets. The fairy weeps as she departs from the southern gate, drifting gracefully into the mortal realm. With just these 2 lines, the unattractive woman holding the umbrella erupted into laughter, her face blooming with joy, as if her complexion were about to burst. How can that lecher still praise someone? Is he blind? Li Shaoan sulked. He might as well gift it to me. Wan, do not be hasty. There are still 2 more lines. Jiang Caiwei suddenly rose, her gaze on Su Mu's retreating figure revealing a spark of brilliance in her eyes. Unintentionally falling into the winding path, the pig's snout, the cow's eyes, the dog's basin. Aloft. The old scholar spat out his drink from atop the carriage, nearly choking himself. The previously hopeful ugly woman, upon hearing the subsequent lines, froze momentarily before covering her face and wailing, disregarding her umbrella as she pretended to leap into the river. Fortunately, 2 scholars managed to hold her back. Driving onward, Su Mu declared with a stern expression, "Cursing is one thing, but if you insult my wife, I am obliged to retort." The scholars, once gathered closely, now hesitated to intervene, fearfully stepping aside. It is indeed rare for a poem to compel a young lady to contemplate jumping into a river. Su Lang, thank you, Jiang Caiwei blushed, surprised by Su Mu's protective nature. No need for thanks, it was merely a small effort. Hey, lecher, if that lady were insulted, would you compose a poem to retaliate? Su Mu turned away in disdain. I doubt it. I would rather see you weep. May you be torn to shreds, lecher. Li Shaoan gritted her teeth, her eyes reddened, hugging her knees in silence. Su Lang, please, do not anger Wan. Su Mu replied, somewhat speechless. How could such a refined young lady be so prone to tears? Chen Shang urged the carriage to keep close. In just 100 miles, we shall reach Tangjiang. Su Mu's family winery must gain significant fame in Tangjiang City within 2 months. In this grand era of the great Ji dynasty, when it comes to distilled spirits, they stand unrivaled. Su Mu could hardly contain his anticipation for the spectacle that would unfold around the intoxicating heavenly brew. However, once they entered Tangjiang City, Su Mu knew he had to exercise caution. Unlike the tumultuous borderlands, the stable inner city would likely impose restrictions on the possession of iron weapons, even with official documentation. Thus, he would have to deposit them into the city's official arsenal. Boss, the spring harvest has also arrived, came the voice from the riverbank. Su Mu's expression shifted slightly as he looked down the riverbank and indeed spotted an 8-oared riverboat, its white sail billowing. A figure, cloaked in robes, raised their head and happened to gaze in his direction. He had heard from manager Zhou that the owner, Lu, originally hailed from Tangjiang City. Su Mu narrowed his eyes, realizing that no matter where one goes, one is bound to encounter absurdities. It is no wonder that after the fall of Wangzhou City, the treacherous Lu Fangzhou was nowhere to be seen. See who, with your strength, tossed down a few stones. See who laughed heartily, indeed picked up some stones. And with a series of thuds, the once dignified Lu Fangzhou was startled into covering his head and hurriedly fleeing into the cabin. Chapter 68. The heartless are all scholars. Having traversed the long embankment of the Jijiang River and crossed a stone bridge, they arrived at the front of Tangjiang City. In contrast to the grandeur of the Jijiang, the small tributary before them exuded a tranquil charm, with the flowing waters occasionally wafting the fragrant aroma of brewing wine. As rumored, there are many wineries here, Su Mu observed, and indeed, as far as the eye could see, there were 7 or 8 wineries by the riverside, with villagers frequently striding in with sacks of grain. Obstructing others' avenues to wealth is akin to killing their parents. As the drunken fairy aims to make a name for herself, it is inevitable that conflicts of interest will arise with these wineries, potentially fostering bitter enmity. Retracting his gaze, Su Mu hesitated not a moment longer, urging the carriage to continue into Tangjiang City. "Don't be a scoundrel. Take us home." Li Xiaowan pouted, persistently protesting. Su Mu paused, recalling this matter, and after a moment's hesitation, instructed Chun Sheng to take another person and send Li Xiaowan and the others back to the nearby Qing City. "Don't you wish to send us?" "Why should I? I'm being paid for my services, thankfully. The heavens have ensured the safe return of your 3 ancestors to the inner city." Li Xiaowan was momentarily taken aback, seemingly at a loss for a retort. Could it be an old acquaintance? "Perhaps in the future, we can share tea and wine together. I beg your pardon, but I shall not climb higher." Su Mu clasped his hands together, perhaps foreseeing that he would not have any further interactions with this noble lady unless the D people were to invade the inner city, in which case they might cross paths while fleeing. Li Xiaowan's expression dimmed as she stood by the carriage, silent for a long while, before quietly disembarking and walking ahead. 1-1. Jiang Caiwei, sensing the awkwardness, hurriedly followed her out, escorting her 100 steps away. As the river breeze swept by, Li Xiaowan turned her head, her eyes swollen and red. 1-1. Qing City is not far from Tangjiang. Su Lang was merely jesting. "You are always welcome to visit. Sister Caiwei, let us exchange places. Shall we?" Upon uttering those words, Li Xiaowan burst into tears. Jiang Caiwei was taken aback. 1-1 exchange what? Exchange ultimately. The words remained unspoken. Li Xiaowan stifled her voice, raised her head, and cast a distant glance at the convoy. Wangzhou, Hezhou, riding in Mabei town, carrying swords and shields. She was a noble lady, and had it not been for this journey, she would have enjoyed a gradual life of wealth and comfort, marrying a suitable young gentleman in a few years, as dictated by her parents' wishes. Please convey my sincere gratitude to Master Su for this journey. 1-1, do not be upset. Li Xiaowan shook her head. It was time for each to follow their own path after parting ways. Before Jiang Caiwei could say more, Li Xiaowan's figure had already been enveloped by the twilight glow, receding further and further until it blended with the horizon. Chun Sheng, hurry. Madam understood. Chun Sheng let out a sound and was the first to gallop away, slowly following the figure of Li Xiaowan. "Su, my brother's Fan and Wang have agreed that this year we shall go to Chongqing Academy together for a rigorous study. You may inquire with them. They all say I have a chance of passing the imperial examination this year." Yu and Kai stood before Su Mu's carriage, chattering incessantly. "If you wish to go, then go. I had no intention of stopping you." Su Mu chuckled, for he doubted Yu Wencai's temperament would endure the rigors of study. At most, he fancied himself climbing the social ladder, following Fan Gu and Wang Yun, merely to be a sycophant of elegance. "Su, my brother, may I request an advance on my wages? And where do you think this wage will come from?" "My wife left some silver at the tavern, amounting to 2 coins each month. I wish to advance 10 years' worth." Su Mu nearly lost his composure, almost tempted to slap him with his shoe. "Su, Master Su, please grant him this. I assure you, I will work for you for 10 years. To Su Mu's surprise, Xia Shuang, standing to the side with red-rimmed eyes, uttered this statement. Su Mu frowned, firmly believing that even if Yu Wencai managed to scrape by as a minor scholar, it was highly likely he would abandon Xia Shuang immediately. Loyalty is often found among those who slaughter dogs. It is the learned who are most fickle. Xia Shuang, think carefully. Su, she listens to me. Otherwise, let me advance 10 years, and she shall work for you for 20. Silence. Su Mu's demeanor turned cold. Were it not for Xia Shuang's presence, he would have truly resorted to violence. Such behavior was utterly disgraceful. Master Su, I am willing, back in the village. I worked the fields to support his studies. I am willing. Master Su, please grant him this. Su Mu felt an unsettling discomfort in his heart. In this world, women were often submissive, their fates as fragile as paper. My brother Su, once I pass the examination this year, I will surely return to see you. Let us not forget each other in wealth and honor. Consider it feeding the dog. Su Mu coldly tossed out a bag of silver. Once you leave, whether you pass or not is no concern of mine. When you return, do not disturb my tenants, even if she is your wife. Su Mu genuinely wished to sever the bond between Xia Shuang and Yu Wencai on the spot, yet both were willing participants. Understood, understood. Yuan Kai joyfully picked up the silver, hastily bidding farewell and rushing forward, fearing Su Mu might change his mind. Xia Shuang stood there, her figure embodying desolation. Xia Shuang, you should get in the carriage. Thank you, Master. Master Su, we shall take our leave as well. Fan Gu and Wang Yun, having been thoroughly impressed by Su Mu along the journey, dared not say much at this moment and hurriedly clasped their hands in farewell. Go on. The mountains and waters will surely bring us together again. Once the three startled scholars had run a fair distance, Jiang Caiwei returned to the carriage with a sorrowful expression. Su Lang, she has been crying. Which one? Li Xiaowan. The official's daughter need not wander any longer. Surely, she is crying tears of joy. I cannot say for sure why she feels this way. Then let it be. Once we reach Tangjiang, there is much to be done. See who? Let us proceed. A farewell, however brief, inevitably leaves a trace of melancholy entwined in each heart. The dusk spread across the river's surface, soon to be gently swept away by the shimmering waves. The darkening sky arrived as expected. At the city gate, a wild dog clutching a mouthful of grain was teased by the lethargic guards before it dashed off several miles in a frenzy. Where did it come from? From the border town of Wangzhou, seeking refuge in the inner city. Su Mu alighted from the carriage, pressed some silver into the hands of the guards. They grew somewhat impatient, declaring that once the celestial soldiers of the great Ji descended, they would surely reclaim lost territories given a bit more time. Su Mu responded with a silent smile. He proceeded into the city, walking 10 miles before turning right towards the official district to collect his identification tokens. The guards, finding Su Mu rather dull, dismissed him with a parting remark and turned away. It would not be long before the great Ji mustered its forces, launching an assault into the northern D, proclaiming the glory of our celestial empire. Ha ha ha. The haughty laughter drifted into the evening breeze. On the carriage, Su Mu's expression remained unchanged, regarding it merely as a nonsensical jest. Chapter 69. Settling in Tangjiang City as night deepened. The gatekeepers of the official district had already closed up for the evening. With no other options, Su Mu and his companions sought refuge in a large inn, spending the night there. Early the next morning, they set off towards the official district, bringing along their curved blades, as well as Li Xiaowan's tiger-patterned shield, along with bows and short swords. Upon entering the inner city, Su Mu knew well that leaving too many iron weapons behind would lead to trouble if reported to the authorities, even with notarization. It was better to surrender them voluntarily, perhaps in exchange for some benefits. Surviving from Wangzhou were all individuals who had faced hardships. The aging clerk at the registration office appeared similarly worn, his hand trembling slightly as he held the pen. Please bring the notarization documents as well. Su Mu handed over a small stack of thick records. Quite a few. Let me see. 10 curved blades, 5 bows. Su Mu turned his head, surveying the surroundings of the official district. Compared to the border, the inner city, despite being the same official district, was adorned with 2 imposing stone lions that seemed to gaze down upon all. Strangely, Su Mu recalled the elder clerk from Wangzhou who had sacrificed himself for the nation. The transfer of weapons to the national treasury was a matter of state, a duty of every citizen of Ji, totaling to 10 taels of silver. Thank you, sir. Su Mu expressed no dissatisfaction. Retaining these weapons would only bring calamity. Initially, he had gathered them out of desperation at the border, but now in Tangjiang City, there should be no immediate threat of plundering. The identification tokens you wish to obtain total 17, costing 43 taels. Furthermore, the 2 household registrations you wish to transfer must wait due to ongoing battles at the border. Now, please write down the names. Su Mu awkwardly grasped the brush, and upon reaching the last name, the clerk furrowed his brow. No one in this world bears the surname Gong, and what sort of name is Gong Dog? You must choose another. Turning back, Su Mu noticed Gong Dog sitting atop the carriage, his face etched with disappointment. Perhaps he had faced such experiences before. Those without a surname, particularly those who were unattractive or disabled, were seldom favored. From today onward, he shall share my surname, Su. He shall be regarded as my clansman. I bestow upon him a name, to be reported to the authorities, Su Changong. Now write it down. The clerk displayed little reaction, lazily stifling a yawn. Outside, a dozen steps away, Gong Dog knelt atop the carriage, burying his head in his gray cloak, stifling a hoarse sob as he repeatedly knocked his head in despair. Born to wander, he remained nameless and without identity, like a stray dog scavenging for scraps, toiling tirelessly throughout the day. It was only upon encountering the small landlord before him that his fortunes began to change. This was an open space near Tangjiang City. Since he intended to establish a winery, he needed to select a suitable location. Picking up the documents, Sumu scrutinized them carefully, only to find that the sites listed were far from ideal, distant from the marketplace and the bustling neighborhoods. The sole advantage was their proximity to the banks of the Tangjiang River, ensuring an ample supply of water. After a moment's hesitation, and realizing that there was little to distinguish one option from another, Sumu chose a plot close to the ferry terminal. The old official took the documents with little interest in providing further details. 300 taels of silver. Pay the sum, and I shall provide you with the land deed notarization. 300 taels. He recalled the vast old horse ranch in Wangzhou, which had only cost 80 taels. Along with a bonus of weapons, Sumu possessed less than 500 taels in total, having exchanged 300 for military honors. And the 200 owed to Li Xiaowan and the others, he had already spent a considerable amount during his journey. Even though the price was exorbitant, he found himself with no alternative. He could not simply abandon Tangjiang. It was likely that the prices within the inner city were not much different. The decaying Deji dynasty wielded an invisible blade, relentlessly extracting from the populace. Thus, the land deed notarization was concluded. The official was quite pleased with Su Mu's demeanor and handed over the notarization, reminding him as he was about to exit, "Be cautious, Master Su." As a newcomer, the local gentry are known for their volatile temperaments. The local gentry surely referred to the venerable merchants with a legacy in winemaking. The rise of Zhuai Tianxian would inevitably entangle him in conflicts of interest with these established houses. After bidding farewell, Su Mu climbed back into the carriage, accompanied by the last few villagers, heading towards the open space near the ferry terminal. "Master, I have scouted the area," Zhou Zun, riding in from behind, said. Lacking his curved saber, he bore only an iron bow, appearing somewhat diminished. "If we are to transport illicit wine, the congestion at the western city gate will necessitate a detour of 20 miles via the eastern gate, which is rather inconvenient." Su Mu was not surprised. Prom locations were always quickly claimed. "Have you ascertained the situation in Tangjiang City?" he inquired. Zhou Zun nodded, having gathered some intelligence. Aside from a few minor households, there were 4 prominent families, all of whom had historically presented tribute wine to the imperial court and wielded considerable influence in Tangjiang City. "Is there a family without a surname, Lu?" Sumu asked. "It seems there is one." Furrowing his brow, he recognized this as troubling news. Yet, there was no alternative. If Zhuai Tianxian was to make a name for itself, Tangjiang was the optimal choice, as most tavern owners would come to Tangjiang City to select their wines. At the beginning of each month, the renowned wine market in Tangjiang City spanned 3 days. To produce illicit wine and accumulate resources, Tangjiang City was undoubtedly the best option. Leaving the official street, the sun had already risen high in the sky. After sending Zhou Zun to procure some steamed buns, they shared a meal on the carriage. Resembling a band of destitute refugees, many passers-by, brimming with arrogance, turned to mock them. Sumu paid them no mind, finishing the last morsel of his bun before urging the driver to steer the carriage towards the small ferry terminal of Tangjiang City. "Master, I have seen it. It is that dilapidated estate." After nearly half an hour of travel, Zhou Zun turned his horse around, excitement bubbling within him. According to the records on the land deed, this estate had once been an old distillery, which, for reasons unknown, had fallen into disrepair and led the entire family to relocate. The wine barrels, the large stove, and hundreds of empty jars appeared to be nearly new. One could not fathom why the previous owner had abandoned them. Perhaps there had been an urgent matter that necessitated their swift departure. A sudden wave of foreboding washed over Sumu. In Tangjiang City, there existed 4 prominent merchant families, undoubtedly scheming to monopolize all private liquor in the area. Those who complied would be treated to a cool drink, while those who resisted would face dire consequences. "Oh, it seems there are still people in this estate." Sumu paused, lifting his gaze to see a dozen robust men emerging from an unknown corner. Each of these men bore a short staff at their waists. "What in the world? Are these thugs here?" Sihu remarked with a chuckle. Sumu, seated in the cart, glanced ahead and felt a hint of exasperation. With 300,000 ruffians in the Grand Dynasty, one could encounter such scoundrels anywhere. Chapter 70. The ambitions of the young master. "Are you the new young master?" the lead ruffian inquired, speaking through sniffles. Finally managing to utter a cold remark after much deliberation. "We've been here guarding this estate for most of the day," Shouldn't we receive some wages for our trouble? Su Mu exchanged a knowing smile with Si Hu. They were all too familiar with such extortion tactics. Laughable. The old ruffian fumed. If you don't pay, we shall set your estate ablaze tonight. Brother Mu, let me handle this. It's been ages since I've had a good fight. Si Hu implored with an earnest expression. Master, we wish to join as well. Chen Sheng and Zhou Luo, having yet to return with their men, left only Zhou Zun and his companions, who showed no sign of fear. Seasoned warriors from the border, they had faced death with blades in hand, their courage far surpassing that of the ruffians before them. On top of the cart, Gongo readied his curved bow, his solitary eye gleaming with determination. At Su Mu's command, he would swiftly take down several ruffians. Inside the cart, Chun Sheng and Zhou Zun's wives, filled with indignation, grasped their own wooden longbows, strung them with their legs, and positioned themselves behind Su Mu. What is this? The old ruffian was taken aback, astonished by the imposing presence of the group before him. Last year, I killed 8 men, you'd best not provoke me. He gulped, instinctively stepping back, only to stumble over an empty jar and fall to the ground. Startled, he scrambled to his feet, clutching his staff, his body trembling uncontrollably. Look, they're armed. Before the old ruffian could regain his composure, the remaining ruffians hastily tightened their belts and fled the scene. Within moments, only the old ruffian remained, pale and rooted to the spot, his legs quaking, unable to take a single step. It was rare to encounter a master armed with a blade, even in the entirety of Tangjiang City. Indeed, he had kicked the iron plate this time. Zhou Zun, organize the men and clear the estate, Su Mu commanded. Where are you headed, master? Zhou Zun asked, momentarily taken aback. The bao dog, which had already leapt from the cart, silently raised its head. Let us take a walk. I shall accompany you, brother Hu. After taking a few steps, Su Mu suddenly turned back, calling out, Su Changgong. The bao dog hesitated for a long moment before hurriedly scrambling over from the ground. Su Mu frowned slightly, admonishing, stand tall while you walk. A valiant man should not crawl like a dog. The master understood. Su Mu's tone softened a bit, stating that if he remained in the village, he need not labor, but would instead be responsible for patrolling. Should anyone wish to enter the village, they must first clarify their intentions. Master, I am not comely. I fear I may frighten them. Su Mu remained impassive, replying, you are not ugly. The manner in which you draw your bow and shoot arrows is unmatched in valor. Leaving many in awe, the bao dog was momentarily taken aback, trembling as it lowered its head and performed a deep bow towards Su Mu's silhouette. Si Hu, carry him away. Su Mu had barely spoken when Si Hu lifted the frightened old man, striding out of the village. The bao dog propped itself up, gritting its teeth as it slowly lifted its hunched back, but only managing to rise half an inch before blood began to seep through. I am called Su Changgong. In this lifetime, I shall be a man, not a dog. Gazing at the figure exiting the village, the bao dog's expression grew increasingly resolute. Young master, please speak with care. The old man, carried by Si Hu, flailed his legs in midair. What? Just because you killed 8 men last year? Su Mu's voice was laced with laughter. Even if you were to crush a nest of ants and claim you annihilated an army of 100,000, I would know better. Young master, I still have 2 taels of silver in my pocket. If you could release me, he pleaded. Oh dear, young master. I am 64 this year, with 3 foolish children at home waiting for me to find food to feed them. My wife suffers from migraines and can only brew medicine from the dregs. Su Mu, feeling exasperated, replied, take me to your home, master, and I shall certainly let you go. You seek the home, master? Is that not possible? It is. A cunning glint flashed in the old man's eyes. Young master, just proceed to the 2nd street, then turn left into the alley, and you will find my home, master. Without hesitation, Su Mu, alongside Si Hu, followed the old man's directions, striding purposefully onward. In the blink of an eye, they entered the narrow alley, where wild dogs, scratching against the walls, were about to bark at their approach, but, upon catching sight of Si Hu's fierce glare, tucked their tails and scampered away over the wall. Young master, walk another 100 paces. The old man smiled. Today happens to be the home meeting. I had originally planned to extort some silver in return, but I did not anticipate running into a solid obstacle. Yet, what of the obstacle? There are plenty of valiant men in the hall. Si Hu, set him down. Si Hu grunted in response, unceremoniously dropping the old man onto the ground. The old man winced in pain, scrambling to his feet and bolting forward. Soon, the sound of whistles echoed from both ends of the alley. The heavy footsteps resonated ominously. In the blink of an eye, the exits of the alley were filled with a multitude of men wielding staffs, each grasping a club in hand. At the forefront stood a rugged man with a dark complexion, clad only in a simple tunic, his gaze firmly fixed upon Su Mu and his companion. This imposing figure, known as Black Brother, had recently arrived from the small ferry, where he had refused to pay and resorted to violence. Filled with indignation, the old man felt that Su Mu was trapped in an inescapable situation. Yet, upon deeper reflection, he would be astounded. If Su Mu were truly incapable, how would he dare to enter such a domain? "Are you the hall master?" Su Mu inquired, lifting his head with a faint smile. The towering figure known as Black Brother's expression darkened slightly, his mouth stretching wide, as if to swallow the heavens. "Are you here to cause trouble?" "Not at all. I come to pay my respects to your hall," Su Mu replied, maintaining his calm demeanor. Black Brother furrowed his brow, gesturing for those blocking the way to step back a few paces. "What business do you bring to our hall?" In the vicinity of the inner city, Tangjiang City was particularly unique, thriving on the brewing industry, while the four prominent families held their own guards, ensuring that neither illicit nor legitimate matters were disturbed by the ruffians. Consequently, the livelihood of the Tangjiang ruffians had become increasingly precarious over the years. "I produce illicit liquor." Su Mu finally spoke after a moment of hesitation. "Young master, everyone in Tangjiang City engages in the production of illicit liquor," Black Brother responded, shaking his head. Su Mu, undeterred, continued, "The liquor I craft will undoubtedly achieve great sales. I shall offer half a tael of silver for each jar to you all." "Half a tael of silver?" "Last month, the four prominent families combined sold merely 2,000 jars. Are you suggesting that by selling 2,000 jars, we would each receive 100 taels?" The ruffians erupted in laughter, none believing that an outsider could snatch a meal from the jaws of the locals. "Not just 100 taels, my business will grow exponentially. I only require your support in the area around the small ferry to bolster my establishment," Su Mu asserted, rising slowly to his feet. In truth, despite his current role as a ruffian since his arrival, he harbored no fondness for such a life. Yet, to seize a share from the four prominent families, he had no choice but to harness every available power. In Tangjiang City, Su Mu's brewery aimed to dismantle the old brands of the four families. Chapter 71. Peace and Joy. Black Brother stood in the narrow alley, clutching his staff, his expression wavering. The young master before him seemed like a madman, uttering audacious claims. "Do you have a monthly tribute?" Black Brother inquired with a serious tone. Su Mu smiled gently. It was crucial to maintain harmony with these ruffians, as he wished to prevent any disturbances in his territory. Moreover, if they could assist in supporting the brewery, that would be even better. However, compared to the violent thugs from the border regions, this group of ruffians appeared to be more typical street dwellers. "Since I sought you out, I won't let you toil in vain. To be candid, before I began brewing illicit liquor, I too was a ruffian at the borders. Today, meeting you all feels quite familiar." He produced a pouch containing 10 taels of silver from his pocket and tossed it into Black Brother's hands. "In this world, where the heavens show no mercy and all beings are treated as mere livestock, one must exert every effort to survive." "Thank you, young master," Black Brother exclaimed, his face alight with joy as he accepted the silver. For at least 2 years, he had not held such a heavy sum of silver. "Do not forget my words," Emosia cautioned. "Sihu, give it a good punch." As they exited the narrow alley, Sihu raised his fist and struck the wall with a resounding thud. Finally, he took large strides forward. After a few moments, the wall that Sihu had struck suddenly collapsed with a thunderous noise. The stick-wielding men standing nearby gasped in astonishment. Upon returning to the estate, it was just around noon. With remarkable efficiency, the estate, which had previously been unsightly, now brimmed with vitality under the diligent efforts of Zhou Zun and others. The master had returned. More than a dozen individuals wore expressions of joy, and some women served 2 bowls of tea to Su Mu and Sihu. Feeling parched, they drank the tea, and Su Mu wiped his face, surveying the old distillery with a serious gaze. Compared to the former dilapidated horse farm, the estate before him was roughly 3 to 4 times smaller, only the size of half a football field. Fortunately, the surrounding earthen walls remained largely intact. Even if repairs were needed, it would not consume much time. The remaining arrangements for the distillery were present, and at most, they would need to construct a large distillation house later. "Master, follow me," Zhou Zun said with a mysterious smile. "Could it be that you've unearthed a hidden treasure?" Su Mu pondered, realizing that the master would surely be pleased. Following Zhou Zun across the wooden path behind the estate, they soon arrived at the riverbank. Thankfully, there was little plastic waste pollution in this era. The waters of Tangjiang were so clear that they reflected the beads of sweat on their foreheads. Not far away lay the ferry terminal, where many anxious citizens stood on the bank, waiting for the ferryman's next round trip. Rows of water willows, fresh and dewy, swayed gracefully in the breeze, attracting numerous scholars who paused to admire their beauty. Young women, adorned with finery, occasionally stopped to squat down, pulling out wooden combs to hum melodies while brushing their hair before the pristine river surface. Had it not been for the distant fires of war, had Su Mu traversed here earlier, he would have surely perceived the great Ji dynasty as a realm of peace and joy. Alas, it was all an illusion. Master, look down, Zhou Zun exclaimed. The boat is our vessel, left by the previous distillery owner. Su Mu paused, his gaze descending, and indeed, on the river beneath the estate. A forward boat was moored. It was not large, but it was a delightful surprise. In the future, they would no longer need to wait at the ferry for the ferryman to cross Tangjiang. Brother Mu, how beautiful! Following Si Hu's exclamation, Su Mu raised his head, feeling a stir within his heart. Not far from them, a grand merchant ship glided gracefully along the river, trailing a gentle white wave. 2 or 3 shy courtesans, one hand holding a flower umbrella and the other clutching a spring fan, danced elegantly on the deck. Along the banks, wealthy young gentlemen recited poetry and offered flowers, calling out to the merchant ship. Such was the splendor of the great Ji dynasty. Su Mu felt a pang in his heart as the memory of the fall of Wangzhou city flooded his mind. The sky was shrouded in smoke from the burning beacons, while arrows rained down like a net of death. The valiant soldiers of the Tongzi camp met their fate, and countless citizens wept in despair. Take care of the boat, or I shall break your legs, he admonished. Zhou Zun, taken aback, could not fathom why his young master was suddenly in a sour mood, and hurriedly nodded before leaping off the boat to secure 3 mooring posts. By dusk, through their collective efforts, they managed to tidy up the estate. Caiwei, how much silver do we have left? Su Mu gasped, finally seated in a chair. The body he occupied bore the weight of neglect, had he not exerted himself recently. Even walking a few steps would have been a struggle. Su Lang, there should be around 150 taels, Jiang Caiwei replied, flipping through the account book. We will need 20 or 30 taels to purchase supplies tomorrow. A frown creased Su Mu's brow. It was evident that they could not afford to linger in idleness, lest they find themselves destitute and lamenting in old age. The large group relying on him for sustenance weighed heavily on his heart. Su Lang, the women and I have discussed it. The fabric shop in the city is hiring embroiderers, and I could take on some work there. Su Mu paused, a memory surfacing of the pitiful expression on his little servant wife's face back in Wangzhou city. If ever driven by necessity, Jiang Caiwei might resort to gathering firewood or washing clothes for a living, and he would likely strike himself in anguish. No, it is best to remain here at the estate. Matters of earning silver shall be managed by me. The term my husband slipped from his lips unbidden. Su Mu coughed twice, an inexplicable wave of relief washing over him. He recalled vividly how they had been bound together by circumstance, and though they maintained a facade of mutual respect, both harbored unspoken concerns. I will heed your words, Su Lang, Jiang Caiwei said, her cheeks tinged with crimson. Suddenly filled with trepidation, had she married another man from Wangzhou, she might have already found herself ensnared in a brothel. Master, we have returned, called Chun Sheng and others from outside. Upon stepping out, Su Mu saw the 5 burly men who had escorted them back to the estate. Lian Sa, prepare some good food. Lian Sa, Chun Sheng's wife, was in charge of the kitchen for the time being, as the bride remained in Huzhou. Rest assured, I shall head to the market for some braised meat. Brother Mu, I shall fetch the wine jars. There remained several jars of drunken heaven, which Si Hu had been eyeing for quite some time. Go ahead, and bring down the longbow and the old scholar as well. Su Mu smiled, surveying the 20 or so figures before him, young and old, male and female, who had accompanied him from Wangzhou to the inner city. They were not family, yet they felt like kin. Let us drink. Tonight we shall indulge until we are inebriated, he proclaimed, beneath the glow of the tung oil lamps. The figures in the estate raised their cups in unison. Chapter 72. A sudden storm. Tangjiang City, the affluent western marketplace. The bustling taverns were filled with clinking cups. A few flower girls navigated cautiously through the throngs, fearful of inadvertently offending anyone present. Yet, despite their caution, they still faced disdain. Not a pretty sight. A gaunt, middle-aged man coldly overturned one of the flower girls before him. The flower maiden cried out in anguish, lifting her tear-streaked face, relying on her 7 parts beauty to provoke the ire of her patrons, hoping to elicit their sympathy. However, to her dismay, 2 resounding slaps fell upon her. Now, with her face swollen from the blows, she trembled and retreated in disgrace. Uncle San was still furious. Opposite the emaciated man stood another youthful gentleman with a fair complexion. His hair elegantly gathered with a jade hairpin, sharp brows, and a prominent nose. Even as he merely sat, he exuded an air of scholarly elegance akin to solitary clouds amidst frost. "You do not understand. The new master of the ferry is my sworn enemy," Lu Yuan lamented, sipping 2 cups of wine to regain his composure. "Previously in Wangzhou, he seized my wine shop business. This specter of vengeance has followed me to Tangjiang City. Zhongzi, you must assist Uncle San." The young gentleman smiled gently. "Do not be anxious, uncle. Speak in detail, and I shall devise a plan." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's countenance brightened. The gentleman before him, Lu Zhongzi, was the designated heir of the Lu family in Tangjiang, renowned for his scholarly achievements. It was said that even the local officials sought his counsel in their affairs. "Zhongzi, Uncle San relies on you. Should this master of the ferry gain power, our Lu family in Tangjiang will also face repercussions. Uncle, please continue." As the morning light cascaded over the river behind the winery, Su Mu, who had stood by the riverbank for some time, slowly turned and made his way back to the estate. "Master, the wooden house has been completed." This wooden structure served as the distillation facility, a crucial step, if outsiders were to steal the technique and pass it to the 4 prominent families. The winery would be doomed. Well done. In these past days, Chun Sheng and his crew have worked tirelessly, swiftly organizing the winery. What a Sihu, brother who has gone to procure wine jars and has yet to return. Chen Sheng, take the 2 men to harness the cart. We must leave the city to gather grain. Everything is prepared. We cannot afford to delay any longer. Moreover, in just over 10 days, the monthly wine market will commence. If we miss the timing and lose the chance to select wine for the taverns, it may become increasingly difficult. Even for grain collection, we must venture further afield. The granaries near Tangjiang City are likely already claimed. Caiwei, once Sihu returns, inform him not to wander outside in the coming days. Su Mu was not overly cautious. It was simply that, beneath the seemingly tranquil surface of Tangjiang City, the master of the Lu family would inevitably turn against them. This truly is a grave enmity. "Su Lang, I understand." Jiang Caiwei stood at the estate's gate, adding, "Su Lang, should trouble arise, run far away first." Su Mu nodded. Once Qin Sheng had harnessed the horse cart, the 4 of them, accompanied by 2 steeds, armed with simple blades and iron bows, hurried towards the eastern city gate. "Master, where shall we collect the grain? If not, how about Qing City? That Li Shaowan is a lady of the gentry, and we are friends. She would surely assist us." "Not going," Su Mu replied succinctly from the cart, having finally freed himself from 3 ancestral burdens. He did not wish to become entangled again. Furthermore, Chengcheng is not a land of grain production. At most, it harbors a few grain shops, rendering the visit rather pointless. Instead, one should journey to Fengcheng. The cart, having taken a sharp turn, continued along the smooth official road, and by the time it approached the vicinity of Fengcheng, the sky had already darkened. Soon, a sudden summer rain poured down, drenching the world as if a village woman were sifting beans. In the west district of Tangjiang City, Sihu peered out from a modest tavern, exchanging a few jovial words as if he had found a reason for his late return. Delighted, he lifted his wine bowl, clinked it with the person across the table, and downed it in one go. As I have mentioned, we were like old friends upon our first meeting. On this day, we would not return until we were thoroughly intoxicated. Fiddling with a peanut, Sihu spoke with a deep, resonant voice. Opposite him sat another burly man with a bushy beard, who laughed heartily a couple of times before raising his wine bowl once more. The 2 had met earlier that day at noon when they encountered a bully tormenting a passerby, and they joined forces, heroes recognizing heroes, leading to this celebratory feast. Like Brother Hu, I have always detested bullies. Should I encounter them again, I would fight until peace reigns in the land. Sihu's face flushed, and upon hearing the phrase "until peace reigns," he refilled his wine bowl and raised it in respectful salute. Only when the rain eased slightly did Sihu unsteadily rise, arranged to meet the bearded giant again, and then stagger back to the tavern. As Sihu stepped into the curtain of rain, he failed to notice that behind him, a group of 4 or 5 men accompanied a young gentleman into the tavern. How about it? Young Master Liu is indeed a reckless man, capable of murder. The bearded giant's face contorted into a fierce expression. Will it succeed within 2 days? After contemplating for a moment, the giant coldly uttered a single word, yes. At the Fengqing Inn, the continuous sound of night rain grew increasingly maddening. Boss, the horses have been stabbed. Chen Sheng's urgent voice rang out from outside. Su Mu was startled, quickly donned his clothes, and braved the rain to rush to the inn stable. 2 of the prized horses lay dead in a pool of blood. The young attendant at the inn wore a mournful expression. The oil lantern in his hand slipped from his grip, falling to the ground and being swept away by the wind and rain, rolling through the puddles with a clattering sound. Su Mu, with a grim expression, swiftly examined the injuries of the 2 horses. After a hard-fought battle against the northern D, he had managed to bring 5 horses back to the inner city, hoping to breed them. Now, tragically, he had lost 2 in one fell swoop. Boss, that dappled mare is dead. She has perished. Chen Sheng's eyes were red with guilt. I had only stepped away for a moment, and upon returning, the horses had been stabbed. Go fetch a veterinarian. Boss, I shall go at once. A young man exclaimed before sprinting into the rain. Su Mu trembled as he placed his hand on the dappled mare, reflecting on how many formidable adversaries they had faced from Wangzhou to the inner city without losing a single horse, only to meet such a pitiful fate now. This young master has said that our manager will compensate you half the silver, a total of 5 taels. Su Mu gritted his teeth, rising amidst the wind and rain. The inn attendant, frightened, stepped back. Boss, if we find out who did this, we shall go after them. Chen Sheng wiped his face and held a crude knife close to his chest. Another young man, filled with rage, approached and removed the iron bow from his back. In the borderlands, discussions of life and death seem trivial. Those like them have long since dismissed the notion of reporting to authorities. The bravest souls wield their blades, which serve as the most impartial of truths. Su Mu closed his eyes and shook his head heavily. This was not a matter of cowardice. If it were truly about vengeance, the best outcome would entail leading these villagers to become bandits. He did not desire such a fate. Even in chaotic times, one must strive to survive. Chapter 73. The forced killing. After calling for a veterinarian and toiling through most of the night, he managed to save another severely injured steed. Fearing further mishaps, Su Mu left 1 person behind to guard the horse, waiting for its condition to improve before sending it back to Tangjiang. Master, dawn has arrived, Chen Sheng said, wiping the rain from his face, his voice hoarse. The storm over Fengcheng had yet to dissipate, carrying an air of impending doom. Su Mu gazed at the sky, perplexed about the purpose of the horse's injury. Aside from stalling them for 2 days, the grain would ultimately still need to be collected. No matter how powerful the 4 prominent families were, they could not extend their influence to obscure the entire inner city. Chen Sheng, go inquire about the prices at the nearby grain shops in Fengqing. Rest assured, master. Chen Sheng sheathed his knife, sighed, donned a raincoat, and hurried out. Rain fell from the heavens, pooling in the river. The Tang River in Tangjiang City had already risen significantly. As night descended once more, after completing the tasks at the farm, Sihu hurried to the western block, neglecting to put away his raincoat, and quickly raised his gaze. Upon spotting a figure seated in the dim corner of the tavern, he let out a hearty laugh. Brother Hu, I must depart on a long journey tomorrow. After a few rounds of drink, the man with the scruffy beard sighed, uncertain of when he would return to Tangjiang to share another drink with Brother Hu. Sihu's expression turned somber. Throughout his life, aside from following Su Mu, he rarely made friends. Most deemed him simple-minded. Yet this individual before him engaged him in delightful conversation, sharing a mutual understanding. Brother Hu, this journey will span mountains and rivers. How about we become sworn brothers? The man with the scruffy beard suggested with a smile. That matter must be discussed with Brother Mu. He is my elder. No worries. If I do not perish on this journey, I shall surely return to find you. The scruffy bearded man rose, slightly dejected. Brother Hu, I have paid a great deal. For this past fortnight, you have been drinking at the tavern without them daring to collect money. Sihu was not merely seeking to drink. Fine wine was abundant at the farm, but friends like the one before him were rare. Then let us forge our bond. The scruffy bearded man set aside his raincoat, laughing heartily as he grasped Sihu's hand, calling for the tavern keeper to fetch incense and chicken blood, eager to commence the ceremony. Brother Hu, follow my lead. With heaven above and earth below, I, Wei Chun, and Sihu shall become sworn brothers. We do not seek to be born on the same day, but rather to die on the same day. As they exited the tavern, Sihu felt his head grow heavy, his steps increasingly unsteady. The walk from the western block back to the small ferry was still a full 2 miles. The storm raged overhead, and wild dogs in the wall crevices howled mournfully. He walked slowly, stumbling several times into the muddy water, struggling to rise before swiftly getting back on his feet. On the side of the street, a quaint tea house stood, its second-floor railing adorned with figures meandering leisurely along the flower-carpeted pathway, trailing the figure of C, who stepped by step. "Why not simply kill him?" murmured a guard, shielding himself with an oiled paper umbrella. Lu Zizhong turned his head, a smile playing on his lips. "You do not comprehend. If I were to slay him so indiscriminately, the officials would inevitably take offense. In our glorious era, public executions are simply unacceptable. Let us not forget. The proprietor at the ferry terminal seems to be acquainted with a minor general from the border." He smirked. "Watch how I compel this brash fellow to his demise. As for that little proprietor who has offended the Lu family, upon returning to Tangjiang, he shall only be left to collect the remains." "A brilliant plan, young master." The surrounding guards chimed in sycophantically. "I am merely restless. The tea house and theater have grown tiresome. It is unfortunate that the little proprietor has crossed paths with my whims. Once this ruffian is dead, the little proprietor shall be left without support." Along the lengthy street, Sihu staggered, his head spinning increasingly. Pausing momentarily, he coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood, clutching his abdomen as he half-squatted in the muddy water. "Young master, he is about to faint." Lu Zizhong, with a sardonic smile, commanded, "Go, fetch 2 patrolling officials. I possess a multitude of ingenious schemes. With literary prowess to ascend the throne and martial skills to secure the mountains, this splendid performance shall serve as a modest tribute to the 4 prominent families." With a resounding splash, a bucket of frigid well water drenched Sihu, rousing him from his stupor. He coughed up blood in anger and rose, only to discover, to his bewilderment, that he had found himself imprisoned in a dark dungeon. "Tiger, brother Hu." Beside the cell, a bloodied figure crawled laboriously, leaving a long trail of crimson. Sihu's eyes widened in shock. This bloodied man was his recently sworn brother, Wei Chun. "Brother Hu, they have wronged me, claiming I am a notorious bandit. But you know I am not. You must vouch for me." "How dare they?" Sihu scratched his head, drawing forth more blood. "Brother Hu, we dined together last night. Awaiting the arrival of the officials. You must vouch for me, or I shall not survive." "I shall certainly vouch for you." Gritting his teeth, Sihu's heart brimmed with fury. He longed to overturn the bars of the cell and escape. "Hey, if you do not release me, I shall break out." His furious shouts echoed through the vast dungeon. "Brute." Lu Zizhong, standing outside the dungeon, uttered the word with a touch of disdain. The rainy day was cool, and a flower girl attended to him, draping a luxurious cloak over his shoulders. "Young Master Lu, is this much effort truly necessary, only to end in a public trial? I have heard that the little proprietor is well acquainted with a general from the border. If you are privy to such information, I too can uncover it." Lu Zizhong replied with a smile. "This is one of the reasons for the public trial. If we do not kill him, and he dies by his own hand, how can we be blamed? That ruffian taking his own life?" An elderly official's expression finally shifted. "Why not? To kill without a blade is indeed an artful strategy. Now, go, invite more local gentry and commoners. Since it is a public trial, we must ensure it is duly witnessed. If that little master were to return, he would not be able to do so. He is presumably still busy gathering grain. TSK, having just finished collecting grain. He would now have to return to gather corpses. Quite a bountiful harvest indeed." With that, Lu Zizhong wrapped his great cloak around him and coldly strode towards the dungeon's exit. The relentless downpour had soaked the entirety of Fengsheng. "Master, those grain merchants are charging 50 taels for a single bag of rice." Chun Sheng stormed into the inn, too furious to remove his raincoat, and spoke with gravity. Su Mu, filled with indignation, could not help but smile bitterly. This scene was eerily reminiscent of their first grain collection in Wangzhou. Despite having traversed over 100 extra miles, they had fallen into a trap once again. "Master, it must surely be the doing of the 4 prominent families. Beyond Fengcheng, there are numerous towns and farms where grain should be obtainable." Sumu furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. First, the horse was hindered, and now the grain merchants were inflating their prices. This seemed a deliberate ploy to delay his progress. "Master?" Chun Sheng's face turned anxious. If this continued, even 2 days hence, they would be unable to return. Sumu fell into silence, momentarily lost in thought, before lifting his gaze and coldly staring in the direction of Tangjiang City. The distant scenery appeared hazy, shrouded in the dark curtain of rain. Chapter 74. The righteous and reckless man. The rain soaked the earthen walls outside the village, saturating the mouse holes at the base, where damp rats occasionally struggled to climb along the wall. Thud, thud. The sound of heavy footsteps startled 4 or 5 rats, causing them to scatter in a panic. "Madam, we have found him." Zhou Zun's face flushed, and his voice was grave. "Tiger has been taken by the officials." The account book in Jiang Caiwei's hands fell to the ground. How could this provoke the officials? I heard they captured a notorious bandit, and Tiger was aiding him. The public trial is imminent. Zhou Zun, gather everyone. Jiang Caiwei's complexion turned pale. After a moment as thought, she turned back into the house, opened her bundle, wrapped the old machete in burlap, and held it close to her chest. The location of the public trial was on the street in front of the official courtyard, where, despite the rain, a dense throng had gathered. Before long, Wei Chun was brought out, forcefully pressed to the ground. Following him was Si Hu, pushed forward by 2 officials. Walking with a cold demeanor, Lu Zizhong wore a smile, and under the old official's courteous gesture, he directly took the main seat. Beside him, apart from the owner of the tavern, Lu Yuan, were several stewards from the 4 prominent families, all appearing to be spectators of the unfolding drama. Today, having found some leisure, they were invited to serve as witnesses for the public trial, feeling immensely honored. "Gentlemen, please unbind that brave man," Lu Zizhong calmly suggested, gesturing toward Si Hu. The 2 officials exchanged bewildered glances before loosening Si Hu's bindings. "Brave man, this does not concern you. We are here to judge the bandit. You may leave if you wish. If we have offended you in any way, we ask for your understanding." Lu Zizhong smiled. All reckless men in this world share a common trait. They are both simple-minded and foolish. "I will not leave." Si Hu stood resolutely in the rain, wiping the water from his face. "Why will you not leave? You are wronged. He is the bandit." "No, he is a good man with whom I have shared drinks." "Will you vouch for him?" "What of it?" Lu Zizhong, with an impassive expression, rose and coldly loosened his great cloak. The onlookers wore expressions of malicious delight. On the ground, Wei Chun intermittently raised his bloodied head to gaze at the standing Si Hu. "Brother Hu, fear not. I am innocent. They have apprehended the wrong person. I trust you. You were not the villain you appeared to be when we shared drinks together." Si Hu spoke with resolute conviction. During his time in Wangzhou, he led a simple existence, following Su Mu as a laborer, enjoying meat when he had silver and consuming porridge when he did not. He was the first to charge into a brawl, and even in defeat, he would not flee, waiting for the members of the crooked hall to disperse before he made his own escape in a state of exhaustion. "There is no one like me in this world. I am Si Hu, the tiger of Wangzhou." The downpour continued, soaking the entire street. "What a true hero," Lu Zizhong remarked coldly, stepping forward. "As a public notary, it is my duty to speak for the people. This scoundrel, deserving of universal ire, is not innocent." Halting his voice, Lu Zizhong raised his gaze and squinted at Si Hu. "Should there be any injustice, I, Lu Zizhong, will take my own life with a blade as penance." The onlookers gasped in shock, and many young women, covering their faces, could not help but applaud after hearing his declaration. "You swear to vouch for him. Are you brave enough to wager with me?" Si Hu momentarily hesitated, his mind still processing the situation. On the ground, Wei Chun cried out in a voice filled with sorrow. "Brother Hu, you understand me. This is a wrongful execution. We have shared drinks together these past 2 days." "Brother Hu, the tavern across the ferry? TSK, it would be better to return and wail to your master. Do not act foolishly. I hear they are from the border. I thought they had some courage, but perhaps I was mistaken." Several stewards from the 4 prominent families sneered. "If you lack the courage, then scurry away like a wild dog with its tail between its legs." Lu Yuan hastily rose, joining in the shouts. As the proprietor of Wangzhou's February Spring old wine shop, he understood better than anyone present the significance of the giant before him to that young master. Si Hu gritted his teeth, standing resolutely in the street, glancing between the fallen Wei Chun and the imposing Lu Zizhong, before suddenly speaking. "Very well. I will wager with you. You must ensure fairness. If my brother Wei Chun is indeed a thief, I, Si Hu, will also take my life with a blade. To apologize to all present." "Good. Sihu's declaration was met with Lu Zizhong's laughter. All of you in the neighborhood have heard clearly. We are wagering our lives. If I have wronged an innocent, I shall take my life. No one shall intervene, and it will be my fate to die in vain. But if the hero guesses incorrectly? Turning, Lu Zizhong continued with keen interest. Then it will be Sihu who dies in vain, and it shall concern no one else. Bring forth 2 blades. The 2 constables, their expressions grim, hastily removed their short knives and handed one to both Lu Zizhong and Sihu. Nearby, the more timid spectators had begun to weep in terror. Now, bring forth the records. Lu Zizhong remained unperturbed, standing in the rain, his voice carrying a hint of menace. Hero, listen closely. In the 18th year of the great Ji's martial resurgence, on the 14th day of the month of Huai, at the hour of the tiger, the notorious thief Wei Chun infiltrated the Zhou family cloth shop in the West Alley, killing 4 individuals and stealing 78 taels of silver and 6 bolts of silk. Now, retrieve the coroner's records for the examination of the corpses. Also, summon the witnesses. Sihu stood frozen in place, his eyes wide with disbelief. He turned back and gazed at Wei Chun on the ground. Brother Hu, I owe you an apology. That night, I was momentarily confused, which led me to commit such a crime. Brother Hu, let us drink together in our next life. Just then, some officials arrived in haste and dragged Wei Chun away. Before long, the vast street was left desolate, with only Sihu remaining. You have lost, Lu Zizhong remarked, gathering his damp hair and readying his jade hairpin, a triumphant expression adorning his brow. See, you insisted on making a bet, despite my counsel against it. Alas, had I known, I would not have gambled with you. Today, in this grand Tangjiang city, we have lost yet another valiant soul. A flower girl approached, raising her oiled paper umbrella to shield Lu Zizhong from the rain. He smiled awkwardly and offered a cold fist salute. Then, let the brave man proceed to his demise. It is said that those who come from the border are valiant souls. Today, I have been fortunate enough to witness it. Sihu, with eyes closed, gritted his teeth and picked up the short blade from the ground. The onlookers quickly retreated several paces, fearful of being splattered with blood. Lu Zizhong took a few steps forward, while the flower girl hurriedly followed, raising the umbrella higher. Come, let us together honor the brave man on his final journey. Lu Yuan and the stewards of the 4 prominent families rose in unison, bowing their hands to Sihu. We honor the brave man on his final journey. Sihu widened his eyes, letting out a furious roar, and plunged the short blade into his abdomen. Lu Zizhong appeared almost frantic, his eyes widened in shock. Behind him, Lu Yuan and the stewards of the 4 prominent families could not suppress their joy. This strike was sufficient to sever half of the arm of that small landlord at the ferry crossing. What drunken celestial, arriving in Tangjiang City, must live in constant trepidation like a wild dog? Just then, amidst the rain, an arrow shot through the air, knocking the short blade from Sihu's grasp. Do not touch him. Lu Zizhong furrowed his brow and looked ahead, discovering a girl, drenched, appearing on the official street. Behind her loomed a multitude of cold shadows. Who are you? I am his sister-in-law, Jiang Caiwei replied, biting her lip, her voice resolute. Chapter 75. Tell the brother, who bullies you. Lu Zizhong did not expect that. At such a moment, a girl would step forward. It was a splendid opportunity, and he watched as the brute was about to disembowel himself. He was furious. Amidst his anger, he found the girl somewhat amusing. The small landlord did not come. Instead, a small sister-in-law appeared. As soon as Lu Zizhong finished his sentence, Lu Yuan and the stewards of the 4 prominent families burst into loud laughter. I said, do not touch him. Jiang Caiwei maintained a composed face, stepping forward to help Sihu to his feet. Sihu trembled, raising his tear-streaked face. Sister-in-law, I wagered my life and lost. For my loss, I must atone by disemboweling myself. They are deceiving you. Jiang Caiwei shook her head. Even if you do not believe me, you should wait for your brother Mu to return. If you die like this, he will be heartbroken. Sister-in-law, do not speak recklessly. Everyone has witnessed this, Lu Zizhong retorted, gathering his hair. You should ask them. Since it is a wager of life, one must accept the consequences. You are being unreasonable. Who is this village woman? Daring to disrupt the public trial? Find someone and have her removed. The steward of the 4 prominent families, incensed, rose to his feet and pointed an accusatory finger. Jiang Caiwei remained unmoved, while Zhou Zun stood behind her, flanked by several robust young men. A bow-wielding dog lay concealed on the roof, its solitary eye peering through the curtain of rain, fixated on the scene ahead. Lu Zizhong found it amusing that the young sister-in-law dared to resist. He could not fathom where this group derived their audacity. Although he was acquainted with a minor frontier general, the Lu family possessed similar connections, if not more. He simply wished to avoid escalating the situation, as it could be detrimental to his career. I do not comprehend grand principles, Jiang Caiwei stated firmly. All I know is that if you desire Tiger Guer's demise, you must speak directly with my husband. Should he consent, I will step aside. This was indeed the government district. Lu Zizhong squinted, asserting that reason must prevail. He chuckled sharply. In Tangjiang City, no one dared to disrespect him. It had been a long time since he encountered a woman of such fortitude. Gambling with one's life is a matter of accepting the stakes. Had I lost earlier, I would have willingly ended my own life. I mistakenly believed that those from the frontier were valiant heroes. How wrong I was. See who, with a sullen expression, attempted to reach for a dagger, only to have it kicked away by Jiang Caiwei. Lu Zizhong regarded him with a sense of amusement, having discerned a brute, yet failing to perceive the resilience of a simple woman from the frontier. Proceed according to the law, the elder officer behind them remarked with a frown. Gesturing for several lawmen, their expressions grim, to brandish their crude blades and advance into the street. The rain continued to fall, chilling Jiang Caiwei to the bone. The involvement of the officers would escalate matters significantly. Yet, she felt compelled to remain. Having previously declared her intent to safeguard the estate when Su Mu departed from the village. Thus, every one of the 22 villagers must be protected. Trembling, she reached into her garment and grasped the old chopping knife, not with the intent to kill, but to protect her people. Tiger Guer, rise. Zhou Zun bellowed. They are deceiving you, you foolish simpleton. My Tiger Guer is a brave warrior, not one to be ensnared so easily. See who raised his head. His countenance suddenly ablaze with fury. An overwhelming rage surged within him as he reached for the dagger meant for self-harm, preparing to rise. Lu Zizhong stepped back a few paces, a smirk playing on his lips. He was more than satisfied with this unexpected turn of events. Once the lawmen were involved, these outsiders would have no choice but to vacate Tangjiang City. Moreover, they risked being subjected to severe legal repercussions, potentially exiled for 3,000 miles. Your plan is ingenious, Lu Yuan remarked, hurrying forward, unable to suppress his laughter. Do not speak foolishness. I am a benevolent man, with aspirations to enter the Ministry of Revenue next year. Should they stir trouble, I cannot be held responsible. A flower girl approached, draping a cloak over Lu Zizhong and offering him a cup of hot tea. With a faint smile, he sipped the tea and lifted his gaze, intrigued by the sight of the officers, particularly the dim-witted giant, who seemed ready to leap into action. The sound of wind and rain grew increasingly alarming, and the onlookers, even those who retreated beneath the eaves, found their trousers thoroughly drenched. What was that sound of hooves? At that moment, a younger clerk rose and turned his head. Lu Zizhong, slightly displeased, followed suit. In the distance, a figure on horseback suddenly broke through the tumult of wind and rain, hastening towards them. On the horse, a drenched man lifted his gaze and then dismounted coldly. Master! Zhou Zun was the first to exclaim. Following him, over 20 villagers rushed forward, their faces alight with immense joy. Jiang Caiwei, standing in place, upon seeing Su Mu, wiped her tears while gripping her knife, unconsciously letting out a soft sob. See who trembled, unable to meet Su Mu's gaze, and hastily threw away the short blade he held. Stand up, Su Mu commanded, his voice steady. See who, his eyes brimming with tears, wiped and dabbed, but could not clean himself thoroughly. Tell me, who has wronged you? See who raised his hand, pointing towards Lu Zizhong. Lu Zizhong's face twisted in a snarl, sitting firmly without any intention of acknowledging them. This performance, after all, had yet to commence. The young master at the ferry was no fool. Even with the horse obstructed, he managed to return in such haste. Yet what of it? In Tangjiang City, the final word lay with the 4 prominent families. Caiwei, secure the knife and take the villagers to the back. Su Mu continued onward, passing by Jiang Caiwei, reaching out to tuck her damp hair behind her ear. Su Lang, I fear for Tiger Brother's safety. Do not blame yourself. I would be angry too in your place. Had I returned sooner, you would not have suffered thus. Turning away from Jiang Caiwei, Su Mu raised his hand. The bow-wielding dog, concealed beneath the tiles, silently lowered its weapon. Continuing his stride, Su Mu halted before the officials' quarters. A few officers hastily returned their blades, positioning themselves in front of Su Mu. The elderly clerk adjusted his gray feathered hat, and picked up the criminal's dossier, preparing to read aloud. Lu Zizhong withdrew his hands into his cloak, a faint smile gracing his features. This must be the young master of the ferry. Lacking in manners, Lu Yuan stepped forward, echoing the sentiment. Su Mu stood amidst the storm, lifting his head to regard Lu Yuan, finding the situation somewhat amusing. From Wangzhou to Tangjiang, this irritating presence always clung like maggots to bone. What is your esteemed surname? Lu Zizhong. Did you gamble with my foolish younger brother? Indeed, and I won. Lu Zizhong replied, crossing his arms with keen interest. According to the rules, your foolish brother ought to perform a self-penance. Shall we wager again? Loser dies. Sumu narrowed his eyes. The rain continued to fall relentlessly, and the onlookers unconsciously retreated a few steps. The smirk on Lu Zizhong's face began to fade, hinting at rising anger. Chapter 76. The Undertaker's Business. Measuring Lu Gongzi according to the rules. Since your brother lost, he should first perform self-penance. Lu Zizhong breathed coldly. Moreover, why should I gamble with you? I have already won. Beside Lu Zizhong, Lu Yuan and the stewards of the four prominent families quickly chimed in. Jiang Caiwei, accompanied by her entourage, attempted to approach but was met with a low reprimand from Su Mu, prompting her to retreat in resignation. May I take a look at the case file? Lu Zizhong's displeasure grew. He perceived the young master before him as nothing more than a persistent nuisance. Su Mu gestured invitingly, and the elderly clerk, who had been engrossed in the documents, turned to Lu Zizhong with a look of desperation. Give it to him. The clerk relinquished the file, tossing it into Su Mu's embrace. Lu Zizhong maintained his composure, taking another sip of tea with a confident smile, convinced that this dramatic performance bore no flaws. Even the deceased from the cloth shop had been incinerated long ago. Here, however, lay physical evidence and witness testimonies. Did the young master wish to examine them further? Let it be for now. Su Mu closed the file and, without a care, pulled out a chair, settling down slowly. The stewards of the four prominent families grew increasingly displeased. This opportunistic outsider truly lacked decorum. What does the young master think? Lu Zizhong yawned, stating that if there were no pressing matters, he would prefer that the dull-witted younger brother hasten to commit seppuku, as he wished to return to his studies. There is no rush, young master, Su Mu replied with a smile, reiterating his desire for another wager with Lu Zizhong. I have made it clear that I do not gamble. I am not a fool. The secret recipe of the drunken fairy, Su Mu calmly interjected. Lu Zizhong, who had been about to rise, froze in place, while Lu Yuan behind him blushed in shock. Acquiring the secret recipe of the drunken fairy would undoubtedly elevate the Lu family to the status of a formidable merchant. Are you willing to stake it? Lu Zizhong scrutinized Su Mu's expression. I am indeed willing. What are we wagering? Surely not another round of seppuku. If I lose, I shall commit seppuku alongside my brother-in-law and hand over the drunken fairy's secret to the Lu family. However, should I win, I implore young Master Lu to spare my brother-in-law, allowing him to die by his own hand. Su Lang. Nearby, Jiang Caiwei and the villagers stood anxiously, caught in a dilemma, unsure of how to proceed. Lu Zizhong chuckled and straightened his posture. Let us wager on the case of the great thief. The case of the great thief, he repeated. If you are too timid, I ask young Master Lu to show mercy. Perhaps we can share tea together in the future. You are attempting to deceive me. Lu Zizhong pointed a finger, his expression growing increasingly amused. If I were a bit more cowardly, I might be frightened, truly believing you had uncovered the evidence of the great thief case. I simply hope young Master Lu will choose reconciliation over conflict. No, this time, I wish to wager with you. You truly wish to gamble? Naturally, a retreat in this matter would invite ridicule upon me, Lu Zizhong. Cowardice? You are clearly resolute. You covet the brewing secret of the drunken fairy. Let the neighbors come forth. I eagerly await to hear what this young master has to say. Lu Zizhong's voice was cold. Why must young master dig his own grave? Su Mu sighed. It is rare for the young master to exhibit such enthusiasm. Clerk, fetch a document with red ink and draft the wager. Lu Zizhong continued. The elderly clerk, unable to contain his eagerness, lifted the vermilion brush to record the agreement, and then pressed the official seal upon it with a heavy hand. Young master, I have warned you. You are deceiving me. A flicker of menace crossed Lu Zizhong's features, but he had always been a reckless individual willing to gamble with his life. Witnessed by others and accompanied by a notarized document, the path of retreat has been irrevocably sealed. Within this hour, one among us shall surely lay lifeless upon the street. Su Mu, with an unyielding demeanor, coldly raised a finger and pressed his fingerprint upon the notarization. His anger had been brewing since earlier. All his actions had been leading to this moment. Bring forth the notorious thief, Wei Chun, Su commanded, his composure unwavering. It must be said that this orchestrated ambush was nothing short of flawless. Had he returned even a moment later, the entire village would have been compelled to flee once more. "Young master, please speak," he urged. To those present, draw nearer. Let us hear what wisdom young master has to impart. For those in the coffin-making trade, now is the time to measure your bodies, for today is auspicious. Lu Yuan, standing aside, could hardly contain his delight. Now, let us address young master. Lu Zizhong revealed a frosty smile and beckoned, summoning the vibrant flower maiden to refill his cup. In the 18th year of the Great Ji dynasty, on the 14th day of the month of Huai, at the third watch of the Tiger Hour, the thief Wei Chun infiltrated the Zhou family cloth shop in the Western District, murdered 4 individuals, and absconded with 78 taels of silver and 6 rolls of silk. Su Mu's voice faltered, and his expression grew increasingly grim. Witnessing this, Lu Zizhong's heart sank involuntarily. The plan should have been immaculate, with no room for oversight. If in doubt, one may interrogate the thief. Both material and testimonial evidence are at hand. Su Mu coldly shook his head, choosing to set that aside for the moment. "I ask only this. Was the 14th of Huai indeed yesterday?" "Naturally," a constable replied. "The thief Wei Chun, after dining with your family's brother-in-law, proceeded to the cloth shop to commit murder and theft." "At what hour?" Su inquired. The constable's countenance shifted slightly. "In the late hours of the night. Around the time of the pig." When apprehended, he had already fled 2 or 3 miles from the shop, carrying over 70 taels of silver and 6 rolls of silk. "Are those the material proofs?" Su pressed. "Indeed," came the reply. Su Mu paused, standing resolute in the center of the gathering, and erupted into loud, mocking laughter. Not only Lu Zizhong and the stewards of the 4 prominent households, but also the onlookers, were momentarily bewildered. The evidence was irrefutable. Could it be that he had succumbed to despair and lost his wits? "Young master, what a jest," Lu Zizhong remarked, his brow furrowing. "I had overlooked one matter." Su Mu turned to gaze at Lu Zizhong. "What matter?" "The knife not yet drawn, the knife for disembowelment." In a fit of rage that turned to irony, Lu Zizhong responded, "Bring forth 2 knives." He could not believe that, at such a critical juncture, the young master could still turn the tide. The knives were procured. If there were no further words, let young master go to his demise. Su Mu coldly interrupted Lu Zizhong. That statement nearly unseated him. "What do you mean?" Lu Zizhong ground his teeth. The nearby constables and the gathered villagers edged closer. "On the 14th of Huai. Was that not yesterday? Might I inquire of young master what was the weather yesterday?" "A heavy rain." Lu Zizhong increasingly felt the disquiet, his voice deepening. Su Mu had already turned, clasping his fists and addressing the crowd once more. "I ask you all, did the rain not fall throughout the night?" "Young master." An elderly gentleman from the village trembled as he spoke. Su Mu turned around and strode forward, cradling 2 or 3 pieces of silk in his arms, and coldly cast them onto the ground in the open space. It was indeed pouring rain, so Su Mu questioned further. How could the stolen silks remain completely unscathed after the notorious bandit fled the fabric store for 2 or 3 miles? An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. The silk, drenched by the rain, should not be in pristine rolls before me, even if it had not been damaged. For the first time, Lu Zizhong felt an overwhelming heaviness in his chest. Perhaps the bandit had donned a raincoat. "Young Master Lu, even if you were to wear 10 layers, you could not shield these silks from such a downpour." Gritting his teeth, Lu Zizhong suggested, "Perhaps the bandit brought a cart, loading the stolen goods onto it after committing the murder. A grand cart, in a vast fabric store, and he only seized 6 pieces of silk. Pray tell." "Young Master Lu, are you jesting?" Su Mu replied with a faint smile, his tone neither submissive nor arrogant. Lu Zizhong's expression darkened, his resolve to retreat brewing within him. Damn it! How could this young master from the frontier be so formidable? "That person is from a coffin shop, here to measure for young Master Lu," Su Mu declared, discarding his short blade, his voice suddenly chilling. Nearby, Jiang Caiwei and the villagers erupted in joyous cheers. Chapter 77. An encounter amidst mountains and rivers. Lu Zizhong sat in his chair, his mood teetering on the edge of despair. He shot a cold glare outside, prompting the onlookers to swiftly recoil. As for the coffin shop matter, they dared not utter a word. "Young master, it seems you have lost," Su Mu sneered. employing the same tactics against Lu Zizhong that Lu Zizhong had used against Si Hu. In this world, only the audacious dared to venture forth. Lu Zizhong remained silent, merely casting a sidelong glance. Soon, the notorious bandit Wei Chun, mentioned in the street, emitted a voice tinged with apparent regret. Ladies and gentlemen, I confess. I am the one who murdered the fabric store employees. I, Wei Chun, take full responsibility. Young master, did you see that? Lu Zizhong feigned a cold smile, asserting that the bandit's confession rendered any further words futile. Perhaps we should each take a step back and let today's events be forgotten. Su Mu stood firm and then burst into laughter, causing Lu Zizhong's heart to race with confusion. The bandit had previously sought to protect himself by pleading with Si Hu. But now, upon hearing that young Master Lu intended to take drastic measures, he swiftly confessed. Those unaware might think young Master Lu was hiring an assassin. The crowd around them bore expressions of trepidation. Su Mu's words clearly held substantial weight. The disparity between the fallen bandit and the situation at hand was immense. Do not speak nonsense, Lu Zizhong gritted his teeth. If the matter of hiring an assassin were substantiated, not only would his career be ruined, but the entire Lu family would be implicated. Where did this young master emerge from? Damn him. Young master, the neighbors are waiting. Please expedite the matter. Su Mu stated boldly, unyielding, for his relationships with the four prominent families were already irreparably damaged, making the death of one more inconsequential. Perhaps it would serve as a warning to others. Su boss, may I have a word? Lu Zizhong rose heavily, unconsciously altering his address. If you have something to say, let it be said here. In this moment, Lu Zizhong dared not confess his intentions of attempting to bribe Su Mu. Thus, I assisted young Master Lu in retrieving the dagger. Su Mu stepped forward coldly, indeed picking up the short blade and presenting it before Lu Zizhong. I respectfully invite young Master Lu to his demise. Jiang Caiwei and the others were filled with uncontainable joy, while Si Hu, rising from the ground, witnessed this scene and broke into a fit of sobs. Lu Zizhong's hands hung limply, trembling incessantly, and the attentive courtesan, in a state of panic, covered her face and retreated a few steps. Young Master Lu, this round is officially documented, otherwise, I shall be compelled to take this certificate to the general's office in Chang'an. Lu Zizhong lifted his gaze, his eyes brimming with fury directed at Su Mu. Young master. Lu Yuan hastily approached and whispered something in his ear. Upon hearing this, Lu Zizhong's expression shifted from joy to pallor. Fetch the knife. A wave of terror swept over the onlookers, including Su Mu, who was momentarily stunned, not expecting such audacity from this debauched young master. Young master, please observe closely. I will fulfill my promise of disembowelment. Lu Zizhong sneered as he raised his hand, pointing at Su Mu. Fear not, I, Lu Zizhong, am not a specter to haunt you at midnight. However, fate may bring us together again, for Tangjiang City, though not vast, offers ample opportunity for further amusement. With the short knife slicing through, the luxurious robe was instantly stained with crimson. Observing closely, Su Mu furrowed his brow. This was no disembowelment. It was merely a shallow cut. Though he had spoken of disembowelment, he had not specified the depth, and I, Lu Zizhong, have upheld my end of the wager. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Lu Zizhong carelessly tossed the dagger to the ground. Thus, this matter was concluded. There lingered a sense that Su Mu found this young master increasingly formidable. Young master still has words to share? No, I must express my admiration, Su Mu replied coldly. The onlookers regarded Lu Zizhong with varying degrees of disdain. The official tore the certificate in red ink. Lu Zizhong exhaled, returning to his seat. The old official hastily seized the certificate and shredded it into fragments. Lu Yuan, frightened, instructed others to seek medicinal herbs for wounds and nearby physicians. Young master, I am quite enraged. Lu Zizhong coughed blood, a smile that was neither here nor there on his face. Young master Lu, I too am angered. Depart for today. But if you possess any courage, do not leave Tangjiang. Su Mu laughed in fury. Young master, do not frighten me. I, Su Mu, have secured my share from the 4 great houses. Very well, I shall convey your message. Accompanied by the villagers, Su Mu coldly returned to the tavern at the ferry. While it is undoubtedly wise for a gentleman to avoid calamity, this retreat raises the question of how far one can truly withdraw. Moreover, regardless of the distance, one will invariably encounter wolves in sheep's clothing, driven by self-interest, who will seek to obstruct his path. Brother Mu, it is all my folly. As soon as he entered the estate, Sihu knelt on the ground, the resounding sound startling the elderly scholar, who, in a frenzy, called for the D people and dashed out in madness. Rise, Sumu commanded sternly. Throughout, he had never blamed Sihu, with Sihu's naive and reckless nature. He was easily lured into traps. Remember, if you ever sense something amiss, inform me. If I am absent, speak to your sister-in-law. Oh, indeed. I must extend my gratitude to my dear sister-in-law. Sihu, kneeling, shifted his position and bowed once more towards Jiang Caiwei. She, feeling somewhat helpless, attempted to assist Sihu in rising, yet it was futile against such a formidable figure. Brother Hu, and those dogs of the bow. Had it not been for their intervention in your fatal act, you would have long since taken your own life. Upon hearing this, Sihu hastily adjusted his stance again. Sumu covered his forehead, realizing that indeed, fate is equitable. It bestowed upon Sihu immense strength while depriving him of half his intellect. Su Lang, how fares the grain harvest? Jiang Caiwei, disregarding her own dampness, hurriedly fetched a clean linen cloth to dry Sumu's body. Let Chen Sheng remain there to collect the grain. Sumu had intended to discuss matters concerning Dima, but the words caught in his throat. Today's affairs at the manor were indeed overwhelming. They had already offended the 4 prominent families, and one could only anticipate further misfortunes looming ahead. Caiwei, you should go change your clothes. Lifting his gaze to the shivering Jiang Caiwei, Sumu felt a pang of compassion. Were she any other woman, she would never dare to wield a crude cleaver and demand justice at the official's residence. Su Lang, are you unscathed? I am fine, do not worry. Little did Jiang Caiwei know, the unskilled horseman Sumu had endured a jarring ride back, his rear end sore from the journey. Earlier, at the official street, he had mustered all his courage to maintain composure until now. However, had Lu Zizhong not stirred the hornet's nest by alarming the snake, Sumu would not have even considered the possibility of a mishap. Lu Zizhong prided himself on his cunning. Yet little did he realize that his cleverness would lead to his own downfall. Were it not for this, Sumu would not have rushed back to Tangjiang City through the rain-soaked night. Chapter 78. Drinking with the master in Tangjiang City, the relentless rain continued to pour. The earthen walls outside the manor had been washed bare of their mud facade. Is there any news? Sitting in the damp manor, Su Mu's expression hardened. Master, there has been no movement from the Lu family. All we know is that Lu Zizhong has sustained grave injuries and is recuperating at home. Zhou Zun reported gravely as he entered the manor. The officials seem somewhat displeased as well. They have instructed us to take the documentation of the weapons to the government for further inspection. The collusion between officials and merchants is not a novel scheme. Sumu was not overly concerned about the weapon documentation, as everything was clearly documented in black and white, and he doubted the officials would dare to act maliciously. What troubled him most was the certainty that, given Lu Zizhong's malevolent disposition, he would not let the matter rest easily. Brother Mu, Hei Fu has arrived. Sihu suddenly called out from his crouched position before the manor. Hei Fu was the leader of the stickmen from the small ferry in the East District. Previously, he had struck a deal with Sumu, agreeing to share profits from every cask of drunken celestial sold. In return, Hei Fu would rally his stickmen to support the Su family's endeavors. Young master, we face a bit of trouble. What is it? The factions from the West District have gone mad, all flocking to the ferry to seize a share. There are too many of them. We cannot possibly contend. Having once been a stickman himself, Sumu understood that such encroachments were rare. Typically, each faction had its own territory. For multiple factions to encroach simultaneously was indeed peculiar. Sumu let out a cold smile, faintly discerning that it was the sly stratagem of that young Master Lu, aimed at causing a ruckus in his winery. Sihu, fetch a set of burlap to conceal your face and assist Hei Fu for a few rounds. Sihu was momentarily taken aback, but then his face brightened with joy as he hastily sprang to his feet. Zhou Zun, you shall accompany him and keep an eye on this simpleton. Rest assured, master. Sumu rubbed his forehead. Hei Fu, I reiterate, my brothers are now snatching food from the jaws of a tiger. If we succeed, we shall possess our own homes and lands in Tangjiang City, no longer needing to bow to the whims of those wealthy lords. Hei Fu's expression subtly transformed into one of delight as he clasped his fists, leading Sihu and Zhou Zun, the 3 of them donning burlap masks and raincoats, charging into the downpour, hastily moving forward. Inside the estate, Sumu slowly rose, pacing towards the entrance. This relentless weather would prevent any grain from returning to Tangjiang. Without grain, how could one brew wine? In just 10 days, the market for wine would open. Su Mu was burdened with concerns. Not only were matters unsatisfactory, but even the heavens seemed to conspire against him. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed within the estate, startling Su Mu. Turning around, he discovered that Sister Lian had unexpectedly lost her grip, shattering a ceramic jar into several pieces. The contents meant for stewing, including chunks of meat, were scattered everywhere. "Master, I will clean it up right away," Sister Lian said with a look of shame, hurriedly bending down to gather the broken pieces of the jar. "Let the cost of the broken jar be deducted from my monthly wages." "No need," Su Mu shook his head. In his heart, he had long considered the people of the estate as family. "Sister Lian, keep the larger piece." Su Mu lifted his gaze to the distant sky, pondering how long this incessant rain would last. Without grain, brewing wine was impossible, and the people in the estate were on the verge of despair. "What does the master intend to do?" "Have some skewers." Su Mu wore a helpless expression. The entire estate had inexplicably fallen into a state of mild anxiety due to the earlier incident with Si Hu. Had it not been for the recent skirmishes at the border that had bolstered their courage, such calamities would surely have terrified many. "Master, what do you mean by have some skewers?" Sister Lian paused, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Simply put, it means to drink and eat meat." Su Mu struggled to explain. "Sister Lian, gather the villagers. Today, I, your master, will personally take charge, ensuring you all indulge in a feast." Outside the estate, the rain poured down in torrents. Soon, within the estate, the sounds of people gasping in delight began to resonate. Su Mu flipped a wooden stick, using a broken piece of the ceramic jar as a frying pan, pouring in oil and frying the meat until the aroma wafted through the air. Sister Lian watched, tears streaming down her face. "Master, this oil is precious. Over in the Western District, it has risen to 30 copper coins per can. We only wish to savor the aroma, not to indulge," said one villager, quickly wiping his mouth. Jiang Caiwei did not intervene, assisting quietly at the side. She understood Su Mu's intent. The people of the estate had endured a fright and needed proper consolation. "Bring some skewers," Su Mu chuckled. Already, a child, swallowing his saliva, hurriedly fetched wooden sticks. Thus, having acquired the first skewer of grilled meat, I took but 2 bites, nearly gnawing on the wooden stick in my eagerness. "Senior." Su Mu turned his head and called out. The old scholar, with great fervor, pushed through the crowd and snatched the skewer from Su Mu's hand, retreating back to the corner to indulge in both meat and wine with blissful abandon. "Master, I am not greedy," he claimed. "I merely wish to savor the aroma." Su Mu chuckled, distributing the skewers without favoritism. "Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy your meal with wine. In this drizzling weather, it brings a unique flavor. Let us drink together." Su Mu raised his wine bowl high and, tilting his head, drained it in one go. Turning around, Su Mu had just picked up a slice of grilled meat when he attempted to ask Jiang Caiwei for some oil. "Su Lang, what troubles you?" Habitually, Jiang Caiwei leaned in, parting her lips like a cherry blossom, and took the meat into her mouth. This unexpected action left both Su Mu and Jiang Caiwei momentarily stunned, the meat still audibly crunching as she chewed. Su Lang, I thought you were letting me have it," she said, her cheeks flushing a bright crimson. During times of peace, she had enjoyed such playful antics with Xia Shuang, one peeling peanuts while the other playfully nibbled. Little did she know, this habit had led her to a rather embarrassing moment. "Su Lang, this is delightful," Jiang Caiwei admitted, her voice trembling slightly. Su Mu smiled gently and presented her with another larger piece. Yet this time, Jiang Caiwei firmly closed her mouth, hesitating to take a bite. "If you do not eat, I shall be upset," Su Mu teased. Reluctantly, she tilted her head back and carefully leaned in once more, slowly taking a bite. The villagers present, even the youngest of children, were inadvertently fed a mouthful of dog food, scampering to their mothers and calling for more. "I wonder when our little master will be born," Sister Lian exclaimed with laughter. The surrounding villagers joined in hearty laughter, and Su Mu, finding joy in the moment, simply raised his wine bowl. "To everyone, let us drink again. To our master." The sounds of mirth pierced through the rain-soaked ambience outside. "Where is the slaughtering of dogs and the roasting of meat?" In the narrow alley, Si Hu wrinkled his nose. "Brother Hu, do not lose focus. The ruffians from the West Block are charging in," Zhou Zun coldly cautioned from the side. Before them stood around 30 to 40 figures clad in straw cloaks, each wielding clubs, splashing through the puddles as they roared forward. "Have you heard any poetry?" Si Hu grinned, displaying no fear. What poetry, brother C. You hardly seem like a scholar, He Fu remarked nervously, glancing at the approaching crowd. With a knife, I traverse the night at the 8 halls. None know that the fierce tiger has arrived. I, Si Hu, am the tiger of Wangzhou. With his face concealed, Si Hu lowered his right shoulder and charged ahead. With a thud, several of the foremost ruffians from the West Block were sent flying by his sudden impact. Chapter 79. The clear skies of Tangjiang City a day later. The skies finally cleared. By afternoon, Chun Sheng returned, leading 7 or 8 grain carts back home. Master, you have finally returned. Chun Sheng and another young man joyfully stepped into the village. The relentless rain, coupled with Su Mu riding his only old horse, returning in the downpour, had left them feeling rather miserable over the past couple of days. Upon entering the city gates, they were once again halted by the guards, with no other recourse. They had no choice but to part with 2 taels of silver. Chun Sheng's tone was unwavering, and after purchasing grain totaling over 80 taels, only a handful remained. Su Mu nodded in agreement, showing no signs of discontent. When leaving Fengcheng, he had generously entrusted Chun Sheng with a full 100 taels, rendering the burly horseman speechless with gratitude. Si Hu, leading a group to unload the grain, instructed that a few of the delivery men be served hot tea. Understood. Brother Mu, he replied. Si Hu stretched his shoulders, recalling the previous day's brawl in the alley, which had felt somewhat unsatisfying, just as he had gathered his strength. The 2 or 3 dozen stick fighters from the West Block had turned tail and fled. Master, I witnessed the events upon your return. Chun Sheng leaned in, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. You witnessed? Su Mu paused, surprised. Indeed. A band of dozens of horsemen clad in white robes captured an official from who knows where and galloped past us. Were there any blows exchanged? Where would that occur? They are chivalrous men, not prone to indiscriminate violence. They merely asked me a few questions and moved on. In clearer terms, these chivalrous men were akin to righteous heroes who robbed the wealthy to aid the impoverished, likely possessing some martial prowess. In times of turmoil, such figures are never in short supply. They only multiply. They even recited poetry. Master, I must ponder. The mountains shrouded in mist. 10 years a sword to sever dynasties. This sounds like a rebellious verse. Indeed. Su Mu inhaled sharply. It was no wonder these chivalrous men had emerged. Given the rumors of a treacherous minister in the court who had mismanaged numerous state affairs. In summary, oppression breeds resistance. Where there are people, there exists a realm of martial brotherhood. Let us not dwell on this. Su Mu furrowed his brow, urging Chun Sheng to assist in swiftly unloading the grain to facilitate the brewing process. In this chaotic world, he felt powerless to intervene. All he could do was strive to survive, alongside the 20 or so villagers who followed him. Brother Mu, the grain has been unloaded. Su Mu acknowledged this and began to arrange the fermentation jars, as time was of the essence. The upcoming wine market at the beginning of next month was fast approaching. Had it not been for the hindrance from the 4 major households, they would have had a few more days to spare. Everyone, these next few days will be arduous. Once we secure the wine orders, this master shall reward you handsomely. The villagers laughed heartily, quickening their pace in response. In the West Block, within the expansive Liu family estate, 2 maidservants hurriedly carried hot water, their small steps echoing on the cobblestone path as they entered the eastern wing. What are you dawdling for? Liu Yuan raised his hand, striking one of the maidservants before taking the hot water himself, grinning like a matron as he picked up a towel. Zhong, fret not. The doctor has assured that you shall be well in a few days. Lying beneath the covers, Liu Zhong's complexion was slightly pale. Even if he survived, he had endured considerable pain and lost face in the process. He was decidedly unhappy. Have the stick fighters from the 2 halls in the West Block returned? They have. Did they manage to strike anyone? They did not. They were beaten and returned. The boatmen at the small ferry have suddenly become quite vigorous. Liu Zizhong let out a sound of exasperation, lazily leaning against the headboard of his bed. Third uncle, I have already spread the word. Many have heard it. If I cannot deal with that scoundrel, I truly cannot remain in Tangjiang City. Otherwise, I shall seek assistance. Liu Zizhong sighed, acknowledging that even if he were to seek help, it could not come from the officials. Third uncle, you should know I plan to enter the Ministry of Revenue next year. There are hardly any capable leaders near Tangjiang City. Liu Yuan furrowed his brow, knowing that the wine market at the beginning of the month in Tangjiang City was fast approaching. Zizhong, you do not understand. That scoundrel's drunken celestial has some prowess. Back in Wangzhou City, many were quite fond of him. Third uncle, I am inquiring about how to kill someone, not discussing this. Lu Zizhong expressed his displeasure. For if it were not for the young Master Sumu, he would currently be enjoying the pleasure house with Huanyang. I have heard that many gallant men have recently arrived near the inner city. These gallants, armed with swords, might be persuaded to assist. Lu Zizhong found this amusing. Those gallants, who prided themselves on robbing the rich to aid the poor, would hardly lend their aid to him. Zizhong, do not forget. Lu Yuan's expression grew grave as he pointed towards the ceiling. That individual nurtures many gallants. It was a well-known fact that the current officials had their own thugs. Yet, the mere mention from Lu Yuan brought joy to Lu Zizhong. In this world, where there is light, there is darkness. Where there is white, there is gray. Where there are gallants who kill officials, there are also those who protect them. Third uncle, let us proceed. Lu Zizhong rarely smiled, and as Lu Yuan hurriedly stepped out, he tilted his head back and let out a few dark chuckles. Under the clear skies of Tangjiang City, the water level of the river had receded by half a stone's height. The boatman, holding a long pole, shouted commands while thrusting it into the water, gently propelling the boat forward with a single stroke, akin to using 4 ounces to move 1,000 pounds. After much of the day, Su's family had thoroughly cleaned and cooked 7 or 8 carts of grain, adding wine yeast, and placing it all into clay jars to ferment. Master, you must sit tight. With nothing pressing, Su Mu instructed Zhou Zun to take 4 oars and, after loosening the mooring, headed straight into the river. The gentle waves caressed the boat like tender hands, accompanied by the breeze, bringing a sense of comfort to Su Mu. Not far from the riverbank, a pleasure boat glided over, and 2 or 3 courtesans danced gracefully at the bow, their faces obscured by spring fans. Master, how splendid! Sumu chuckled, confident that if his little maid were to dress up, she would outshine these courtesans. The scholars on both banks began to pursue the boat, reciting the poems they had prepared for days, sending them into the wind. When the lady did not respond, the verses were shredded by the breeze, leaving the heartbroken scholars stamping their feet and beating their chests in a frenzy. Sumu sat at the bow, feeling slightly tipsy as dusk fell. The life he desired was as simple as this, free from the iron hooves of the D people, the darkness of the court, the predation of the wealthy, and the brutality of the underworld. The general has gone 700 miles. Dead willows and withered grass float upon the river. After the shout, Sumu burst into hearty laughter, startling Zhou Zun behind him, who quickly maneuvered the boat back. A few nearby scholars began to berate Sumu, but he paid them no heed, chuckling a few more times before exhaling a deep sigh. In this absurd world, the notion of a prosperous age seemed utterly nonsensical. On the boat, a courtesan lifted her head, casting a glance at Sumu. She paused her fan dance and awkwardly offered a polite greeting before retreating to the cabin. In Chapter 80, the Black Swallow of Muyun Prefecture, for days had elapsed. The aroma of brewing wine had gradually permeated the air from the earthen jars. The entire village was enveloped in an enticing fragrance. It still needed a few more days, 3 more, to be precise. Sumu had yet to open the jars, as the first round of the wine market represented his finest opportunity to establish a reputation as the drunken celestial. Thus, he sought to utilize everything to its fullest potential and achieve excellence. While distilling, he resolved to exert a little more effort to ensure timely completion. Chen Sheng had dispatched individuals to keep watch over the wine workshop, ensuring at least one person remained vigilant by the earthen jars. Sumu was determined to avoid any blunders at such a critical juncture. Master, I understand. By the way, what news from Hifu? Hifu's messenger had come, stating that the brawny men from the western square had not been seen for several days. Upon hearing this, Sumu felt no relief. Given that Lord Lu harbored a vengeful spirit, this matter was bound to escalate. However, there was little he could do. The sensation of being in the dark while the enemy lurked in the light was profoundly uncomfortable. Is the master present? At that moment, a somewhat sharp voice echoed from outside. As the wine market approached, there were occasionally early arriving small shopkeepers eager to negotiate prices to secure a better deal, lest they miss out during the market rush. Sumu hesitated. His initial plan had been to make a stunning debut at the market, and he held little interest in such small shopkeepers. Yet, guests must be welcomed, as he would still be reliant on this trade in the future. Chen Sheng, please usher them in. Sister Lian, brew a pot of hot tea. 3 individuals entered, with the foremost clad in a floral robe, rotund and corpulent, his melon-shaped hat barely containing his pointed head. Are you the master? I extend my greetings. Sumu paused momentarily and gestured for him to be seated. He brought over 2 wooden chairs, which were somewhat lightweight. The man in the melon hat hesitated for a moment, ultimately daring not to sit. I have come to Tangjiang to procure some wine. The prices in the Western Square are rather steep. 2 or 3 establishments in the Eastern Square have already shut down, their wine lacking in flavor. However, your establishment seems promising. The wine market is merely a showcase for the 4 major houses. I would not wish to incur losses on your account. To be frank, I hail from Changyang and represent 8 taverns, each requiring 1,000 jars of fine wine each month. Chun Sheng's expression instantaneously shifted to one of uncontainable joy. 1,000 jars, what a monumental business opportunity. Previously, while in Wangzhou, securing 100 jars for Zhou Fu each month was already considered a substantial order. Su Mu remained unfazed, yet his heart brimmed with caution. Such a significant deal would surely attract the attention of the 4 major houses, allowing this shopkeeper to amble freely around the Eastern Square. Young master, may I sample some wine? Chen Sheng, please open a jar. I may be somewhat portly, but I can still manage a few steps. I shall fetch it myself. Do not trouble the staff. With that, the man in the melon hat made his way outside. In the depths of his gaze, there lingered an unmistakable impatience as he strode into the spacious room housing the wine jars. Is this how you brew wine, young master? What other way is there? Sumu narrowed his eyes. The man in the melon hat furrowed his brow. Then let us open a jar. I shall take a sip. Once Qin Sheng pried open the wine jar, the man hastily scooped a spoonful and tasted it, his expression growing increasingly dubious. This innkeeper. The flavor of the wine seems off, does it not? Indeed, the man in the melon hat replied nonchalantly, his demeanor devoid of any enthusiasm. Young master, I shall take a look ahead. Wait for my return, and we can negotiate further. Sumu smiled and gestured with cupped hands. He was now certain that this man in the melon hat was likely sent by one of the 4 prominent families, eager to uncover the secret of the drunken celestial. Little did he realize that the wine had yet to be distilled and was in fact not much different from ordinary spirits. Qin Sheng, I recall you mentioned a neglected cellar in the winery? Sumu spoke softly once the man in the melon hat had moved further away. Previously, I was rather careless, considering constructing the distillation house in the center of the estate. Do we have any storage, young master? There is still some grain left. Probably around 100 pounds. Chun Sheng assumed it would be stored in the cellar. Shaking his head, Sumu replied coldly, from today onward, all distillation equipment must be moved to the cellar. After circumventing the eastern courtyard, the man in the melon hat hastily boarded a carriage headed for the Liu family residence in the western courtyard. As the carriage came to a halt, his corpulent figure twisted and hurriedly stepped into the eastern wing. Have you sampled the wine? Liu Zizhong's expression was one of dissatisfaction. All this back and forth, and we have gleaned nothing. Young master, I have tasted it. There isn't much difference. It is merely a touch more palatable. Turning back, Liu Zizhong cast a cold glance at Liu Yuan. If that were the case, why had he risked everything to gamble for the secret of the drunken celestial with Sumu? Zizhong, you must trust your third uncle. Liu Yuan wiped the sweat from his brow. Previously in Wangzhou, I too sampled that wine at the Fortune Tavern. It was far more refreshing than that of the 4 prominent families, and the flavor. I still crave another sip. Pausing, Liu Yuan sensed something amiss and quickly rephrased, Zizhong. That scoundrel's wine surely contains some additives. Otherwise, the difference would not be so pronounced. Is your third uncle suggesting he employs some hidden techniques during the brewing process? Or perhaps there is an additional step? It must be so. Closing his eyes, Liu Zizhong's countenance grew increasingly grave. What pretense is this from a small-time operator? What does it matter if the wine is good? The market at the beginning of the month belongs to the 4 prominent families. Third uncle, send some silver to the official winery. Inform those old clerks that if that scoundrel appears at the market, they are to direct him to the riverside. Let us see how he fares. If possible, Liu Zizhong would prefer to cast Su Mu aside entirely. Alas, the Grand Ji dynasty had regulations that permitted even the smallest establishments to participate freely in such markets. Next year, I shall enter the Ministry of Revenue. It would be unwise to stir up trouble. Otherwise, that scoundrel would have been dealt with long ago. Damn it, why is this pest still alive? Zizhong, do not lose your temper. The wine business in Tangjiang City belongs to the 4 prominent families. He cannot rise to prominence. This is for the best. Liu Yuan smirked as he reached the door, seemingly recalling something. The hour has arrived, and the individual has been located, agreeing to undertake this task. Beneath the setting sun, a grand boat gliding over the waves is set to ferry but a single passenger. This individual, sword in hand, adorned with a bamboo hat and cloaked in black, stands motionless at the bow, resembling a statue crafted from clay. As the boat nears the landing, he stirs slightly. His black cloak billows in the gentle breeze, sending ripples cascading beneath the vessel. "Do you recognize me?" he inquired, glancing back at the aged ferryman beside him. "I do not recall," came the response. No sooner had the words left his lips than the ferryman clutched his bloodied arm, writhing in agony upon the deck. Such an unforeseen calamity struck without cause. Let it be remembered, the Black Swallow from Muyu Prefecture has come to claim a life in Tangjiang City. With that, the figure sheathed his sword and soared across the river, vanishing into the dim, yellow hues of the waters. Chapter 81. The Western District. At the small ferry point of Su family village, the aroma of fermented rice wine grew increasingly potent. Even from the riverbank at the rear of the village, Su Mu could still catch the rich scent wafting through the air. "Why isn't the old ferryman operating today?" Sihu inquired, his voice resonating with curiosity. Su Mu lifted his gaze, observing that, unbeknownst to him, the small ferry point had become crowded with anxious faces. Without the ferryman's boat, crossing the river would require a considerable detour. "Brother Mu, how about I row the boat today and earn a few extra coins?" "Nonsense. There are 3 kinds of suffering in this world: forging iron, rowing boats, and grinding tofu. Perhaps the old ferryman will return tomorrow. One cannot meddle in another's livelihood. Come with me to the Western District." "Brother Mu, to the Western District? Those nefarious individuals would relish the chance to do you harm." Su Mu frowned slightly. He was well aware of the dangers. However, in just 2 days, the wine market would commence, and without proper registration, one could not even gain entry to the drunken ferry. "Chen Sheng, gather some people. Safety comes first. I intend to bring more companions to the Western District." Although the 4 prominent families dare not act openly, it is always wise to be cautious. Given that the village was not particularly busy at present, Su Mu, accompanied by Sihu and 3 robust youths, cautiously boarded a carriage, preparing to head to the Western District. Unexpectedly, at that moment, another figure swiftly scaled the roof of the carriage. It was Gonggo, who too was concerned for Brother Mu. Sihu chuckled heartily. Su Mu chose not to elaborate further, for during this period, he had successfully tamed Gonggo. In Tangjiang City, the Western District starkly contrasts with the Eastern District. To put it simply, the Western District is affluent, while the Eastern District is impoverished. The streets of the Western District are frequented by elegantly dressed nobles, occasionally intersected by hurried scholars making their way to the elegant taverns. A few exquisite boats rest at the grand ferry terminal of the Western District, where numerous courtesans dance upon the decks, their enchanting pipa melodies drawing a throng of onlookers. Naturally, the presence of armed officials ensured a semblance of order. "Master, truly splendid. Let us head to the official district." At present, Su Mu harbored no such enthusiasm. In this round of the liquor market, should he fail to secure any orders, the worst outcome would entail sending Zue Tianxian to Changyang, supplying his old comrade Zhou Fu. However, this would not only involve a long journey, but also, at this moment, Zhou Fu's tavern might not even be in operation. The old official registered at the government office was an acquaintance, having previously gambled his life alongside Lu Zizhong and had been supporting the Lu family. He was also the one who had previously handled the registration of the tokens and the notarization of land deeds. Upon seeing Su Mu, the old official's expression grew sullen. Reluctantly, under the pressure of the strict regulations, he took up a wolf hair brush and spread out a sheet of white rice paper. The names of the village and the liquor were to be inscribed. At the small ferry Su family village, Zue Tianxian, the old official scribbled hastily, then immediately averted his gaze, slightly raising his head. As I mentioned before, the temperaments of the 4 prominent families in Tangjiang City are notoriously volatile. A single misstep could lead to disaster. Su Mu smirked coldly. If the 4 families were to devour others, should I, Su Mu, cleanse myself thoroughly before leaping into the pot? You have ultimately provoked those you ought not to have. The old official's displeasure intensified. Having resided in Tangjiang for long, he had witnessed numerous unwise individuals who had been reduced to mere bones by the 4 families. "Is the registration complete?" Su Mu, weary of further conversation, asked. "It is registered. Pay 10 taels of silver to obtain a merchant's token. When the monthly liquor market arrives, your venue will naturally be allocated." "May I inspect the venue first?" The old official raised his head, somewhat irritated. With over 30 liquor establishments in Tangjiang City, if everyone were to come and inspect, The government office might as well be closed, merely accompanying you on a tour. With a heavy expression, Su Mu placed a silver pouch on the table. As he was about to leave, the old official's voice, seemingly in earnest counsel, echoed once more. If you were wise, you would hand over the secret recipe. Perhaps the four families might show you some leniency. In this city of Tangjiang, the matters overseen by the officials are far fewer than those governed by the four families. You have struck a hard wall. Su Mu furrowed his brow, no longer hesitating, and turned to exit. Just outside the government office, the hound, draped in a gray cloak atop the carriage, suddenly croaked. Master, there are people. In broad daylight, naturally, there would be people. Yet from the hound's tone, Su Mu understood that at this moment, they were being watched. Changgong, can you see clearly? Not quite, but I am certain someone is there. Blinded in one eye. The hound could not maintain a prolonged gaze like an ordinary person. The ability to sense was already commendable. See who, drive the carriage. With a stern expression, Su Mu coldly mounted the carriage, while Chun Sheng and the others swiftly followed suit. Brother Mu, the streets are congested. Should we take a detour? Stay on the main road. On the congested streets of the West District, a figure draped in a black cloak stood coldly in the shadows. Upon spotting Su Mu's carriage advancing along the street, the figure leapt onto the roof. With feet as silent as if wrapped in cotton, only a shadow in the sunlight extended further and further away. A vendor carrying fresh pears happened to stroll past the alley by the street. It seemed a glint of cold light flashed, and in an instant, blood splattered from the vendor's shoulder, along with the bamboo pole he carried. Before the vendor could cry out in distress, his full load of fresh pears had already rolled onto the street, causing a sudden congestion among the crowd. See who angrily halted the carriage and urged the people to move aside, but only a few scattered away, leaving the rest firmly blocking the entrance. What ill fortune! Chun Sheng tightened the reins, his voice heavy with annoyance. The hound atop the carriage, previously silent, suddenly lifted its head, a glimmer of intelligence flashing in its solitary eye. In an instant, it knocked an arrow, and a stone-tipped projectile was shot forth with chilling precision. Clang! In midair, a beautifully crafted flying knife was abruptly deflected from its trajectory by the stone arrow, embedding itself coldly in the wooden partition beside the carriage. Master, be careful. Chun Sheng hurriedly ran back, drawing his simple blade to protect the front of the carriage. Inside, Su Mu maintained a composed demeanor. Observing the knife that had nearly pierced through the partition, taking a sharp breath. Had it not been misaligned, it would surely have entered through the carriage window, piercing his body. Quickly disperse the crowd. Hugu, drive the carriage back to the east square. See who bellowed, swiftly urging the horses forward. Racing through the disarrayed street towards the east square. My young master Lu has instructed not to kill on the street. Not to kill on the street. My young master Lu intends to enter the Ministry of Revenue next year. In the alley, the black swallow's face was contorted with rage as she coldly turned to regard a chattering guard from the Lu family. Do you recognize me? I do. You are the black swallow of Muyun Prefecture, the guard replied tremulously, having heard tales of her notorious temper and propensity for violence. If you recognize me, you should have kept your mouth shut. Crack! Blood suddenly erupted from the right cheek of the Lu family guard, severing his ear, which fell into the mud, becoming a loathsome little object covered in dirt and blood. Ignoring the cries behind her, the black swallow tightened her black cloak and strode coldly out of the alley. Chapter 82. Assassination on the river. Upon returning to the village, the group was still shaken. Undoubtedly, the one bold enough to kill openly was a formidable expert. Changgong, did you see the assailant? Changgong shook his head. Master, it was unclear. I only vaguely perceived a large shadow. A shadow? Su Mu mused. Incredulous that such an oddity could exist even under the sun. It could only be the young master from the Lu family harboring grievances. Mu Gu, do not fear. If he dares to come, I shall crush him, see who asserted, stepping forward with a solemn tone. This was not an idle boast. In the past, he had slain even a 100-man captain from the D people. Chun Sheng arranged for patrols. Considering the situation, he concluded that they were in the dark while the enemy was in the light, and with the upcoming Moon Festival market in 2 days, they could not allow fear to delay their plans. Tomorrow morning, instruct the people in the village to distill the fermented wine in the cellar. Rest assured, master. After a rain, the city of Tangjiang was fortunate to enjoy several days of clear skies. Emerging from the cellar, Su Mu strained to massage his shoulders. He had spent most of the day distilling the intoxicating wine. Fortunately, he had managed to gather nearly 300 jars by now. As Chun Sheng and his companions toiled for a while longer, it was estimated that there would be around 400 jars. Master, have a sip of tea. The current patroller, Zhou Zun, hurriedly presented a bowl of tea upon noticing Su Mu's emergence. After finishing a few sips, Su Mu settled comfortably, gazing at the river's hue. With summer's arrival and the rain subsiding, the weather suddenly turned warm. Along the riverbank, more and more people strolled back and forth along the embankment. Groups of fishermen gathered, occasionally celebrating with shouts upon catching a plump fish. Master, it's time to change the ferryman. Su Mu was momentarily taken aback, raising his head only to find that the previous old ferryman had vanished, replaced by a middle-aged man, donning a bamboo hat and maneuvering a small boat across the river. It was said he was the old ferryman's eldest son, still somewhat unfamiliar to Su Mu. Zhou Zun chuckled, recalling how the new ferryman had nearly capsized the boat earlier, startling the passengers into cries of alarm. Su Mu found no humor in the situation. Those striving to survive deserved kindness. Before long, the ferryman departed the dock, ferrying passengers to the opposite shore. Sensing Su Mu's gaze, he looked up from a distance, offering a hearty smile. Su Mu reciprocated with a smile, observing for a while longer until the boat gradually drifted away, before resting his head, contemplating the upcoming market for liquor. Given the tactics of the four major households, he anticipated they would not allow him an easy passage. There might even be more perilous schemes at play. Yet, for Zue Tianxian, there was no better opportunity than the liquor market to establish a reputation. Master, someone has fallen into the river. His thoughts were abruptly interrupted as he raised his head. Confirming Zhou Zun's words, the seemingly stable boat had capsized unexpectedly in the river's midst. Several women and children tumbled into the water, desperately shouting for help. The crowd on both banks quickly swelled. Master, should we save them? Naturally, they must intervene. Su Mu furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately refrained from boarding the vessel, not out of fear, but caution. He sensed that the situation before him was anything but simple. Zhou Zun, be careful. Rest assured, master. The forward boat sliced through the shimmering surface of the water under Zhou Zun's vigorous strokes, hastening forward. Su Mu stood at the wooden pavilion, pausing momentarily, only to be startled into retreat by a sudden shadow that darted through the water. With a resounding crash, half the wooden pavilion collapsed. The shadow emerged from the water, brandishing a long sword in its grasp, lunging towards Su Mu. Long Gong, having sensed the disturbance, swiftly ascended the wooden structure, knocking an arrow without hesitation and shooting downward. The long sword deflected the arrow with a clang. The shadow let out a cold laugh, plunging back into the water, only to resurface shortly from another direction. Long Gong readied another arrow, forcing the shadow to retreat. Gritting his teeth, Su Mu had already retreated to the edge of the village. Zhou Zun, in the river's midst, witnessed the scene and shouted urgently, paddling back swiftly. Tiger, someone is trying to kill the master. In the village, Si Hu, who had been munching on roasted corn, was momentarily stunned by the shout, but quickly disregarded his weapon and charged forward in a fit of rage. Behind him, a throng of villagers hastened to follow. Jiang Caiwei grasped the old machete tightly, anxiously approaching Su Mu. Su Lang, are you all right? Su Mu exhaled deeply, reassuring her, I am fine. Had I followed to rescue someone just now, I would likely have perished in the river. Cursed be these relentless adversaries. In front of him, Si Hu lowered his head, glancing around before suddenly leaping into the river. Even if Su Mu wished to intervene, it was already too late. In the murky water, Haiyanzi felt a profound humiliation. Even if the young master had not disembarked, he was confident he could ascend the shore and slay his foes. Yet, he never anticipated encountering such dire circumstances. The burly man who had entered the river pursued him through several streets. It was not a matter of being outmatched. Rather, it was a reluctance to engage. For instance, if one thrust a sword at him, he would dare to seize the blade, retaliating with a powerful punch. Such reckless individuals are the most fearsome. Do you recognize me? Of course I do, you wretched knave. Haiyanzi erupted in fury, soaring above the river's surface, turning to deliver a strike with his sword. Yet, upon executing the slash, he was left in utter shock. The sword that had accompanied him for over 8 years shattered into several pieces when met with the giant's formidable palms. With a grimace, Haiyanzi dared not linger for a moment longer. Even at the expense of his stamina, he hastily utilized his lightness skill to flee towards the opposite bank. After a considerable time, Si Hu, drenched and panting, tossed the broken sword onto the wooden planks, seemingly eager for recognition. Had it not been for my agility, I would have surely crushed his skull. Sumu understood all too well the nature of his formidable companion. It appeared that Lu Zizhong had indeed invested heavily in hiring a skilled fighter. "Sihu, are you unscathed?" "Just a scratch from the old mosquito. I spat and rubbed it, and the blood has already dried." Sumu felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, it was certain that their assailant would not relent. Who knows what treacherous tactics he might employ next. "Chen Sheng, increase our night watch by 1. "Understood, master." On the opposite bank of Tangjiang, concealed within a dilapidated temple, Haiyanzi was still trembling with fear when he had taken on this assignment. Seeing only a small master of a winery, he had felt a surge of joy, believing he had stumbled upon an easy fortune. Little did he realize, he was about to face such troublesome events. Disguising himself as a ferryman to carry out an assassination, he had nearly succeeded. This mere winery master not only possessed a skilled archer, but also an extraordinarily strong giant and a legion of guards. Was he attempting to assassinate someone within the palace? Chapter 83. The moonlit wine market today marked the moonlit wine market. Early on, Sumu had arranged for the horse-drawn carriage, carefully loading nearly 100 jars of Tianxian onto the vehicle. "Master, shall we separate our paths?" Chen Sheng paused momentarily. "Yes. You take 2 others and drive the wine cart along the back roads, aiming for the West Square wine market this morning." "What is on the master's cart?" "Water jars." Sumu smiled faintly, knowing full well that Lu Zizhong would likely cause an uproar en route. Furthermore, there remained the shadowy assassin to contend with. "Go now, upon arrival. Do not enter the venue until I arrive." This round of the moonlit wine market was, in essence, a gamble that could determine the winery's fate. Should Tianxian fail to make a name for itself, they would be forced to wait until the following month. A month's time is sufficient for numerous events to unfold. Chen Sheng nodded, hastily boarding the carriage with his companions, cautiously exiting through the side gate of the estate. "Brother Mu, shall we also depart?" "Wait for a moment." Turning back, Sumu glanced towards the estate, noticing Jiang Caiwei and the others already standing before him. This round of the wine market represented a pivotal step for their group's livelihood. Should any misstep occur, the worst outcome would be being driven out of Tangjiang by the 4 major households, forcing them to continue their life as exiles. "Master, even if we cannot sell, should we resort to banditry in the future, we shall follow you." Sister Lian was the first to speak. "Indeed, master, wherever you go, we shall go. And we fear not hunger." Though Jiang Caiwei remained silent, the determination in her gaze spoke volumes. "Understood." Sumu forced a smile, quickly turning away as he took several deep breaths to steady his emotions. "Master, today I shall procure fish to prepare a meal. Regardless of success, we shall feast tonight." In the span of a single incense stick, Sumu's carriage had exited the narrow lanes of the estate. The familiar team was present. See who drove the carriage. Gongo perched atop it, while Zhou Zun rode alongside with 3 others, proceeding slowly around the carriage. Each bore at least 1 iron weapon. Sumu slightly closed his eyes, his expression remaining calm. With the monstrous Gongo present, even if assassins attempted to ambush, there would be ample time for a response. Startling the snake in the grass has historically proven to be a grave blunder. What Sumu truly feared was the possibility of someone attempting to block the carriage. The 4 major households, known for their ruthlessness, would undoubtedly wish to prevent him from reaching the wine market unscathed. As he anticipated, just as the carriage approached a stone bridge, the surrounding area was suddenly filled with the sound of heavy footsteps. In an instant, 4 to 5 dozen burly men, clad in coarse hemp, rushed forth without warning. Sumu lifted his head, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. This tactic had likely grown stale. Yet the 4 major households remained undeterred. "Protect the wine." Sumu stood up, graciously calling out. Behind the carriage, 2 or 3 barrels of wine were immediately pierced by arrows, shattering them. The rich aroma of the wine wafted through the air, to appear even more authentic. The outermost layer consisted of 7 or 8 barrels. Once broken, the fragrance was irresistible. Lu Yuan, standing not far from the stone bridge with his hands clasped behind his back, broke into a wide grin upon catching the scent of the wine. "Smash the barrels. We can also set the carriage ablaze." He reached out, recalling his desire to deal with this scoundrel back in Wangzhou. "It's ignited. The carriage is ablaze." 6 or 7 torches, soaked in fire oil, finally caught fire, engulfing the entire carriage in flames, resembling a small volcano. The thugs from East Fang are coming. Lu Yuan turned back, chuckling awkwardly, and was the first to flee in a mad dash. Arson and injury could lead to severe repercussions if discovered, and that foolish brute might very well kill someone in his rage. Shrinking his neck, Lu Yuan quickened his pace. Standing on the stone bridge, Su Mu wiped his face, the smile on his lips growing broader. If he was not mistaken, this group would soon return to claim credit for their actions. Master is truly formidable. Zhou Zun and several young men were all visibly awed. Had it not been for Su Mu dividing their route, they would have likely missed out on the month's bustling wine market. Master Su, I, He Fu, truly admire you, exclaimed He Fu, his expression one of astonishment. During this time, Su Mu had exhibited a demeanor far beyond that of a mere small businessman. He resembled a general commanding a strategic battle. Engaging in risky ventures required a prudent approach. Tossing a small silver pouch to He Fu, Su Mu mounted his aged horse, loosening the reins, and continued onward with his entourage towards the vibrant wine market. The sun was already high in the sky. The lively atmosphere of the wine market in Tangjiang City was not solely due to the alcohol. Numerous vendors and stall owners filled the streets with their raucous calls. A few gamblers began to huddle in corners, attempting to deceive passers-by with their bulging coin purses. The courtesans from the Qingguan, adorned in resplendent attire, rarely ventured out, showcasing their charms. Yet they were soon overshadowed by a prominent courtesan from a nearby boat, who stole the spotlight in their contest for beauty. Enough of this, pouted several courtesans as they returned to the Qingguan, provoking hearty laughter from the many rough men who had gathered to watch. From half a mile away, several boats appeared to have docked for days, where 3 or 4 flamboyantly dressed courtesans danced with spring fans, adding further color to the festivity of the wine market. It resembles a grand fair, Zhou Zun murmured. Not only Zhou Zun, but even Su Mu was taken aback by the unexpected vibrancy of Tangjiang City's wine market. It was no wonder the 4 prominent families placed such significance upon it. Master, we are here. Chun Sheng and his companions stood guard by the cart, their faces lighting up with joy upon Su Mu's arrival. Everything went smoothly, I trust? Su Mu exhaled in relief. Regardless of the circumstances, he had successfully delivered the intoxicated celestial being to the venue, unharmed. Let us go retrieve the wine license. The license was equivalent to a claim on a specific area within the wine market. Despite the throngs, a large space had been cordoned off early on, secured by a dozen officials. The old officer, seated in a makeshift wooden shelter, paused slightly upon seeing Su Mu approach. Why are you here? He inquired. I have just paid for the venue. Why should I not come? Su Mu replied with a cold smirk. It was likely the 4 prominent families assumed his supply had been lost en route. The old officer furrowed his brow, discreetly reaching beneath the table to retrieve a grimy wooden token, which he slapped onto the counter. Remember your wine license. Do not trespass elsewhere. Su Mu grasped it, casting a cursory glance that immediately furrowed his brow. The characters on the token were still legible, reading the word C. In ancient beliefs, this digit was always considered inauspicious. Pray tell, are there any other licenses available? The old officer looked up with a sneer. If you were to part with an additional 100 taels, naturally, a better one could be arranged. The Liu family's tavern recently paid a full 200 taels. The conversation had reached an impasse. After receiving the license, Su Mu turned heavily on his heel. After taking a few steps, the old officer's voice echoed coldly behind him. For this round of the wine market, you shall merely observe. Do not entertain any other thoughts. Merely an observer? In this vast Tangjiang city, in this expansive arena, it seemed the 4 prominent families aspired to claim it all. Unable to sell the wine, over 20 villagers would once again find themselves ensnared in a prison of despair. This was not the conclusion Su Mu desired. See who? Take the cart and follow me. Su Mu spoke with a resolute voice. The world may conspire against him, yet he was determined to strive for survival. Chapter 84. A sorrowful indulgence in wine. As Su Mu perused the wine list and arrived at the designated table, he found himself consumed by a fury that bordered on laughter. Was this truly a fitting venue? Positioned near the riverbank, it was at least several hundred paces away from the lively thoroughfare, barely sufficient to accommodate a single cart. 2 fellow villagers, burdened with baskets of tender corn, squatted on the ground nearby, devoid of any enthusiasm to solicit business. Master, this is utterly disgraceful. Chun Sheng and his companions seethed with indignation. Insisting on confronting the local official, only to be coldly halted by Su Mu. In Tangjiang City, the four prominent families wielded unchallenged power. Mere words would bear no weight against them. Brothers, let us first unload some of the wine, Su Mu suggested. Master, in such a predicament, how can we hope to sell anything? Do not worry, Su Mu replied somberly, surveying the surroundings. It was no wonder Chen Cheng and the others were incensed, for this location felt utterly isolated. Ah, young master. Shortly thereafter, several figures approached, with the foremost being Lu Zizhong. It appeared he sought to greet Su Mu. Yet his countenance was rife with hostility. Young Master Lu, still alive. I see, Su Mu remarked, his expression unchanging as he coolly raised his head. Even if your entire village were to perish, I would remain unscathed, Lu Zizhong retorted smugly, hands clasped behind his back. He had not anticipated that the young master possessed such cunning, adept at playing the game of deception. The deception referred to the earlier division of two carts. Lu Zizhong had deliberately destroyed only the one containing water. Su Mu smiled faintly, choosing not to respond further. In broad daylight, he believed Lu Zizhong would not dare to resort to violence. Do not be hasty, young master. I previously stated that if you have the courage, you should remain in Tangjiang City. It seems you are indeed bold. Fools often commit foolish acts, much like your brother. See who, overhearing this, erupted in fury, ready to charge forward, but Su Mu restrained him. You find yourself in Jiangnan, yet you choose to inhale the winds of the northwest, mocked one of Lu Zizhong's followers, followed by a chorus of laughter as they coldly strode away. Master, what business can we conduct under these circumstances? It is impossible. Let us teach them a lesson before we depart Tangjiang City. Indeed, master, when we were at the border, we even dared to confront the D people. When have we ever endured such indignities? Chen Cheng and the others, filled with resentment, were not accustomed to such humiliation. Brother Mu, let me deal with him. Silence. Su Mu's expression remained stern. As the master, he had far more to consider than Chen Cheng and his companions. Strike Lu Zizhong? Depart Tangjiang City? Where could they possibly go? Would they truly become bandits? Such a path leads to nowhere. Su Mu rubbed his forehead, urging calmness. Let me devise a plan. The wine market has yet to commence. We still have opportunities. Chen Cheng and Si Hu, visibly disheartened yet unwilling to defy Su Mu, hastily retreated. Approximately half a stick of incense later, beneath the clear azure sky, the sound of firecrackers resonated in the air, followed closely by the first delightful explosions of firecrackers from the distant temporary official's booth. The four prominent families, along with numerous sycophantic vineyard owners, exchanged pleasantries before retreating to their designated areas, awaiting the selection of wines by the innkeepers from the inner city. Without needing to guess, Su Mu understood that even if they chose those smaller wineries, a considerable sum of silver would inevitably be required as tribute. In stark contrast, the Su family estate felt conspicuously out of place. At least 100 individuals, resembling innkeepers and accompanied by bodyguards, strolled slowly from the front of the venue toward the rear. Naturally, no one was inclined to approach Su Mu's side. Even if they wished to shout, their voices would likely be drowned out by the surrounding festivities. Brother Mu, we are in dire straits, Si Hu said in a deep voice, lifting a jug of wine and taking several swigs. The absence of the innkeepers left them with no opportunity whatsoever. Lu Zizhong, arms crossed, smiled from a distance, exuding an air of triumph. If the proprietor does not intervene, we may have to send the wine to the countryside tomorrow. Perhaps it will sell better there. Su Mu interrupted Chen Sheng, who was about to speak, his tone serious. What does the proprietor intend to do? Do not ask, just open it, Chen Sheng replied hastily, directing his people to bring down 10 jars of wine, all of which were promptly opened. Instantly, a rich aroma of wine permeated the air, intriguing many nearby, though none showed any inclination to move closer. Instead, the two villagers selling corn nearby gaped in longing. See who, on this fortuitous occasion, let us offer these two fine gentlemen a bowl of exquisite wine. The villagers, initially taken aback, rose and, after sniffing the wine bowls, tipped their heads back and drank heartily. This young proprietor truly has a taste for fine wine, Su Mu remarked with a smile, bowing slightly before turning back. If 10 jars are insufficient, bring down all the wine. The proprietor currently has no buyers. Indeed, as Chun Sheng had mentioned, many innkeepers had already departed, with the majority of orders having fallen into the hands of the four prominent families. Lu Zizhong continued to smirk coldly in their direction. No buyers? Then let us offer it as a gift. To whom shall we offer it, proprietor? Not only Chun Sheng and his companions, but even the two corn-selling villagers were taken aback. To the river god, Su Mu maintained a composed demeanor as he lifted a jar of wine and turned to pour it into the river, the sound of wine cascading growing increasingly pronounced. Brother Mu, that costs 5 taels of silver per jar. See who exclaimed, his heart racing as he hurried over to intervene. Chun Sheng, open all the jars and pour them into the river. See who, you assist as well. Are you defying the orders of this proprietor? With sorrowful expressions, Chun Sheng and the others mimicked Su Mu's actions, opening the jars and pouring the fine wine into the flowing river. The two villagers squinted their eyes slightly. Young proprietor, might you save a drop for us? We are friends across the seas, brothers from all corners. Then let us drink. Su Mu chuckled, pushing a jar of wine along the riverbank. Two villagers, brimming with exuberance, seized the approaching wine jar, taking turns to lift it and tilt their heads back for a hearty drink. These two resembled gallant heroes of the greenwood. Chun Sheng cast a few glances their way before hastily turning his head, resuming his mournful demeanor as he poured the wine into the soup pot. The rich aroma of the wine flowed gently down the soup river, soon reaching the bustling ferry at the wine market. Initially, a portly tavern keeper came to a sudden halt, then hurriedly bent down, scooping up river water with both hands, taking several gulps. Where did this wine leak from? Where's this wine? The plump keeper's face flushed as he hastily pushed through the crowd and ran ahead. Soon, more and more people, drawn by the extraordinary fragrance of the wine, stood astonished. Lu Zizhong furrowed his brow, rising from his seat. Since the beginning, he had seen Su Mu pouring the wine into the river, yet he was unaware of the underlying intention. Quickly, have the dregs thrown into the river to stifle the scent of his wine. Lu Zizhong gritted his teeth. The dozen or so guards behind him, upon receiving the order, rushed out in haste. Meanwhile, they took a deep breath, savoring the aroma once more. Su Mu stood atop the carriage, holding a bowl of wine, exuding grandeur. I ask you all, does my wine not possess an exquisite fragrance? The crowd swelled, with some even scooping up river water to quench their thirst. This young master, indeed, has a delightful brew. The entire soup river is infused with your wine's essence. How could the 300 miles of the soup river contain my wine? Su Mu tilted his head back, downing the contents of his bowl in one go. This bowl has quenched the vastness of mountains and rivers, of iron steeds and golden spears. Do not say that heroes fade with age, nor mock the young in their poverty. 100 years shine bright. Yet one cannot escape a single bout of drunkenness in this world. Remember, this is the intoxicated celestial of my Su family. I, Su Mu, drink with you all. The onlookers, whether tavern keepers or street vendors, chorused in unison, either fetching wine from the carriage or directly scooping river water. Let us drink together. Lu Zizhong stood at a distance, bitterly closing his eyes. A single bout of drunkenness in this world is indeed a splendid poem. Damn that young master. Damn him. Chapter 85. The mountains enshrouded in mist and rain. A decade soared to sever dynasties beneath the canopy. Lu Zizhong suddenly felt a chill envelop him. It was not the sunlight that had been obscured, but rather the sound of slow footsteps approaching from behind. The young one is about to rise. Zizhong, this matter has not been handled well this time. Know this. The 30,000 taels for your entry into the Ministry of Revenue next year have been pooled by the 4 great families. Think of a way. There is still time. Lu Zizhong silently nodded, and as the footsteps receded, his countenance grew increasingly sinister. If this matter is not resolved properly, the old ghosts from the 4 great families are likely to sever his path to officialdom. Third uncle, you have messed up again. Lu Yuan, who had been waiting nearby, rushed over upon hearing Lu Zizhong's call. Before he could explain, Lu Zizhong seized the teapot and coldly overturned it onto his head. Blood and porcelain shards cascaded down Lu Yuan's cheek. Lu Yuan stood frozen, trembling in silence. Third uncle, I just made an error. Go, ride back to the residence. Lu Yuan, with a head covered in blood, fled in a panic. Lu Zizhong, massaging his wrist, gazed like a wolf at the scene by the riverbank. After a prolonged, cold stare, he disdainfully pushed down his umbrella and turned to leave. What nonsense is this black swallow, this chivalrous hero? So impressive indeed. By the riverbank, Su Mu's elaborate scheme finally bore fruit. Tavern owners frantically placed orders, handing over deposits. In the realm of mortals, such bold liquor had never been encountered. After just one bowl, the previous ordinary brews seemed as dull as a listless maiden, lacking intrigue. A daring little tavern keeper, having pushed through the crowd, was knocked thrice before he could even extend his hand, crying out as he fell into the river. Fearing trouble, Sumu decided to cease operations after securing 1,000 jars worth of orders. Safety was paramount. Should there be issues with the grain collection or if the distillery were to be torched, an overwhelming number of orders could lead to insurmountable trouble with the authorities. Many tavern keepers who failed to secure orders, those with a bit of sense, approached to become familiar faces before departing. The less astute cursed in vain, their attempts to leverage connections proving futile, leaving them to retreat in disappointment. "Boss, 1,000 jars," Chun Sheng exclaimed, his face alight with joy. "Let me calculate. 1,000. 2,000. Even selling at 5 taels per jar, that amounts to 5,000 taels of silver." Sumu smiled in response. In that moment, not only Chun Sheng, but also Si Hu and Zhou Zun, appeared almost frenzied, embracing one another with such fervor that they nearly kissed. The bow-legged dog perched on the riverbank even let out a rare, hearty laugh. Once the crowd finally dispersed, Sumu reminded everyone to gather their belongings and prepare to return to the East District. "Gentlemen, please enjoy another drink." Turning around, Sumu spotted the 2 villagers still squatting nearby. Without hesitation, he presented the last 2 jars of wine to them. After a moment's hesitation, the villagers accepted. Feeling indebted to the young proprietor, Sumu was unconcerned. His reason for bestowing the wine was simple: kinship. "Young master, shall we partake in another round?" one villager suggested. "Very well," Sumu replied. At the west gate of Tangjiang City, an opulent carriage entered slowly. Today marked the monthly wine market, a trivial event for a government official. The visit to the West District was merely for business. As per custom, the 4 prominent households were due for their monthly payments. "Your Excellency, please hold on. The crowd from the wine market has yet to disperse. We shall drive them away shortly." From within the luxurious carriage, no sounds emerged. Only the clinking of cups and the laughter of at least 2 courtesans echoed. The officials surged into the crowd, causing another uproar. By the riverside, Sumu set down his wine bowl and turned, suspicion rising within him. "Young master, this wine is exquisite." The 2 villagers laughed heartily, their previous demeanor of deference long forgotten. "Do you find this world pleasing?" Sumu asked quietly. "Too bitter, not at all pleasing," the villagers responded, their laughter growing louder, causing Sumu to feel a tingle throughout his body. The young master extended his hand. Sumu hesitated but ultimately reached out. A flash of a blade sliced through the air, blood seeping from his arm. In that moment, the young master's suspicion was severed. The actions unfolded with such rapidity that those present were momentarily bewildered. The mountains shrouded in mist, and rain swayed. As a decade's worth of swordsmen emerged to sever the imperial dynasty, 2 villagers, abandoning their bowls of liquor, suddenly sprang forth from the ground. Their concealed daggers grasped in an instant, moving with such swiftness that it seemed they might take flight. "Master, those are the chivalrous ones," one exclaimed. "We must flee." Sumu, still in shock, realized that the 2 vendors of corn had, in the blink of an eye, transformed into the legendary heroes of the martial world. The ranks of these gallant souls were swelling. Could it be they aimed to slay the officials? Gritting his teeth, Sumu looked up to see, not far ahead, at least 7 or 8 figures dashing from their hidden positions. Before long, chaos erupted as they clashed with the government forces. "Brother Mu, I will lend assistance." But Sumu, with a stern countenance, replied, "Return. What assistance can you offer? Aid those heroes? Are we to tread the path of banditry, or assist the officials? I would not mourn the demise of a few corrupt officials. We must first return to the village." Grabbing a piece of cloth, Sumu swiftly bandaged his wounds, urging Si Hu to drive the cart. Soon, they pushed through the throng and raced towards the eastern street. Behind them, the air was filled with the thunderous roars of anger. "Master, I have seen it." Around dusk, Chen Sheng, who had gone to gather information, hurried back to the village. The 4 prominent families had arrived, and alongside the officials, had slain 7 of the chivalrous souls. Their bodies hung at the city gate's tower. The 2 who perished most horrifically had their bodies mutilated. Sumu closed his eyes, realizing that surviving in such tumultuous times was increasingly arduous. "Brother Mu, we should have acted earlier." Si Hu, still brooding, harbored thoughts of eradicating evil and establishing peace. "If we helped, then what?" Sumu's voice was cold as he pulled Si Hu up, gesturing to the 20 villagers gathered before them. Lian saw, Jiang Caiwei, Xia Shuang, and the old scholars stood before him, their faces betraying a mix of anxiety and apprehension. Had they not encountered Sumu? these individuals would have been left to endure a meager existence on the borders. Let me ask you, if you slay them with fervor, what then? Do you think I do not wish to kill? Those corrupt officials have driven me to the brink. See who fell silent. 22 souls had once followed him from the border, and in this world, survival must come first. Survive, and then reason may prevail. Speak with your fists, if you must. I did not bring you from the borders just to see you perish. For a moment, Su Mu felt an overwhelming irritation, perhaps in Sihu's eyes. He appeared a coward. Yet, without strength, he had no choice but to endure, to gather his power, and to bide his time until he could rise above the decaying order of the dynasty. Chapter 86. Encounter with a benefactor. Which of you is Master Su? As night approached, 7 or 8 armed officials stood coldly at the entrance of the village. This sight stirred a mixture of guilt and anger within Sihu. Brother Hu, do not be hasty. Jiang Caiwei rushed over to offer comfort. Despite her words, her expression was fraught with tension. Sir, I am Su Mu, the master of the estate. Su Mu smiled faintly, and without the need for speculation, one could easily surmise that it was yet another malicious report from some wretched scoundrel, accusing him of consorting with those gallant heroes. Dear officials, observe the calamity that has befallen me today. I was merely in proximity and suffered a wound. Su Mu raised his arm, revealing a wound that still oozed with blood. Upon seeing this, the owner of Susan advised him to rest and recuperate. The 8 or so constables, with sullen expressions, having found no evidence and witnessing Su Mu's injury, uttered a brief remark before dismissing themselves, retreating into the heavy darkness of the night. Even from afar, Su Mu could still hear the clanking of shackles. To him, this severing of suspicion was the finest gift bestowed upon him by those 2 gallant souls. Chinsheng, keep someone on watch tonight. The rest of you may return to your quarters for some rest. There are still the 1,000 jars of orders to attend to in the coming days. Turning away, Su Mu exhaled deeply. In a few days, the matter regarding the heroes would finally begin to fade. His foolish younger brother, Sihu, had fortunately remained unaffected, continuing to consume 10 buns per meal, indulging in his usual fare. Just yesterday, he had even ventured out and tricked a neighbor's child out of half a skewer of candied hawthorn. As for that little assassin, it was as if he had vanished from existence, not having made a move in quite some time. Yet, this sensation was discomforting, leaving Su Mu feeling as though he had a thorn lodged in his throat. He longed for the day when he could capture the assassin, to first hang him up and administer a beating. The corpses hanging at the city gate had been exposed to the sun for 3 days before being taken down, hastily wrapped in straw mats and buried in a potter's field. All of this seemed to be detached from Su Mu's reality, yet somehow intricately intertwined with it. Master, should we not collect the grain? Chun Sheng inquired while tending to the healed steed, Dima. Indeed, we must collect it. The 1,000 jars order cannot be delayed any further. This burgeoning wine market will likely attract the interference of the 4 prominent families again. It's not just that we cannot procure grain near Tangjiang City. Even in Fengcheng, we would likely face the same dilemma. The last batch of grain was procured by Chun Sheng from the rural estates of Fengcheng at inflated prices. When we return, the granaries might still be empty. Master, we shall have to head towards Chongqing. Beyond Chongqing, we may find some grain. How many days will it take to go and return? 6 or 7 days. 6 or 7 days is ample time. The delivery date agreed upon with those tavern managers is at the beginning of next month. Chinsheng, you must not go this time. Oh, master, why is that? Stay at the estate and be cautious in handling matters. Your steadiness of character makes you more suited to remain behind. As you wish, master, Chinsheng nodded. Ensure you do not fall into anyone else's traps. Should someone harbor ill intentions, merely claim that General Zhao from the border will visit the estate in a few days. Zhao Qingyun, a young general from the border, was the only official acquaintance they had. A few days prior, Su Mu had considered spending money to inquire about Zhao Qingyun's whereabouts, but ultimately refrained, for Zhao Qingyun must have his own path to tread. The 100 heads of military merit compensation were likely already in his possession. Master, I shall exercise utmost caution. Su Mu smiled with satisfaction, for it was not merely excessive prudence on his part, but rather the nature of the current circumstances. It was a precarious endeavor, and the 4 prominent families were likely seething with frustration. However, in the vicinity of the inner city, they did not dare commit acts of brigandage against the estate. The longbow shall remain with you. Prioritize healing your internal injuries. The Bao dog sat in the corner, cradling the medicinal soup prepared by Jiang Caiwei. and remained silent for a considerable time before finally nodding. In the East Block, there are still the black-clad men around. Both overt and covert, the situation seems manageable. Su Lang, Xia Shuang has something to say. Just after Su Mu finished giving orders, Jiang Caiwei, accompanied by her maid Xia Shuang, hurried over. Xia Shuang, her cheeks flushed, hesitated for quite a while, and could not find her voice. Su Lang, I and Xia Shuang wish to accompany you. Ultimately, it was Jiang Caiwei who spoke up. What purpose would it serve to follow? Xia Shuang expressed a desire to take a detour to Cheng City to see her husband. Yuan Kai? Su Mu paused, only then recalling such a person. I previously bought some fine melons and dried some of them. He enjoys these. Master, I will visit the academy briefly to deliver the dried melons and clothing, and then return without delaying his studies. Su Mu sighed inwardly. He hardly believed Yuan Kai would diligently study at the academy. Perhaps he was indulging in revelry at some establishment in Cheng City. Do you truly wish to go? Master, I do wish to go. Then go ahead. Caiwei, you shall accompany her. Thank you, Su Lang. The two unfortunate women were suddenly filled with immense joy. See who? Prepare the carriage. Before long, a galloping carriage, kicking up dust, rolled out of the East City gate under the morning sun. To thwart any potential attacks from small assassins, Su Mu had prudently installed wooden barriers on the carriage windows. Only in the event of an ambush would there be an opportunity for confrontation.
This journey not only included Sihu, but also Zhou Zun and two other young men, all riding fierce steeds, armed with long spears and iron bows.
Exuding an air of lethal intent, the carriage wheels sped swiftly over the smooth, official road. In the distance, the mounted black swallow, having inhaled a couple of mouthfuls of stirred-up dust, bore a somewhat aggrieved expression. After gaining fame for 18 years, I merely wish to kill a small master. Why is it so difficult? Do you recognize me? I am the black swallow from Muyun Prefecture. The official road snaked like a winding serpent between the lush forests and towering mountains. Sitting inside the carriage, Su Mu inexplicably sneezed, prompting Jiang Caiwei to hurriedly offer a handkerchief. It is nothing. I suspect I have caught the attention of thieves. Rubbing his nose, Su Mu lifted his gaze to Xia Shuang before deciding it prudent to issue a precautionary statement. He held no expectations that Yuan Kai, that scoundrel, would have any redeeming qualities akin to a loyal wife, unworthy of abandonment. Xia Shuang, on this journey to Cheng City, regardless of circumstances, you are still a member of the Su family. What does the master mean by this? Xia Shuang looked up in astonishment, while Jiang Caiwei beside her appeared equally bewildered. Su Mu chuckled lightly. Having heard that Cheng City is prosperous, I fear Yu Xiong may be dazzled by it. Master, my husband is not of such character. He studies diligently every day. Upon hearing this, Xia Shuang's expression tightened momentarily. Diligently studying. Is he poring over that hand-copied book of spring? My husband has mentioned that he has a chance this year. If he succeeds, he will be appointed to the official post, rising to a high position within a year, and to a provincial official within 3 years. Su Mu sighed. Did he also claim that his monthly salary would be substantial? How does the master know? My husband said he would receive 30 taels of silver each month. 30 taels, you say? Wangzhou's old official had spent his entire life as a magistrate, earning a meager monthly salary of merely 8 coins of silver. Such a loquacious tongue. Master, my husband has a chance this year, the young maid Xia Shuang said. Su Mu, with a heavy heart, nodded slightly, aware that persuading the little maid would be futile. Yet, this journey was one Xia Shuang was destined to undertake. Much like the maid Jiang Caiwei who once ventured alone into Wangzhou City, bearing the burden of her humble origins. In this vast and chaotic world, finding a kindred spirit felt akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Chapter 87. My brother just returned from the frontier within the inner city. There exists, upon closer inspection, no fewer than 20 grand cities. The Zhejiang River, flowing from west to east for 3 millennia, has nurtured countless souls and birthed a multitude of prosperous cities. Among these 20 grand cities, Chengqing may not be the most resplendent. However, it is noteworthy for its remarkable individuals and fertile lands, having produced numerous esteemed nobles and scholars. One could take but a few steps in this city and, with a mere stroke of luck, encounter a venerable scholar returning from retirement. Consequently, the scholarly atmosphere in Chengqing is profoundly intense. Of course, none of this pertains to Yuan Kai. Master, do try a piece, Xia Shuang urged, delicately offering dried melon to Su Mu from within the carriage. She harbored a slight apprehension that the young master might disdain such fare. To her surprise, Sumu eagerly accepted it, placing it into his mouth and chewing heartily. It was quite delicious, a delightful treat from the old man who had long since retired. Xia Shuang's face brightened as she carefully wrapped the remaining dried melon and held it close to her chest, reminiscent of a bride's joy on her wedding day. Sumu had firmly resolved that should Yu Wenkai, in a state of disarray, dare to mistreat such a good wife, he would not hesitate to break his legs, even if it meant facing a lawsuit. Fish, fish. Even as he called for the horses to stop, Sihu inexplicably wiped his mouth before turning back. Young master, we have arrived in Chongqing. Sumu peered out, taking in the surroundings before slowly disembarking from the carriage. Unlike the raucous city of Jiuqing, Chongqing appeared notably refined, adorned with vibrant banners in hues of red and white that fluttered atop the city walls. The soldiers stationed at the gates had also donned a more cultured appearance, tying back their hair and grooming their beards. This time, rather than demanding payment, the guards welcomed them courteously after Su Mu presented his badge, allowing their party to enter the city somewhat speechlessly. Young master, this is a fine city, Sihu remarked, his reasoning straightforward. Good is good, bad is bad. He deemed Chongqing commendable and thus declared it a good city. Yet, Sumu held a different perspective. It was not merely the shattered landscapes of the frontier that clouded his judgment, but rather a simple feeling that this place carried an air of superficial tranquility. Time was of the essence. Leading the horse, Zhou Zun inquired of a passerby and finally located the Chongqing Academy. Sulang, do you think we should go see Wanwan? Jiang Caiwei's clear voice chimed from within the carriage. Wanwan, Li Xiaowan. Su Mu's expression turned peculiar as he recalled that this ancestor resided in Chongqing and was, indeed, a lady of status. However, he held no intention of ingratiating himself. Candidly, the incident involving the 7 heroes and the assassination of the local officials had left a profound impact on him. In a world of stark contrasts, there was no room for gray. One day, should he truly embark on the path of banditry, how would he face Li Xiaowan? First, gather provisions. The beginning of next month heralds the time for tribute. I shall heed Su Lang's counsel. Jiang Caiwei hastily concealed the flicker of disappointment in her eyes, nodding fervently. Before long, after traversing several streets, the carriage finally came to a halt once more. Upon disembarking, Su Mu was met with the sight of a grand and ancient academy, bustling with scholarly youths clad in attire resembling the 4 noble plants, plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum. Indeed, the reputation of Chongqing for its scholarly pursuits was well-deserved. Caiwei, you and the others wait in the carriage for a moment. I shall inquire within. Taking a few steps forward, Su Mu clasped his hands, attempting to intercept the passing young scholar. Yet, before he could utter a word, the scholar scurried away as if fleeing from a plague. Master, you must perform the customary bow. These scholars are quite miserly, Zhou Zun remarked as he returned from a distance, grumbling incessantly. The bow, a form of greeting among scholars, involved raising the hands in salute before bowing deeply. Su Mu felt a twinge of discomfort in his jaw. After much effort to master the gesture, a simpleton scholar finally deigned to respond. You, surnamed you, are you a man of letters? Do you possess a courtesy name? I cannot recall my courtesy name clearly. I was originally a scholar from the border regions. I have not heard of it, Su Mu replied, a glimmer of resignation in his eyes. As he suspected, that scoundrel Yuantai would hardly attend to his studies or examinations. Su Lang, does no one recognize him? Su Mu fell silent for a moment before nodding. Inside the carriage, Xia Shuang shivered slightly, clutching a dried melon and a coat. Hey, do not block the way. At that moment, a lavish carriage emerged from the academy. In truth, they were not obstructing each other. A mere shift of the carriage's front would allow for an easy passage. Furrowing his brow, Su Mu raised his hand, instructing Sihu to move the carriage aside. Unexpectedly, as the carriage maneuvered, a large handful of fruit peels and seed shells were flung out of the window, landing squarely upon Su Mu. Before he could respond, Sihu, with the stature of an iron tower, surged forward in anger, positioning himself defiantly in front of the carriage. The elderly coachman issued a few threats, but they proved futile, prompting him to hurriedly call out to his young master. A frail scholar dismounted, cursing under his breath, and soon leapt forward, feigning to search for bricks. Sihu flicked his fingers, sending the scholar tumbling back several paces, where he fell and cried out before scrambling away towards the academy. Su Mu twitched his lips, urging Sihu to drive the carriage away from the academy. Do not rush. I shall inquire nearby later. Once back in the carriage, Su Mu offered reassurance. having already made the journey. Whether that scoundrel Yuan Tai was alive or dead must be clarified. See who proceed. See who. Su Mu's demeanor shifted slightly as he leaned out, only to be taken aback by the sight before him, a veritable sea of plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum. Dozens of young scholars rolled up their sleeves, brandishing bricks and wooden rulers, clamoring in a cacophony. Whatever happened to the genteel demeanor of scholars? It seemed that civility had been fed to the dogs. Master, should we engage them? Drive them away. Zhou Zun tightened the reins, and the spirited steed barely made a half-circle before 8 scholars scattered in disarray. Do not be complacent. My brother has just returned from the frontier, having slain more than 30 of the D people and 2 centurions. He aided the border town of Wangzhou, repelling 9 waves of siege from the northern D. Su Mu stood momentarily stunned. Such an achievement warrants a marquisate at the very least. My brother has arrived. My brother has returned. A rough and uncouth fellow. Prepare to meet your demise. Wang Yun walked slowly, fearful that if he hurried, the several admiring young ladies would struggle to keep pace. Atop the walls of Wangzhou, arrows rained down, and blades clashed in a dance of death, though we are scholars. How could we remain idle in the face of national peril? I brandished my dual blades, carving a path from the east gate to the west. Those savage D-dogs, upon seeing me and Brother Fan, were filled with dread and fled in disarray. Wang Yun halted, disregarding the urging of the young ladies, and stood before the academy, his entire body trembling. He saw it. He saw that figure once more, standing resolutely in the twilight. Since returning to Chongqing, the haunting images of slaughter and carnage replayed in his mind each night. Although only a few days had passed, the sight of that figure inexplicably filled him with reassurance. In an instant, a wave of suppressed sentiment surged within him, and his eyes brimmed with tears. Look, my brother is crying from anger. You are finished. My brother rushed over. When he was in Wangzhou, he wielded dual blades, charging from the east gate to the west. After a brief moment, their esteemed elder brother, once imbued with such lofty aspirations, now wept like a child, embracing that audacious young master. Su, why have you only come to see me now? I have missed you. Chapter 88. Consider me an old friend. As night fell, in the elegant hall of Qingqing's wine house, Su Mu sat with a peculiar expression, observing Fan Gu and Wang Yun as they poured and toasted. Though they claimed it was a mere coincidence to accompany him, it now felt rather pleasant. Su, allow us to raise another toast to you. Su Mu graciously lifted his cup, clinking it with those of Fan Gu and Wang Yun. The perilous journey from the frontier to the inner city could be deemed a matter of life and death. Fortunately, these two still held some sense of loyalty. In the blink of an eye, both had become elder brothers. Setting down his cup, Su Mu hesitated to broach a new topic. The faces of Fan Gu and Wang Yun suddenly flushed red, hurriedly refilling their cups and toasting yet again. Not only Su Mu, but throughout the long and arduous journey, even the likes of Si Hu and Zhou Zun had not spared concern for these 3 ancestors. Su, I have already sent someone to inform Wan Wan. However, as you know, being the daughter of an official, I estimate she will not arrive until tomorrow. Clang. Before Fan Gu could finish, Li Xiaowan burst through the door, biting her lip. Her hair unkempt, and her dress of silk and satin dusted with grime. She entered the inner chamber without a greeting, hastily approaching Su Mu. What a cad! What brings you to Chongqing? I merely passed through, Su Mu replied, exasperated. Nonsense, you must have come to see us. You are mistaken. I cannot possibly aspire to such heights. Truly, I am just passing through. I still have grain to collect in the coming days. Wretched cad, Li Xiaowan huffed, seating herself indignantly. After a moment, she walked to Jiang Caiwei's side, her demeanor brightening once more. Wan Wan, does your guard not stop you? Fan Gu inquired, astonished. The young lady is quite capable of scaling walls. Raising her head, Li Xiaowan replied with irritation before suddenly turning to glare at Su Mu. Su Mu was too disinterested to respond. He had long since offended this ancestor. Was the Master Su really seeking Yuan Kai? After several rounds of drinks, as the conversation flowed freely, the group grew increasingly familiar. Upon hearing the name Yuan Kai, Xia Shuang, who was seated at the end, quickly lifted her head. Fan Gu, I recall he expressed a desire to follow you both to pursue studies, did he not? Huh, what kind of learning was he after? Fan Gu and Wang Yun both wore expressions of disdain. Su, the master, was unaware that previously you had received some silver from them, which he squandered daily at Qingguan Tavern. Once his funds were depleted, He even borrowed from the two of us, several tales at a time, and had done so 3 or 4 times. Lacking property or land, we, remembering our friendship, helped him out, hoping he might succeed in his studies and achieve the status of a scholar in the coming year. What you do not know, Master Su, is that through connections, he managed to enter the academy, but after only a few days, he claimed exhaustion and left. Listening to this, a cold smile crept onto Su Mu's lips. It was clear that Yuan Kai was not cut out for scholarly pursuits. If he had truly dedicated himself to his studies, he would not be over 30 and still unable to even attain the status of a child scholar. Where is he now? Fan Gu and Wang Yun appeared hesitant to speak further. Su Mu paused, anticipating that their next words might challenge his worldview. Considering Xia Shuang was still present, he refrained from pressing further. Unexpectedly, it was Xia Shuang who broke the silence, her face a mixture of panic and a hint of hope. You too. Please share some insights regarding my husband. Fan Gu turned his gaze, hesitatingly glancing at Su Mu, and upon receiving a silent nod from him, continued. Recently, Yu has become quite remarkable, having attached himself to an old official, contemplating marriage. Just days ago, he even asked me about drafting a divorce letter. Master Su was unaware that the old official's daughter was over 30, unattractive, and ill-tempered. In the vast city of Cheng, even the poorest families dared not propose to her. Wang Yun fell silent, having heard the sound of sobbing from within the inner room. In a corner, the inconspicuous Xia Shuang had tears streaming down her face. Her eyes swollen. The dried melon and garment she had been clutching had slipped from her grasp and fallen to the ground. Su Mu felt a pang of sorrow. The most bitter tale in this world is that of a heartless man abandoning his faithful wife. However, regardless of the circumstances, the prior statement still held true. This was a path Xia Shuang ultimately had to traverse. Jiang Caiwei, too, felt her eyes welling with tears, as sisters in spirit with Xia Shuang. Witnessing her in such distress weighed heavily on her heart. Fan Gu, how far is that place? Fan Gu was momentarily taken aback before grasping Su Mu's intent. After pondering for a moment, he replied, not far, just a few streets away. Take me there. Caiwei, you two go together. Even as night fell, the streets of Cheng remained bustling with life. The flirtatious laughter of the courtesans at Qingguan, the calls of street vendors, and the jingle of coins from passers-by merged into a vibrant cacophony. Fan Gu and Wang Yun, seizing sticks of firewood, displayed expressions of excitement. Those days at the frontier, though initially daunting, had gradually honed their skills. Otherwise, how could they have become the renowned duo of Cheng Academy? Su, the master of the Su family, led the way, while the old official was merely a minor functionary within the bureaucratic establishment. Despite his usual arrogance, he was compelled to address my father as Master Fan and refer to me as young Master Wang. Two privileged youths engaged in a continuous stream of chatter. Su Mu, devoid of any emotion, harbored a singular thought: to drag that scoundrel Yuan Tai out and deliver a sound beating. Master Su, we have arrived. Su Mu lifted his gaze to behold a mansion that appeared even more opulent against the backdrop of the surrounding low-roofed, humble abodes. The gate of the courtyard stood ajar, through which emanated the sharp, affected voice of a woman and the familiar sycophantic laughter of a man, holding dried melon seeds and a small jacket. Xia Shuang's face once again clouded with sorrow. After a moment's pause, she hurriedly rushed out, traversing the dimming twilight and the sudden barking of dogs. Previously, Su Mu had no inkling of what a crumbling world might look like, but he had come to understand it now. A few paces away, Xia Shuang stood before the flickering light of the courtyard gate. After a brief moment, she unexpectedly collapsed to the ground. You, what brings you here? Leave quickly. Yu Wentai's anxious figure hurriedly shut the courtyard door while pointing at the fallen Xia Shuang, whispering harshly, Yu Lang, I brought dried melon seeds and the small jacket I sewed myself. In the night, Yu Wentai, filled with shame and anger, lifted his leg and kicked away the items presented to him. I now feast on candied fruits and dawn silks. Do not mislead me, depart at once. If you do not leave, I shall kick you to death. Yet, that leg was ultimately not delivered, instead retracting in haste. Yu Wentai trembled, gazing at the person who approached. Su, since you are here, please serve as a witness. I, Yu Wentai, hereby sever all ties with this village woman from this day forth. We shall have no further dealings. The proprietor agreed. Su Mu replied coldly. Behind him, Jiang Caiwei, who had hurried over, tenderly helped Xia Shuang to her feet. Su is a wise man, Yu Wentai rejoiced. You must understand that a woman of her ilk is unworthy of me. Indeed, you, Su Mu gestured, and the nearby Fan Gu quickly handed him a stick. From this moment on, you two are no longer connected. But Su, Yuantai protested, what need have you for a club? I had previously refrained from striking you out of consideration for Xiaoshuang. However, henceforth, you have no connection to the Su family, and I shall no longer show restraint. With a swift motion, Su Mu struck Yuantai, sending him sprawling to the ground, clutching his arm. If you possess any courage, shout louder and summon your old father-in-law and your hideous wife. Yuantai trembled, desperately covering his mouth. With a resounding thud, another blow landed, causing a significant swelling on Yuantai's head. Those present collectively gasped. It had been a long time since they had witnessed the young master so infuriated. Do not hit. Do not hit. Yuantai pleaded. Su, water flows downhill, and men ascend. There is no fault in this. Just observe, you and your village folk, powerless and without influence. How long you can endure. It would be better to disperse and seek other opportunities. In this world, if you possess no wealth, you will live like a dog. Uncertain whether it was due to the blows he had received or a reckless resignation, the battered Yuankai raised his head defiantly, speaking with conviction. Do not mock me. I have inquired with my venerable father-in-law. That young lieutenant stationed at the border has already ascended to the rank of General Putty, thanks to your military exploits. Su Mu paused momentarily, standing in the dim light, his body involuntarily trembling. Water flows downwards, and men strive upwards. Only you would be foolish enough to ponder about compensating the loyal and their bereaved families, or settling the villagers. With a loud thud, a wooden club struck the ground, splintering into two pieces and sending wood shavings flying. Yuankai, terrified, clutched his head and, upon realizing he had not been struck, breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Su, let us regard each other as old acquaintances. I understand, Su Mu replied bitterly, feeling an overwhelming heaviness in his chest. It was not due to Yuankai, but rather the young lieutenant Zhao Qingyun. Xiaoshuang, from this day forth, pay no heed to whether he lives or dies. Should he ever kneel before the village, I implore you all to turn a blind eye. With that, Su Mu coldly strode forward. Mark my words, I shall attain wealth and prosperity in the future. Yuankai shouted wildly, his head raised high. The evening breeze swept through the street, and Xiaoshuang covered her face, bursting into tears. Chapter 89. Wealth at the Li residence. In the carriage, Xiaoshuang continued to weep. Throughout the journey, her tears flowed unabated. Eventually, they sought refuge in an inn. According to Fan Gu and Wang Yun, they could have been honored guests at the homes of the two. However, Su Mu, after some contemplation, declined the offer. You scoundrel! Come to my house tomorrow. Li Xiaowan puffed out her cheeks, scolding without pause. What for? I shall not go. Su Mu felt a heaviness in his chest regarding Zhao Qingyun's matters. The words of the little ancestor could be disregarded at such a moment. The young master of Changji grain merchants is at my residence. Su Mu halted, turning with a look of astonishment. He was well aware of Changji grain merchants, one of the top 3 grain merchants in the inner city. Do you wish to engage in illicit dealings? If so, I could offer a higher commission. Nonsense. Li Xiaowan's face flushed. Sister Caiwei informed me about the affairs of the village. My aunt is assisting you. Just wait half a day. Come if you wish. Gritting her teeth, Li Xiaowan strode ahead, only to glance back, glaring at Su Mu once more. Su Mu found himself momentarily bewildered. Su Lang, Wanwan means well. Let us hope so, Su Mu thought, rubbing his head, considering that Li Xiaowan was repaying a kindness, for he had indeed worried about her along the border. As the night deepened, Fan Gu and Wang Yun hastily took their leave, chasing after the silhouette of Li Xiaowan while calling out. Soon, even their voices faded into silence. You have all labored throughout the day. Rest well tonight. Upholding a belief in prioritizing safety, Su Mu instructed Zhou Zun to take turns keeping watch before sleeping. Lying on the wooden bed, Su Mu drifted into a hazy slumber. In a profound dream, he envisioned Zhao Qingyun galloping across the endless grasslands of the D people, sword in hand, surrounded by the chaos of battle and the roars of conflict. In an instant, he then dreamt of the southern city gate of Wangzhou, where heaps of refugee heads lay piled high, blood saturating the ground, staining his vision crimson. Rest assured, Su, I, Zhao Qingyun, have sworn to stand against the D people for eternity. My sole ambition in this life is to serve my country and bring peace to my people. The words of an old friend echoed in his mind like thunder. As dawn broke, sunlight filtered through the slightly ajar window. Sumu opened his eyes and rubbed his forehead for quite some time before the throbbing sensation in his head began to dissipate. Master, the lady calls you for breakfast. Understood. He donned his long robe and secured his sword, and by the time he descended to enjoy his morning meal, the sun had already ascended high in the sky above Qing City. The path to Li Xiaowan's residence was not difficult to navigate. Following the bustling main street, he rode his carriage to the end, where he beheld a resplendent and opulent estate from afar. For guards, their hair tied in traditional crowns, recognized him, inquired about his name, and respectfully stepped aside to invite Su Mu and his companions into the mansion. Upon crossing the cobblestone path, a breathtaking view unfolded before him. Crimson gates, jade steps, and colorful glazed tiles sparkled in the sunlight. Graceful willows hung low, reflecting beautifully upon a small, azure lake. Pavilions and towers harmoniously interspersed within a garden brimming with vibrant blooms. Goodness, how wealthy must this little ancestor's family be! Exclaimed Si Hu, a sentiment echoed by all present. Even Su Mu himself was taken aback by the affluence of Li Xiaowan's family, hoping fervently that her father was not a corrupt official. Caiwei, Li Xiaowan, her hair elegantly styled in a stunning updo, adorned in a four-colored silk gown, approached with light, joyous steps, her eyes narrowing at Su Mu. The gaze of one who harbors ill intent cannot be concealed, and Su Mu was certain that if he dared to utter a few more foolish words, the guards trailing behind would charge at him with fierce intent. Suddenly, he recalled his earlier foolishness at the border outpost, where he had foolishly declined the offer of 200 taels of silver to a family of such stature. That amount was as trivial as a strand of hair from a herd of cattle. Follow me. Li Xiaowan appeared exceedingly delighted, affectionately grasping Jiang Caiwei's hand as they walked ahead. After traversing a straight, slate path, they arrived at the main hall of the estate. Laughter intermittently drifted from within. Su Mu adjusted his attire. For this business meeting, he had specifically chosen a new robe. If he could successfully negotiate with Chang's grain store, he would no longer have to worry about grain procurement for a considerable time. Father, young Master Chang, Su Master has arrived. Do not treat him with indifference. He is my savior. Li Xiaowan's words stirred Su Mu's heart. This girl was indeed vouching for him. After all, it was rare for a fallen noble like him to have the opportunity to attend such a grand gathering. Two figures emerged from the hall, their laughter resonating. Among them was a distinguished middle-aged man who took several steps forward and warmly grasped Su Mu's hand. Without a doubt, this was Li Xiaowan's father, whom she had previously mentioned as Li Shua Mo Wan Wan. Take the other guests to the inner chamber to rest. The banquet has already been prepared. Li Xiaowan nodded and once more grasped Jiang Caiwei's hand, leading Si Hu and the others along the adjacent slate path. They had scarcely walked far when Li Shuomo released Su Mu, his expression transforming into a calm and composed demeanor. Beside him, the young gentleman Chang stifled a yawn, leading the way into the main hall. Su, please stand here for a moment. We shall partake in a feast shortly. The Chang grain house will supply you with 20 carts of rice each month, calculated at the purchase price. There is no need for you to enter. I have matters to attend to. After walking a few paces, Li Shuomo abruptly turned back, furrowing his brow as he spoke again, nearly forgetting to add, in the future, if there is nothing pressing, I hope you will refrain from coming to Chongqing. Just remember that, and wait a while before heading to the feast. Su Mu stood rooted in place, feeling akin to a dog awaiting its master to toss a bone, only to scamper off with it once received. Yet he did not wish to be a mere dog. He aspired to be a man, living with dignity even amidst chaotic times. He stepped forward, adjusting his long robe, and crossed the intricately carved gatepost, entering the hall. Within the ancient and austere main hall, Li Shuomo, stirring the tea froth, lifted his gaze, his expression tinged with mild anger. The young gentleman Chang displayed an unusual smile. Su, I did not invite you in. Li Shuomo remarked with displeasure as he set down the teacup. He had already extended considerable courtesy regarding the grain procurement. 20 carts each month at the purchase price was a generous offer. Any other small merchant would have been overjoyed. Su Mu did not respond immediately, continuing his stride forward until he stood firmly at the front of the hall. Su, your demeanor is inappropriate. It reveals a lack of self-awareness. Li Shuomo rose, his face now displaying clear irritation. In these times, many young people were scrambling for opportunities. He was not opposed to granting chances to the youth. Indeed, as a fifth-rank provincial governor of the Great Ji dynasty, he had promoted numerous juniors over the past 2 years. However, these were not the struggling apprentices of the lower classes. In this world, where some feasted on rice, others subsisted on porridge, where some donned silk garments, others wore tattered linen, this was an immutable truth. To him, Su Mu, a mere commoner, was nothing but a presumptuous beneficiary of favor. And such individuals had reached the end of their paths. Chapter 90. A promising business. The borders were fraught with conflict, and your rescue of the young girl is commendable. The grain procurement matter is already a form of recompense. Li Shuomo spoke in a neutral tone. The small merchant's lack of gratitude irked him. If he were more astute, he would have withdrawn by now. Yet, the young merchant remained steadfast, exuding an air of calm composure. Esteemed sir, I wish to discuss a promising business opportunity with young Master Chang. Su Mu slightly bowed. This statement only heightened Li Shuomo's anger. Discuss business? Are you not embarrassed to propose a transaction involving mere 2 taels of silver? Su Mu's expression remained unchanged as he raised his hands in a respectful salute. I stand here with integrity, unashamed. The towering edifice begins with accumulated soil. The vast tree grows from a tiny sprout. The river carp dares to leap the dragon gate. And the soaring bird can traverse 1,000 mountains. A capable person can rise regardless of their origins. I have heard that the Chang grain house once had ancestors who traded rice. Surely, they must understand this well. This assertion prompted yet another cold laugh from Li Shuomo. After years of navigating the political arena, he was not easily deceived. Rising from his seat, he prepared to summon guards to have Su Mu forcibly removed, even if it meant enduring his precious daughter's tantrums. Uncle, please enjoy a cup of tea. Young Master Chang suddenly spoke, a playful smile gracing his lips. Not out of surprise, but rather amusement. I shall grant you a cup of tea's time. Please begin. Su Mu exhibited no signs of urgency. Instead, his tone grew increasingly composed, a sight that made Li Shuomo, who was serving tea, feel a wave of discomfort. My Su family estate requires 100 carts of rice each month from Chang's grain depot. As for the price, it shall be according to the market rate. In 3 months, our requirement will increase to 500 carts monthly. Young Master Chang leaned back in his chair, his gaze revealing a hint of disappointment. In the inner city, there are many in need of grain. Do you truly believe that 500 carts constitutes a grand business venture? The 4 prominent families of Tangjiang City each require 1,000 carts monthly. This 1,000 carts seems beyond the reach of Chang's grain depot. Su Mu chuckled softly. The issue of procuring grain had long troubled him, and earlier, he had thoroughly inquired about various grain depots and larger farms. Young Master Chang paused slightly, then began to laugh as well. The success of Chang's grain depot was significantly attributed to its control over several nearby farms in the inner city. Even the Ministry of Revenue, when faced with years of disaster relief, had to procure grain from Chang's grain depot. Naturally, above Chang's grain depot, there existed 2 larger grain depots that nearly monopolized half of the grain trade of the Ji dynasty. Among the 3, Chang's grain depot was the weakest. In 6 months, if the 4 prominent families of Tangjiang City could not sell their wine, they would cease to procure grain. As for my Su family estate, we shall only purchase grain from Chang's grain depot. While the 4 families acquire 1,000 carts from elsewhere, I will procure 2,000 carts from Chang's grain depot. Li Shuomo spat out his tea in surprise, humorously retrieving a handkerchief to clean his face. It was evident that the 4 prominent families of Tangjiang City had stood strong for a century for good reason. These age-old clans were not to be trifled with. How audacious for the youth before him to claim he would consume the 4 families in half a year's time. Young Master Chang also smiled, though a glimmer of sharpness flashed in his eyes. You mentioned earlier that in the first 3 months, you would require 100 carts of grain? Indeed, Su Mu affirmed. Wan is also my sister. Consider this round as my act of gratitude. Young Master Chang fell silent for a moment, then produced a jade token from his bosom, handing it to Su Mu. In the future, when you wish to collect grain, have your estate's steward present this token at Chang's grain depot. He added, if, in 6 months, you have not secured your 2,000 carts, I advise you to reconsider your venture into the wine business. The interplay of light and shadow in the world of commerce was ever present. Su Mu calmly accepted the token, fully aware that this was not merely a business transaction, but rather a collaboration. Yet, the relationship was asymmetrical, at least for now. One day, when the Su family estate cleared the path and dominated the liquor trade in the inner city, the partnership with Chang's grain depot would evolve into a far more solid bond. Business has been settled. Why do you linger? Li Shuomo snapped, his expression darkening. His disdain for this upstart young master grew stronger. Young Master Chang yawned, showing no inclination to mediate. Trading 100 carts of grain for a somewhat nebulous opportunity was not a poor bargain. Sumu stood with quiet dignity, clasping his hands. Before turning to leave the main hall, he did not proceed to the inner chambers, but instead remained silently on the bluestone path. After a brief moment, Jiang Caiwei and her companions hurriedly emerged. Last in line, C, who clearly had not yet satisfied his hunger. As his arms were bulging with food he had discreetly packed away. Su Lang, Jiang Caiwei called out with light steps from a distance. Sumu forced a smile and took a few steps forward. Why are you not at the banquet, you rogue? Not hungry, I presume? By the way, I must thank Miss Li. Standing opposite Li Xiaowan, Sumu rarely made a gesture of gratitude. Why do you need to thank me? Li Xiaowan's face was etched with grievance. You do realize this might come across as distant? Sumu was taken aback. He had thought that despite their mutual disdain, it would be better to adopt a lower stance in gratitude for the significant help she had provided. Yet, this little tyrant seemed devoid of logic. Forget it. You are foolish anyway. Li Xiaowan puffed her cheeks, brushed her silk sleeves, and inexplicably turned to leave. Sumu was momentarily stunned, and his expression darkened with anger. Brother Mu, control yourself. This is the Li residence, and her father holds a position of authority. We were invited to dine. Fearing Sumu's potential retort, Sihu hastily grasped his arm and pulled him away from the Li residence. Once outside the Li estate, the humiliation dissipated as the grain collection fell into place. And Sumu's smile returned. Master, have we reached an agreement with the grain merchant? Indeed, we have. At the beginning of this month, 100 carts of grain will be delivered. 100 carts? So, we need not scour for grain elsewhere? Certainly. The gathered individuals erupted in cheers. Collecting grain was undoubtedly a tiresome affair, particularly for the Su family, who were currently devoid of power and influence. Thankfully, the issue had been resolved. Let us return to Tangjiang. While there is still daylight, let us hasten our horses. We should be able to make it back to Tangjiang City. Su Lang. There is a matter in Chongqing tomorrow. Jiang Caiwei spoke anxiously, fearing that Su Mu might take offense, and struggled to articulate her thoughts clearly. Master, it is this. That little tyrant mentioned that tomorrow coincides with Chongqing's literary festival, and she requested that we stay an additional day. A literary festival? What business do we have among those scholars making a fuss? Sumu was taken aback. The fires of war at the borders of the Great Ji were vividly imprinted in his mind, and he had no desire to accompany a group of scholars lamenting their fate. She said, Master, that you are well versed in poetry and literature, and she wishes to invite you to participate in the poetry gathering, to cultivate a more refined demeanor. What purpose would that serve? Sumu replied disinterestedly, but suddenly recalled how instrumental Li Xiaowan had been in facilitating the grain transaction. Why didn't she mention this earlier? Master, you were both arguing before. She scolded me. I did not retaliate. Sumu rubbed his forehead, perplexed by Li Xiaowan's intentions. Very well, I shall stay an extra day. I might as well observe the spectacle. Chapter 91. My father likes it the literary festival in Chongqing did not take place during the day, but rather at night. As the evening sky began to showcase the first glimmers of starlight, Li Xiaowan's carriage arrived before the inn. Stepping down from the carriage, she bore a hint of anger. Dearest Dengsu, as you expand your business in the future, you will inevitably interact with numerous individuals. If you cultivate an air of sophistication, your endeavors will surely flourish. Li Xiaowan's words are not mere platitudes. Despite the tumultuous borders, the inner city is rife with various sycophants of elegance. I would not trouble myself for your sake. But for Sister Caiwei's future happiness, I find myself obliged to assist you. Sumu smirked and graciously gestured with his hands. The two carriages set forth from the inn. Wary of the potential crowds at the Wen festival, Zhou Zun and two other young men decided to leave their horses at the inn and join the carriage. This year's Wen festival prize is a crane feather cap, reportedly crafted from the celestial feathers of the imperial palace's rare cranes. Adorned with several pearls tribute from the southern regions. Li Xiaowan spoke earnestly, attempting to ignite Su Mu's competitive spirit, yet her efforts quickly waned. Su Mu merely scratched his head, devoid of any expression. Hey, Dengsu, do you truly intend to remain a small employer for life? And what of it? Su Mu retorted with a glance, intrigued nonetheless. The one festival in Chongqing commanded such grandeur, yet upon reflection, it was understandable. For centuries, Chongqing has been a bastion of talent, contributing significantly to the court of the Great Ji dynasty. Thus receiving royal favor seems quite justified. Although still some distance from the one festival streets, the jubilant cheers of scholars could already be heard. Colorful lanterns adorned the streets from end to end. As night fell, skyward floated countless prayer lanterns, transforming into brilliant blossoms. The bustling streets were filled not only with scholars but also numerous tourists, all glancing back thrice, fearful of missing a glimpse of a charming young lady. Vendors shouted from the corners, flower girls coyly tossed handkerchiefs from their balconies, and courtesans showcased their dances on nearby boats. To be candid, this was the most vibrant scene Su Mu had witnessed since his arrival in this world, momentarily leading him to believe he had stepped into a realm of prosperity. "Master, this does not appear to be a mere monkey show," Zhou Zun remarked, swallowing hard. The expressions of Si Hu and others mirrored his astonishment. Such sights were foreign to them during their time at the border. "Monkey show?" Li Xiaowan leaned in, regarding Su Mu with suspicion. Su Mu chuckled awkwardly. Should he dismiss the Chengsheng festival as a monkey show, it would surely infuriate Li Xiaowan. "Thanksu. Soon the poetry meeting of the one festival will commence. You must rise to the occasion and win that crane feather cap. You think too highly of me." Su Mu replied, somewhat at a loss for words. His presence here was merely to honor Li Xiaowan. After all, it was she who facilitated the crucial task of collecting grain. Upon reaching the street, the carriages could advance no further, necessitating the group to disembark. A few Li family guards awaited at the street corner, hastening towards Li Xiaowan upon her arrival, only to be met with a fierce reprimand that left them thoroughly chastised. The essence of her words conveyed that she was no fool and required no protection. Su Mu had initially envisioned the daughters of feudal lords as reserved and discreet. Clearly, Li Xiaowan had shattered that preconception. "Thanks to this way." Li Xiaowan took a deep breath and, with an air of familiarity, led Su Mu and his companions forward. A number of scholars approached, some of whom recognized Li Xiaowan, and they all greeted her with flattering smiles. Wan, Master Su, Fan Gu, and Wang Yun ran up, sweating profusely, completely ignoring the cries of the young ladies behind them. What do they understand? Our bond with Master Su is forged in the trials of the border. This statement stirred something within Su Mu. Although these two were somewhat unruly, they at least knew how to be grateful, unlike the despicable Yuan Kai. Wan, let us all attend the literary festival together. Despite the numerous lantern riddles and theatrical performances, the most captivating aspect is the gathering of countless talented scholars from the inner city, of course, including Su Mu. This large group from Su family village felt somewhat out of place. However, Li Xiaowan cared little for that. She was determined to draw Su Mu along as if he were a celestial being descended to earth. Before long, with several guards from the Li family clearing the way, they navigated through the bustling crowd and arrived at a spacious stone platform. As far as the eye could see, there were scholars dressed in elegant attire, most adorned with crowns and jade ornaments, their silk robes billowing in the evening breeze, adding a touch of sophistication. At the very center of the stone platform stood a jade podium, upon which rested a splendid scholar's hat that shimmered in the night, a sight to behold. Without a doubt, this was the prize Li Xiaowan had mentioned, the imperial bestowed crane feather hat. "Master, that young noble is also here," suddenly exclaimed Zhou Zun beside them. Su Mu paused and looked forward, only to spot Lu Zizhong, who had unexpectedly arrived in Chongqing. Seated on a chair, Lu Zizhong warily lifted his head. Upon noticing Li Xiaowan beside Su Mu, his brow furrowed deeply. This literary festival had brought them together, having hurried from Tangjiang. Yet here he found himself once more face to face with that vexing scoundrel, and seemingly in the company of a noble lady. "Ignore him," Su Mu said gravely, retracting his gaze. "Business is business, but causing a scene at such a grand event in Chongqing would ultimately be unwise. The osmanthus blooms in autumn, and the lotus flowers grace the 10-mile stretch. Songs of the water lilies drift into the night, as the angler leads the lotus maiden." A fair-faced scholar, noticing the gathering crowd, stepped forward and began to speak languidly. Instantly, cheers erupted around the stone platform. Those beside him, even Li Xiaowan's revered ancestors, remained composed and unmoved. Having endured the hardships of the border, this prosperous scene in Chongqing felt like a distant memory. Our great Ji has thrived for 400 years, with peace and abundance for the people. It brings great comfort to my heart to gather with esteemed friends. His clever flattery elicited a second round of applause. Su Mu found it amusing. A group of idle scholars who could not even wield a sword properly, yet insisted on reciting praises of prosperity and peace. He felt inclined to leave, Compared to these pleasing verses, he yearned for the roaring cries of steadfast warriors at Wangzhou city. Su, you are not allowed to leave. Li Xiaowan bit her lip, seemingly guessing Su Mu's thoughts, hurriedly positioning herself behind him. I do not enjoy this, Su Mu frowned slightly. Neither do I, she replied. Li Xiaowan lifted her head, her exquisite hair styled in a beautiful bun, her delicate makeup highlighted by the evening breeze that playfully tousled her hair, rendering her enchanting in that moment. I am aware that you disapprove, yet my father has an affinity for those who embody grace and subtlety. Chapter 92. The city is adorned with golden armor. Your father's preferences are of no concern to me. Su Mu, with a silent expression, mused. Could it be that your father intends to adopt me as a son? You are, after all, rather foolish. Li Xiaowan's face turned pale with anger as she glared before striding ahead. Su Lang, why is Wan upset again? Jiang Caiwei approached from behind, wearing a wry smile. I've noticed that whenever my husband and Li Xiaowan meet, they inevitably end up in a quarrel. How should I know? It's utterly inexplicable. Su Mu rubbed his forehead, seriously contemplating the matter. After all, it was Li Xiaowan who had invited them, and her abrupt departure seemed rather impolite. Su Lang, since we are already here, might as well wait for Wan to join us. With a sigh, Su Mu nodded in agreement. The Chongqing Literary Festival was not only a grand event for Chongqing itself, but also a significant occasion for the inner city and the entire Great Ji dynasty. Otherwise, we would recite poetry in celebration, and the one who excels could earn the imperial bestowal of a crane plume hat. An elderly gentleman ascended the stone platform, speaking with authority, bowing deeply and paying homage, embodying the demeanor of a venerable scholar. From the words of a nearby scholar, Su Mu learned that this esteemed elder was none other than the former head of the Chongqing Academy. Continuing to gaze forward, Su Mu even spotted Li Xiaowan's father, alongside numerous officials who added an air of solemnity to the Chongqing Literary Festival. Yawning, Su Mu concealed himself partially, merely awaiting the conclusion of this tedious literary gathering, so he could return to the inn for rest before heading back to Tangjiang City the following day. See who? Why do you stand there, motionless? Brother Mu, that Lu brat is glaring at us. I must respond in kind. On the expansive stone platform. After the poetic theme was announced, the young scholars began to shake their heads and ponder deeply. Su Mu felt no enthusiasm whatsoever, wishing fervently for a talented scholar to astound everyone and swiftly claim the crane plume hat, thereby concluding the poetry assembly. Rogue, why do you not compose poetry? An exasperated Li Xiaowan suddenly turned back, her eyes reddened as if she had just wept. Miss Li, you see, I am merely the owner of a small tavern. Why would I write poetry? Do not call me Miss Li. It sounds so distant. What about calling you little ancestor? That won't do either. You can. Like Sister Caiwei, call me Wan. Su Mu wore an odd expression and shook his head. I cannot bring myself to do that. You will drive me to madness. This time, Li Xiaowan did not storm off in anger. She seemed resolute, urging Su Mu to hasten his poetic thoughts. 100 miles of osmanthus scent wafts. 1,000 mountains echo in green shadows. 10,000 households rejoice together. A prosperous age devoid of hunger. The earlier scholar was the first to step forward, and as he recited his poem, he was met with a wave of enthusiastic applause. This young man was indeed the son of an official from Yute City, proving to be exceptional and living up to the name of a youthful talent. Li Xiaomo spoke first, his gaze reflecting great satisfaction with the scholar before him. If only his daughter, Li Xiaowan, were present, he would surely seek to facilitate a match. From the outset, his talent overshadowed the rest, and nearby officials responded with hearty laughter. Young Master Zhong, if you have the time, do visit my residence tomorrow for a discussion. Coincidentally, my daughter Wan has a deep fondness for poetry and literature. Young Master Zhong smiled and performed a long bow, signifying his acceptance of the invitation. Among the crowd, Li Xiaowan watched with a face full of anxiety. Su, why can't you show some ambition? If my father takes a liking to him, that little fellow might just come to our home to present betrothal gifts and seek my hand in marriage. Isn't that splendid? A match of equal social standing? You foolish heart, infuriate me. Su Mu yawned and chose to remain silent, allowing Li Xiaowan to fume. Soon, a few more scholars approached, reciting verses that bore no distinction, all extolling the grandeur of the great Ji dynasty. Yet, in truth, where is the splendor of the present great Ji? What exists now are only the flames of war on the borders, the uprisings of the common folk, the heroics of gallant souls slaying the corrupt, and the menacing northern D. Another exquisite composition, a tribute to the glorious state of our great G. Including Li Shuo, several officials applauded and laughed. The encircling scholars wore expressions of pride. You must understand, our great G has flourished for over 4 centuries, with military might and civil tranquility. We hope you all will read the classics diligently, so as to one day repay the nation's kindness. Indeed, let us not emulate the northern D, who know only to herd sheep and ride horses, akin to savages. The southern borders also harbor barbarians, who feast on raw flesh and blood, equally unworthy. Only our great G rises ever onward, receiving accolades from all nations. What began as a poetic gathering swiftly devolved into a display of extravagant flattery. Brother Mu, that Lu lad has risen. See who suddenly interjected. Su Mu hesitated, sensing an impending misfortune. Esteemed guests, allow me to recite a verse. Lu Zizhong stepped to the center of the stone platform, clasping his hands in a deep bow, and saluted the 4 corners. Last night, the spring breeze entered the Ji Pass, and the northern clouds and moon shone upon the western mountains. Lu Zizhong paused, seemingly struggling to recall the subsequent lines. He rubbed his head, but after a long while, he still could not produce the next couplet. The nearby scholars, engrossed, began to urge him on anxiously. Su Mu maintained a stoic expression, suddenly realizing Lu Zizhong's intent. This rascal intends to drag him into this. Esteemed guests, indeed, to appreciate poetry, one must traverse countless volumes and journey thousands of miles to gain true experience. Oh, by the way, is there anyone here who has ventured to the borderlands? Or perhaps, just returned from there? The assembled scholars appeared bewildered. The borderlands are fraught with hardship and warfare, far removed from their lives. Who among them would be foolish enough to consider such a journey? Could it be Su Fangzhu? Oh, Miss Wan is also present. Lu Zizhong turned his head with a smile, glancing toward Su Mu and the others behind him. I seem to recall, Su Fangzhu has recently returned from the border. Yet, such a trivial matter must be played with such sinister intent. The crowd slowly parted, revealing the Su family, standing awkwardly apart, exposed to view. Wan, come here. Li Shuo's voice was tinged with anger as he called out, his gaze coldly fixed on Su Mu. This impoverished young man, seeking to elevate himself by courting his daughter, would surely be dealt with had there not been so many witnesses present. Li Shuo hesitated for a long while, glancing between Su Mu and her father, before finally lowering her head in silence and taking small, hesitant steps forward. Fan Gu and Wang Yun, however, rolled up their sleeves and stood nervously beside Su Mu. Su, why do you not come up? Lu Zizhong revealed a triumphant smile, approaching Su Mu as if they were acquaintances, making a gesture of invitation. Young master, if you wish to lean against a great tree, I am afraid I must sever that connection for you. Fortunately, I discerned early on that lordly disdains the likes of you, a lowly upstart. His voice was lowered, audible only to the 2 of them. Su Mu understood that Lu Zizhong feared his association with the Li family, hence this charade. May your little distillery perish in Tangjiang City, Su Mu replied with a faint smile, choosing not to engage further. The grievances with the 4 prominent families could not be resolved with mere retorts. We invite the young master to come up, shall we? Many scholars present displayed little interest, their expectations for a destitute young master to compose poetry being exceedingly low. A few emitted faint, derisive chuckles. In these times, countless impoverished scholars, like Yuan Tai, endeavored to climb the social ladder and enter their ranks. Such antics were rather laughable. The wealthy and the lowly ought to inhabit their own worlds. Who were they to intrude upon their domain? Li Shuo stood in the evening breeze, on the verge of tears, yet unable to weep. Amidst the dense crowd, she suddenly realized that even with a mere 100 steps separating them, that person seemed to grow increasingly distant. Su Mu coldly turned away, leading Jiang Caiwei and Sihu forward, soon disappearing into the bustling streets of the Wenji festival. In the center of the stone platform, Lu Zizhong exhaled comfortably, his mind already concocting schemes on how to ruin that young master upon returning to Tangjiang City. I shall compose poetry. After Su Mu departed, Fan Gu and Wang Yun, for reasons unknown, suddenly found their eyes welling with tears. Come up. They both ascended the stone platform, their reddened eyes betraying a hint of suppressed anger. They had once traversed the borders alongside Su Mu. Exhaling deeply, they exchanged glances before speaking coolly. When autumn arrives on the 8th of September, My flowers shall bloom while all others wither. Upon reciting just these 2 lines, everyone present, including Li Shuo and the officials, rose in astonishment. The gathered scholars were equally taken aback. Such verses were truly astonishing. The fragrance wafts high into the heavens. Fan Gu and Wang Yun paused, and after a long moment, gritted their teeth to utter the final line. The entire city is adorned in golden armor. As the poem concluded, the scene fell into a profound silence. Even Lu Zizhong momentarily ceased his chatter, furrowing his brow in contemplation. This seems a counterpoem, not an ode to prosperity, someone gasped. I forgot to mention, this is the Chrysanthemum Ode. You should read it closely. Can it truly be a counterpoem? Fan Gu's voice was cold. Gold indeed bears the hue of chrysanthemums. Li Shuo struggled to swallow, having not encountered such striking poetry in a long time. Moreover, considering the identities of Fan Gu and Wang Yun, who were not only familiar with Li Shaowan but also scions of affluent families in Chongqing, they were certainly worthy companions. Esteemed guests, how should we regard this poem? The ranking is undisputed. However, it would be prudent to amend the final sentence. Fan Gu and Wang Yun stood upon the stage, unable to discern the words being uttered by the crowd, yet they strained their eyes in search of Su Mu's figure. 1-1. This poem was recited to us by Master Su. As the silhouettes dispersed, both Fan Gu and Wang Yun sighed in unison. Li Shaowan found her mind momentarily clouded, yet inexplicably filled with joy. Moreover, a bold thought crossed her mind. If that little adversary were to don a scholar's robe and don a ceremonial cap, it would seem he too could be quite a handsome figure.